Chapter 1. My system is quite impressive. In front of the public restroom at Bai Bridge, a food stall exuded steam as a young man, deeply engrossed, fried stinky tofu. Not far away, a group of people laughed heartily at him. The young man was named Du Ming. The reason he sold stinky tofu in front of a restroom was not due to the freshness of the ingredients. He had no other choice. All around him, including Du Ming himself, remained oblivious to the ethereal presence hovering above his hiata, faint white mist, barely discernible, that seemed to take the form of a slender female figure. Flashback to this morning. The obnoxious sound of the alarm clock jolted him awake at 5:45. He recalled that he needed to ride his electric scooter to catch an early shift. Suddenly, Du Ming found himself questioning the purpose of it all. A surge of long-suppressed desires erupted within him, growing increasingly intense until it could no longer be contained. I refuse to endure this miserable job any longer. I absolutely won't go today. Damn it. Ding. Detection of imminent explosion of emotions. Spiritual culinary system successfully bound. Function 1. Enables the host to create unparalleled delicacies. Function 2. Provides the host with a trace of spiritual energy weekly. Spiritual energy can heal all ailments and injuries, and using it 10 times grants the ultimate wish. The ultimate wish? Could I wish for the earth to explode? Yes, if you can conceive it, it can be realized. Goodness, this system is remarkably powerful. Once a week, after 10 uses, that means I could make a wish in just 70 days. The system refreshes tasks weekly. The host's electric scooter has been upgraded to a multifunctional food stall tricycle. This week's task: sell a cumulative total of 500 portions of stinky tofu beside the public restroom at Bai Bridge. Completion reward: 1 million yuan. Following this, the method for preparing stinky tofu was transmitted into Du Ming's mind. He leapt up in astonishment. No way, no way. He hurriedly dressed and raced to the underground parking lot. In the very spot where he had parked his scooter yesterday stood a brand new food stall tricycle. I truly have a system now. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn. Du Ming laughed uproariously. Hey, who's making all that noise? The security guard, Uncle Lu, approached. Oh, it's little Du, what's going on? Are you all right? Du Ming often worked early and late shifts, coinciding with Uncle Liu's schedule, so they had become quite familiar. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. I'm just gearing up to start my own stall business, he replied. Starting your own venture? Huh? That's good. That dreadful job of yours had no proper hours. It's better not to go. Uncle Lu stepped closer to inspect the food stall. This vehicle is new. Are you planning to sell stinky tofu? Yes, this week I intend to sell stinky tofu and see how business goes. Those who enjoy stinky tofu truly love it. That's not the issue. But your sign is a bit too avant-garde, don't you think? Uncle Lu regarded Du Ming's stall with a peculiar expression. Du Ming, puzzled, glanced at the sign. How can one not eat stinky tofu when using the restroom? Each character made sense individually, but arranged together, it felt rather awkward. This system. Are you trying to mess with my mind? Du Ming said with a forced smile. Well, modern marketing techniques are designed to catch the eye, he added. Haha, that's true. You young folks are quite inventive and daring. I wish you prosperous business, replied old Lu, stifling a laugh as he returned to the security booth. With the system backing him, Du Ming felt emboldened. He was ready to set up his stall anywhere, even in the restroom, if necessary. Upon arriving home, he promptly announced in the work group, I quit. Please do not disturb me, and exited the group chat, indifferent to anyone's feelings. The weather forecast predicted the rain would cease and sunshine would prevail by afternoon, marking a pivotal moment for him. Around 1 in the afternoon, after the rain had passed, Du Ming swiftly rode his electric stall vehicle to the nearest market. Upon arrival, he purchased 500 pieces of pre-prepared stinky tofu, enough to sell 100 servings. Any more would be too cumbersome for his stall vehicle. He also acquired various ingredients for his seasoning. The essence of stinky tofu lies in mastering the frying technique, while the soul is the seasoning itself. Afterward, he casually asked the owner of a nearby marinated food stall, could I borrow your space for a moment to prepare my seasoning? The owner, intrigued by Du Ming's eye-catching sign, accepted the cigarette offered, waving his hand generously. Of course, go ahead. Du Ming skillfully combined the ingredients, impressing the owner with his swift movements. Young man, you're quite skilled. I must admit, I can't keep up with your speed, the owner remarked. Du Ming smiled in response. Not too shabby, thanks for your help. He then placed a large bowl of seasoning onto his stall vehicle. which had already attracted the attention of many at the market. Laughter and whispers filled the air. To make money these days, one must employ the most eye-catching methods, someone commented. This young chap, his impressive ID have to wear a mask if it were me. One bold onlooker directly asked Du Ming, brother, which public restroom are you setting up in? Du Ming smiled slightly. At the Bai Bridge, everyone is welcome. The Bai Bridge restroom? I have to see this spectacle. I want to live stream it. Even before he began, a buzz was already forming around him, something Du Ming welcomed eagerly. With a large crowd gathering, he aimed to sell out quickly and wrap up his day. Thus, an unusual procession appeared on the road. An electric tricycle, followed by several cars and electric bikes, and further back, a few shared bicycles pedaling vigorously. Hey, could you slow down? I can't keep up. The sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. As Du Ming arrived at the Bai Bridge restroom, he had a convoy of over 10 vehicles trailing behind him, with the shared bike brigade yet to arrive. Even before his stall had officially opened, the atmosphere was already lively. In the past, Du Ming would have felt mortified in such a situation, but with the system at his disposal, he felt a surge of confidence. Let the crowd come, he was ready for them. Parking his stall vehicle next to the restroom, Du Ming began his operations with the expertise of someone who had been frying stinky tofu for a lifetime. At that moment, dozens of people had already gathered around him. These individuals are not customers, they are merely onlookers, curious bystanders, and self-media practitioners seeking material. They have encircled the public restroom. What is happening here? I recall this being a public toilet, yet there are so many people. Perhaps it has become an internet sensation. Everything seems to be trendy nowadays. What on earth, stinky tofu? Right next to the restroom? What is this peculiar track? Two individuals intending to use the restroom initially felt bewildered, then alarmed. Du Ming disregarded their reactions and commenced frying the stinky tofu, placing piece after piece into the oil. Under Du Ming's adept hands, the dark, pungent tofu began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma. Once cooked, Du Ming retrieved the stinky tofu, puncturing a hole with a sharp utensil to drain the excess oil. As the tofu cooked, its fragrance wafted through the air. How strange. I visited Star City, and their stinky tofu was indeed delicious, though it smelled foul, yet tasted delightful. This, however, smells appetizing from the start, stimulating my appetite. I have tasted stinky tofu as well, but it never smelled like this. It makes me want to eat it. The intended customers were not drawn in, yet the onlookers began to salivate, piqued by curiosity. Chapter 2. The Essence of Spirit. Tang Jianfeng is an entrepreneur in the realm of self-media, having previously engaged in foreign trade. After a disheartening experience with trade ventures, he turned to self-media, recognizing its potential. Today, he happened upon Du Ming's eye-catching stall, followed by a throng of people, and decided to live stream the event. The live stream attracted around 20 to 30 viewers, a commendable number for a small streamer. In the chat, comments flowed, haha. This vendor is truly setting up shop by the restroom. The streamer has found a gimmick, who knows? It might trend tomorrow. Why not buy a portion? Gourmet food by the restroom. Upon reading the comments, Tang Jianfeng felt a surge of inspiration. Indeed, in these times, one can never anticipate what might happen next. If he were to purchase the first portion, and if the stall became popular, he would be the man who tasted the first stinky tofu from the internet-famous restroom. Addressing the live stream, he declared, everyone am off to buy the first portion of stinky tofu by the restroom. Approaching Du Ming's stall, he said, boss, I would like one portion, if that's permissible while I'm live streaming. Du Ming was eager for the traffic and wished to sell out quickly. No problem at all, I'm not selling drugs. 10 yuan for 5 pieces of stinky tofu. How many would you like? Just one for myself, please. All right, it will be ready shortly. Ding, the essence of spirit is activated this week. Characteristic, odorless. After using the essence 10 times, you will attain your ultimate wish. Ultimate wish. If you dare to dream it, it shall be realized. A voice resonated within his mind. Du Ming paused momentarily, then engaged in silent communication with the system. How do I utilize the essence? Point at the food to transmit your intent. Without hesitation, Du Ming directed his finger toward the piece of stinky tofu. Concentrating his thought, a faint wisp of white vapor enveloped the piece of stinky tofu, soon surrounding it entirely. Du Ming, seizing the tofu, hastily stuffed it into his mouth. In this day and age, who doesn't harbor some semblance of poor health? One must first restore their own vitality before addressing anything else. Ouch, that's a bit hot, he murmured. Yet, to his surprise, the stinky tofu bore no flavor whatsoever, was akin to eating plain tofu. Before he could ponder further, a warm current coursed through his body, radiating outward, and Du Ming suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of ease, invigorated and brimming with strength. Ding! The spiritual energy has restored all adverse conditions, and the body has reached its optimal state for this age. So this is what my age is meant to feel like. In comparison, my previous state was merely an existence of survival. Ding! Utilizing spiritual energy once grants an indestructible physique. Ding! Utilizing spiritual energy once achieves 110 of the ultimate wish. Indestructible physique. Highly durable and resilient with extended endurance. Du Ming was taken aback. Skills could still be acquired, but why would he desire to be so durable? Was extended endurance akin to what he envisioned? And what of the ultimate wish? What could that entail? He felt a flicker of anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, after invoking spiritual energy, the female-formed wisp above his head grew slightly more substantial. At the stall, Tang Jianfeng looked at Du Ming in utter bewilderment. Is this fellow truly conducting business so recklessly? Set up next to a public restroom. I won't even comment, do you consider this a gimmick? Finally, a customer arrives, and without hesitation, you showcase a piece for yourself. Are you genuinely here to conduct business? In a live stream. Goodness, he's disregarded the customer, opting to flaunt his wares instead. Brother Feng must be bewildered. This must be scripted, judging by the proprietor's expression. This stinky tofu doesn't seem appetizing. Tang Jianfeng, slightly displeased, called out, "Are you even selling this?" Oh, my apologies, I'm just testing the heat," Du Ming replied, suppressing his elation. "It's just like you would. Hey, this proprietor is quite dedicated." Du Ming sliced open the fried stinky tofu, filling the incision with a prepared sauce, and placed it into a disposable paper bowl. "Be cautious, it's hot when you eat it." Tang Jianfeng accepted it, addressing the live stream. "Here is the first portion of stinky tofu from beside the restroom. Let's witness this together, brothers." He showcased the tofu to the camera before taking a bite. Instantly, his eyes widened, and his face illuminated with surprise. "Wow, this flavor is extraordinary, surpassing any stinky tofu I have ever tasted." This was no pretense. The taste genuinely astonished him. The tofu was crispy on the outside, yet tender within, while the sauce held a flavor he had never encountered before. It was simply divine. Without regard for the heat, Tang Jianfeng shoved the tofu into his mouth. Delicious, truly delicious. Viewers in the live stream, captivated by his expression, expressed their curiosity. To celebrate Brother Feng as the first to sample the stinky tofu beside the restroom, we're generously gifting him a pair of sunglasses worth 9.9 yuan. The first is the boss, and Brother Feng is the first customer. Oh dear, how careless of me. I need to apply for a refund as a minor. Gifts were showered, and Tang Jianfeng beamed with joy. Among the crowd were several enthusiasts of stinky tofu, drawn by the delightful aroma emanating from Tang Jianfeng's meal, prompting them to approach and purchase. What of the public restroom nearby? The public toilet by Bai Bridge is a model of cleanliness, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Du Ming's stall had formed a small queue. Just then, a young couple strolled by, intending to use the restroom, and were astonished to find a stinky tofu vendor right beside it. The sight of so many people queuing was indeed perplexing. The young lady quietly inquired of her boyfriend, "Why is there a stinky tofu stall next to the restroom? And why are there so many people in line? Is it because they use fresh ingredients, making it more authentic?" Her boyfriend nearly burst into laughter, casting her a sidelong glance as he replied, "They say great talent often lacks common sense. Why would you be any different? If you had even a modicum of sense, you wouldn't believe such nonsense." Realizing his words were amiss, he noticed his girlfriend had ceased moving. "What's wrong?" he asked, puzzled. The young lady pointed at him and said, "You're being mean to me." "Huh? How am I being mean to you? You called me senseless, and yet you complained that weren't you savoring it last night? How hypocritical. Oh, how have I become a scoundrel? You were just trying to wriggle out of it." Eventually, after signing a plethora of agreements, she relented. The couple happily proceeded to the restroom. As they passed Du Ming's stall, the boyfriend cast a wistful gaze towards him. "You could sell stinky tofu anywhere else, but why here by the toilet?" This month, it'll be back to instant noodles. I might not even have a little to nibble on. Sigh. I just slapped myself for you. Before long, the onlookers who had gathered with Du Ming dispersed, leaving behind those relishing the stinky tofu, all indulging in its delightful flavor. Hey boss, this stinky tofu is simply exquisite, unlike any I've had before. Indeed, I must have another portion. Absolutely, I need to fill my belly today. At that moment, a figure rushed towards the stall, and as he approached, he shouted, "What a tantalizing aroma! This stinky tofu smells particularly appetizing. Boss, fry me a portion, I need to relieve myself first, and then indulge," he exclaimed before dashing into the restroom. Outside, a crowd was savoring their stinky tofu, suddenly feeling a bit queasy. Do you think the restroom has a voice? Why does it sound so unsettling? Are you a fool sent by the devil? If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Chapter 3. The reward arrives. Across the street from Du Ming's stall stood a boutique for young women. Inside, a delicate and petite girl with exquisite features, dressed in a white princess gown, resembled a beautiful little princess straight out of an animated film, utterly enchanting. Yet her fair face bore little color, appearing somewhat pallid, exuding a fragile, ethereal beauty tinged with melancholy. 3 months prior, Yanxi's parents had tragically passed away in a car accident, leaving the once spoiled darling of her family utterly alone. A girl once lively, mischievous, and brimming with quirky charm had fallen into silence. Misfortune, it seemed, never came alone. Soon after, she was diagnosed with leukemia. The day she received the medical report, she returned to her shop in a daze. Flipping through hundreds of photos on her phone, each capturing the joy of her family of 3, she wept uncontrollably. Overwhelmed, she murmured, "Mom, Dad, I'm coming to you," and attempted to take her own life right there in the shop. Fortunately, perhaps due to having eaten nothing all day, her weakened spirit, or simply her innate timidity, the cut she made was shallow. For someone who had been coddled like a treasure her entire life, even this was a profound shock. The pain jolted her back to her senses, and she dashed to Annie Wong's shop next door, wailing, "I'm bleeding. Annie Wong, it hurts so much." Horrified, Annie Wong rushed her to the clinic to stop the bleeding and bandage the wound. Upon returning, the older woman, torn between heartache and anger, scolded her gently. "If you ever do something so foolish again, this building, your parents' hard work, your home, will be taken away. Someone else will tear it all down." Yanxi panicked. No, I won't let anyone tear down our home. This place held every memory of her parents. Annie Wong, I promise I won't do it again. I'll follow the doctor's treatment and live well for my parents. Besides, it had hurt terribly. She wouldn't dare try again. Life's lessons could be harsh, but they were swift. That day, as Du Ming's food cart and his little entourage arrived, and she had been watching curiously from her shop. At first, she wondered why so many people were gathering near the public restroom. Was it some bizarre competition? Only later did she notice the sign on Du Ming's cart and burst into laughter. This guy is really something. Compelled by curiosity, she stepped outside. A faint, tantalizing aroma drifted through the air. For 3 months, Yanxi had adhered to a strict, bland diet prescribed by her doctors. But now, she didn't care. If so many people were willing to eat next to a public toilet, the food had to be delicious. And that smell, it was irresistible. She hurried to Annie Wong's shop and pushed the door open. "Annie, could you watch my store for a bit?" Then, like a thief, she darted toward the roadside, determined to cross before the older woman could stop her. "Hey, where are you going? You're not thinking of eating that stinky tofu, are you? The doctor said no spicy food." I'm just going to the restroom." Yanxi turned back with a guilty smile. As she crossed the street and passed Du Ming's stall, the fragrance grew richer, more intoxicating. Yanxi couldn't help but swallow hard, brushing her hair back as she turned to see if Aunt Wong was still around. Alas, Aunt Wong was standing right in the middle of the shop, watching them. Yanxi dared not linger and swiftly entered the restroom. Du Ming was busy preparing a second serving of stinky tofu for the group of food enthusiasts when suddenly he received a notification. Detected a patient with moderate to severe leukemia. Urgent need for spiritual energy. Surprised, Du Ming looked up just as she passed by him. From the side, she appeared quite lovely, petite, and charming. It was the first time the system had alerted him about someone in such a crowd, piquing Du Ming's curiosity about this girl until she disappeared into the restroom. It would be impolite to stare further, and besides, there was nothing more to see. Hey, young man, keep staring and your eyeballs might end up in the pot. Are you planning to buy stinky tofu to accompany fried eyeballs? Du Ming chuckled to himself, realizing how shallow he was for admiring beauty. After all, he was a healer, not someone who should be distracted by appearances. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for this pretty girl, knowing his spiritual energy wouldn't be replenished until next week. On the other side, Tang Jianfeng had already spotted Yanxi. He turned the camera towards her and mischievously announced, "Brothers, let me give you a treat." In the live stream, the comments erupted. Is she a beauty? If she is not, don't put her on camera, even I have standards. Oh my, she is stunning, truly stunning. She is so petite, just my type. I'm in love. Are you blind? She is clearly not petite. Get lost, we have different tastes. Tang Jianfeng smirked. What do you think? Isn't this a nice treat? My taste is impeccable, right? Once inside the restroom, Yanxi leaned against the wall and called out to Du Ming. Hey, handsome, handsome. One food enthusiast waiting for the stinky tofu, facing the restroom, noticed and shouted to Du Ming. Boss, there's a beauty in the restroom looking for you. What? The foodie laughed, making a playful gesture. Du Ming turned around to see a delicate beauty waving at him. It was indeed the girl the system had alerted him about, the one with moderate to severe leukemia. Handsome, could you bring me an order of stinky tofu? Aren't you coming out? No, just bring it to me here. All right then, just wait while I finish frying this up. The foodie felt a pang of panic. What was with this conversation? A few minutes later, Du Ming approached the restroom door, holding a portion of stinky tofu. His expression a mix of emotions as he looked at the adorable beauty. He extended the stinky tofu towards her. Thank you. Yanxi scanned the code and accepted the stinky tofu. However, something felt off. The way this handsome guy had looked at her just moments ago felt strange. His gaze was nothing like that of the typical infatuated suitor. Instead, it resembled a father-esque gaze, kind and compassionate. Yes, it was the same look her father had given her when she fell as a child, filled with warmth and concern. What a peculiar sensation. Yanxi shook her small head, dismissing the dreadful thoughts and focusing her attention on the tantalizing, stinky tofu. How delightful it smelled. With a mischievous grin, she took a bite and let out a contented moan, her eyes fluttering shut as she savored the delectable treat. Yet, a voice echoed in her mind. Hadn't the doctor advised against spicy food? And this was from a street vendor, no less. Suddenly, she was startled to find Aunt Wang had come into the restroom to catch her indulging in the stinky tofu. How absurd. Oh, Aunt Wang, I'm sorry. I haven't had anything delicious in such a long time. Just this once, please. Seeing Yanxi's pitiful expression, Aunt Wang felt a pang of sympathy. She ached for the monotonous meals Yanxi consumed daily. Well, perhaps indulging occasionally isn't too grave a sin, but you should at least dine at a proper establishment. Aunt Wang, do try a piece. It's truly delightful. Yanxi insisted, skewering a piece of stinky tofu with a toothpick and extending it toward her. I want to eat that. Stinky tofu isn't worth relishing, especially from a roadside stall. Just one bite, please. It's really delicious, Aunt Wang, Yanxi urged, her small hand holding the stinky tofu aloft, her eyes sparkling with hope. Unable to resist, Aunt Wang reluctantly accepted the piece and took a small bite. Then, encouraged by the flavor, she took a larger mouthful. My goodness, this is truly delicious. I had no idea stinky tofu could taste so good. No wonder so many people are queuing for it. I told you it was delicious. Yanxi declared proudly, lifting her chin. Here, Aunt Wang, have another piece. Soon, the serving of stinky tofu was devoured. Yanxi, since Aunt Wang just tasted what you bought, perhaps I should go and buy another portion? Aunt Wang asked, a hint of guilt in her voice. Yanxi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Sure. Chapter 4. The little beauty crumbles again in less than 2 hours. Du Ming sold out his stinky tofu for the day. Meanwhile, Tang, the chubby host, had garnered a significant audience in his live stream this afternoon. Thanks to Du Ming's captivating gimmick. Selling stinky tofu in front of a public restroom might not have initially attracted much attention, perhaps just a source of amusement. However, the long queue of eager buyers transformed the significance entirely. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Handsome, could we connect on WeChat? I'd love to come back for your stinky tofu. It's truly delectable, a customer inquired. Du Ming pondered for a moment, deciding against it for now, as he didn't wish to project a working atmosphere. The following day, after dinner, Du Ming rode his beloved little motorcycle to the restroom to collect his earnings. As he approached Bai Bridge, he was startled to see a crowd of at least 40 to 50 people gathered in front of the public restroom. Riding closer on his electric bike, he recognized a familiar voice. Wasn't it the chubby host from yesterday? They're here. This is the boss from the video I shared last night, he exclaimed. The crowd turned in unison, drawn by the buzz surrounding Du Ming's stinky tofu, which had been featured in a video showcasing the long lines and the blissful expressions of customers, including the little beauty, Yan Shi, even capturing moments of her purchasing stinky tofu from the restroom. The video had even made it to the local trending topics, with a blend of spectacle, cueing, culinary delight, beauty, and humor. The promotion yielded remarkable results, attracting a throng of curious onlookers eager to partake in the experience. Step aside, everyone. Let the boss set up his stall, Du Ming called out as he parked his vehicle, prompting the crowd to eagerly form a line. Across the street, Yan Shi and Aunt Wang watched the lengthy queue. Aunt Wang, there are so many people. I want to eat some, but I dread standing in line, Yan Shi admitted, feeling slightly apprehensive at the thought of encountering Du Ming's kind face. I'll go queue then, Aunt Wang replied. I'll stay here to watch the store. I'd like 2 servings. Just 1 serving should suffice. Too much might not be good for your health, Yan Shi cautioned. All right then, Aunt Wang conceded. In the line for stinky tofu, Ah Chong gazed enviously at Du Ming's stall, a fellow vendor of stinky tofu himself. He had been idly scrolling through his phone yesterday when he stumbled upon Tang's video. After selling stinky tofu for over 10 years, he had never experienced such a surge in business. He scrutinized the situation closely, ultimately concluding that the unique signage and choice of location ignited public curiosity. After all, it was merely stinky tofu. How different could it possibly be? Observing Du Ming es youth. Ah Chong questioned whether he too should set up a stall in front of a public restroom, adopting the same signage. Surely, one couldn't patent an idea like this. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try and see what distinguished Du Ming's tofu from his own. Finally, it was his turn. Ah Chong watched closely as Du Ming prepared the stinky tofu. However, he noticed no discernible difference. It was all just a gimmick. Feeling deceived, he took a hefty bite of his stinky tofu, frustration bubbling within him. With a single bite, Ah Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. Am I truly eating stinky tofu? How could stinky tofu taste this delectable? What have I been frying all these years? This is utterly absurd. What on earth have I been frying for over a decade? Just that one bite, and Ah Chong was utterly convinced, unable to restrain himself as he devoured 5 pieces of stinky tofu in quick succession. I yearn for another serving. No, wait, I am here to gather intelligence. I must learn from this young man. However, how should I broach the subject? In this line of work, competitors are akin to enemies, who would divulge their secret skills to another. While Ah Chong was deep in thought, he overheard someone speaking. Handsome, I also sell stinky tofu. Could you teach me? The tuition is negotiable, and I promise not to sell near Bai Bridge in the future. To his surprise, another competitor had emerged. Ah Chong was preparing to approach, but before he could move, another voice chimed in. Handsome, I too sell stinky tofu. I will pay tuition. I assure you I won't sell in front of the public restroom. I will too. I promise not to sell in this city. I will sell abroad. The absurdity escalated. Soon, Ah Chong realized there were over 20 competitors. Others looked on in astonishment, unable to find words to describe the scene. The live stream in Tang Pongzi's room was in a frenzy. This was utterly outrageous. Half the competitors had arrived. Du Ming was equally taken aback. How could he possibly have time to teach you all? He was making millions in business each week. After a moment's thought, he said, well, you don't need to worry about tuition. It's up to you to see if you can learn. After all, he was already frying the tofu here. As long as they didn't drive him away, that would suffice. As soon as Du Ming's words fell, a chorus of stinky tofu vendors erupted in cheers. What they found to cheer about was beyond comprehension. It was impossible to teach each individual. Their learning would depend on their own understanding and talent. Finally, Aunt Wang arrived at the stall. Young man, I'll take 3 servings. Certainly, it will be ready shortly. As he carried the stinky tofu across the street, Yanxi paced anxiously at the entrance of the shop, like a canary trapped in a cage. Upon seeing Aunt Wang approach, she joyfully descended the steps. Yay! Delicious food is here. Oh, Aunt Wang, you bought 3 servings? Yes, one is for my child. Oh, then let us dig in at the shop. The two arrived at Yanxi's establishment and eagerly savored the stinky tofu they had awaited all day. Wow, this is so delicious! Yanxi exclaimed, still craving more. Feeling utterly unsatisfied, she glanced bashfully at the remaining piece. Aunt Wang swallowed and uttered melodiously, "Children should eat less of this. Let us finish this last piece together." Yanxi cheered with delight. "Aunt Wang, you're the best. This month's rent is halved. Look at you, girl. You think half a serving of stinky tofu warrants a half-month's rent reduction? It's half for half. You must admit that's fair." Aunt Wang was left speechless. The two individuals finished the last portion of stinky tofu, their worries fading away as they engaged in gossip. Aunt Wang recounted the earlier events to Yanxi, who was taken aback by the number of peers present, exclaiming how impressive it was. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Aunt Wang felt a stirring in her heart. The young man was rather handsome. Perhaps she should suggest exchanging WeChat contacts? Upon hearing this, Yanxi blushed and became bashful. "No way with my condition. Wouldn't that be harmful?" She protested. "What does that matter? The nourishment of love is beneficial for both body and mind," Aunt Wang replied. "Oh, please stop, Aunt Wang. How embarrassing," Yanxi exclaimed, retreating to the changing room at the back of the shop to adjust her dress and twirl around. After stepping out to drink some water, she rinsed her mouth with a gurgle. "Aunt Wang, I'm heading to the restroom across the street." Once Yanxi left, Aunt Wang watched her skip away, a knowing smile on her face. Go on. When I was in love, you weren't even around yet. While you still can, savor the sweetness of romance before chemotherapy begins." Du Ming was intently frying stinky tofu, with only a handful of orders left for the day. Suddenly, he overheard the crowd murmuring, "What a beautiful young lady. Hey, isn't that the beauty from the Fat Guy's video? It must be her. She looks even more stunning in person." Du Ming couldn't help but look up, and indeed, it was the young lady with leukemia, dressed in a lovely pink princess gown, resembling a celestial being. How can someone so beautiful be suffering from severe leukemia? How can I help her? Du Ming pondered, his heart aching for her. Yanxi happened to glance at him, and her heart sank. Here it comes again, that same compassionate gaze. Does he expect me to call him Dad? Chapter 5. Utter Madness. Today marks the 3rd day. Over the past 2 days, 200 servings of stinky tofu have been sold. Just 300 more, and this week's task will be accomplished. The thought alone is invigorating. 1 million, yes, 1 million, earned in a week. After dinner, Du Ming rode his electric scooter to the designated shop to fetch the stinky tofu. Together with the owner, he loaded the tofu onto the vehicle and set off towards the public restroom at Bai Bridge. Upon arriving at the restroom, Du Ming was taken aback. A grand red arch stood before the public toilet, emblazoned with the words "Warm congratulations" on the opening of the Bai Bridge night market. In front of the restroom, a wide array of stalls and carts were set up, offering cold noodles, grilled beef, grilled lamb, fried squid, egg fried rice, and a plethora of street snacks. A night market in front of a public restroom? The most astonishing part was the throngs of people. "They're here. Our pillar of support has arrived." Du Ming spotted Tang Jianfeng approaching with a group of people. "Boss, let me introduce you. These are representatives from the Bai Bridge Street office, and this is goodness. Even the functional departments are mobilizing. They're making quite a spectacle. Young man, we've been apprised of the situation over the past 2 days, and after considering Comrade Tang's suggestions, we've decided to designate this area as a supported night market to invigorate the local economy. We have optimized the surrounding environment," several officials rambled on. It was then that Du Ming noticed the surrounding area had been adorned with potted plants, and several sanitation workers stood at the ready. Once the officials finished speaking, Tang Jianfeng turned to Du Ming and said, "Come, boss. We've reserved your exclusive spot just for you." Du Ming, slightly bewildered, approached the stall designated for him, noticing Tang Jianfeng's live streaming equipment beside it. This was indeed a dedicated live streaming setup. It seemed Tang had some clout. Zhang Jianguo, the deputy director of the Bai Bridge Street office, had held his position for nearly a decade. With the current director nearing the end of his term, both he and another deputy were brainstorming ways to secure their future. They had leveraged all possible connections, but with everyone seated in similar positions, the uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Last night, his assistant Xiao Wang inadvertently mentioned something that piqued Zhang's professional instincts. Director Zhang, there's a vendor selling stinky tofu at the Bai Bridge public restroom, and the business is thriving. I noticed a curious line of customers waiting to buy some. Remarkably, the taste is exceptional. Still waiting in line? Yes, and someone even made a video about it. Let me show you. Xiao Wang found and shared Tang Jianfeng's video with him. Upon viewing it, Zhang Jingguo chuckled at the sign reading, "How could one not indulge in stinky tofu when visiting the restroom?" He recognized the audacity of the young vendor, who dared to defy conventions and take the lead. Reflecting on this, a thought struck him. If others were bold enough to innovate, why shouldn't he? Establishing a night market here could potentially foster the night economy of Bai Bridge. Even if it failed, there would be no losses. At least the leaders would notice his willingness to act and think outside the box. Thus, the current scene came to fruition. After Zhang Jingguo and his companions departed, Du Ming inquired of Tang Jianfeng, "You used me as a gimmick. I'm only here for a week. Did you not inform them?" The boss replied, "How could I possibly conceal that? My surname is Du, and my name is Du." Before he could finish, Tang Jianfeng interjected, "Boss Du, I have informed them, and the leadership said it was fine. We shall set up the platform and adapt as necessary. Their vision is simply different from ours." Meanwhile, Smith and Linda, a couple of American tourists, were leisurely strolling and conversing. "Darling, how fortunate we are to have come to this beautiful country. Otherwise, we would have been deceived by those wretched media. Indeed, venturing out at night in our country is a terrifying affair. Oh, I have fallen in love with this place." The couple arrived at the public restroom near Bai Bridge. Suddenly, Smith's eyes widened. "Oh my God. Darling, look, there's a night market." Linda, puzzled, responded, "Haven't we visited several night markets these past few days? Why the surprise?" No. This night market is actually beside the restroom." Linda glanced at the sign, WC, prominently displayed above the public toilet. The open area around the restroom was filled with vendor carts, bustling with activity, and a long queue formed in front of one stall. My heavens, this country is so accommodating. Those with efficient digestive systems can easily transition to the restroom. If they finish and feel hungry, they can immediately replenish their energy at the night market. If their digestion is good, they can. Yes, it's marvelous. How can they be so considerate? I want to live here. The Smiths excitedly dashed towards the restroom night market, recording videos on their phones. I want to show those in the West, who have never seen such things, what civilization truly is. This is genuine civility. Today, the crowd was particularly large, and Du Ming's 100 servings were about to sell out. Observing the long line ahead, Du Ming called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, I can only sell a few more servings of ingredients." The patrons in line erupted, "No, boss. I haven't eaten yet today. Please procure more ingredients." Yes, we shall wait for you." Du Ming, eager to complete his task and secure that 100,000, agreed. "All right, I will fry these few servings and then go buy another 100. Tang Jianfeng interjected, "Boss Du, 100 servings might not suffice. It's only a little past 7. However, my electric vehicle can only carry 100 servings. A customer in line quickly offered. I arrived in a van. I can assist you with the haul." "All right, then I shall trouble you shortly." Minutes later, Du Ming departed from his stall with a customer to procure more ingredients. Meanwhile, the Smiths, still wandering, seemed to have uncovered a remarkable secret. "Darling, look at that vendor. He just left his cart unattended. If this were back home, his cart would have been towed away by now." "Oh yes, I'm utterly stunned." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Du Ming finally received the long-awaited system notification. "Ding! You have completed this week's task, and a reward of 1 million yuan has been credited to your account." A wave of exhilaration washed over him. As he glanced at the bank notification on his phone, a smile bloomed within him. For the first time, his account balance appeared so pleasing to the eye. With a sense of liberation, he decided to indulge, knowing he could afford to visit the esteemed 88th technician. Swiftly gathering his belongings, he hopped onto his electric scooter and sped homeward. Nearby, the imperial bathhouse had always been a place he yearned to experience, yet its prices had always deterred him, making him reluctant to spend his hard-earned money. Each time he spotted the technicians leaving work, clad in fitted shirts and pencil skirts, their alluring figures swaying, Du Ming felt a surge of excitement. Today, he resolved to treat himself to the most extravagant SAP service. Chapter 6. Xiao was a technician at the Emperor Spa Center. Unlike the cliché details of many in her profession, those with broken families, gambling-addicted fathers, or young siblings to support, she bore only one of those burdens, a gravely ill father. Her fiancé, unable to shoulder the crushing weight of her father's medical expenses, had called off their engagement. She didn't blame him. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. No one is obligated to share such a heavy burden, especially when they weren't even married yet. At least she hadn't given him her most precious possession. Otherwise, the heartbreak would have been unbearable. Today was the day her social loan came due. How could she possibly produce 200,000 yuan? Her monthly salary of just over 10,000 yuan barely covered her father's medication, leaving no room for savings despite her frugality. It was precisely this desperation that had driven her into this line of work. With no education or skills, her only asset was her beauty, which at least allowed her to earn more here. As she stood paralyzed by despair, the floor manager called her number. "Xiao, it's your turn." Then, whispering into her ear, the manager added, "This one might be rich. Doesn't he dress fancy? But he carries himself like he owns the place. Didn't he even blink before ordering the most expensive SBA? Don't hold back. If you keep resisting, you'll break." Heavy-hearted, Xiao approached the room, pausing outside to compose herself. When she pushed open the door, a young man sat on the sofa, smoking, his eyes fixed on her. So young. At 28, she was practically an anomaly in this society, still untouched by any man. But age was age, and the manager's joke about this being a wealthy client now seemed cruel. Closing the door behind her, she bent at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Technician number 88. Xiao, at your service. How happy are you to serve me?" She froze, misinterpreting his tone as dissatisfaction. Panic set in. She remained bowed, afraid to straighten. Du Ming had been captivated the moment she walked in. Money really does buy happiness. Just looking at her is a pleasure. The swell of her blouse, the slender curve of her waist, those long porcelain legs. A face that rivaled any star's, tinged with melancholy, pure, untouchable elegance. And now, bent before him, she was even more mesmerizing. His inexperience betrayed him, his body reacting instantly. Xiao, still bent, finally straightened when Du Ming remained silent. Would the honored guest prefer someone else? Her voice nearly cracked. Why was everything so difficult? Who said anything about switching? Ah, then you didn't what? Are you waiting for me to carry you over here? Isn't this your job? Realizing her mistake, she hurried to his side. My apologies. Let us begin. There was no denying it. You got what you paid for. The technicians here weren't just visually stunning. Their skills were impeccable. Her delicate fingers worked his back, her smooth skin brushing against him, sending waves of euphoria through Du Ming. Then he felt something wet on his skin. Turning, he saw the beautiful, elegant technician, now silently weeping. "What kind of novel massage technique is this?" I asked. "Is this your automatic water spraying, humidifying massage method?" While massaging, Xiao suddenly thought about today's loan troubles and teared up absent-mindedly, mechanically continuing her motions. Du Ming's words jolted her awake. If the customer complained, she'd be fined multiple times. She hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something sad. Please don't report me. Okay? Oh, what's sad matter? Loan sharks pressuring you? If you don't pay tonight, they'll force you into the trade? Oh, you, how did you know? Are you one of them? Xiao panicked. Isn't that how it always plays out on TV? Then I pay your debt, and you become my lover. Would you be willing? Xiao, desperate, decided to take the gamble. One man was better than a group. Du Ming becqued up. Wait, seriously? If you're offering, I'm suddenly wide awake. How much do you owe? Internally. He scoffed. Just over 1 million. Nothing impressive in this society, though it was more than he'd ever had before. Next week's mission reward was still unknown. T20,000. Xiao stammered, watching him nervously. Her emotions tangled, both hoping he'd accept and fearing he would. And if I were to cover this for you, how would my interest be guaranteed? A flicker of hope ignited in Xiaoqing's heart. To be free of this suffocating debt. Then I'll go with you after my shift. Du Ming smirked. Go with me how? You're not worth 20 grand for just one night, are you? Xiaoqing flushed. He was right. She wasn't that expensive. Then, how can I make you trust me? I don't have experience with this. Du Ming lit a cigarette, pondering. Xiaoqing twisted her clothes, awaiting his answer. Exhaling smoke slowly, he said, go to the restroom and take a photo for me. That's it? Xiaoqing blinked, then immediately understood what kind of photo. Her face burned. This was even harder than the act itself. A photo could be viewed anytime. As she hesitated, Du Ming's next words swayed her. I'll delete it in 3 months. Until then, I'll give you 2,000 monthly. After that, you choose freely. Xiaoqing clenched her teeth. Fine, I agree. Her beauty and youth were all she had left. If someone could pull her from this abyss, so be it. Without another word, Du Ming handed her his phone, camera ready. 10 minutes later, Xiaoqing emerged red-faced, shyly returning the phone. Du Ming opened the album. His eyes nearly popped. Absolute perfection. Seeing him stare unblinkingly, Xiaoqing's shame and pride tangled into unbearable shyness. Well, she whispered. Are you satisfied? Very. Exquisite. Exceptionally. Outstanding. Could you possibly help me repay the debt first? Tonight is the final deadline. No problem, though I must admit I'm feeling rather agitated at the moment. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing suddenly came to her senses and stole a glance at Du Ming. With a resolute heart, she thought, since it was bound to happen sooner or later anyway, she might as well seize the moment. She cast a flirtatious look at Du Ming. Du Ming strode out of the Imperial Spa Center, invigorated and brimming with satisfaction. Money truly was a marvelous thing. So marvelous it was almost intoxicating. A woman of goddess-like elegance. One he had long admired from afar had offered her massage skills for a mere 200,000, and she had even been considerate, asking if he preferred adjustments and pressure. Ensuring his comfort was paramount. Tonight, she would visit his home to reveal even deeper secrets. Life, it seemed, had suddenly gained a thrilling new purpose. Inside the Imperial Spa Center, Xiaoqing finished washing her hands, her heart light with joy. She checked her phone once more, confirming the balance. She had made quite the bargain, so young and still a boy at that. After all, if she was bound to be taken advantage of sooner or later, she might as well make the most of it. She transferred the money to settle her social loan, and, as the words fully repaid flashed on the screen, a wave of relief washed over her from head to toe. Humming a tune, she began contemplating how best to entertain her young man tonight. He was truly adorable. She simply had to wear this outfit for him. Chapter 7. The blissful Xiaoqing in the evening. Xiaoqing, adhering to Du Ming's request, arrived at the hotel he had previously arranged. Dressed in her office lady attire, she approached the hotel and announced her room number. A stunning woman clad in a similar outfit greeted her. Good evening, madam. I am the exclusive concierge for your suite, and it is my pleasure to serve you. Xiaoqing was all too familiar with this dialogue, which enveloped her in a surreal sense of wonder. It dawned upon her that she, too, could indulge in life's pleasures. The distinction between hearing others speak of service and experiencing herself was profound. The notion of having a dedicated concierge felt exceptionally luxurious. Far removed from the standard rooms she had previously occupied, her decision to embrace this experience was undoubtedly wise, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude to her young companion. Yet, lacking experience, she could only strive to recall the scenes from the film she had watched. Du Ming had initially planned to remain at home, but reconsidered, realizing that for such a significant occasion, a refined environment was essential. Thus, he generously booked the hotel's sole luxurious suite. The staggering price of 10,888 left him awestruck, and in his excitement, he stumbled several times within the room. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he quietly smoked a cigarette, feeling as though the gears of his fate were beginning to turn at a rapid pace. He eagerly anticipated the tasks awaiting him next week, pondering the fate of a young woman afflicted by leukemia. Should he intervene? And if so, how? It was imperative to maintain his anonymity. Exposure could lead to dire consequences. Ding dong, ding dong. The voice of the concierge resonated through the video phone. Mr. Du, good evening. A lady has come to see you. Du Ming opened the door to find the concierge smiling gently. Good evening, Mr. Du. He nodded in acknowledgement. Expressing his appreciation, thank you for your efforts. You're welcome. Feel free to call me should you need anything, she replied, gracefully closing the door behind her. As Xiao Qing entered the room, their eyes met, and the shyness previously felt at the Imperial Bath Center dissipated. After all, they had shared moments of intimacy, and their gazes began to convey deeper emotions. They both marveled at their surroundings, akin to two country bumpkins stepping into a grand palace. Have you finalized your resignation? Du Ming inquired. Yes, I have. I won't be going in tomorrow. My supervisor has always treated me well, so I took a moment to converse with her. Xiao Qing replied. Shall we take a shower together? Du Ming suggested, causing Xiao Qing to blush and lightly smack his arm. No talking about that. The following morning, Du Ming awoke from his slumber. Since his body had undergone a revitalizing transformation, he found that he no longer needed to indulge in long sleeps. Nor could he. As dawn broke, he was naturally awakened, feeling remarkably alert and invigorated. He gently kissed Xiao Qing, only to notice her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Ha! Why pretend to be asleep when you're awake? He teased. Xiao Qing, with a sweet voice, replied, I'm just shy. In my next life, I wish to be a woman. Your woman. With that, she rose and headed to the bathroom, leaving behind a delicate silhouette as white as jade. After vacating the room, Xiao Qing tightly linked her arm with Du Ming's, gazing at him with profound affection. Where shall we go today? She asked, her eyes shimmering with deep emotion. Veiled in a misty haze, Du Ming, captivated by her dreamy gaze, mused to himself, no wonder it is said that women are made of water. The present moment and last night serve as undeniable proof. They went shopping, both in need of new attire. Hand in hand, Du Ming and Xiao Qing wandered through the mall, his arm draped around her slender waist as they drifted between boutiques. They first visited the men's section, where Xiao Qing selected several understated yet stylish outfits for him. Once dressed, his entire demeanor seemed elevated, drawing admiring glances from her eyes sparkling as she showered him with praise. Next, they entered a certain overpriced lingerie boutique. Xiao Qing hesitated slightly, her cheeks tinged with shyness as they stepped inside, greeted by an enthusiastic sales assistant. Du Ming's gaze lingered curiously over the array of delicate designs, his mind wandering to how each might accentuate Xiao Qing's allure. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to look too long, fearing judgment, but now, he could openly admire, even choose what stirred his desire. Xiao Qing leaned in, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, You pick. They're all for you to see. Du Ming is plus weekend. She understands perfectly. He was tempted to select the most exquisite yet fragile designs, ones that might not last long. In the end, he meticulously chose several sets, each more tantalizing than the last. Xiao Qing clutched the delicate fabrics, her face flushed as she shot him a playful glare, though her eyes shimmered with affection. She slipped into the fitting room, and moments later, the door cracked open. A slender, porcelain arm emerged, beckoning him closer. Come see if you like it. Du Ming feignait d'approche, only for her to laugh coyly and shut the door. Seconds later, his phone buzzed. A series of images from Xiao Qing, each more breathtaking than the last. Beautiful. I adore them, he replied. Another image followed, and another, all stunning. Buy them all. Now send one without no. Tonight, you'll see the real thing, she teased. When Xiao Qing finally emerged, her cheeks were still rosy, her heart brimming with warmth. The price of these delicate garments equaled a month's salary, yet she had never felt more cherished. As they left the boutique, Xiao Qing suddenly froze, her grip tightening around Du Ming's arm. His gaze followed hers, landing on a man who had also halted in surprise. You're doing well? The man stammered. Xiao Qing snapped out of her daze, her voice cool. Me fine. We're strangers now. No need for concern. She then turned anxiously to Du Ming. That's my ex. This is the first time we've met since Du Ming smiled calmly. Understood. I trust you. Xiao Qing pressed a tender kiss to his cheek. Then let us go. As they turned to leave, the man, Zhao Hao, her former fiancé, watched them, his expression pained. Their broken engagement had been unavoidable, a matter of circumstance. Yet, he had never truly moved on. After all, Xiaoqing was unforgettable, her beauty and grace lingering in his mind like an unshakable dream. After the broken engagement, he often fantasized about Xiaoqing as his imaginary lover, envisioning scenarios where she belonged to him. When he didn't see her, it was bearable. But witnessing her intimacy with another man ignited a raging jealousy within him. It felt as though his most cherished possession had been snatched away. Having once been the closest man to possessing her, he had already mentally claimed her as his own woman. With tremendous self-restraint, he repeatedly told himself that it was all in the past. Just as he managed to regain some composure, his eyes fell upon the shopping bags in Xiaoqing's hands, multiple luxury lingerie packages from a renowned brand. Only then did he realize they had just exited the intimate apparel boutique. The thought of her wearing those delicate garments for another man shattered his fragile restraint. He who had never seen, yet had so vividly imagined. Consumed by irrational jealousy, he lunged forward and delivered a furious punch to Du Ming's chest, screaming hysterically, "She's mine. Only I have the right to see. Not you." Arc. Chapter 8. The Power of Indestructible Body. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive punches imbued with primordial force struck Du Ming. Xiaoqing, standing nearby, was frozen in shock. Zhao Hao's sudden assault was too swift to react to. Only after the third blow did she snap out of her daze. Hastily pushing Zhao Hao away and pressing a trembling hand against Du Ming's chest. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously, stepping protectively in front of him before turning to Zhao Hao with a furious glare. "Are you insane? What gives you the right to hit someone? Don't you dare leave. I'm calling the police." Her fingers fumbled clumsily as she reached for her phone. "No need," Du Ming said, gently pulling her back behind him. The 3 full-force punches Zhao Hao had delivered felt no more impactful than the feeble strikes of a kindergarten child. Du Ming clicked his tongue in amusement. So this is how the indestructible body works. It truly lives up to its name. He had already tested its extraordinary endurance the night before. Did the system plan this for me? A combination of skills? I wonder if Chancellor Chao used it the same way. No, wait. The Chancellor didn't need an indestructible body. He had Dian Wei for that. Every time he pushed his limits, he lost to Dian Wei. What a pity, General Dian. Zhao Hao, though not a professional boxer, was still a grown man. Yet after 3 full-powered punches, his opponent hadn't even flinched. Not a single furrow of distress marred Du Ming's brow, leaving Zhao Hao utterly bewildered. As the standoff continued, mall security arrived, swiftly separating the two. "Gentlemen, please refrain from fighting in the mall. Stay calm. Shall we involve the police?" Having vented his fury, Zhao Hao had cooled down, now gripped by creeping dread. I threw the first punch, and he didn't retaliate. This isn't even mutual combat. If he decides to press charges, a hospital checkup alone could cost me thousands. His anxious gaze flickered toward Du Ming. Du Ming merely chuckled. This gentleman attacked me without provocation, as many witnesses and surveillance cameras can attest. Zhao Hao's heart sank. This is it. He is coming from my already strained wallet. Today's a disaster. But then Du Ming added, however, I'd prefer not to escalate this. A few words with him, and we'll consider the matter settled. What a saint. Zhao Hao nearly wept with gratitude. A financial blow would have been unbearable. His car and mortgage payments were already stretched to the limit. The security team exhaled in relief. They dreaded public altercations the most. Caught between the mall, customers, and online backlash, they risked fines or even job loss. Why risk our necks over a few thousand yuan? They remained on alert as Du Ming stepped past them toward Zhao Hao, ready to intervene if violence flared again. Zhao Hao lowered his guard, bracing for a lecture. I hit him 3 times full force. He must be in pain. If he wants to scold me, so be it. Du Ming stopped before him, lips quirking in a faint. Enigmatic smile. You struck me with all your might, yet I'll let it slide. Joy surged in Zhao Hao's chest. No need to compensate anymore. Just let him vent a few words. What harm could mere words do? Then Du Ming continued. Hitting you would be a waste of my energy and utterly dull. So, I'll save all my strength for her. How does that feel? With a disdainful glance at Zhao Hao, he turned and walked away. Ugh. Zhao Hao's veins bulged as his mind raced to interpret Du Ming's implication. Instantly unraveled, he raised his fist, desperate to unleash his helpless fury. A nearby security guard swiftly wrapped his arms around Zhao Hao's waist to restrain him. "Sir, please calm down. If that woman is your wife, we can involve the authorities. If not, you have no right to interfere. Whoever steps on her, however they step, as long as she consents." Zhao Hao, as if drained of his last breath, he collapsed to the floor. "I never should have come to this mall today. Shaoli, what is the situation? Is it resolved?" A voice crackled from a guard's walkie-talkie. The guard quickly responded, "Situation handled. The aggressor has been neutralized. Over." Zhao Hao, still sprawled on the ground. Ugh. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing kept pressing Du Ming with concern. "Are you really all right? He hit you so hard. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? What if there's internal damage? Fine. Don't I know my own condition? Honestly, he got off easy. I could easily demanded tens of thousands in compensation." Curious, Xiao Qing then asked, "What did you even say to him?" He suddenly lost it again. Du Ming smirked at her. "I told him hitting him was too boring, so I let him guess where I'd rather direct my energy." Xiao Qing shot him a coy glance. "And where are you planning to direct that energy? What did you even mean by that?" She then pouted playfully. "Besides, your strength really is something else." Du Ming laughed heartily. "Then I want to use it all." But Xiao Qing shook his arm. "Do whatever you want. It's not like I can stop you. Worst case, if something breaks, we'll just rest for a few days." Unbearable. Du Ming then took Xiao Qing shopping, buying her several outfits, totaling nearly 100,000. By the time they left the mall, her gaze was brimming with affection, her entire body leaning into him. For the next few days, they were inseparable, clinging to each other like glue. Then, on Sunday night, Du Ming grew slightly tense and curious. What would the system assign him next? Over these days, between repaying Xiao Qing's 200,000 debt, their 100,000 shopping spree, and other expenses, Du Ming had spent nearly 400,000. Only 600,000 remained of the initial million. Without further income, Xiao Qing, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Du Ming lit a cigarette, gazing at the city's shimmering lights. Xiao Qing gently embraced him from behind, her tenderness something he enjoyed but remained unmoved by. Without the system's million yuan reward, this scene would been nothing but a dream. Finally, midnight struck. Ding. Weekly task updated. Sell 500 portions of dumplings by the public restroom on Wui Road. The task has been completed, and the reward consists of 10 villas at Qingzhou Lake. The method for making dumplings has been transmitted. After receiving this, Du Ming could not help but marvel at the system, pondering whether it had dealings with public restrooms. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to that. 10 villas as a reward. He had heard of Qingzhou Lake, but had not delved into its details, as it was a far cry from his previous life. Taking out his phone to check the information, he was astounded. Even the smallest villa spanned over 1,000 square meters and boasted 2 stories, complete with gardens and swimming pools. This was merely the promotional image. The actual grandeur remained to be seen. Little Qing, observing Du Ming as he perused the information about Qingzhou Lake, excitedly and anxiously inquired, "Darling, what are you looking at?" "I am preparing to earn a villa for you to reside in." "Really?" Although little Qing was exceptionally beautiful and possessed an outstanding figure, she, like Du Ming, belonged to the lower echelons of society. She had never envisioned living in such a villa. Yet, hearing Du Ming's words, she believed him without hesitation. After all, she had spent tens of thousands on clothing and undergarments, an amount beyond her usual imagination. It must be true. They would likely be able to move into the villa next week. Little Qing was overjoyed, feeling as if she might ascend to the heavens. She embraced Du Ming with all her might, as if wanting to merge with him. She considered herself exceedingly fortunate. Chapter 9. A new task awaits on Monday morning. Du Ming awoke punctually, despite Xiao Qing's valiant efforts to resist him the previous night, ultimately succumbing to his indomitable presence. He felt invigorated as ever. Out of consideration for Xiao Qing, he refrained from rousing her, as he had done the night before. There were significant matters to attend to today. Failing to fulfill the system's tasks would result in a forfeiture of rewards, rendering everything meaningless. Upon returning to his residence from the hotel, He first ventured to the underground garage to inspect his electric vehicle. The vehicle had been automatically transformed into a food cart capable of steaming dumplings, complete with built-in steamers. It was imperative to complete the task swiftly and relocate to the villa. Otherwise, the electric vehicle would undergo a transformation each week, becoming increasingly difficult to explain to others. When Du Ming beheld the sign on the cart, he was rendered speechless. Sister-in-law's dumplings. This was undeniably trendy. Regardless, selling 500 portions would yield 10 villas, each valued in the tens of millions. Turning back to gather materials, he heard a familiar voice. Xiao Du, why are you selling dumplings again? It's only been a week. Du Ming awkwardly replied to old Lu. Yes, I thought I'd give it another try. Well, entrepreneurship is no easy feat. Dumplings should sell better than stinky tofu. But what does your sign mean? Old Lu was evidently baffled by the concept of sister-in-law's dumplings. Having never tasted them himself, he was unaware of their flavor. Du Ming found it challenging to explain. After procuring the necessary ingredients for the dumplings, he meticulously prepared them at home, ensuring everything was in order. The public restroom on Wahh Road, situated in a bustling area, was far more crowded than the one at Bai Bridge. Undeterred by the throngs of people, Du Ming was resolute. 10 villas awaited him, and he was determined to succeed. Without dedication, neither Xiao Qing nor Xiao Hong would spare him a glance. Even the elder versions of them would overlook him. Setting up his electric vehicle, the sign proclaiming sister-in-law's dumplings was conspicuous. The foot traffic on Wahh Road far surpassed that of Bai Bridge, and as Du Ming's electric vehicle arrived, it drew considerable attention. Wow, that sign is bold. How audacious. Placed before the public restroom, one wondered whether this was a psychological tactic or merely a gimmick. A crowd gathered, yet they were merely spectators, with no one stepping forward to make a purchase. More were busy filming videos. Unperturbed, Du Ming steamed a few baskets of dumplings and calmly browsed his phone. His skills were well established. Those who chose not to partake would be astonished once they did. In a live stream of Tang Fatty, it had been several days since Dofugo had appeared, and he had lost his appetite. Tang Fatty, holding his phone, aimlessly wandered the streets. Unable to locate Du Ming, his live stream had transitioned from a modest audience of dozens to hundreds upon his arrival. In a bid to find Du Ming, Tang Fatty issued a bounty in his live stream, a cash reward of 1,000 yuan for anyone who could locate him. Days passed with no leads. Customers from the Bai Bridge Stinky Tofu establishment had formed a group to alert one another upon discovering Du Ming's whereabouts. Suddenly, a fan commented in the live stream. Haha, Fatty, hurry and send over 1,000. Tang Fatty, filled with excitement, realized he had found Du Boss. As the individual strolled leisurely along Wahh Road, preparing to find a restroom, he suddenly spotted Du Ming, struggling to believe his eyes. The resemblance between his appearance and the video was uncanny, and the location of the stall adjacent to the public toilet was indeed accurate. However, instead of stinky tofu, he was selling dumplings. Dumplings? Tang Pongzi found this somewhat perplexing. Just as he was about to request a photograph, the other party sent a message. The sign's unique charm matched perfectly, and this time it was named Sister-in-law's Dumplings, which was rather astonishing. Upon hearing this, Tang Pongzi wasted no time and hailed a taxi to the public toilet on Wahh Road. During the ride, he located the food group on WeChat and sent a message. Du Boss's whereabouts have been discovered. Wahh Road public toilet, Sister-in-law's Dumplings. As soon as the message was dispatched, the group erupted with excitement. Wow, Fat Brother is incredible. We finally found him. This time, Du Boss isn't selling stinky tofu but dumplings. I love it. Wait, has anyone noticed how much more outrageous the sign is this time? Ahem, it is indeed a bit outrageous, but this time it has a more flavorful appeal. Upstairs, it must be the dumplings that have flavor, right? Before Du Ming's stall, a crowd gathered, yet none dared to approach for a purchase. The individual who had discovered Du Ming's whereabouts had arrived at the stall, ready to buy. If you don't buy now, you'll regret it later. Du Boss, you're back on Wahh Road. Why did you stop selling stinky tofu after just a few days? Du Ming looked up and replied, I've decided not to sell stinky tofu anymore. This week, I'm selling dumplings. Being a loyal customer, he naturally knew how delicious Du Ming's offerings were. Shall I have a basket? I want something tasty. Absolutely, Du Boss's culinary skills make my mouth water just thinking about it. Du Ming smiled lightly and handed him a paper bowl filled with a basket of dumplings and condiments. 10 yuan. Ding! This week's spiritual energy has awakened. Characteristic bitterness activated. Bitterness? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Du Ming realized why the last piece of spiritually infused stinky tofu he had consumed had no flavor. This is delicious. Du bus. I didn't expect your dumplings to be so tasty as well. The onlookers remained unmoved, suspecting him to be a plant. A few, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the air, felt tempted, yet they suppressed their cravings, swallowing their saliva as they glanced back at the public toilet. Suddenly, a large man exclaimed, Du boss, I finally found you. Upon seeing Tang Pongzi, Du Ming felt a surge of joy. This fellow's arrival signaled that today's task would likely be accomplished swiftly. He resolved to add him on WeChat later, as completing the task early would yield rewards. Du boss, I'm going live. Huh? No problem, go ahead. As Du Ming's demeanor shifted, so did his attitude towards Tang Jianfeng. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat. I'll inform you directly when I set up my stall. Tang Pongzi was elated, realizing he would now receive timely updates about Du Ming. Does this mean we'll become exclusive streamers? Wonderful. Today is indeed a splendid day. Success, it seems, is reserved for those who strive diligently. Quickly, let us exchange WeChat information. The onlookers observed, astonished. The live broadcast has commenced, leaving one to ponder whether these two individuals are mere shills or if the dumplings are indeed that delectable. Several curious souls linger in indecision, contemplating a taste. Suddenly, a few more individuals arrive, their faces alight with excitement, exclaiming as they rush, Boss Du, a steamer of dumplings, please. Hurry, hurry. The rest of the group is still en route. Let us form a queue. One eager patron declares, I wish to purchase several portions for my family to savor. The onlookers engage in lively discussion. The tricks of the trade have become so numerous. Even shills are venturing into the film industry. Observe how convincingly they perform. Indeed, they ponder, how can dumplings be so extraordinary? They are, after all, just dumplings. Fatty Tang is the first to receive an order. Showcasing in the live stream, Boss Du's sister-in-law's dumplings, I shall indulge. Upon hearing this, Du Ming winces. Fatty Tang eagerly picks up a dumpling, savoring it with his eyes closed, relishing the exquisite taste. Ah, what bliss! This is the flavor I know, delicious beyond measure. In a live stream, laughter ensues. Ha! Brother Fat, what did you just say? Whose sister-in-law? Ha! The excitement continues. Oh, I cannot resist. I must visit you next week to relish Boss Du's culinary delights. Chapter 10. The thoughts of Zai Yangtze members of the public restroom food group hurried over. Those who had been merely spectators could no longer contain their excitement and queued up behind. Thus, the scene at the Bai Bridge restroom unfolded once more, as a large crowd gathered before the facility, delighting in their culinary experiences. After purchasing dumplings, some onlookers skeptically picked one up. Ah, how fragrant it is! At the Bai Bridge Girls Boutique, Yinshi observed the live stream of the corpulent Tang. Since completing his task, Du Ming had not visited the Bai Bridge restroom for several days, leaving Yinshi and Aunt Wang yearning for his stinky tofu. Unable to resist any longer, they rushed over to inquire with the ever-present Tang about the situation. Hello, beautiful! Tang exclaimed, warmly welcoming the young lady who brought him more viewers. Hello, why hasn't the gentleman who fries the stinky tofu been around? Oh, Boss Du? I'm not quite sure. I've been here waiting, Tang replied, expressing his own helplessness regarding Du Ming's absence. While other vendors were thriving and eager to operate around the clock, Du Ming had seemingly vanished. At Tang's words, Yinshi's delicate lips pursed in disappointment. Little beauty, follow me for a moment. I put out a bounty in the live stream for everyone to help find him. Upon hearing this, Yinshi realized it was her only option. She took out her phone and asked, All right then, what is your account? Tang Pang Pang, he replied. Yinshi opened Douyin and found his live stream. Meanwhile, the viewers within the stream were already buzzing with excitement. Wow, this beautiful girl is joining the live stream. Ha! I'm in the same live stream as such a gorgeous lady. I've made it. Oh wow, is this the beauty from Fat Brothers videos? She is truly stunning. As Zai Yangtze entered the live stream, she followed the host and then quickly exited. The viewers were left in awe. ever since Yinshi learned of her leukemia diagnosis. She had been engulfed in gloom, a concern that Aunt Wang could not overlook. However, during the days when she indulged in Du Ming's stinky tofu, her mood visibly improved. She eagerly anticipated his stall's return each day. Aunt Wang often teased her, dating that handsome young man must be quite delightful. His stinky tofu is so delicious, surely. He excels in other culinary endeavors too. A daily feast would surely brighten your spirits. Though Yinshi verbally dismissed this notion, her youthful heart could hardly evade Aunt Wang's discerning gaze. To win a person's heart, one must first capture their appetite. Little Yinshi was gravitating towards this very circumstance. Moreover, the kindness reflected in his gaze was somewhat nostalgic. Yet, her health loomed large. In just a couple of days, she would be heading to the hospital to discuss her final treatment plan. In a less than cheerful mood, she opened Douyin, seeking her source of joy, culinary delights, specifically Du Ming's creations. In her following list, she spotted Tang Pang Pang, and upon entering the live stream, she heard him exclaim from his car, "Brothers, let us go. Those who act quickly shall be rewarded." As Yinshi entered the live broadcast room, Tang Fatty immediately noticed her presence. "Little beauty, Boss Du has appeared at the public restroom on 5th Avenue, selling dumplings today. Hurry." Upon hearing this, Yinshi swiftly dashed next door. Aunt Wang, dumplings, dumplings." Aunt Wang was busy conducting business with a girl and, perplexed, inquired, "What dumplings?" "Boss Du, dumplings. He is selling dumplings at the public restroom on 5th Avenue. "Oh, really?" At that moment, the girl, holding a piece of clothing, asked, "80 is fine. I'll buy it for 80. Without a moment's hesitation, Aunt Wang replied, "Sure. $8 it is." The girl and Yinshi fell silent, merely observing her. After a few seconds, the girl tentatively asked, "Really? $8? Aunt Wang snapped back to reality. $8? How could it be 8? My cost is already 9. The girl and Yinshi remained quiet, fixated on her. I was joking, dear. If you genuinely wish to buy, you can take it for 70. We have things to attend to and must step out." The girl pondered briefly before scanning the code to make the purchase. After all, it was still $10 less than her initial offer. Some matters, even when known, are inconsequential. Once the girl exited, Yinshi and Aunt Wang quickly closed the door and departed. Upon their arrival, the line was still manageable, so they hurriedly queued. Standing in line, Yinshi inhaled the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air and watched Boss Du, diligently occupied at a stall. An inexplicable joy welled within her. Recalling Aunt Wang's words over the past few days, she began to contemplate her situation. With her illness still uncertain, the thought of potentially departing this world without ever experiencing love seemed too tragic, especially considering her beauty. She wondered if he had a girlfriend, noting that his gaze held no lustful intent. Although she felt a slight attachment to his kind eyes, she was merely seeking a father figure, though an occasional call of daddy might suffice. Lost in her thoughts, Yinshi reached the front of the line. "I would like 1 basket. No, 2 baskets of dumplings." After speaking, she lifted her gaze to meet Boss Du's. How his eyes had transformed, now reflecting the very longing she wished to see. Could this be a sign of mutual understanding? Yinshi's face flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, playfully brushing her hair back. Guided by Shao Qing, Du Ming had opened a door to a beautiful world. Previously, he lamented upon learning that such a stunning girl had been afflicted with leukemia. Now, endowed with newfound abilities, he felt a calling to heal her. Yet he refused to mend her condition without reason. Why should he offer such opportunities to others? Having tasted the pleasures of life, he had no desire to relinquish his chance. Who would willingly play the role of a saint in today's world, where the lines were blurred? Thus, upon witnessing the petite yet captivating Yinshi, his eyes unabashedly conveyed his desires. Soon, Du Ming handed Yinshi a steaming basket of dumplings, their fingers inadvertently brushing against one another, igniting a tingling sensation between them. Aunt Wang and Yinshi held dumplings in their hands. Aunt Wang picked up 1 dumpling and brought it close to her nose, inhaling deeply. The aroma was intoxicating. After proclaiming its delightful scent, she placed it in her mouth. The dumpling skin is thin, the filling abundant, and the broth exquisite, truly delicious. This young man is remarkable. Everything he makes is delectable. She observed Aunt Wang relishing the dumpling, and she too picked one up. Upon taking a bite, the rich flavor exploded in her mouth, causing her eyes to sparkle. It was the same delightful taste that brought her joy. As they savored the dumplings, She furtively glanced at Du Ming, who appeared particularly handsome in his concentration. If only he would not find her distasteful. How she longed for a beautiful romance. The pair finished a plate of dumplings with immense satisfaction, and she decided to take another home to savor later. Aunt Wang, on the other hand, carried 2 portions, one for each child. As for her husband, he could manage with a bun for dinner. He would be content to work hard for her after that. Let us head back to the shop. You, my little affluent lady, are not too concerned, but I still have to earn a living to support the children, Aunt Wang said with a chuckle, only to notice she's still stealing glances at Du Ming. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Go on, exchange contact information. Don't be shy. She blushed and stamped her foot. What kind of girl approaches a boy first? It's too embarrassing. Then I shall do it and inform you later, Aunt Wang suggested. Is it not the same? Besides, I have to visit the hospital soon for my treatment plan, and I'm uncertain about what lies ahead. Upon uttering these words, Shi's spirits fell once more. Leukemia loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her. Aunt Wang, feeling her heart ache for her, gently stroked her hair. Let us head home. All right. Stealing one last glance at Du Ming, Shi and Aunt Wang hurried home. Chapter 11. Lin Yu in a brief span. The 100 servings had been completely sold out, leaving some latecomers among the group lamenting their misfortune. They eagerly inquired of Du Ming, Boss Du, will you return tomorrow? Please prepare a bit more, as there aren't enough for everyone. Indeed, it was only an hour since he had set up, and some jested. I suspect you're just here to take it easy, though I possess no evidence. Du Ming chuckled as he packed up, responding, I shall return tomorrow, and I will endeavor to prepare more. However, my vehicle has limited capacity. As he chatted casually with them, across the bustling street stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Her full bosom contrasted sharply with her slender waist, creating an alluring silhouette. Flowing locks of glossy hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders. She wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves exquisitely, showcasing her well-defined figure. Her long, fair legs drew the attention of passers-by, some daring enough to ponder ways they might accidentally trip and fall at her feet. Accustomed to such lewd gazes, she chose to ignore them entirely. Her captivating eyes fixed intently on Du Ming. Her name was Lin Yu, recently graduated with her boyfriend, both reluctant to enter the workforce. They had opened a dumpling shop in a food court, but after an initial surge of popularity, business had dwindled day by day. Their offering was rather singular, lacking the competitive edge against the myriad of snacks available in the food court. Having invested over $200,000 in renovations and supplies, all funded by loans, their monthly earnings left them with little after paying rent and utilities, essentially working for their landlord without recompense. To boost sales, her boyfriend suggested she adorn herself attractively and sit at the entrance to entice customers. Despite these efforts, this month had been dire. They could scarcely cover the rent. They had resorted to eating their own dumplings daily for a week, growing weary of the monotony. Reflecting on the landlord's recent visit to demand rent, she recalled his lewd proposition. My dear, I shall lower my demands. If you accompany me 4 times a month, I will waive your rent. He had noticed Lin Yu's boyfriend kneading dough in the kitchen, and with a crude gaze, he scrutinized Lin Yu's ample bosom. Anger simmered within her, yet she could not express it. Landlord, please refrain from such remarks. We will settle the rent promptly, she replied. Seeing her refusal, the landlord left with a harsh ultimatum. You have 3 days. If you fail to pay as per our agreement, I shall have the right to close your shop. He cast one last, lingering glance at Lin Yu before departing, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Overcome by frustration, she wandered aimlessly and found herself at Wu Yi Road, where she spotted Du Ming's stall surrounded by a long queue. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. If only her business thrived as it did, she would not be subjected to such indignities from the landlord. Curiosity piqued. She wondered whether the allure of his stall lay in its strategic location by the public restroom or simply in the taste of the food. But after all, they were merely dumplings. How exceptional could they truly be? For a mere 10 yuan, an affordable indulgence, Lin Yu decided to purchase a portion, driven by curiosity to uncover the underlying reason. After scanning the payment code, she found her balance dwindled to only 12 cents, truly a lavish expenditure. With intrigue, she picked up a dumpling. Yet upon the first bite, she was utterly astounded. Is this truly a dumpling? You dare call this a dumpling? What then is it that she sells at her own establishment? Inspired by the skill of this handsome vendor, she resolved to learn his craft at all costs. Imagining the future queues forming outside her own shop, Lin Yu silently vowed to herself. However, her conspicuous presence drew the attention of those waiting in line, who cast glances in her direction, both intentionally and unintentionally. Consequently, she crossed the street, waiting for Du Ming to close his stall, her mind racing with thoughts on how to broach her intentions with this charming man. After all, he earned his living through this mastery. Who would readily divulge such knowledge? Would she need to offer a handsome sum? Others might be affluent, while she could only scrape by. Before she could arrive at a conclusion, Du Ming had already packed up his cart, preparing to leave. Lin Yu, disregarding her contemplations, hurriedly crossed the street to intercept him. You, hello, handsome, she stammered. Du Ming regarded the strikingly beautiful woman before him, uncertain of her purpose. He found her strikingly memorable, having previously encountered her while she purchased dumplings. Such beauty was hard to forget. Although Xiao Qing and Yin, she were also beautiful, they paled in comparison to her allure. Xiao Qing embodied a sophisticated, mature charm, often submissive and eager to please, perhaps due to Du Ming's assistance in settling her debts and their 3-month agreement. Yin Shi, on the other hand, was a petite, playful beauty, exuding a hint of rebellion, her frailty stemming from her battle with leukemia. Yet this woman before him radiated a gentle grace, a refined demeanor, her speech soft and melodic. Du Ming, intrigued, inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Yu, overwhelmed by nerves, struggled to find the right words. However, recalling her shop's plight and the lewd advances of her landlord, she steeled herself. I wish to learn how to make dumplings from you." Upon hearing this, Du Ming understood her intent. "My dear, if memory serves, we are not acquainted. What makes you think I would willingly share my trade secrets with you?" In the past, he had shared some tricks of the trade with fellow vendors at Bridge, back when he was still a boy, naive and straightforward. But now, as a man, he was well aware of his desires and ambitions, especially when faced with such exquisite beauty. "Are you prepared to pay a handsome price for this knowledge? How much can you offer?" I have no money," she admitted. Du Ming chuckled at her response. "So, you intend to mooch off me?" Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, her usual composure shattered as she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Observing her blushing and delicate demeanor tugged at Du Ming's heartstrings. He playfully mounted his electric bike, ready to depart. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu softly implored, "What must I do for you to teach me?" "The beauty. I am not running a training course. You ought to ponder what you can offer in exchange." Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. Observing that the moment was ripe, Du Ming addressed her. "You must either present a compelling sum that would sway me, although it seems I have little need for it, and you likely cannot muster such resources. If you possessed sufficient funds, there would be no reason for you to seek knowledge, would there? Hence, what else can you bring to the table?" Gazing at Lin Yu's exquisite visage, Du Ming lowered his voice and proposed, "Accompany me once, and I shall impart knowledge to you, but only once." Lin Yu's eyes widened, her face a canvas of shock and indignation. She had not anticipated such a demand from Du Ming. You are being unreasonable." Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, as she recalled her nearly bankrupt dumpling shop and the landlord's lecherous demeanor, she bit her lip, her heart engulfed in turmoil. "You may contemplate it. I shall be here again tomorrow, but time will not wait." With that, he activated his electric scooter and departed without a backward glance. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, tears swirling in her eyes. The landlord's ultimatum loomed over her for 3 days, while Du Ming's was merely one. Faced with identical demands, she watched Du Ming's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain of her next steps. Chapter 12. The final straw for Lin Yu in a state of utter despair. Lin Yu returned to the shop, finding it devoid of customers, save for her boyfriend engrossed in a game. Observing her beloved partner, she endeavored to compose herself and gently inquired, "Ah Chung, how was business earlier?" "It's not mealtime yet. There's hardly any trade," Ah Chung replied, his attention fixated on his mobile character. "How much do we have left?" Lin Yu asked. "Over 5,000, he responded. A sense of helplessness washed over Lin Yu as she mused internally. "We still need nearly 3,000 to cover the rent. What should we do?" At that moment, Ah Chung concluded a game, setting down his phone to embrace her. "We still have 3 days. If it comes down to it, you could always borrow a bit through an app." Lin Yu gently pushed his wandering hand away. "But relying on that isn't a sustainable solution. Has your credit application not been resolved yet?" she asked softly, leaning into his embrace. Her rejection elicited a slight frown from Ah Chung. "Not yet. Business will pick up. The food court is planning some event this weekend, which should boost our foot traffic. Let us hope so. I'll go change into something else," she replied, turning towards the staircase leading to the loft. She paused, contemplating donning the revealing outfit he had bought for her. "Maybe not. It feels too embarrassing. I would be uncomfortable sitting outside," she said shyly, turning back. "What does it matter? It's just a glimpse, not the whole thing," he countered. As Lin Yu opened her mouth to object, he interrupted, "We only have 3 days until rent is due, and you want business to improve, right?" Though she wished to refuse, Lin Yu swallowed her words. By 6 in the evening, the food court had attracted a few more patrons, yet their shop remained empty. "Yu, why don't you sit outside?" Ah Chung urged. Each time, she attempted to delay, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Just then, 2 men approached the entrance. One stepped inside while the other called out, "What is good about dumplings? Let us go for skewers instead." The man inside, upon hearing, prepared to exit but suddenly noticed Lin Yu seated there. He promptly stepped out and whispered into the ear of the other man, "There's a beauty inside, plus some exciting entertainment." He gestured suggestively with his hand. The other man understood immediately. Both entered, their gazes frequently darting toward Lin Yu. Ah Chung hastily asked, "What would you like to eat?" "We have dumplings and cold dishes." The 2 men ordered casually, their eyes lingering on Lin Yu, exchanging lewd glances. Ah Chung hurried to prepare their order, casting Lin Yu a discreet look and subtly nodding toward the outside. Lin Yu understood all too well what had transpired, realizing that the men who initially intended to leave were now drawn in by her presence. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly moved a chair outside and feigned interest in her phone. The more she contemplated the situation, the more unsettled she felt. Soon, a stream of men passed by her, their shoes indicating that many had wandered back and forth multiple times. Lin Yu could hear their crude comments, "So big, so white." Every time this moment arises, she is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shame. Yet, upon glancing back, she notices an increase in the number of customers in the store, all of whom are men. She can only concede to the harshness of reality. The inner grievance swells within her. What does this make her? Akin to an object for others to scrutinize, all for the sake of attracting a few more patrons for dumplings? Today is not the weekend, and as 10 o'clock approaches, the crowd in the food court begins to dwindle. The couple prepares to close for the night, and Lin Yu eagerly returns to the shop to inquire of her boyfriend. "Ah Chung, how much business did we do?" "Over 800, he replies. Since the payment code is under Ah Cheng's name, he manages the daily purchases as well. He shows her the balance, revealing a total of 6,053 yuan. A wave of helplessness washes over Lin Yu. After they finish their evening routines and lie down in bed, Ah Chung wraps his arms around Lin Yu, attempting to roll over her. She gently pushes him away. "Didn't we agree to wait until marriage?" Ah Chung, slightly embarrassed, responds, "Oh, I forgot. It's fine. I won't pressure you." Hearing her boyfriend's considerate words, Lin Yu nestles sweetly against him. "Ah Chung, you are truly wonderful to me." She harbors no interest in that matter, precisely because Ah Chung is so thoughtful and never imposes upon her. They have been together for 6 months, and she has yet to yield to him. Although Ah Chung desires it, he is well aware that such thoughts are scarce in this society, yet not entirely absent. She wishes to give herself to him completely. He bears no resentment, often comforting her with reassurances, "It's okay." Thus, her trust and love for Ah Chung are profound. She entrusts the business loans and accounting to him. He gently embraces her, saying, "Once business improves, we shall hire help and travel together." Lin Yu responds, savoring the affection of her boyfriend, blissfully closing her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows, a faint smirk appears on Ah Cheng's face. In Xiao Qing's apartment, she gasps heavily, "Darling, I feel utterly outmatched." Du Ming lights a cigarette, taking a satisfying drag, feeling quite at ease. With Xiao Qing, who has collapsed into a heap of exhaustion, in his arms, he reflects on the gentle, yet somewhat aloof beauty he encountered today. He wonders if he might pursue that possibility. Indeed, the quickest way to mature a man is through the influence of a woman. Lin Yu has just risen when she receives a call from her dear friend Gu Ling. Upon seeing the name, a subtle smile graces Lin Yu's otherwise indifferent face. Gu Ling, a college classmate and roommate, is someone with whom she shares everything. When they opened their dumpling shop, Gu Ling made a special trip to congratulate them. She is one of Lin Yu's few friends. "Hello, Ling Ling." Lin Yu answers the call with joy. "Yu, have you seen my post on WeChat?" Gu Ling inquires from the other end. "Not yet. I've just woken up." "Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting your romantic time with your sweetheart." "Not at all. You know I'm not fond of that," Lin Yu replies. "Hehe, still not allowing him to touch you, huh? Ah Cheng is truly good to you." The mention of her boyfriend warms Lin Yu's heart. "Yes, you too shall find someone who treats you well. Alas, I'm not as beautiful as you. How could it be otherwise?" "Ling Ling, you mentioned something about your moments earlier. What was that about?" "I will look later." "Oh, it's nothing significant. Just that our dormitory's third member, Zihan, is getting married next week." Gu Ling continued, "We must certainly fly over and prepare a generous red envelope." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instantly felt a surge of anxiety. "How much should we give then?" "Typically, it is around 1,000 yuan, and since we are from the same dormitory, it must be at least 2,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness. 2,000 for the red envelope, plus the cost of the plane ticket. With her rent and the impending loan repayment date approaching, the total expenses would amount to several thousand. This call was truly the last straw that broke Lin Yu's back. Even if she clung to her precious savings, giving it all to her boyfriend, would it resolve these issues? The funds for her shop were entirely borrowed, and recalling this made Lin Yu feel on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 13. Lin Yu's determination upon awakening in the morning. Du Ming and Xiao Qing embraced each other warmly, playfully squeezing her delicate, smooth skin reminiscent of a ripe peach, which compelled Du Ming to indulge in a few more playful pinches. After their affectionate interlude, Du Ming returned to his own abode. Today, he prepared 200 portions of dumplings and sent a message to Tang Jianfeng, announcing that he would be setting up his stall. Humming a cheerful tune, he rode his electric scooter towards the public restroom on Wui Road. Once he sold today's batch, he planned to sell another 200 tomorrow, which would allow him to acquire 10 luxurious villas at Qingzhou Lake. Each villa spanned over 1,000 square meters, valued in the tens of millions. In the past, even the mere thought of owning such a property seemed sinful, a dream not worthy of pursuit. Yet now, by merely fulfilling system tasks, the prospect of obtaining 10 villas was within reach. The thought was exhilarating. Although his current cash flow was limited, should he require funds, even in a sluggish market, he could sell a villa at half price or even at a fraction of its value. With wealth, the possibilities were endless. Xiao Qing was merely a mentor to him. As he approached the public restroom, humming a little tune, Du Ming prepared to park his scooter when suddenly, a disheveled woman obstructed his path. Startled, he thought to himself, "Is she trying to scam me? I could offer her a villa, perhaps." Before he could gather his thoughts, the woman leaned in and said, "I agreed to your request from yesterday. Teach me how to make dumplings, but you must give me 30 to 50,000. It was only then that Du Ming recognized her as the enchanting woman from the previous day, whose beautiful face now bore an expression of despair, her long hair cascading over her face in a disconcerting manner. He thought, "Goodness, what has happened to you?" A part of him wished to dismiss her. Lin Yu felt humiliated by his words. Considering her current financial situation, she knew she had to make a choice. Compared to her landlord, she would certainly prefer this youthful, handsome man. It was just a one-time occurrence. She could grit her teeth and close her eyes. What value did her most treasured possessions hold in the face of reality? Would her boyfriend be able to resolve her troubles? The crux of the matter was whether he would be willing to provide her with 50,000. Could someone who sold dumplings even afford such a sum? She had initially aimed for 30,000, the bare minimum she had calculated. Yet, the most precious thing she possessed had not been given by her boyfriend. Surely 50,000 would be reasonable. The thought of betraying her beloved boyfriend to engage in something she despised weighed heavily on her. But this decision might just afford her some breathing room in the days to come. She hoped her boyfriend would understand. It was a difficult predicament. As onlookers began to take notice of their exchange, Du Ming turned to Lin Yu and said, "Do you wish to trend on social media? If not, you should return and tidy yourself up. Let me finish selling my dumplings first." His words made Lin Yu realize the attention they were attracting. Sensing that he had not outright rejected her request, she felt a flicker of hope. Releasing her grip on the scooter, she nodded and replied, "All right, I'll go prepare." With that, she hurriedly walked away, head downcast. Du Ming finally exhaled in relief and proceeded towards the public restroom. In front of it, Tang, the rotund man, had already spotted Du Ming, his camera focused on him, and shouted, "Brothers, the gourmet of public restrooms has arrived. First-hand information. Boss Du has 200 servings of dumplings today, so act quickly." Just as he finished speaking, a stunning woman leapt toward Du Ming. The manner in which she approached did not bode well. Fat Tang hastily shifted the live-stream camera, noting that the situation was markedly different from the petite beauty at the public restroom by the Bai Bridge. He hoped to spare Boss Du any trouble. In the live chat, "Hey, did anyone just see that?" It seemed a disheveled woman approached Boss Du. That figure looked quite impressive. "Feng Yi, is there some melodrama unfolding? Show us." "Exactly. Why are you fixated on the restroom?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu returned to the shop and ascended to the loft, silently weeping before the mirror. After a long while, she heard her boyfriend Hehe Chung's voice from downstairs. "Hello, one order for 12 yuan, 10 dumplings." Moments later, he grumbled, "Damn, that's too expensive." Lin Yu snapped back to reality, realizing that if she continued like this, she would surely be doomed. Taking a deep breath, she began to earnestly prepare herself. Ultimately, as she descended the stairs, she hesitated for a moment before stuffing a low-cut dress into her small bag. Upon reaching the ground floor, she informed her boyfriend, "Chung, business is slow during the day. I'm going to explore outside for some fresh ideas." Chung replied listlessly, "Okay, you go ahead." He failed to notice the despair and resolve reflected in Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu stood across the street from Du Ming's stall, deliberately ignoring the throngs of passers-by and their heated gazes. Her focus was solely on the sisters' dumpling stall in front of the public restroom. Observing Du Ming's stall, she noted that it was neither the weekend nor evening. Yet a long queue persisted. There was even a dedicated live stream, with a portly man enthusiastically calling out. Occasionally, people rushed over, clearly having come specifically for the dumplings. Lin Yu felt her conviction and her choice strengthen. The landlord's scowl was trampled underfoot, no, beneath the earth. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt toward Chung. "But Chung, if I just endure for 3 seconds, I can impart genuine skills to you. To thrive in life, Chung, you must. I only hope you can diligently learn and not waste the 3 seconds of my endurance." The 3 seconds were advice from her best friend, who claimed all men were like that. Finally, Du Ming closed his stall. Fat Tang smiled and bid him farewell as disappointed customers left without their dumplings. Lin Yu watched the dispersing crowd, filled with both excitement and anxiety. Du Ming was continuously selling dumplings, and demand was outstripping supply. Imagining her own shop thriving like that, without the shame of sitting outside, filled her with exhilaration. Yet, she felt nervous about whether he would consent to her request. After all, 3 seconds equated to 50,000 yuan, and the challenge felt daunting. Just as she prepared to approach, she noticed Du Ming gesturing toward her, prompting Lin Yu to step forward. Du Ming had already spotted Lin Yu standing across the street, a striking beauty who was impossible to miss. They met and moved forward together in silence. "Have you made up your mind?" Du Ming broke the silence. So 50,000? Agreed. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu exhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment, Cheng's visage appeared somewhat blurred. Du Ming retrieved his mobile phone, navigated through its interface, and then presented it to Lin Yu, stating, "Here, room 940, in 1 hour." Lin Yu glanced at the hotel, which was not far from their current location. All right. An hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the threshold of the room. Taking a final deep breath, she murmured, "A chung. I am also doing this for the sake of our promising future. You must persevere as well." With that, she pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing a figure clad in shorts, a physique adorned with well-defined muscles, showcasing prominently sculpted six-pack abs, seemingly a testament to the owner's strength. Lin Yu's heart raced, and she felt a blush creeping on her cheeks. In comparison to her boyfriend's slender frame, she wondered if it would take 5 seconds to accomplish her task. Why did she feel different this time? There was an unexpected sense of anticipation. How embarrassing, she thought. How have I changed? With a swift motion, she lightly slapped herself twice. Du Ming observed this breathtakingly beautiful woman, standing outside the door, striking herself in a moment of self-reproach, and he felt somewhat speechless, pondering if he had encountered a masochist. Chapter 14. Why are you all like this? Du Ming watched Lin Yu's actions outside the door with speechless amusement. This seemingly cold beauty now revealed an unexpected charm. Would you like to come in and continue? If you're still not satisfied, I can even help you, Du Ming teased, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Hearing his words, Lin Yu silently scolded herself. Foolish infatuation. Yet, despite her inner embarrassment, she followed Du Ming into the room with a nervous heart. The sharp thud of the closing door seemed to sever her from the outside world. The enclosed space, combined with the unfamiliar man before her, pushed her tension to its breaking point. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, as if shielding her fragile composure. Does it really have to be this way? Can't you teach me first? Once I earn the money, I'll pay you back slowly. Is that all right? Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her unease. Du Ming was momentan stunned. He stared at her in disbelief before finally snapping back to reality. Are you here to learn combat or accounting? He asked, torn between irritation and amusement. Then, firmly, he added, you came to me willingly, yet now you hesitate. I want to force you. That's my principle. But what you just said, was that even reasonable? Do you take me for a fool, or have you never faced life as harsh lessons? This has always been a matter of mutual consent. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. Just remember to split the room fee. Lin Yu crumbled under his words. I know it's wrong of me to say this, but I truly have no other choice. I'm desperate, she cried out, covering her face as she slid down against the door in defeat. Can't you just help me? Must I really do that? Is it really so enjoyable? Why are you all like this? Her outburst ignited a surge of fury in Du Ming, reminding him of his own struggles, rising before dawn, braving storms late into the night. You think you're the only one suffering? Who the hell has it easy? He roared. Would you go out of your way to help a stranger for nothing? Why should anyone help you? Do you think this is as simple as opening a water bottle for you? Just because you're beautiful? Let me tell you, your beauty is your advantage. Otherwise, why would I teach you my craft? Do you even understand what that means? And 50,000 for one session. Do you have any idea how steep that is? After unleashing his anger, Du Ming took a breath. Then, with deliberate provocation, he added, oh, and by the way, yes, it is that enjoyable. If you're unwilling, get out. At the mention of learning his craft and the sum of 50,000, clarity struck Lin Yu like a bolt. Indeed, in just a matter of seconds, one could acquire the skill to resurrect one's shop. Not to mention the additional 50,000 yuan. She lowered her hands, her eyes shimmering with innocence and vulnerability as she gazed up at Du Ming, exclaiming, you are being fierce with me. Moreover, this is my first time. Upon hearing her mention, it was her first experience. Du Ming's mind raced with the prospect of profit. Yet he noticed her adorably naive demeanor, appearing almost too easy to deceive. Curious to test the waters, he proceeded to unlock the door, deliberately teasing. I'm engaging in business with you, and you want to act coy? Seeing Du Ming genuinely attempt to leave, Lin Yu felt a surge of urgency. Once that door closed, where would she find such an opportunity again? She quickly tugged at his sleeve, pleading, no, I was wrong. Em willing. I'll obey your every command. Observing Lin Yu's tear-streaked face, delicate and enchanting, ignited a spark of mischief within Du Ming, prompting him to release his grip on the doorknob. Lin Yu, displaying her understanding, stood up and sweetly suggested, I'll just go wash my face. No need, he replied. Just continue crying as you are. Du Ming reclined comfortably on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, savoring the smoke as he exhaled rings. Casting a glance at the plum blossoms on the sheets. What a windfall. In the restroom, Lin Yu's cheeks remained flushed, her reflection resembling a blossoming peach flower. Cradling her face in her hands, she marveled at the warmth. Was this truly her? Lin Yu had never perceived herself as so beautiful, and the experience was unexpectedly delightful. Recollecting her earlier fervor, she still felt a lingering heat. Outside, Du Ming's voice broke her reverie. How long do you plan to stay in there? Are you still interested in learning how to make dumplings? Lin Yu awakened from her blissful daydream, the sensation too exquisite to comprehend. Prioritizing other matters for now, she decided to address the serious topic later. Eagerly emerging from the restroom, the sight of Du Ming rekindled memories of the heavenly joy she had just experienced. Taking a deep breath, she proposed, "Let us head to my shop. You can teach me about my boyfriend." Du Ming gazed at her in astonishment. "Are you certain you wish to teach someone else?" He thought to himself, what a treasure she is. Even in such a state, she was still considering her boyfriend. "Yes, my boyfriend treats me exceptionally well," Lin Yu responded proudly, lifting her beautiful face. "Well, suit yourself. Let me transfer the money to you first." This charmingly naive girl, how could he win her heart back? He wanted her entirely, body and soul. As Lin Yu observed the 50,000 yuan credited to her account, a wave of confidence washed over her, leaving her feeling at ease. After completing the transaction, they exited the hotel together and hailed a taxi towards the culinary district. As they approached Lin Yu's shop, she instructed Du Ming, "When we arrive, just say you're my distant cousin who happened upon me by chance. By the way, what is your name?" "Sure, as you wish." "I'm Du Ming," he replied. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yu noticed he didn't inquire further, so she added, "I'm Lin Yu. Lin as in the forest, and Yu meaning joy." Du Ming teased, "Like the joy you expressed earlier?" Lin Yu felt a flutter in her heart, glancing around at her shop, as if to ensure she remembered correctly. "Yes, that is fine. It doesn't matter." Watching him feign indifference, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment stirring within her. Two individuals entered the store, where Lin Yu's boyfriend was idly scrolling through his phone. "Chung, come over here. This is my cousin. His dumplings are absolutely delicious. I specifically invited him to teach us," she exclaimed. Chung set his phone down, puzzled, as he stood up to look at Du Ming. "Cousin, teach me how to make dumplings?" Du Ming, uninterested in engaging in trivial conversation, proceeded directly to the kitchen. "Come over and observe how I do it. I'll explain as I go along." The proof of the pudding, as they say, would become apparent once the green-haired turtle tasted the dumplings he had crafted himself. Chung, witnessing Du Ming head to the kitchen and start kneading the dough, turned to Lin Yu with a confused expression. Yu, what's going on?" Lin Yu urged him, "I'll explain later. Right now, you need to learn. I've invested a considerable sum to have him here." With that, she nudged him towards the kitchen. Upon seeing them enter, Du Ming continued kneading the dough, stating, "How much you learn depends on your own efforts." First, half an hour later, as Chung savored the dumplings prepared by Du Ming, his eyes widened in astonishment. "If I could make dumplings this delicious, it would be heavenly." Lin Yu observed her boyfriend's surprised expression and remarked, "Now you understand my cousin's prowess, don't you?" Chung nodded vigorously. "This is incredible. I had no idea dumplings could taste this good. Cousin, you are truly remarkable." Du Ming smiled slightly. "It's not too shabby. Your girlfriend has known about my skills for quite some time." Chung looked at his blushing girlfriend with envy, saying, You are truly fortunate." Chapter 15. You should try yoga. Zhang Jingguo, the deputy director of the Bai Bridge office, was in exceptionally high spirits today. Early in the morning, the director summoned him to the office and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Jingguo, your public restroom food plaza has been remarkably well executed. Not only has it created several employment opportunities, but it has also consolidated various street vendors, thereby invigorating the local economy." After taking a sip of tea, the director continued, "Most importantly, it has showcased your daring spirit and creativity to the leadership. I have proposed that you take on additional responsibilities, and it has been approved. Make sure to excel in your endeavors." Emerging from the director's office, Zhang Jingguo walked with an invigorated gait, his spirits lifted for the entire day. Upon returning to his own office, he reached out to his classmate, Li Changfeng, with whom he had maintained regular contact since both graduated and joined the same system. While Zhang Jingguo worked at the Bai Bridge Street office, Li Changfeng had already been a director for 2 years. This often led to playful banter, with Li teasing, "Comrade Zhang Guo, don't be anxious. 60 is the prime age." Each time he heard this, Zhang Jingguo felt a twinge of irritation, and he was determined to flaunt his recent achievements before Li. He sent a message, "Same place tonight. My treat. Feel free to indulge within 200 yuan. 6 o'clock. At Fenglin Family Restaurant. As Li Changfeng savored a piece of pig's ear, he looked at Zhang Jingguo with a grin and remarked, "You look particularly pleased with yourself today, and so generous. Have you struck gold?" After saying this, he gestured upward with a finger. Zhang Jingguo chuckled heartily and replied, "No wonder you secured your position 2 years ahead of me. Your analytical skills are indeed sharper than mine. How did you suddenly clinch this? Your abilities are on par with your competitors. Surely you must have made some remarkable impression." Li Changfeng pondered for a moment and analyzed. "It seems you've suddenly made a breakthrough. Your capabilities are indeed commendable, but the key lies in your ability to seize opportunities. They often abound, yet only those who are prepared and capable can grasp them." He took a sip of wine and mused. The magnitude of one's ability dictates the extent of opportunities one can seize. Suddenly, Zhang Jingguo recalled, "By the way, that young man selling stinky tofu has ventured into your jurisdiction recently." He had long been following Tang Jianfeng's account. Without delay, he pulled out his phone to show Li Changfeng videos of Du Ming selling dumplings on Wui Road. The footage showcased a long queue of customers, each relishing the delectable fare, which piqued Li Changfeng's interest. "Is it truly that delicious? And what does the Sign Sisters dumplings mean? It feels rather odd," he inquired. Zhang Jingguo grinned mischievously. "These are just the trends that the youth are currently enjoying." "Trends? What do you mean?" Li Changfeng asked, intrigued. Zhang Jingguo quietly explained and accompanied it with an expression that only men would understand. After processing this, Li Changfeng chuckled and exclaimed, "The youth today are incredibly talented and imaginative. Indeed, it is not illegal. We cannot dismiss something simply because it is a meme, lest we abolish language altogether." Li Changfeng glanced at the video once more, remaining silent as he pondered deeply. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Jingguo waited patiently for him to finish his contemplation before chuckling. "You cannot replicate my success. In front of the public restroom by Bai Bridge lies a vast open space, while your Wui Road is prime real estate. Only a few vendor carts can be accommodated there." Li Changfeng shot him a disdainful glance. What do you know? Since you provided me with information today, I shall treat you this time as a celebration of your promotion. Next time, it's your turn to treat me." Zhang Jingguo, intrigued, inquired, "What brilliant idea do you have?" "Oh, nothing much, just a small project," Li Changfeng replied. "That's enough for today. I must visit the local processing plant to put in some extra hours tonight." With that, he made his way outside. Zhang Jingguo hurriedly followed. "Hey, what exactly are you planning to do?" Li Changfeng had already hopped onto a motorcycle taxi, and with a swift twist of the throttle, they sped away. Du Ming arrived at Xiaoqing's apartment. Upon seeing him, Xiaoqing, both excited and slightly nervous, handed him a pair of slippers. "You're here." After changing his shoes, Du Ming playfully pinched her lovely cheek and asked, "What have you been up to today?" Xiaoqing clung tightly to his arm and replied softly, "Not much. Just scrolling through my phone. I was thinking about not working, but now that I'm on break, I'm not sure what to do." Du Ming pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not find a gym nearby and learn yoga?" "Yoga? Fitness? Are you implying I'm overweight?" Xiaoqing replied, casting a puzzled glance at her own body, unable to see her feet. Du Ming grinned slyly. "You're not overweight. Your figure is just perfect. Yoga mainly focuses on flexibility, like the splits." "Splits?" Xiaoqing was perplexed, her beautiful eyes gazing at Du Ming. "Yes, it's about doing the splits. It's excellent for enhancing one's flexibility," he whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately understood his meaning, her face flushing with embarrassment. "That sounds too scandalous, but I like it." Shyly, she embraced Du Ming tightly and made him. In the morning, Du Ming awoke without disturbing Xiaoqing, rising gently. His vitality kept him in peak condition, complemented by the indestructible body technique he practiced, ensuring he was filled with energy each day. He planned to sell 200 servings of dumplings today to earn task rewards. which was the very foundation of his ability to enjoy the gentle affection of a beauty like Xiaoqing. Otherwise, who would go out of their way to learn yoga or practice the splits for you? In his previous self, merely glancing at the splits would have been a sin. Splits? It would have been more fitting to say, not a chance. After receiving 1 million from the system task, he allocated 200,000 to Xiaoqing, and they spent another 100,000 on clothing. The 5,000 for Lin Yu seemed almost comical to Du Ming. How amusing that such a beautiful woman could be acquired for merely 5,000. The key was that she felt she had gained something. What a treasure she was. Moreover, to think she is still inclined to assist her boyfriend, who is quite the eccentric himself. What a peculiar notion to safeguard such a precious treasure for oneself. The true challenge lies in winning her heart, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Lin Yu, with her striking beauty and alluring figure, elevates the emotional experience to unprecedented heights. In retrospect, the sum of 50,000 seems remarkably worthwhile, yet it fundamentally hinges on possessing wealth. Individuals of Lin Yu and Xiaoqing's caliber are rare gems. It is uncertain how many would be willing to part with 500,000 in this society, truly a stroke of fortune. Du Ming smacked his lips, calculating his own assets, which amounted to a mere 60,000 in cash. At present, he found himself in dire need of liquidity, for money is a man's source of confidence. Without funds, how could he seize the opportunity presented by Lin Yu and Xiaoqing? Upon returning to his abode, he began preparing dumplings, laboring diligently to craft 200 portions. As noon approached, he hurried towards the public restroom on Wahh Road. Upon his arrival, Du Ming was left pondering what peculiar turn of events awaited him next. Chapter 16. Du Ming arrived at the public restroom on Wahh Road, observing the scene before him, wondering what was transpiring this time. In front of the restroom, at the spot where he once set up his stall, stood a stone statue of a young man selling dumplings from a stone-carved vendor cart. Above the cart, there was an inscription, "Sister-in-law's dumplings." In front of the vendor cart, a row of stone statues depicted various characters, some queuing, others either squatting or standing in a relaxed manner, mimicking the act of enjoying dumplings. Most notably, beside each statue, perfectly sculpted stone benches provided ample resting places for visitors, allowing them to lean back comfortably. All the statues were positioned to one side of the public restroom, creating a distinctive resting area for tourists. Many visitors were already seated, resting, while children played around the statues, and others were busy taking photos and recording videos. As Du Ming observed, a portly man shouted as he rushed over, "Boss Du, over here!" Tang Jianfeng appeared, and the familiar scene unfolded once again. Behind Tang Jianfeng were several men clad in jackets. "Boss Du, let me introduce you to Director Li from the Wahh Road Street office." The middle-aged man at the forefront approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Young Boss Du, we took the liberty of creating a statue using your name without your consent. If it bothers you, we can remove the sign." Du Ming promptly extended his hand to shake his, smiling as he replied, "No worries, I haven't registered it." "Director Li, am I still allowed to set up my stall here?" "Of course. We should thank you for the inspiration you provided us." At that moment, a group of tourists began discussing among themselves, remarking, "This city is so humane and accommodating. Indeed, with such a large flow of people, it's wonderful to sit down and take a break. While waiting to use the restroom, it's quite pleasant to sit here. Who would have such creativity?" Li Changfeng felt even more pleased upon hearing their praises. Du Ming approached the statue, arranged his vendor cart, and prepared to commence his business. At that moment, the tourist spotted the sign for Du Ming's dumplings and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a live show to accompany it. Sister-in-law's dumplings. I absolutely must try them." Before the food-loving crowd had even arrived, a long line began to form in front of the stall. Tang Jianfeng swiftly began a live broadcast. "Brothers, there's a new development here on Wahh Road. Boss Du has started his business. Wow, what am I seeing? So many stone statues that weren't here yesterday. With money, they can carve a carrier in a single night. Come on, a few statues is one thing, but a carrier is going too far." Just as the customers queued eagerly, Du Ming heard a voice in his mind from the system. "Ding! Late-stage uterine cancer patient detected. Urgent need for spiritual energy. Urgent, urgent, urgent." Du Ming looked over in astonishment, spotting a very ordinary-looking girl, her frame thin and frail, gazing toward his stall. The aromatic scent of dumplings wafted through the air, causing her to swallow hard. As Du Ming gazed at her, the girl shyly lowered her head and began distributing the flyers in her hands to those around her. An orphan, had spent her formative years in a welfare home. On the day of her departure at the age of 16, the elderly director, with tears glistening in her eyes, gently stroked Anne's hair and said, "Anne, take care of yourself. I can no longer look after you. Please do not blame me." Anne remained silent, not shedding a single tear. Instead, she bowed deeply 3 times to the director, a gesture she had learned from animated shows on the welfare home's worn television. Children often bow to their parents when embarking on a journey. Having never seen her own parents, Anne wished she could bow to them, but the opportunity had never arisen. Fortunately, she had her grandmother, the director, Anne carried with her the last gift from the welfare home, a somewhat tattered backpack, generously donated by kind-hearted individuals. Inside were a few garments, a bottle of water, some biscuits, and an apple, albeit slightly decayed. Nonetheless, it was still an apple, and she felt unworthy to disdain it. Upon leaving the welfare home, Anne sprinted away, not daring to look back. She ran with her head held high, gaining speed with each stride, desperate to stifle the sounds of her distress from reaching her grandmother's ears. In Anne's heart, it was her grandmother who mattered most, not the director. At last, she arrived at the bridge where she often played alone, a tranquil spot perfect for unleashing her sorrow. With all her might, she cried, lamenting the loss of her sanctuary and the caregivers she had once known. After a prolonged bout of weeping, exhausted, Anne rose and cautiously touched the childlike drawings on the bridge's support. These were her creations from previous visits, lacking in skill, yet filled with sentiment. They depicted a father and mother joyfully walking with a child, a father holding a child, a mother embracing a child, and a child nestled in her grandmother's arms. Nearby, a modest couple-run eatery opened for breakfast, serving boxed lunches by noon and evening. Inside, the husband and wife calculated their finances for the month. After paying the rent, they had just over $7,000 left, and with 2 children about to start school, the expenses from the father's side would soon deplete their savings. "After so many years of hard work, this is all we have saved. I'm sorry, my dear eldest and youngest," the couple sighed, lamenting the hardships of life. At that moment, a frail figure appeared at the entrance, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you hiring? I'm willing to do anything, as long as I can have a meal." The wife instinctively responded upon seeing the girl, resembling a beggar, "No, please leave." The emaciated body turned slowly, as if on the verge of collapse. "Wait, how old are you?" she asked suddenly. The girl quickly replied, her voice trembling, 16. This was the first establishment to inquire about her age after she had asked so many. The wife tugged at her husband's sleeve, observing, "She looks no older than 13 or 14. Besides, hiring a 16-year-old is illegal child labor, and we cannot afford to employ anyone anyway." The boss smiled knowingly and remarked, "Have you not heard that she is unwilling to work for wages? Without pay, she cannot be considered a worker. With the eldest and second child preparing for school, it is just the right time to employ a helper." He then called out to the person at the door, "You are still a minor, so we cannot offer you a salary. Just say you are our relative. Do you understand?" Anna nodded vigorously, filled with joy. At last, she would have food to eat and would no longer have to scavenge in trash bins. From now on, you will sleep in the shop, but you must not turn on the lights at night. You're not permitted to use hot water freely. You will clean, serve dishes to customers, wash the dishes, and wash the vegetables. Attend to any other tasks you see promptly. Do you hear? With each command from the boss, Anna nodded earnestly. Thus, the shop gained a frail, yet industrious little figure. Anna was unaware of the significance of her actions, nor did she have the time or resources to contemplate the future, for each day was truly exhausting. All she desired was to have enough to eat. She simply wished to survive. She felt immense gratitude towards this establishment. Chapter 17. Fate chooses the thinnest of strings. Anna had been working in the shop for nearly 2 months. Today, with the owner out for errands, only the owner's wife and she remained. "Anna, please go to the supermarket across the street and buy me a bottle of mineral water. The remainder will be your fee for running the errand." Anna, while mopping the impeccably clean floor once again, looked up at the owner's wife with a puzzled expression. This was unprecedented. The owners were notoriously frugal, only generous when it came to their 2 children. Hurry along now. Obediently, and then accepted the 10 yuan from the owner's wife, glancing at the shelves brimming with mineral water as she passed by. Understanding her situation, she felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. After purchasing the mineral water, she placed both the drink and the change on the table in front of the owner's wife. The owner's wife took the water, gently pushing the money back towards Anin. Take this and buy something nice for yourself. Anin clutched the money tightly, retreating to the restroom where she squatted in a corner, stifling her sobs. Oh, the owner's wife, hearing her cries, shook her head in resignation, standing to place the mineral water in the beverage cabinet. In the afternoon, during a lull in customers, Anin ventured to the supermarket again, this time for a bubble gum that cost only 1 yuan. She had often watched children accompanied by their mothers blowing bubbles with gum, feeling both amused and envious. Now, she too possessed a piece of bubble gum. That night, she carefully tucked the few coins into the backpack her grandmother had lovingly gifted her before falling asleep. Not long after, she awoke and checked her treasure again. Unable to resist, she unwrapped the gum and popped it into her mouth. How sweet it was! In her dreams, Anin envisioned a faceless woman saying to her, "Anin, the gum your mother bought for you is so sweet. You can even blow bubbles with it." In her slumber, Anin shed tears of joy. Unbeknownst to her, Anin had turned 18 while working in a shop. Just as she was preparing to continue indefinitely, business began to decline sharply. One day, the owner informed her, "Anin, we are planning to return to our hometown. I have arranged a job for you at a nearby, small processing factory. The pay isn't high, but includes meals and accommodation." Holding the 1,000 yuan given by the owner, Anin felt an overwhelming urge to bow 3 times in gratitude. Yet, seeing their 2 children, she simply offered a deep bow of respect. After working at the factory for a while, Anin proved to be more industrious than anyone else. She could even lift 100 pounds of cement during busy hours, despite it not being her designated task. However, one day, she suddenly felt an increasing discomfort in her body. Unable to endure it any longer, she mustered her courage to visit the hospital, counting her dwindling funds with trepidation. After various examinations, her heart ached as she watched her money evaporate. Ultimately, the doctor delivered the devastating news. You are in the late stages of uterine cancer, likely caused by prolonged use of substandard sanitary pads. To save money, Anin had sometimes resorted to using newspapers. When the doctor finally stated, "You have no family, so I must tell you the truth. You have only 3 months to live. Do what you wish and eat what you desire quickly." After finishing her words, the doctor cast a sympathetic glance in her direction. Upon hearing this, Anin suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility, her entire being relaxed. She began to purchase the food she desired, and even indulged in a new garment. Later that evening, she created numerous drawings depicting 2 adults accompanied by a child, as well as her grandmother. The processing plant was closed for the day, and her employer had arranged a leaflet distribution job for her, offering an 80 yuan daily wage. The leaflet supervisor assigned her to Wahh Road. "Hello, please take a look." Anin bowed to each passerby, diligently handing out leaflets to those who walked by. "Goodness, these hands feel like ancient tree bark. It startled me. I must move away," exclaimed one passerby, reprimanding her. I'm so sorry, Anin hurriedly apologized. Upon reaching the public restroom on Wahh Road, she noticed a crowd and rushed over to distribute her leaflets. Drawn in by the rich aroma wafting through the air, Du Ming, hearing the system's voice, suddenly recalled something and pondered in his mind. Is there a pattern for detecting patients? Ding! Detection can only occur when the host is undertaking a task. Can the spiritual energy be stored, or must it be utilized within this week? Ding! And used spiritual energy cannot be stored. Can any food be infused with spiritual energy? Ding! Only food personally prepared by the host and unlocked by the system qualifies. Such numerous restrictions. You're not that impressive, are you? I can provide you with unparalleled culinary techniques. I can also offer spiritual energy to cure all ailments. I can grant you substantial material rewards. I can directly provide you with powerful techniques. And there's the ultimate wish. Do you comprehend what that signifies? I am a culinary system. It's all about the food. What more do you desire? If you're dissatisfied, you may change hosts, darn it. The system, usually succinct and compliant, suddenly erupted with expletives. Du-Ming felt he might have been a bit excessive in his greed and quickly said, "All right, be quiet." After a moment's reflection, he deemed it inappropriate and added, "For now." "Coward. Boss, 2 more servings. Oh, this is delicious. It seems the dumplings must be made by my sister-in-law to be truly delectable." A customer in line stepped forward, scanning the code with their phone. "Oh, certainly, but please hold on a moment." Du-Ming prepared a serving of dumplings and approached to hand them to a frail-looking girl, infusing the topmost dumpling with a trace of spiritual energy. Ding! Using spiritual energy once, obtained 1 item card. Ding! Using spiritual energy once, ultimate wish fulfillment 210. Upon hearing the system's notification, Du-Ming pondered the nature of this item card and decided to investigate it later. Meanwhile, the white aura above his head became more robust, shifting towards a more voluptuous form, and then watched as the handsome boss approached, handing her a serving of dumplings, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. The nearby tourists and patrons immediately expressed their admiration. "Wow, this handsome gentleman is so compassionate. This journey has been worthwhile. This scene alone makes it all worth it. Young lady, quickly catch this, and let us extend our gratitude to this young man." The comments in Tang Jianfeng's live broadcast room were overflowing with enthusiasm. "I adore this. Boss Du is so caring." A warning from above echoed. "We do not support your affection in our country." And then, upon overhearing the passers-by, felt it would be impolite not to accept. She promptly tucked the flyer under her arm, wiped her hands on her clothing, and then accepted the dumplings handed to her by Du-Ming with both hands. Thank you, she said. Du-Ming smiled at her and replied, "Make sure to finish them all. Not a single one should be left." Feeling shy under Du-Ming's captivating gaze, and then nodded slightly. Du-Ming returned to his stall, preparing dumplings for other customers, his eyes still observing the little girl. He noticed her cautiously placing the flyer and dumplings on the steps, rummaging through her pocket to pull out a handful of change. She then approached and handed Du-Ming 10 yuan. Du-Ming accepted the money with a smile, saying, "Thank you for supporting the business. Remember to eat them all, as I will be watching you." And then nodded enthusiastically and happily returned to enjoy her dumplings. Chapter 18, and then you shall suffer no more, and then savored the delightful aroma of the dumplings, while those around her indulged in their delectable flavors with sheer delight. Unable to contain herself any longer, she seized the top dumpling and bit into it with fervor. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. How could such a bitter dumpling smell so enticing? And the others, consumed by their enjoyment, were they conspiring to deceive her? As she ate, many eyes were upon her. For just moments ago, Du-Ming had specially delivered dumplings to her. Everyone had witnessed this, and Ann's appearance was, at best, merely passable. She looked slightly better than a beggar. They all hoped to witness her bliss as she savored the exquisite dumplings. Yet, something was amiss. She appeared on the verge of tears. It must be that she had never tasted anything so delicious before. After all, the exquisite flavor of these dumplings was well known to all. In the live stream, is this girl about to be brought to tears by temptation? Du Boss's culinary skills are unmatched, but alas, I am too far away to afford the transportation. Only Du-Ming was aware that this week's ethereal characteristic was bitterness. Everyone watched her with smiling eyes, relieved that An managed to hold back her tears. That handsome gentleman had specifically instructed her to consume every last bite. Could it be that this charming young man was a celestial being, intentionally infusing the dumplings with a magical remedy for her benefit? An, who had read little, recalled tales from animated stories. Yes, it must be so, even if it were not, with only a little over 2 months left to live. What did she have to fear? With that thought, An devoured the dumpling with gusto, even offering Du-Ming a satisfied expression. Those nearby, observing her hearty consumption, finally exhaled. This was indeed the proper way to enjoy them. Otherwise, it would appear as though they were mere accomplices or frauds. After much effort, An swallowed a dumpling, though its bitterness was overwhelming. Gazing into the bowl at the remaining dumplings, doubt crept into her heart. She felt like retreating. Yet, compelled like an arrow ready to be released, she forced another down. After swallowing, she found herself lacking the courage to continue. A customer who had already enjoyed the dumplings glanced at it, lost in thought. Delicious, isn't it? Don't just sit there. Hurry and finish before they grow cold. Indeed. Dear girl, this is a rare treat. And it truly felt like crying. Could they all endure such bitterness? Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar warmth spreading throughout her body. A strange flow coursed within her, particularly in a certain area that had previously caused her immense discomfort, now feeling somewhat alleviated. She could not help but glance at Du Ming. Was he truly a celestial being sent to rescue her? Staring at the bowl of dumplings, and steeled herself. No matter how bitter, she would finish them. If enduring the bitterness could save her life, what did it matter? With her eyes closed, she picked up another dumpling. This young girl, how she resembled someone about to consume poison. Indeed, seeing her expression made my own dumplings lose their allure. And then closed her eyes and consumed the second dumpling. How could it be so delicious? This must be sent by the heavens. Otherwise, how could it taste this divine? She decided to try another, to see if there was any bitterness left. This is incredibly delicious. Let me try another. Oh, this is even more delectable. Wait, why is it all gone? And then licked the bowl, leaving those nearby utterly astonished by her actions. I feel as though my dumplings have lost their allure. Eating this way is truly the correct approach. Anin paid no mind to the surrounding chatter. She was no longer lost in the exquisite taste of Du Ming's dumplings. Instead, she felt a growing comfort within her body, a sense of unprecedented ease. Various discomforts were gradually dissipating. She caught sight of the public restroom ahead and, in a sudden frenzy, rushed inside. What on earth is happening? Could it be food poisoning? Ugh, I feel as though these dumplings have lost their flavor. No, man. Why are you being so dramatic? Du Ming observed the little girl's reaction and recognized the influence of spiritual energy. Initially, he had worried about the potential exposure of this phenomenon, but then he pondered, who would believe such a thing? Without any evidence, unless these cases were to converge. It is not as if a paralyzed individual would suddenly stand up and declare, I want to fight 10 people. Nor would someone blind for decades suddenly open their eyes and glare at their family, demanding, what are you staring at? Inside the restroom, Anin excitedly examined herself. There was no itch or pain, and those repulsive symptoms had vanished. Everything felt utterly perfect. After a thorough cleansing by the spiritual energy, Anan's condition had transformed remarkably. She glanced at her hands, which were now fair and delicate. Touching her face, she marveled at its newfound smoothness. No longer rough as before. Looking at other parts of her body, she found them equally radiant and supple, but then covered her mouth with her hand, sinking to the floor in silent tears. She dared not make a sound, wishing to avoid causing any trouble for the benefactor sent by the divine. Quietly she wept, allowing her emotions of rebirth to flow freely. After a considerable time, and then finally calmed herself, how could she express her gratitude to this benefactor? Dressed and head bowed, she exited the restroom. With a complex expression, she gazed at Du Ming, longing to prostrate herself before him, as if that were the only way to repay his kindness. Alas, she had nothing of worth to offer. Observing Du Ming still selling dumplings, she remembered her uncompleted task of distributing flyers and hurriedly returned to her duty. Yet, she kept her head down, fearing that someone might notice her. She dared not wander far, remaining close to Du Ming, determined to thank him in person. Whatever he wished for in return, she would unconditionally oblige. This week's task is complete. Rewards are being distributed. Du Ming was pleasantly surprised. This was exhilarating. 10 luxurious villas. He hurriedly tidied his belongings, eager to return home, anticipating that someone would contact him shortly. As he was organizing his items, a pair of small hands joined him in the task. They were hands as pure as jade. Du Ming gazed at the girl, feeling a deep sense of longing in his heart, wishing for her to be a fortunate girl in her next life, free from all ailments. Thank you, but how can I repay you? And steadfastly controlled her emotions, fortunate to possess such strong self-discipline. She gazed intently at Du Ming, wishing to etch his image into her memory. Du Ming chuckled lightly. What are you talking about? Dumpling, you've already paid. By the way, I should thank you for taking care of the business. It would have been great to sell 200 portions a bit earlier, and was momentarily taken aback. Quickly regaining her composure as she glanced around, I won't tell anyone. Please rest assured, After a brief pause, she added, I will cease all contact with those who knew before. Du Ming regarded her earnestly. I genuinely do not understand what you are saying, but I respect your words. It sounds rather pleasant. He then mounted his electric bike and waved farewell. Enjoy life to the fullest, and may you find happiness in the next life. Goodbye. Anan watched as Du Ming receded into the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 19. Xiaoqing's surprise as anticipated by Du Ming. He received a call from the Qingzhou Lake Property Management. Hello, is this Mr. Du? Du Ming was at home, changing clothes. Preparing for his outing in attire he had previously worn. He intended to don the outfit Xiaoqing had selected for him upon visiting the Grand Villa. Yes, this is he. Greetings, Mr. Du. This is the Qingzhou Lake Property Service Center. May I inquire when you would be available to come to the office for the facial recognition system input? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was not yet 3 o'clock. I could come over now, in about half an hour. Very well. We will await your arrival at the service center. Apologies for the interruption. After hanging up, Du Ming triumphantly punched the air, exclaiming with glee. He hurried downstairs to hail a taxi, heading straight for the Grand Villa. Upon entering the Qingzhou Lake Property Service Center, he was promptly approached by a staff member. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Oh, I am Mr. Du. You just called me regarding the facial recognition system for the villa. Ah, Monsieur Du. Please, have a seat. The staff member's already warm demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. Good day, Mr. Du. Other staff members rose to greet him as well. After all, he was the owner of 10 exquisite villas. Despite the current decline in property prices, the value at Qingzhou Lake remained remarkably high. To put it bluntly, possessing wealth did not guarantee one could acquire property here. The prestige associated with the area was undiminished, intentionally creating a distinction from the average populace. The Property Service Center quickly organized an enhanced service team to cater to Du Ming's needs. Mr. Du, please follow me. Are you accustomed to riding in a tour vehicle? If not, we can arrange for another mode of transport. Never mind, let us get this over with. I have other matters to attend to. Du Ming was eager to view the Grand Villa. All right, please board this vehicle and do mind the steps. Are you seated comfortably? May we commence the drive? Attention all teams. Mr. Du is en route to Villa B01. The atmosphere was one of indulgent exclusivity. Mr. Du, each villa is equipped with state-of-the-art security doors, accessible via keys, fingerprints, facial recognition, iris recognition, and voice activation. We recommend registering with each method, allowing you the flexibility to choose how you wish to enter in the future. You may opt for a single method or multiple, should you wish to make changes later. Feel free to contact us. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Such complexity, I appreciate it. Mr. Du, allow me to present the details of your 10 villas. Upon mentioning the 10 properties, the staff visibly swallowed in anticipation. Your villas are numbered B1 to B10, each boasting an area of 1,000 square meters, albeit with varying layouts. Each villa is furnished with a plethora of amenities, including a swimming pool. The interiors feature top-tier brands of furniture, appliances, and tableware, ensuring you can move in at any time. The service center employs dedicated chefs and cleaning staff, available to assist you for 20 hours, with fees incorporated into the property service charge. When inquiring about the property service fee, the staff promptly replied, 15 yuan per square meter. My goodness, for 10 units, the monthly property fee amounts to a staggering 150,000 yuan. Can I use my villa as collateral for the property fees? The staff, upon hearing this, refrained from any mockery or delay, understanding that affluent individuals can maneuver as they wish. Once you attain influence, every utterance becomes a decree. The staff immediately responded, yes, it is permissible, and you can offset up to 50% of the property fee based on market value for each unit. Upon reaching that 50%, we will consult you regarding the potential sale of one unit at market price. Well, that brings peace of mind. A single unit worth tens of millions could cover property fees for a decade or two. Surely, there must be cash tasks within the system as well. Alright, Monsieur Du. We have now arrived at Villa number 1. Please proceed to initiate the recognition system. The 10 villas, lined from south to north, are separated by mere minutes of travel by sightseeing car. After over 2 hours of effort, the process was finally completed. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Du. Would you prefer to rest in Villa number 1 or go elsewhere? Du Ming pondered briefly. Please take me to villa number 1. Once the staff departed, Du Ming entered villa number 1. Stepping into the lavish interior felt akin to entering an artistic sanctuary. The living room boasts soaring ceilings, adorned with a crystal chandelier that illuminates the entire space in resplendent glory. The soft white wool carpet and elegantly curved leather sofas create an atmosphere of refinement. While the open kitchen is equipped with top-tier appliances, their stainless steel surfaces glistening under the lights. Ascending the spiral staircase, the bed in the bedroom resembles a magnificent castle, and the bathroom exudes opulence, featuring a massive whirlpool tub set within marble. To me, this is nothing short of a palace, Du Ming remarked, reclining luxuriously on the master bedroom bed, feeling utterly blissful. Meanwhile, in the Xiaoqing apartment, Xiaoqing gazed at a video on her phone, her beautiful face awash with astonishment, even covering her mouth with her other hand. She could scarcely believe the content was real. The video was captured by Tang Jianfeng, who had purchased local traffic, and Li Changfeng had also promoted today's video for May Day. The local popularity was exceptionally high, making it quite normal for Xiaoqing to come across it. Watching Du Ming set up a stall in front of a restroom, her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. This man, without a second thought, spent 200,000 to repay his debts, something that would have been tantamount to redemption in the past. Of course, she had also sent him a playful photo, receiving 2,000 yuan each month, along with several thousand for clothing and over 1,000 for lingerie, all intended for him to see. Yet this man, who had once sold stinky tofu, was now selling dumplings, sister-in-law's dumplings no less. Surely, he couldn't be referring to her. Xiaoqing felt as if the sky were collapsing. Is it truly so profitable to set up a stall now, to the extent that one could support a canary? He may have borrowed from social loan to repay himself. The mere thought of loans sent a shiver down Xiaoqing's spine. She even envisioned Du Ming saying to her, "I want to apply for a refund for minors." Watching the video of the handsome yet busy figure, she recalled the moment when he shielded her from his own fiancé in the bustling marketplace. A mix of pride and concern welled up within her. This man's infatuation with her filled her with a sense of pride. To support her, he transitioned from selling stinky tofu to dumplings, evidently in search of more lucrative methods. The fact that a man would toil so hard for her made her heart ache. Yet, her predominant sentiment was one of worry for herself and for Du Ming. It was not that she looked down upon street vending. Rather, she questioned the reliability of being supported through such means. To provide her with 20,000 a month, how many portions of stinky tofu and dumplings would he need to sell? If Du Ming were truly capable, she would gladly follow him, for he was both handsome and vigorous. Just as Xiaoqing was lost in her thoughts, a message from Du Ming arrived. "My darling, hurry and get ready for me. I'm so happy today. I'm coming over to celebrate enthusiastically." Reading Du Ming's message, Xiaoqing's expression grew complicated. After pondering for a moment, she replied simply, "Okay." Regardless, for these 3 months, she must acquiesce to his wishes. Her greatest fear was that his 200,000 was a loan, and if he could not repay it, she would be left to bear the consequences. Had her precious first investment truly failed? Burdened with thoughts, Xiaoqing stepped in the bathroom for a shower. Chapter 20. Xiaoqing's choice. Du Ming exited villa number 1 with an exhilarating spirit, clutching the key to villa number 2. He promptly informed the property management to assist him in leaving Hehe. Eagerly, he contacted Xiaoqing, his excitement reaching a fever pitch, as he desperately sought an opportunity for a breakthrough. While awaiting his ride at the entrance, his hand trembled slightly as he lit a cigarette. The opulence of this grand estate was overwhelmingly striking, especially for someone who had merely been tightening screws just a week prior. He felt compelled to transfer this overwhelming sensation to Xiaoqing. As the ride-hailing vehicle arrived, Du Ming settled into the car and remarked, "Driver, please hurry. I'm in a rush." Inside the security office at Hehe, a guard inquired of their captain, "Captain, Mr. Du possesses 10 villas in our community. He must be incredibly wealthy. Why is he still calling for a ride?" The captain gazed at the departing vehicle and replied, "Ah, who can fathom the thoughts of the affluent? Let us refrain from discussing the owners. Our treatment here is already exemplary among our peers. We must avoid any mistakes, or we will regret it too late. Yes, understood, the guards responded, their faces brimming with envy. Upon entering Xiaoqing's apartment, Du Ming could hardly contain himself, whisking Xiaoqing, who had opened the door, toward the bedroom, completely oblivious to the stiffness in her expression. After a moment, Xiaoqing nestled against Du Ming's chest, tracing circles with her delicate fingers as she softly spoke, "Ming, I saw you today." Du Ming, momentarily taken aback as he lit his cigarette, queried, "You saw me? What do you mean?" "I saw you in a video," Xiaoqing replied, abruptly sitting up to face him, disregarding her vulnerability in the open air. Du Ming's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden movement. "You saw me in a video? What video?" Xiaoqing, observing the bewilderment etched across Du Ming's face, felt a pang of sorrow. It was evident he was pretending, unable to articulate an explanation to her. "The video of you setting up a stall in front of the public restroom," she enunciated, locking her gaze onto Du Ming's face, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing his response. However, her concerns were unfounded. Du Ming appeared relaxed, even wearing a faint smile as he regarded her. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled slowly. "So, what are your thoughts now?" Xiaoqing momentarily faltered, unsure how to respond. Du Ming's calm demeanor eased her heart. It seemed he was not frightened by her knowledge of his stall business. Relaxing, Xiaoqing leaned against Du Ming, embracing him tightly. "I don't know how to navigate this. I cannot bear to lose you, nor the life we have now, but I also don't want you to sell goods to sustain me. It pains me to think of how many stinky tofu and dumplings you must sell." With that, she began to weep. Listening to her heartfelt words, Du Ming gently stroked Xiaoqing's hair as she lay against him. "Fortunately, it's not too exhausting," he reassured her. Suddenly, Xiaoqing sat up again, causing Du Ming to feel dizzy once more. "Ming, I will return to work at the Emperor Bathhouse tonight. Was that 200,000 you mentioned borrowed? Let us strive together. You need not give me 20,000 each month anymore. In this manner, the debt can be settled swiftly." "Haha, you long to be with me, but have you truly considered it?" Du Ming teased, gazing at her. "Can I not seek out other lovely ladies?" Xiaoqing's body tensed. "That is out of the question. You have not even provided me with 20,000. Am I merely a means to accompany you in repaying your loan?" Du Ming gently pinched her cheek and said softly, "I have a key in my pants. Please retrieve it for me." Xiaoqing looked at him in confusion, but obediently got off the bed. "Oh, this key is so exquisite. I have never seen one like this before. What does it say?" "The esteemed master." Xiaoqing inquired curiously, "From where is this key?" "Qingzhou Lake Villa." Suddenly, Xiaoqing recalled that night when Du Ming was browsing information about Qingzhou Lake on his phone, claiming he would earn a set for himself. At that time, she merely thought he was uttering sweet nothings and did not dare to entertain such thoughts. The information indicated it was worth several tens of millions. Xiaoqing felt her breath quicken. Can selling goods really be this lucrative? How many stinky tofu must be fried? Or how many dumplings must be wrapped? Clutching the key tightly, Xiaoqing trembled as she climbed back onto the bed and handed the key to Du Ming. "Here, take this. I will take you to see your new home shortly." Boom! Xiaoqing's mind went blank. She opened her alluring mouth, staring at Du Ming in astonishment, unable to articulate a word. After a considerable pause, she stammered, "Ming, you're not deceiving me, are you? This is something I would not even dare to dream of. We shall find out if I am deceiving you once we go and see." "Wait, we're going to see it now? When shall we depart?" Du Ming smirked mischievously. "The timing depends on you." Xiaoqing cast a seductive glance at Du Ming, having finished tidying up while tightly grasping the key. The esteemed owner of Qingzhou Lake. Upon reaching the apartment building, Xiaoqing asked Du Ming, "How shall we get there?" "This is to Qingzhou Lake Villa. Not just anywhere." Xiaoqing felt slightly unreal at that moment. "Do you have an electric scooter?" "Yes, I do. It's at the Emperor's Spa. I ride it to work every day for convenience." "Then let us ride the little electric scooter there." "All right." Xiaoqing sat snugly behind Du Ming on the scooter, wrapping her arms around him tightly. With a twist of the throttle, they sped towards Qingzhou Lake. The road to Qingzhou Lake was relatively clear due to its distance from the city, adorned with picturesque countryside scenery, which Xiaoqing delightfully admired. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds emerged from behind. Du Ming was always driving close to the edge. From the rearview mirror, she saw a beautiful red 37 behind them, honking and flashing its lights. As they approached a red light, Du Ming halted, waiting for it to turn green. The 37 pulled up beside them, swaying side to side and even bouncing momentarily. Xiao Qing, unfamiliar with this model, was captivated and chuckled at the sight of the car, swaying and jumping. Inside the vehicle, the driver gripped the steering wheel with one hand, greedily admiring Xiao Qing's beautiful legs. Upon seeing Xiao Qing smile, he hastily lowered the window and said to her, "Beautiful lady, would you care to take a seat in the passenger's side?" Xiao Qing, realizing her impropriety, quickly turned her head and pressed against Du Ming's back to apologize. "Ming, I'm sorry. I was merely curious just now. It won't happen again." Du Ming then turned to the owner of car 37 and uttered a curt command. "Get lost." As the green light illuminated, Du Ming pressed the accelerator and drove off. The owner of car 37 muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Such fine cabbage wasted on a pig. Yet, he dared not retaliate, as he had instigated the encounter. Instead of overtaking, he remained behind, continuing to admire Xiao Qing's exquisite legs, grumbling to himself, "If I cannot have her, at least I can gaze upon her beauty without consequence. How infuriating it is for you. Yet what can you do?" He followed her all the way to Qingzhou Lake, where he witnessed Du Ming swipe the access card and enter directly. The owner of car 37 erupted in frustration. What a world we live in. Even a security guard on an electric scooter can enjoy such a gem. At that moment, driving his car with one hand lost its appeal. Chapter 21. Xiao Qing moves into Villa Number 2. Du Ming escorted Xiao Qing to the entrance of Villa Number 2, with Xiao Qing tightly linked to his arm. "This place is so beautiful, Ming. Am I truly allowed to reside here?" Although she was undeniably attractive, the grandeur of this location was beyond her wildest dreams. Du Ming replied nonchalantly, "My woman, isn't it only natural for you to live here?" Xiao Qing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Upon reaching the entrance, the staff, having already received Du Ming's notification, awaited their arrival. When they saw Du Ming accompanied by a lovely lady, it was a sight they had grown accustomed to. Keeping a beautiful companion was a standard here. "Hello, Mr. Du, we are delighted to serve you. May I assist in registering this beautiful lady into the identification system?" "Yes, please proceed," he affirmed. Subsequently, the staff conducted a series of high-tech operations for Xiao Qing, including fingerprint registration, facial recognition, iris scanning, and voice command recognition. This elaborate procedure left Xiao Qing utterly astonished, reminiscent of entering a bank vault, though she had never been inside one. The identification system has been successfully set up. "Dear lady, feel free to summon our staff whenever you need assistance," the staff remarked before departing. Nervously, Xiao Qing opened the door, only to be awestruck by the villa's opulence. She tentatively explored her surroundings, exclaiming, "Wow, there's a swimming pool, a garden. Oh my, is this paradise?" After thoroughly surveying her new abode, she rushed over to Du Ming and embraced him tightly. "I'm not dreaming, am I, Ming? I feel as if I'm ascending to the heavens." Du Ming chuckled. "Aren't you always soaring?" Blushing, Xiao Qing declared, "I shall learn the bridge pose tomorrow, no? I will practice it for you right now." With that, she pulled Du Ming toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, Yanxi sat nervously across from the doctor, clutching Aunt Wang's sleeve as she listened to the proposed treatment plan. The doctor was aware of Yanxi's circumstances. Her parents were absent, compelling him to speak candidly with her. Despite his extensive experience with life and death situations and critically ill patients, he found it difficult to convey such stark realities to this beautiful young girl. "Perhaps you should step out for a moment, and I can discuss this with your aunt," he suggested. Yanxi hesitated but replied, "No, please speak directly to me." The doctor sighed internally and said, "You will need chemotherapy. It is the only option." When Yanxi uttered, "How long do I have left?" it drained her of all strength. Aunt Wang, unable to bear the weight of the moment, turned away to wipe her tears. "That's not certain. Everyone's physical constitution varies. You are still young, and chemotherapy may potentially lead to a cure," she tried to reassure her. Yanxi dismissed this comment and asked the doctor, "Does this mean I have to shave my head?" Understanding her emotional turmoil, given her stunning appearance, the doctor gently replied, "It is necessary. You cannot have hair during chemotherapy. I refuse. I will not shave my head, she protested vehemently. Upon hearing these words, Yanxi suddenly lost control, her agitation surpassing even the moment she learned of her grave illness. With that, she dashed out of the doctor's office, leaving the doctor and Aunt Wang exchanging helpless glances, both recognizing the sorrow mirrored in one another's eyes. I shall endeavor to console her, Aunt Wang said, her tears still fresh. Yes, given her condition, chemotherapy is imperative, and time is of the essence. Wiping her tears, Aunt Wang searched for Yanxi, but her calls went unanswered. Ultimately, she found Yanxi in her car, weeping against the steering wheel. Aunt Wang tapped on the window, and Yanxi looked up, opening the door and enveloping her in a tight embrace, sobbing, Aunt Wang, I don't want to shave my head. I don't want to please. Aunt Wang caressed Yanxi's hair, shedding tears alongside her. Such a beautiful girl. Du Ming and Xiao Qing were experiencing the luxury of their own villa for the first time. The novelty, excitement, happiness, and thrill led them to explore different corners of the opulent abode. The next day, Du Ming awoke, revitalized and brimming with energy, as if he had been imbued with indestructible strength, fully recovered from the fatigue of the previous night. He embraced the woman nestled in his arms tightly and gazed at the ceiling, mentally reviewing the prop card he had acquired the day before. The prop card promised various rewards upon use. Ding! The host has received 1 billion yuan in legal funds. Ding! Your bank account has been credited with 1,000,000,000 yuan. Du Ming picked up his phone, marveling at the multitude of zeros displayed, exhilarated by the prospect of such wealth. It's endless, truly endless. He playfully pinched Xiao Qing's beautiful cheek. Xiao Qing, still in slumber, stirred at the gentle pinch, emitting a lazy sound. With her eyes closed, she instinctively clung to Du Ming, pressing her face against his chest. Du Ming gently patted her delicate arm that peeked out from the blanket. Time to rise. Today we shall visit the gym in the community, and I will arrange a yoga class for you. How annoying, she murmured, lightly punching him with her graceful hand. Slowly, she opened her eyes, taking in the lavish room around her, still struggling to believe it was real. Ming, is this house really yours? Is this truly our nest? She felt as if she were dreaming. Pinching her petite, exquisite nose, Du Ming replied, This is your nest. I will occasionally visit, but will be residing here for the time being. Xiao Qing instantly grasped the implication, teasingly retorting, Are you planning to seek out other ladies? Du Ming feigned innocence, asking, Are you unable to accept that? Of course, I must accept it. Who wouldn't want to live in such a grand and beautiful house? And will I still receive 20,000 each month? Du Ming generously assured her, Absolutely, and depending on your performance, there may be additional bonuses. He promptly transferred another 200,000 to Xiao Qing. With 1 billion secured, he felt emboldened, yet he knew not to overindulge at once. Xiao Qing's demeanor and performance from the previous evening had greatly pleased Du Ming, elevating her status in his heart significantly. Moreover, she remained his guiding light. After being reminded by Du Ming to check her bank card balance, Xiao Qing joyfully sprang up, clutching her phone and bouncing like a little rabbit. I adore you. I'm off to learn yoga right away. After both had completed their morning routines, they made their way to the dining center, specifically catering to their community for breakfast. Here, one could either dine in or opt for delivery, and even arrange for a chef to come to their residence, much like a cleaning service. However, Du Ming would never choose to have a live-in chef. It was simply too inconvenient. Though the per-usage fees were somewhat expensive, it was a consideration he deemed necessary. After breakfast, it was already past 10. The couple strolled leisurely, following the signs as they made their way to the fitness center. Since they planned to reside here regularly, it was a good opportunity to familiarize themselves with the area. These various service centers were primarily located at the heart of the community, allowing residents to conveniently access all services in one place. Often, there is a reason behind the expense. As they walked, Xiao Qing marveled. This place is incredibly comprehensive. It could almost be considered a small town. Ming, how did I get so lucky to have met you? Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Du Ming, nearly shimmering with delight. Du Ming withdrew his hand from its gentle hold and wrapped an arm around her. Your eyes are brimming with joy. You're not thinking of unlocking new adventures here, are you? Oh, you're incorrigible. This is outside. How could I possibly dare? Unless it's when no one is around? Xiao Qing Plifudi Retorted, Tizing Duming. Chapter 22 Xiao Qi. You're already so wealthy. Why do you still set up a stall, especially in front of public restroom? Are you experiencing life? Xiao Qing inquired with curiosity. It is not merely an experience of life. I rely on my stall to earn a living. Otherwise, how could I afford such a grand villa and support a woman as beautiful as you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's lips curled into an adorable pout. I'm not prying. I'm simply curious. I want to ask again in the future, as she displayed an endearing understanding. As they continued their leisurely conversation, they soon arrived at the fitness center. Welcome. A staff member approached them. Hello, I am Lu Dan, the supervisor here. May I inquire what type of fitness activity you two are interested in? Du Ming replied directly. Please find her a good female yoga instructor for private lessons. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Lu Dan promptly used a walkie-talkie to call out, could a female instructor please come to the lobby immediately? Before long, several female fitness instructors clad in form-fitting attire and yoga pants lined up before them. Lu Dan addressed them. This lady requires a private yoga instructor. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, I have been in the coaching industry for 3 years, specializing in yoga and dance. Hello, I am Xiao Qi. I have been a coach for a year, specializing in yoga and swimming. One by one, they took turns introducing themselves, a scene Xiao Qing was quite familiar with. Once all the instructors had completed their introductions, Lu Dan politely turned to Xiao Qing. May I ask if you have a preferred instructor? Xiao Qing sifted through her memories and pointed to Xiao Qi. She is the most beautiful among them, and her outfit is the most flattering. The yoga pants were snug, and even Xiao Qing, a young matron, felt a twinge of shyness. In terms of appearance, Xiao Qi was her equal with a hint of allure. Due to her fitness routine, her physique was even more captivating. The key factor was her youth. Such fierce competition. I must diligently practice yoga and master the splits, aiming for a graceful 360 spin. It seems daunting. Though I didn't intend to choose her, my man's eyes sparkled with admiration when she introduced herself. A glimmer I have grown all too familiar with in recent days. Xiao Qing positioned herself carefully, suppressing any ulterior motives. Her utmost priority was to please Du Ming. Regardless of whether he held any interest in this woman, aligning her choice with his would at least foster a sense of camaraderie, demonstrating her non-interference and obedience. In the realm of competition, who hasn't watched a few dramas? Xiao Qi noticed that Xiao Qing had chosen her and felt a surge of joy. She stepped forward, expressing, "Thank you for your preference. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your service." As she spoke, she casually cast a glance at Du Ming. Those residing here are all affluent patrons, a young and handsome one like him. Could I possibly have a chance? The other instructors, who were not selected, displayed no signs of displeasure, bowing their heads in unison, saying, "Thank you for your support. Welcome to our fitness center." They then proceeded to leave in succession. This is evidently the result of rigorous training. It is not surprising, as they receive a basic salary from the center, albeit modest, amounting to only a few thousand. In this industry, a base salary is virtually non-existent. It entirely relies on individual lesson commissions. At this moment, Lu Dan remarked, "We appreciate your support. Please take a seat over here, and we shall prepare the contract shortly." The group moved to a booth, and other staff members promptly brought warm water. Lu Dan continued, "The private lessons with Coach Xiao Qi are priced at 498 yuan per hour, and currently, there is a promotion of 10 lessons with 1 complimentary. Liu den inquiret. May I ask how many lessons you both wish to purchase?" Du Ming asked Xiao Qi what type of training will be most suitable. Xiao Qi quickly responded, "Considering muscle and ligament recovery, I generally recommend attending a lesson every other day, with a minimum of 2 lessons per week. Otherwise, it may hinder your progress. Then let us go with 1 lesson every other day and purchase 3 months' worth of lessons for now. I will assess the results afterward," Du Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's face flushed. Lu Dan and Xiao Qi were momentarily taken aback. "You will assess the results? Isn't it for your partner?" However, they quickly realized that women practice yoga not only to maintain their physique, but also to enhance flexibility, and the reasons for improving flexibility are well understood by all. Moreover, it is notable that a man brought along a woman. Yet, such sentiments, when voiced aloud, can create discomfort. Some matters are best left unspoken, especially in public settings. Just then, a staff member arrived with the contract, allowing Lu Dan and Xiao Qi to breathe easier, dispelling any peculiar thoughts from their minds. Du Ming and Xiao Qing glanced at the contract, which totaled over 20,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Ming made the payment. Xiao Qing admired him, thinking, how impressive. As Lu Dan prepared to exchange pleasantries, Du Ming turned to Xiao Qi and asked, "Are you also skilled in swimming? I am quite interested. May I have a trial?" "Of course, certainly," Lu Dan interjected. "Mr. Du, you didn't bring your swim trunks, did you? We can provide you with a pair." Lu Dan retrieved a brand new pair of swim trunks from the counter and handed them to Du Ming. After accepting them, Du Ming asked Xiao Qing, "Would you like to join me for a swim?" Glancing at the athletic figure of Xiao Qi, Xiao Qing replied, "No, I would prefer to familiarize myself with the environment here." "Lu supervisor, could you show me around?" "Ah, this young lady is quite astute, thinking of her own interests," Lu Dan thought, immediately responding, "Certainly, I will introduce you to the facilities." Xiao Qi led Du Ming toward the pool, her mind racing with thoughts. Upon reaching the entrance to the pool, Xiao Qi informed Du Ming, "Mr. Du, the men's changing room is to the left. After you change, exit through the back door, and you'll find the pool. We will meet shortly." After changing into his swim trunks, Du Ming arrived at the poolside, finding it entirely deserted. It was no wonder. This complex primarily caters to middle-aged men seeking to indulge their romantic interests. Most are preoccupied with various social engagements, leaving little time for visits to the villa. When they do come, it is often for an alternative form of exercise. After attending to their affairs, they may either retreat into slumber or hastily dress and depart. The space was predominantly filled with women, primarily engaged in dance and yoga. Within moments, Xiao Qi emerged after changing her attire, causing Du Ming to display a hint of restlessness. Her swimsuit was more alluring than any bikini seen on the beach, particularly the small white fabric that could incite a nosebleed. Noticing Du Ming's unwavering gaze upon her, Xiao Qi felt a surge of satisfaction, well aware of her own physique. Simultaneously, she found herself captivated by Du Ming's sculpted form, his chiseled abs resembling those carved by a master artisan. He was undeniably handsome, especially as the affluent owner of the villa. Although another woman present was also attractive, Xiao Qi believed she held her own, boasting youthfulness that set her apart. It was evident that she was not the man's primary partner. Otherwise, such an opportunity would not have been afforded to her. If she could achieve this, so could I. Come on, Chi-Chi, you can do it. I too aspire to reside in a grand mansion and experience the thrill of being lavishly pursued by a man. Chapter 23. Absolute obedience, Mr. Du. Please swim a bit for me to observe, so we can communicate further and see if there are any aspects of your technique that require refinement. After their recent discussion, it was revealed that Du Ming was proficient in breaststroke but lacked skills in freestyle. Xiao Qi suggested that Du Ming take a dip. Without hesitation, Du Ming, confronted by the alluring and captivating Xiao Qi, felt compelled to enter the water. The refreshing sensation awakened him, prompting him to begin swimming. Xiao Qi stood on the shore, earnestly observing his stroke. After covering several meters, Du Ming paused to gaze at the enchanting beauty on the bank. "Mr. Du, your breaststroke is quite commendable. However, the way you retract your legs while kicking could use some improvement. Please come ashore, and I shall demonstrate." Du Ming approached the land, attentively watching Xiao Qi's technique. He quickly noticed that her leg retraction differed from his own, allowing her to glide through the water with greater ease. It became evident that a professional's insight was indispensable for mastering such skills. As Xiao Qi emerged from the water, droplets cascaded over her voluptuous figure, leaving Du Ming momentarily speechless, aware that his mere swimsuit could not conceal his reaction. Xiao Qi approached him, inquiring, "Mr. Du, have you noticed any differences in our swimming styles?" "Indeed, I have. I shall give it another try." With that, Du Ming readied himself to dive back in. However, Xiao Qi stopped him, saying, "Wait, Mr. Du, please practice the posture on that mat first to establish some muscle memory. it will yield better results. Ah, understood. Du Ming walked towards the mat she indicated, with Xiao Qi closely following. All right, Mr. Du, please lie down. Then, she gently grasped his feet, instructing, follow my lead and practice according to my guidance. Yes, just like that. Draw your legs back to your thighs, then push outwards, quickly bringing your feet together to complete the kick. After executing the kick, let your body float for a moment. It appears graceful and saves energy. Let me absorb the key points of the movements first. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Qi's intentions were deliberate. Her role as an instructor was a strategic move to connect with affluent individuals like Du Ming. Having encountered someone so appealing, she felt was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Xiao Qi, her breath fragrant and gentle, whispered into Du Ming's ear, Mr. Du seems a bit fatigued. Would you like to rest in my changing room? We each have our own private spaces. After speaking, she felt a blush creep on her cheeks. After all, she was still a woman. Such directness could evoke shyness, accompanied by the fear of rejection, which would be quite embarrassing. As she anxiously awaited Du Ming's response, he said, lead the way. Du Ming's words sent a rush of excitement through Xiao Qi as she felt the wheels of fate beginning to turn. Stealing a glance at him, her heart raced even faster. Please, follow me, she stammered, warmth flooding her entire being as she guided him forward. They arrived at a small room, and Xiao Qi, trembling, opened the door, saying, Mr. Du, please, come in. No one else will be here. With her head lowered, her face was nearly flushed crimson. Inside, Du Ming noticed the Chenjin cabinet. In the center of the room stood a long bench. Curiously, a stationary bike was placed beside it, leaving one to ponder the purpose of such an apparatus in this confined space. However, there was no time for contemplation, as I was here on serious business. The long bench was precisely what I needed. As Du Ming entered the room, Xiao Qi followed him in, trembling slightly. It was her first time here, and she was uncertain if she would wager correctly. Du Ming settled onto the bench, contentedly lighting a cigarette while observing the flustered and disheveled Xiao Qi. He retrieved his phone and instructed her, please open your payment code. Still recovering from her stupor, Xiao Qi gazed at Du Ming with surprise, her alluring visage paling in an instant. This was not the outcome she had envisioned. Gritting her teeth, she mustered the courage to ask, see, could we possibly forego the payment? Du Ming skinned Hehe. Xiao Qi instantly recalled a phrase from her training, accept what is offered, do not dwell on what is not. She quickly regained her composure, though her heart was filled with reluctance. I will accept the payment. Just please do not be upset. With that, she hurriedly produced her phone. Du Ming scanned her code, transferring 10,000 yuan. Upon seeing the funds arrive, Xiao Qi felt compelled to make one last effort. Monsieur Du, may I add you on WeChat? Rest assured, I will never initiate contact. You may reach out whenever you wish, and I will comply without hesitation. Go ahead, but remember what you said today. Overjoyed, Xiao Qi nodded fervently. You can count on me. I will keep your information confidential. Very well, I must take my leave now. Please ensure my woman practices yoga diligently, especially the advanced poses, understood? Yes, I assure you I will. Du Ming stood up, and with a loud crash, the bench collapsed beneath him. The two tidied up and exited the room. Xiao Qi cautiously followed Du Ming, nearing the lobby. In a final attempt, she softly called out to him, Mr. Du, whether you believe it or not, I have never brought anyone here before, and I will never do so in the future. Du Ming paused, turning to face the enchanting woman. Summoning her courage, Xiao Qi met his gaze with her beautiful eyes. Her words were indeed sincere. 10,000 yuan was no insignificant sum, far more than her monthly earnings. An opportunity had arisen, and she was determined to seize it wholeheartedly. Understood, he replied, feeling a surge of pride at her declaration. It must be said, this woman possessed a remarkable acumen. Not only did she know what was necessary, but she also understood men profoundly. Given a proper platform to showcase her abilities, one could only imagine the heights she could reach. Occasionally engaging in strenuous cycling was permissible. The subsequent maintenance was the concern of those who pander. Upon reaching the lobby, Lu Dan and Xiao Qing, seated in a booth, finally exhaled in relief upon seeing them. Conversing with unfamiliar individuals could be quite the challenge. 50 years ago, Xiao Qing fabricated stories about her great-grandmother holding her. completely oblivious to the fact that she is merely 28 years old. The irony is that Lu Dan envies her apparent happiness. After Du Ming and Xiao Qing departed, Lu Dan nudged Xiao Qi's arm. So is there hope? Sister has exerted every effort to support you. Thank you, Dan Jia. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and share all the details, Xiao Qi replied. Upon returning to the lounge, the several female coaches rushed towards her, chattering excitedly. Our stunning beauty has made it this time, and he is both handsome and youthful. Of course, our fitness center's most exquisite beauty can secure any opportunity at a glance. Chi, you've struck it rich. Don't forget your sisters. Xiao Qi felt embarrassed by the playful teasing, but was savvy enough to respond graciously. No, it's not as you think. I'll treat you all to some drinks. With that, she headed to the lobby to purchase beverages. TCH, not yet like that. I secretly checked the monitoring room. She hasn't been at the pool for quite a while. Judging by her expression, it seems she has been taken advantage of. Perhaps a red envelope might suffice. Shortly after, Xiao Qi returned with drinks. Wow, Chi, how generous. Truly a wonderful sister. This is my favorite. Good sisters for life. Chapter 24. A reunion with Yan Shi. Upon exiting the fitness center, Xiao Qing inquisitively inquired, "How was it, Ming? Comfortable?" Du Ming glanced down at her and retorted, "Are you truly so generous?" Recalling the earlier experience, he smacked his lips and remarked, after pedaling on the stationary bike for a while, the sensation was quite pleasant. Xiao Qing chuckled lightly and teased, "Cycling? The standing variety, I presume?" With a playful tone, she probed, "Do you genuinely not care?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qing gently leaned against Du Ming's shoulder and sighed. "As a woman who has annulled her engagement, had I not encountered you that night, I would likely be somewhere, reduced to a mere instrument for repaying debts. I have no notion of how long that would last. Even if I were to settle my debts or become worthless, my life would essentially be over. You not only helped me clear my debts, but also rescued me from the abyss, gifting me with my current life. What more could I wish for? I simply desire to cherish every moment spent with you, to serve you well when you are in need. If my future sisters are amiable, we can explore together. If not, I shall quietly live my life, waiting for you." This marked the first occasion Xiao Qing had revealed her innermost thoughts. Du Ming listened attentively, allowing her to finish without interruption. Reflecting on the future, he pondered aloud. "Will it be rather dull then? Perhaps I should find you some tasks to occupy your time. What could I possibly do? Return to being a technician? Even if it is legitimate work, could you truly bear to have me serve other men?" Xiao Qing jested. Du Ming playfully slapped her on the backside, exclaiming, "How could that be? You're asking for trouble." With a fortune of 10 billion at his disposal, he could effortlessly establish a business for her without a second thought. "Whenever you feel bored and wish to engage in something, just let me know. If you prefer to relax, that is entirely your choice." "Understood," she replied, "but you have yet to tell me, was it comfortable earlier?" Having expressed her thoughts, Xiao Qing felt a significant weight lift from her heart and steer the conversation toward Xiao Qi. "Did I not mention? The experience was quite remarkable." Savoring her words, Xiao Qing tentatively asked, "Were you merely sampling the experience? No intention of having her reside in our villa? You may occupy that villa alone. She pales in comparison to you," Du Ming asserted. "However, I do urge you to practice yoga diligently with her. Did you hear that? Truly splendid." The initial part of his statement filled Xiao Qing with delight. Such a beautiful and youthful woman was not worthy of residing in the villa. However, the latter remark left her feeling unsettled, as if he were implying her skills were lacking. Inwardly, she motivated herself to study harder. That evening, Du Ming and Xiao Qing enjoyed a delightful dinner delivered from the service center at Villa No. 2, which was quite delectable. Aside from being slightly pricey, there were no other complaints. After dinner, the two exchanged tender embraces, and then Xiao Qing embarked on her mysterious journey of personal development. Feeling somewhat bored, Du Ming decided to visit the night market at the Baiyi Bridge public restroom. He summoned a ride-sharing service and headed straight to Baiyi Bridge. Having recently received a reward of 10 billion, Du Ming refrained from hastily purchasing a car, opting instead to await the rewards of the following week. Regardless, it is not an urgent necessity for me at present. The system's rewards are rather generous, efficiently handling all the necessary procedures without the need for lengthy waits. Upon arriving at the night market near the public restroom by the Wahh Bridge, I was astonished to see it bustling with life. Even more vibrant than during the days I previously operated my stall. Not only were there multiple food stalls, but several large dining establishments had also sprouted up. Du Ming strolled about with keen interest. Suddenly, he heard a customer from one of the dining stalls call out, "Boss, 2 portions of stinky tofu, please." A voice responded, "Certainly, coming right up." Du Ming felt a faint familiarity with that voice, but could not place it. Driven by curiosity, he made his way to the stinky tofu stall. The vendor was engrossed in frying the tofu, and Du Ming struggled to recognize him. It was not until he noticed the stall sign that it struck him, a Chong's stinky tofu. So it was him. Wasn't he supposed to be on Mars frying stinky tofu? Sensing someone approaching his stall, a Chong looked up while continuing to fry the tofu, cheerfully beckoning, "Hello. How many portions would you like?" Upon raising his gaze and locking eyes with Du Ming, he took a few seconds to register, "Do boss." Then, feeling quite embarrassed, he added, "Do boss, are you here to set up your stall again? I'll leave right away. It's just that Director Zhang mentioned you hadn't been around lately and that you were selling dumplings elsewhere, so he sent me over." Seeing Du Ming approach, a Chong assumed he was returning to his former trade, hence his awkwardness. After Du Ming had shared some tips and techniques with them, they had all improved their skills to some extent, and while they could not match Du Ming's proficiency, their own business had certainly flourished. Du Ming smiled and replied, "No need for that. This is not my exclusive territory, and I am indeed no longer selling stinky tofu." A Chong then breathed a sigh of relief. "Well then, Du boss, I'll first serve these customers their stinky tofu. Would you like a drink or something to eat? It's on me. Just wait for me a moment." Du Ming waved his hand and said, "No, I'm leaving." As he turned around, he noticed a girl gazing at him. After a few days apart, this beautiful young lady appeared to have lost weight, evoking a sense of pity. She had not opened her shop since returning from the hospital. She did not rely on that meager business for her livelihood. Her parents had left her this property, generating rental income, along with a few million in cash, ensuring her basic needs were met. If it were not for her illness, she could have lived without worry. Each day, she sat in her room on the second floor, either looking at old photographs of her parents or staring blankly out the window at the night market across the street. Knowing that she had to undergo chemotherapy, she watched numerous videos, and with each viewing, her heart sank deeper into despair. She was reluctant to cut her beautiful hair, fearing the torment of treatment, which could ultimately lead to her departure from this world. She wished to leave in beauty. Regrettably, she had yet to experience the sweetness of love. Had she known, she would have spent more time with Huang Mao, at least to save her some joy. That evening, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure across the street. Her quirky brother, who cooked delectable dishes, was somewhat dashing and always offered her a kind smile. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Shi, who had not ventured outside for several days, suddenly darted out. By some whimsical fate, she found herself behind Du Ming, yet she was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, this peculiar brother spoke up. "What has happened to you?" Upon hearing his words, Shi was taken aback. Oh dear. She had rushed out without even applying makeup. She hadn't looked in the mirror for days. What a disaster. Hearing Du Ming's remark, she cupped her face with her hands and began to retreat. "Be careful." A car sped by, and Du Ming swiftly grasped her arm with considerable force, pulling the petite and unprepared Shi into his embrace. Was this the sin of a man? It was undeniably stirring. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and her body felt both hot and weak. This must be the fragrance of blonde hair. She longed to remain nestled in his arms, yet the embarrassment loomed over her. She hadn't put on makeup and hadn't bathed for several days. How mortifying. Du Ming held the delicate beauty in his arms, her petite figure evoking a sense of protectiveness within him, an urge to embrace her even tighter and shield her from harm. He contemplated how to elicit tears from her. "Have you not bathed? Your scent is rather peculiar." She widened her eyes, peering through her fingers at Du Ming. "Are you a devil?" Embarrassed tears began to flow from her eyes. Chapter 25. I can save you in Shi's room. Du Ming sat on the sofa, while Shi was in the shower, a ritual that had already lasted over an hour. Observing the room adorned with charming decorations typical of a young girl, Du Ming felt a sense of bewilderment. How had he, in all his youthful exuberance, been drawn into the private sanctuary of this enchanting young lady? Moments earlier, after inadvertently bringing her to tears on the roadside, he had smugly offered, "Shall I escort you back?" She nodded softly, extending her left hand to indicate a building across the street, then resumed cradling her face in her hands. Upon realizing that the destination was so near, Du Ming grasped her slender arm, half embracing her as they crossed the street. She guided him through a side entrance, leading them to the second floor, where she opened the door to her room. Just as Du Ming prepared to take his leave, Shi's voice echoed within, "You're not allowed to go." Then, she busied herself with some unseen task, presumably hiding away items she deemed unfit for view. "Come in," she beckoned. As Du Ming stepped inside, she promptly shut the door behind him and, without a word, retreated back to her shower. The minutes stretched into an hour, and Du Ming pondered, "Do you trust me so easily? We've merely exchanged a few transactions involving stinky tofu and dumplings. Our acquaintance is scarcely more profound than that of strangers." He felt a twinge of indignation, pondering who she truly thought he was. Deciding to sneak a glance, he resolved that if he could not see, he would force his way in, ready to unveil the harsh realities of the world to her. Rising to his feet, he ambled toward the bathroom door. Suddenly, it swung open, revealing Shi, as if sculpted from porcelain, her previously weary visage transformed into one of exquisite beauty. Clad in a delicate lace-trimmed shirt that accentuated her petite figure, and a matching short skirt that showcased her fair, slender legs, she was utterly captivating. Having just emerged from the bathroom, Shi intended to surprise Du Ming, but upon noticing him lurking at the door, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "I was about to sneak a peek," Du Ming replied without hesitation. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she challenged, "Why sneak a look? Isn't it all visible now?" With a playful twirl, she proudly asked, "Am I pretty? Am I still stinky?" Yes, you're beautiful. But I'd like to see more," Du Ming admitted, only to realize his words had landed him in hot water. As comprehension dawned on her, Shi's face blazed like fire. "You lecher! You truly are a rogue!" Du Ming exclaimed. "Rogue? How dare you label me as such? You claim you are not a rogue, yet you wish to spy on me while bathing, and then want to see more?" Shi accused him, her demeanor fierce. Du Ming found himself speechless, caught off guard by her boldness. Shi mused to herself, "Is this what love feels like? This rogue is rather amusing." Yet, she worried whether her next attempt at makeup could hide the fatigue that lingered beneath the surface. Time was slipping away from her. With her head bowed, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "So do you still wish to see?" Du Ming felt that his mind was overwhelmed. Suddenly, Shi bravely lifted her head and asked, "Do you wish to see more of me?" The impact of her words left Du Ming in a state of astonishment, captivated by her exquisite features and petite yet graceful form. To not wish to gaze upon her would be sheer folly. "Not only do I wish to see, but I also desire to do much more," he thought, feeling parched and a surge of heat coursing through his body, as though he possessed the strength to fell a bull. In stark contrast, she felt her body grow weak, as if she might dissolve into a puddle at any moment. As she noticed Du Ming staring at her, swallowing hard, she puffed out her chest with pride, her trembling hand reaching for the buttons of her shirt. Abruptly, her body gave way, collapsing to the ground as she fainted. Du Ming was left utterly bewildered. "Oh no, this is bad." It seems she couldn't handle the excitement, and her condition has flared up, he thought in alarm. He hurried over to lift her, pinching her philtrum in an attempt to rouse her. After a moment of this, when she still showed no signs of awakening, he realized he was not well versed in administering artificial respiration. Regardless, he thought it best to try for a while before calling for help. What was it again? Right? First inhale, then blow into her mouth. He recalled the need for cardiopulmonary resuscitation as well. Where do I press? He pondered. Is it on the soft heart or between the ribs? He decided to alternate his approach, pressing haphazardly, while also attempting to blow air into her mouth. Just as he was preparing to dial emergency services after a few minutes, Shi emitted a faint sound. "You still say you're not?" A yellow-haired fool. What are your hands doing all over me? She murmured, her pale face now tinged with a hint of color as she felt his wandering hands. I'm trying to save you, Du Ming replied, feeling wronged. This isn't my first fainting spell. I'll wake up in a few minutes in your hand. Please let go. Oh, all right, he said, withdrawing his hand, but not without seizing the opportunity for a brief grasp. You, pervert. Yanxi shot him an indignant glance. Du Ming then inquired, should I call for help? No need. I'm used to it. I'm so hungry, she replied. Then let me help you up and order some takeout, he offered as he supported her under her arms, easing her onto the sofa. He began to prepare to order food for her. However, Yanxi interrupted him, insisting, I want to eat what you make. Fine, but I must warn you. My culinary skills are lacking, Du Ming confessed earnestly. Yellow-haired people always lie. My father warned me of this. Your stinky tofu and dumplings are truly delicious, she retorted, regarding him with disdain. Du Ming found himself at a loss for words. What do you have? He asked. Yanxi weakly pointed toward the refrigerator, indicating there might be some noodles. Du Ming approached the fridge. Then I shall prepare noodles for you, he declared, moving to the kitchen to boil water. Watching him prepare noodles stirred a warmth in Yanxi's heart, reminiscent of her father caring for her. In her eyes, Du Ming oscillated between being a fatherly figure and the mischievous yellow-haired boy. Before long, Du Ming returned with a steaming bowl of noodles, perhaps too eager or simply too hot to handle. As Du Ming hastily placed the bowl on the table, a careless moment caused the noodles to spill askew onto the surface. He quickly utilized his chopsticks to salvage a portion, fortunately managing to save a substantial amount. Observing the flustered Du Ming, Yanxi playfully chided him, calling him a fool. Du Ming approached her, offering assistance to reach the table. Some of the noodles have fallen. Shall I retrieve them for you, or would you prefer I prepare another bowl? Yanxi settled herself at the edge of the table, picking up her chopsticks, and replied, No need, this bowl is one I used to feed the cats. Oh, you should have mentioned that. It looks quite lovely. I assumed it was one of your favorites, he remarked. Yanxi shot him a glance, opting not to engage further. After all, this was the first time this foolish, dad-like rogue had specially prepared a meal for her. As she twirled some noodles and slurped them in, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Why are these so unpalatable? Your dumplings and stinky tofu were delicious. Do you not wish to cook for me? Du Ming shrugged. I have only learned to fry stinky tofu and make dumplings. How foolish, Yanxi retorted before continuing to eat. Eventually, she finished all the noodles, feeling a bit revitalized. After the meal, both Yanxi and Du Ming were at a loss for what to do next. Yanxi refrained from mentioning the incident before her fainting spell, though Du Ming contemplated it, aware of the now stagnant atmosphere. They lapsed into silence for a moment before Yanxi spoke up, actually my health. She poured out her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks as she conveyed her feelings. I do not wish to undergo chemotherapy. I would rather wear beautiful makeup like today and simply drift away. Du Ming stepped closer, about to respond when Yanxi suddenly embraced his waist. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me back, for allowing me to savor delicious, stinky tofu and dumplings, and for sharing your meal with me. I had hoped to pursue a romance with you, but it seems my body cannot endure much longer. By the way, do you want to see? I can show you. With that, she began to unbutton her shirt. Witnessing her distress, Du Ming wrapped his arms around her waist and softly whispered in her ear, I can save you. Chapter 26. Bringing the little beauty back to the villa, I can save you. Du Ming whispered gently into Yanxi's ear. However, Yanxi was utterly perplexed by his words. She continued to weep, exclaiming, I do not want your bone marrow. You do not understand. I do not wish to shave my head, undergo chemotherapy, or endure those terrifying surgeries. Woe is me, you do not comprehend. After crying for an extended period, Yanxi finally had her fill of tears. Nevertheless, she did not withdraw from Du Ming's embrace, her tear-streaked, delicate face resting against his abdomen. Like a cat, she nuzzled against him. Your stomach is so firm. Do you exercise often? Is that a six-pack? Let me see. Upon uttering those words, she reached to lift Du Ming's shirt. Wow, it truly is a six-pack. Look at that. It's impressive, and it feels delightful to touch. Du Ming merely observed her in silence. Yanxi chatted and laughed for a while before realizing that Du Ming had not engaged with her at all. Hey, you rascal. Why are you silent? Are you upset that I touched you? I can return the favor, you know? With that, she puffed out her chest proudly. Du ming inquired. Have you had your fun? If you are done, I shall speak to you about your matters. So listen carefully. Yanons noticed du ming et sérieux de mianor. And her eyes ceased to wander. Oh, go ahead, I am listening. Du Ming then instructed her, come over here. With that, he playfully touched her chest. You naughty rascal. Yanxi instinctively recoiled. Without turning around, Du Ming retorted, you invited me to touch you. He then settled onto the sofa, beckoning her, come here. You don't mean for us to engage in anything inappropriate, do you? I cannot handle excitement, so do not even think about it. Despite her words, Yanxi's feet slowly moved toward him. What I mentioned earlier about saving you does not entail donating bone marrow. There's no need to shave your head, undergo chemotherapy, or have surgery. Do you comprehend? Du Ming gazed sternly at Yanxi. Upon hearing this, Yanxi stared at him in a daze, taking a while to respond. I understand the words you are saying, but I seem to grasp your meaning poorly. Du Ming pressed on. At this moment, you are unlikely to believe anything I say. Let me ask you, if what I just mentioned is true, would you be willing to give it a try? Only a fool would refuse, but Du Ming interrupted her, his tone turning serious. No more buts. Today is Thursday. We can proceed by next Monday. Yanxi was taken aback by his grave expression, asking earnestly, what must I do? Find your parents' photographs and swear before them that if you reveal what I am about to do for you, may they suffer eternally in hell. Yanxi stared at him, suddenly standing up and striking him forcefully. You devil. Get out. I refuse your interference. Du Ming grasped both of her hands firmly, pulling them behind her. He held her tightly. You silly girl. If you do not tell anyone, this oath will hold no power. Yanxi struggled in his embrace. I do not wish for you to curse my parents. How could this be a curse? As I've said, as long as you don't speak of it, nothing will happen. Must you really go around telling people? Du Ming was on the verge of losing it, terrified of being taken away for dissection. Why would I tell anyone? You saved me. Would I really harm you in return? Yanxi finished speaking, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, are you saying you can cure me without sending me to the hospital? Obviously, if the hospital could heal you, what would be the point of making you swear to secrecy? Seeing that she had finally caught on, Du Ming released her and pushed her onto the sofa. Rather than getting angry, Yanxi bounced right back up and clung to his arm. Do you have some secret remedy? If so, why not capitalize on it and make a fortune? Du Ming scoffed to Hehe noivti. Think carefully about the saying a man's wealth is his own ruin before we continue this conversation. Yanxi actually took his words to heart, pondering deeply and even searching online. After a long while, she returned to cling to Du Ming again. I understand now. No matter what, this person would be guilty. Exactly, Du Ming said. So if people found out I cured you, not only would I be finished, you would be too. Yanxi pouted pitifully. Do I really have to swear that terrible oath? Gently stroking her hair, Du Ming replied softly. You don't want the two of us to be taken away for dissection, do you? Yanxi shuddered. No, no. I can't even stand the thought of shaving my head. Finally, Yanxi swore the dreadful oath before a photo of her parents. Once done, she gazed at Du Ming with a lingering, melancholic look. Fool, as long as you don't tell anyone, nothing will happen. But it still feels strange. Not wanting to drag the conversation further, Du Ming instructed her, all right, now pack some things and come with me. For the next while, stay with me. Tell others you're traveling, and we'll figure out the rest in a few months. Otherwise, if you recover too suddenly, people will grow suspicious. Yanxi obediently went to pack, muttering as she did. Somehow, this feels like you're abducting me. Are you scared? Actually, I'm kind of excited. She packed so much that the trunk of her car was completely stuffed. You're really something, you scoundrel. Tricking me into eloping with you and making me bring my own car. Du Ming rapped her lightly on the head. Drive. When the navigation led them to Qingzhou Lake, even Yanxi, who was no stranger to wealth, gasped and clutched her chest in shock. Qingzhou Lake? You scoundrel. Do you work here as a security guard? Moments latte. The car stopped in front of Villa B01, and Yanxi was stunned once more. You actually live here? Are you house-sitting for someone? Du Ming sighed. Your imagination is truly boundless. But it's impossible. You're just a street vendor. How can you afford this place? Stop overthinking it and start unloading. You need to rest and recover properly. Don't go dying on me in the next 3 days. Yanxi kicked him lightly with her dainty foot. Upon entering the villa's living room, Yanxi was stunned yet again. Wow, is this some kind of CEO falls for the dying me scenario? She turned to Du Ming, eyes wide. You scoundrel. I think I'm starting to believe you can really cure me. Upon finishing her words, she, along with Xiao Qing, roamed about, her joyful exclamations resonating throughout the villa. Occasionally, the essence of national culture wafted through Villa Number 1. As evening fell, after a refreshing bath, Du Ming sent a message to Xiao Qing, informing her of his obligations over the next few days that would prevent him from accompanying her. Xiao Qing promptly replied, "All right, I will diligently practice yoga and patiently await your return, and I shall surprise you next time." The sight of her response stirred a tumult of emotions within Du Ming. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain by Yanxi's side for the next 3 days, as she had nearly fainted once again earlier. She adamantly refused to go to the hospital or accept any medical personnel, insisting that only Du Ming's presence would suffice. "I only need to avoid being overly excited or excessively sorrowful," were her defiant words. Du Ming had no choice but to suppress his frustration, promising to seek out Xiao Qing after 3 days. Just as he prepared to sleep, a bright voice rang out. "You rascal, why don't you come sleep on the bed? I am scared." Chapter 27. 3 days with Yanxi. Rascal, come sleep on the bed too. I am scared. Already stirred up by Xiao Qing's words earlier, Du Ming hesitated at her request. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Call me if you need anything." Yanxi's sweet, coquettish voice pleaded again. "Come here, please." "I'm really frightened." Unable to resist, Du Ming hunched over and reluctantly climbed onto the bed, curling up like a shrimp. Yanxi's voice chimed once more. "Rascal, why are you turning your back to me?" Exasperated, Du Ming turned around, his eyes wide as saucers as he stared at her. You're trying to scare me to death, silly." Moments later, Yanxi spoke again. "Rascal, don't be like this. Lie flat, okay? I want to hug you while I sleep." Through gritted teeth, Du Ming replied, "Not convenient." Yanxi sat up abruptly, studying him. "Not convenient? What do you mean? Are you unwell? Let me see." Du Ming glanced at the temptation right before him, then shut his eyes. "Just lie down. Don't talk to me." Confused, Yanxi complied. "Rascal, I want to touch your abs. Otherwise, I can't sleep." With that, her small hand darted toward Du Ming's stomach. "No." Du Ming blocked her hastily. "TSK, you really are a rascal." Blushing, Yanxi turned away, ignoring him. Even Du Ming, who had been indulging in physical desires since gaining the system, felt deeply embarrassed. "Maybe I should just go back to the sofa." "No," Yanxi immediately protested. After a pause, she whispered, Are you in pain?" Du Ming didn't answer. "Rascal, you're so good to me." Her voice brimmed with tenderness. Yanxi then turned back toward him, pressing close. "I'm exhausted. I want to sleep." Murmuring drowsily, she rested her head on Du Ming's shoulder, limbs draped over him, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Friday, Du Ming woke up on time, finding Yanxi sprawled atop him, still asleep. Almost unconsciously, he extended a finger beneath her petite nose, feeling warm breath. Relieved, he gently stroked her hair, careful not to wake her. "Just 3 more days, and you'll be reborn. Revive, my little third." As if sensing his thoughts, Yanxi stirred groggily. She tightened her embrace, murmuring sleepily, "Rascal, just a little longer." Suddenly, her eyes flew open, locking onto Du Ming. Uneasy, he asked, what are you doing?" Yanxi gave him a disdainful look. "You rascal, don't get too excited. I'll just take a cold shower." After planting a soft kiss on her forehead, he bolted to the bathroom. Watching his flustered retreat, Yanxi muttered under her breath, "Fool. Rascal." Her curse carried nothing but affection. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Yanxi quietly sat up, her gaze fixed anxiously in that direction. As if fearing that Du Ming might suddenly emerge, she delicately placed her fingers beneath her charming nose and sniffed, frowning as she remarked, "Something smells peculiar." Yanxi sat on the bed, deep in contemplation. Should they venture out for breakfast or have it delivered? Startled, Yanxi jolted. "Is it possible not to use my mouth?" Du Ming, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? Not using your mouth for breakfast? Then you might as well lick it." A pillow was tossed in her direction. "You lecher," she retorted. If that lecher truly expected her to lick, should she comply or resist? Du Ming, Undeterred, suggested. Then let me assist with some porridge. It's suitable for licking. Get out. I need to rise, Yanxi declared, her anger beginning to surface. All right. I'll step outside. Just don't get upset. I'll be out here, and every 5 seconds, you must make a sound, or I shall enter. Du Ming stationed himself by the door. Within the room, sounds echoed every 5 seconds. Hey, oh, huh, you scoundrel. I shall cease my calls. If I continue, I might faint or lose my breath. Du Ming, inquiring from the threshold, asked then what to do. Yanxi, drained of energy, replied, come in. Whatever I do, you must be by my side. For 3 days, Du Ming and Yanxi were inseparable. He strived to keep her emotions in check, yet even so, her vitality dwindled with each passing day. On the first day, she implored Du Ming to teach her how to swim, frolicking alone in the pool for quite some time. The second day, she merely desired his company in the garden to admire the flowers. By the third day, she primarily reclined on the bed. Quietly nestlet in Du Ming's embrace, engaging in conversation. During these 3 days, Du Ming nearly divulged all his systematic knowledge to her. While she only refrained from revealing the exact number of hairs on her head. In the evening, Yanxi took but a small bite of her meal, utterly devoid of the strength to speak. Even the words fool directed at Du Ming echoed only in her mind. Strangely, an hour later, she suddenly regained a remarkable vigor. You scoundrel, help me down. I wish to apply a beautiful makeup. Du Ming, astonished, gazed at her. Oh, you're speaking again? With just a few hours until midnight. When he could utilize his spiritual energy to heal her, he jested without a hint of worry. Idiot, Yanxi succinctly replied. He assisted her to sit at the vanity, where she began to experiment with various bottles and jars. Yanxi applied her makeup with extraordinary care, and before she knew it, an hour had passed. Turning to the mirror, she inspected her reflection from every angle and asked Du Ming, scoundrel, do I look good? You look splendid, he affirmed. In that hour, Du Ming witnessed a miracle. He beheld a once pale, lifeless visage transform into a radiant and delicate countenance. It was truly astonishing. After this transformation, a kiss would surely leave a lasting impression. Yanxi gazed into the mirror for what felt like an eternity before sighing, scoundrel, I wish to sleep. Having completed her makeup, the vitality she had just regained seemed to vanish in an instant. Du Ming hastily settled her onto the bed before lying down beside her with practiced ease. These 3 days had felt like an entire lifetime compressed in a fleeting moments. Just as in the previous 2 days, Yanxi nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his torso. You wretched scoundrel, she murmured weakly. I know you could never truly cure me. Such miracles don't exist. You just wanted me to spend my final days in happiness. And I was happy. It's just, I couldn't fulfill your most wicked desire. Truthfully, I wanted to as well. What a pity. Her voice grew fainter. You rogue. I'm so tired today. My arms have no strength left. Don't blame me. Her breath softened into silence before she uttered one last whisper. Mom, Dad, I'm coming. And then she drifted into slumber against Du Ming's chest. His heart ached as he tenderly stroked her silken hair. His gaze fixed on the time displayed on his phone. 22:04. Rest well, my love, he murmured. In just 2 more hours, you'll be reborn. He muted his phone and distractedly scrolled through it, waiting for midnight to arrive. Then, something felt wrong. His hands began to tremble. His entire body shuddered violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The weight against his chest, and she was growing cold. With shaking fingers, he reached to check her breath. No, he roared, bolting upright and shaking her desperately. Hey, don't you dare scare me like this. Wake up. Just a few more minutes. Just hold on. But Yanxi didn't respond. No sharp retort. No groggy, you wretched rogue. Stop making such a racket. He yanked her upright, shaking her violently. Her delicate hands, once so lively, now hung limp at her sides. God damn it. What kind of sick joke is this? Frantically, he began CPR, pressing against her chest, forcing air into her lungs, but Yanxi was gone. Madness seized him. He tore through the room, smashing everything in sight. Mirrors, furniture, anything he could destroy. Bottles and jars from her vanity clattered to the floor in a cacophony of shattering glass. Amid the wreckage, his gaze fell upon the scattered cosmetics, her last treasures, the things she had cherished so dearly. She loved beauty so much. Then why did she have to die? Even with my spiritual power, I couldn't save her. Why do these cursed diseases exist? Ding. Weekly mission updated. Sell 500 portions of rice noodles at the Zhongshan Road public restroom. Reward. 9 revolutions soul returning elixir. Chapter 28. The 9 Transformation Revitalizing Pill. The 9 Transformation Revitalizing Pill possesses miraculous effects, allowing one to defy death within a span of 12 hours, provided the physical body remains intact and uncorrupted. Upon consumption, it grants the gift of resurrection. Ding. The spiritual energy has been activated this week, with a particularly intense characteristic. Ding. The method for preparing rice noodles has been transmitted. Boom. Du Ming heard the voice of the system in his mind, akin to a celestial melody. The 9 Transformation Revitalizing Pill. Du Ming was overwhelmed with joy. There was hope, a glimmer of salvation. System Father, I adore you. Ding. Do not celebrate too early. There are still 11 hours and 58 minutes remaining. Du Ming composed himself. With less than 12 hours left, even with the 9 Transformation Revitalizing Pill, he could not resurrect Yin Shi without selling 500 portions of rice noodles. Time was of the essence. He immediately called the Property Service Center. Hello, this is Qingzhou Lake. Do you have a duty manager available? I am the owner of B01. My surname is Du. Du Ming interrupted the staff before they could finish speaking. Oh, Mr. Du, we do have one. I will summon our manager right away. As the owner of 10 villas, the staff was well aware of his identity. In less than a minute, a voice came through the phone. Mr. Du, I'm the duty manager, Su Tian. Please, let me know how I may assist you. Su Tian, having been informed of Du Ming's urgency, got straight to the point. Can you contact the center's restaurant? I require some supplies from there, and I am willing to pay a premium. Mr. Du, let us prioritize your request. We can discuss the financial matters later. Su Tian continued. We have the keys to the restaurant and can access it directly. I will handle the arrangements afterward. Du Ming felt a surge of relief. First, I need to know if the center's restaurant has a large freezer, ideally measuring 2 meters in length and over 1 meter in width. Second, please help me inventory the various raw materials required to prepare 500 servings of rice noodles, including bowls and chopsticks. Tonight, each person you dispatch will receive a labor fee of 10,000 yuan. We will settle the rest later, but speed is essential. Upon hearing the last sentence, Su Tian understood the urgency of the situation, regardless of how outlandish it might seem, and promptly organized the effort. Everyone follow my lead. Mr. Du is offering 10,000 yuan for each of you. Xiaotan, you stay behind. The security guard left behind, eager to speak, was interrupted by Su Tian. You will receive the same. I will report this to Mr. Du. All personnel, target the central restaurant. Move out. Those on the night shift, hearing the promise of 10,000 per head, rushed excitedly towards the electric cart. At that moment, the security guard who answered the call remarked, Manager, won't we be short on staff? He had heard part of the conversation while standing next to Su Tian. Su Tian pondered for a moment. Mr. Du had not specified a number, indicating that the priority was merely to complete the task quickly. The whims of the affluent were difficult to decipher. Thus, it was best to comply. He made calls to rally more people. Regardless of their previous tasks, those notified headed straight for the central restaurant. Meanwhile, Du Ming adjusted the air conditioning to its lowest setting. He was uncertain how long it would take for things to decay, but he needed to ensure the utmost protection. This was the reason behind his request for a freezer. A short while later, Su Tian called. Mr. Du, we have found a freezer that meets your requirements. Additionally, the rice noodles have. Du Ming interjected. Please arrange for someone to deliver the freezer and ensure its contents are emptied. Understood. Su Tian zéponde, promptly organizing the delivery. U4, expedite the freezer to B01. Hello, Mr. Du. May I now report on other matters? Du Ming felt a slight relief upon hearing about the freezer. His mind was now focused on how to sell 500 portions of rice noodles by 11:46 a.m. the next morning. However, he realized that reaching the public restroom on Zhongshan Road would take 20 minutes. Therefore, the latest departure should not exceed around 11:20 a.m., leaving ample time for unforeseen delays, ideally before 11 o'clock a.m. Proceed, he instructed. Mr. Du, the restaurant has over 30 kilograms of rice noodles. but we still require more than 100 kilograms to produce 500 portions. However, I've just been in touch with the restaurant manager, and they can replenish the supply by 6 in the morning. We have enough other seasonings, but we only possess just over 200 large bowls. If you need 500 at once, we can restock from the shop by 7 tomorrow morning. The 30 kilograms should yield a little over 100 portions. If I go tonight, I might not sell even 100 by dawn, but stretching until 6 or 7 in the morning should be manageable. Ensure all of this is loaded into the vehicle. You have a van, correct? Du Ming inquired. Yes, indeed, came the reply. Good. You shall take full responsibility for the remaining shortages and ensure they are delivered to the public restroom on Zhongshan Road as promptly as possible. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the restroom. What a peculiar venture at this late hour. It seemed that absurdity was the path to fortune. Nevertheless, he did not voice his thoughts. Certainly, Mr. Du, I will fulfill your request. At that moment, the personnel arrived with the freezer, and Du Ming directed several individuals to carry it into the living room. Once they departed, he connected the freezer to power and carefully brought Yanxi down from upstairs, placing her inside the freezer. With everything in place, Du Ming contacted Tang Pongzi. After midnight, for those engaged in streaming, sleeping was an anomaly. Ilu, Busdu. Tang Pongzi greeted. He had garnered considerable reward from live streaming as Du Ming's dedicated host, attracting substantial traffic and several advertisements. He was well aware that Du Ming updated the restroom and food offerings every Monday. However, he did not anticipate being contacted just past midnight. Zhongshan Road, rice noodles. Head there now and rally the crowd for me, Du Ming urged. Tang Pongzi hung up the phone, intrigued by the prospect of an all-nighter. I'm in. New material. The more outrageous, the more exhilarating. It was the first time he heard Boss Du request to rally the crowd. Immediately, he shouted in the streaming room, breaking news. Zhongshan Road public restroom. Boss Du's new rice noodles. Available only tonight and tomorrow morning. Once gone, they're gone forever. A lifetime of regret awaits. Given that Du Ming specified Zhongshan Road, it had to be the public restroom there. No food is sold in front of the restroom. That is Boss Du's unique style. The streaming room still had dozens of viewers. Boss Du has updated the food offerings once again. How fortunate you are to be in the same city. Boss Du's cuisine is simply delightful, even though I have yet to taste it. Selling noodles through the night? What a curious endeavor. Subsequently, a pinned message was sent in the public restroom food group, announcing that from tonight until tomorrow morning, Mr. Du would be offering limited-time rice noodles at the Zhongshan Road public restroom. With few people in the live stream, attracting attention still relied on the food group. However, there were not many responses, as most were individuals engaged in their legitimate occupations. A handful replied, expressing their intentions. Zhongshan Road sounds great, not far. I'll go for noodles in the morning. Is it too far? Will there be any left in the afternoon? I've taken leave via the app. Du Ming glanced at Yanxi in the freezer, resolutely turned, and swiftly made his way to the electric stall in the underground parking lot. Upon seeing the new sign, he felt a twinge of toothache. Displaying his stall all night was a test for customers or perhaps a deterrent. He envisioned a scene under the dim streetlight. In front of the quiet public restroom, a small cart adorned with the sign Meng Pa Noodles. If he were to greet customers with a sinister smile, what a chilling image that would be. Selling 500 bowls by 11 o'clock the next day would be ludicrous. It would be tantamount to burning Yanxi. Arriving at the central restaurant, Su Tian awaited him along with everyone who had come to assist that night, approximately 20 individuals. Su Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, said, Mr. Du, I'm not sure if you need help with anything else, so I'm trying to call people. If it's too many, we can reduce the number. Du Ming raised a hand to halt him. I sincerely appreciate everyone coming to assist at this late hour. Manager Su, how many people are here? I will transfer the money to everyone first. The crowd had initially thought Du Ming might not distribute much. Perhaps only a few hundred each would suffice. Their spirits lifted significantly at that moment. Su Tian replied, there are a total of 22 people here. With one on duty who cannot leave, Du Ming pulled out his phone. All right, I'll transfer for 23 people, 10,000 each. The crowd began to beam with joy. That was a substantial sum, merely for counting a few bowls. Su Tian watched the notification of 300,000 arriving on his phone, his breath quickening. Du Ming stated that for 23 individuals, each would receive 10,000, meaning he only needed to transfer 220,000. Goodness, that S an 8,000 gain. Even robbing wouldn't be this swift. There is too much risk in robbery. Everyone's gaze turned to him, awaiting the distribution. Du Ming announced, I am heading to Zhongshan Road to sell rice noodles. They're quite delectable. Let us all go and sample a bowl. It's not expensive, 15 for a bowl. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed by this unconventional approach. Su Tian quickly supported, Mr. Du, congratulations on your grand opening. We must show our support. Let us go eat noodles while distributing the funds. You should have said so earlier. The group hurried to their vehicles, following Du Ming on his electric bike. A grand procession heading towards the Zhongshan Road public restroom, competing with Mr. Du and Yin Wang for patrons. Chapter 29. Team building. Today, a group of individuals, brimming with enthusiasm, arrived at the public restroom on Zhongshan Road. Tang Fatty had already set up the live streaming equipment. Upon seeing Du Ming approach with a formidable team, he promptly directed the camera, eager to capture material for their video production. Goodness, bringing such a large crowd to set up a stall at night speaks volumes about their influence. Upon reaching the restroom, Du Ming wasted no time and commenced the preparations for rice noodles. Su Tian called upon others to assist in unloading items from the van. Mr. Du, there seems to be quite a bit of stuff in this van. Unloading it all might be a challenge, he remarked. Du Ming pondered for a moment and replied, yes. Manager Su, since you will be helping me with the subsequent supplies tomorrow, could you please stay with the van driver? I will ensure that each of you receives an additional 20,000 by around 11 tomorrow morning. As soon as the words left his lips, the van driver instantly agreed. I'm on board. Su Tian, too, could hardly refuse. What a sleepless night when it leads to witnessing the old lady. The others looked on with envy. One socially anxious staff member jokingly suggested, Mr. Du, since the night is long, why not let me stay and rap for you? Sure, Du Ming replied, somewhat taken aback. Wait, are you serious? The staff member, a towering figure at 6 feet 3 inches, chimed in, I can dance too. I learned it from the live stream. All right. Anyone else who wishes to stay is welcome. Hands shot up eagerly as everyone vied to volunteer. Why not earn money from fools? Ultimately, 22 individuals decided to remain. Du Ming was elated. Any contribution towards selling another bowl of noodles was welcomed. The system could not directly treat others, but if he invited them to sing and dance, surely they would spend money on noodles when hungry. After distributing another 20,000 to each, they all began to scan and enjoy their noodles, delighting in the taste. These noodles are truly delicious, one exclaimed. Mr. Du, your business is bound to thrive. Upon hearing this, the others regarded him as though he were foolish. Why mention something so obvious? Were they worried that Du Ming was unaware of the fortune he might be missing? Oh my, these are exceptionally good. I need another bowl. Came another cry of delight. A large group squatted in front of the public restroom, slurping noodles, when a few girls finishing their night shifts passed by. Intrigued by the excitement, they considered joining in for a bowl. Suddenly, one girl pointed at the sign on Du Ming's stall. The others gasped, exclaiming, Meng Pa noodles. How frightening. I know, right? Look at all those men. Doesn't it feel like they're floating while eating? After conjuring vivid images in their minds, the girls hurriedly fled. It was then that Du Ming realized his sign might be detrimental to attracting customers. Su Tian, perceptive as ever, suggested, Mr. Du, must you keep that sign up? Could you perhaps cover it? The system seemed to indicate that it was permissible. Cover it, then, Du Ming replied. Soon, someone in a van retrieved a towel to obscure the characters Meng Pa, and then continued with the dry noodles. Everyone consumed 2 bowls, with a select few indulging in 3, including a few individuals from the gourmet group and Fat Tang. A total of over 50 bowls were sold. Du Ming felt a pang of urgency, as there were still over 400 bowls remaining. If all else failed, he contemplated offering a reward of 10,000 yuan to anyone who came to eat a bowl tomorrow. Directly rewarding consumption would be deemed invalid. Before long, dawn broke. Additional rice noodles and bowls were delivered, and onlookers curiously regarded the throng in front of the public restroom. The foot traffic began to swell, and Du Ming anxiously kept checking time. Everyone sensed his tension, speculating that perhaps wealthy patrons had placed some sort of wager. Having taken so much money without accomplishing much, particularly from those who had claimed they would sing and dance, Du Ming had not insisted they fulfill their promises. A group of individuals was fervently assisting him in promoting the noodles. A towering man, standing nearly 6 feet tall, glared and shouted, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Come over and eat some noodles." However, instead of attracting customers, he frightened a few away. "If you're here for the early noodles, just leave. Only manager Sue and driver Cheney to stay." After contributing several more bowls, the crowd was dismissed by Du Ming. Nonetheless, the commotion surrounding the noodles attracted a good number of passers-by, and the sign was somewhat obscured, making it less intimidating. The stall finally returned to a normal state, with a long queue forming in front, comprising many elderly patrons who called their friends, including those who danced in the square and their companions who played chess. The allure of free noodles drew them in, as they were informed that no bowls would be provided. The bowls, which could fetch over 10 yuan online, were of various chaotic styles and sizes, with even a few soup basins included. By 9 in the morning, the number of customers at the stall plummeted, totaling 282 servings sold. Damn it! Du Ming kicked a nearby tree trunk in frustration. Could it really be this difficult? Fat Tang had already been treating others to noodles, but the foot traffic here was sparse, yielding mediocre results. Noticing Du Ming's rising anger, Fat Tang ended his live stream and approached him, asking Du, "Did you make a bet with friends about how many servings you would sell and by when?" By 11, 218 servings still needed to be sold, and there were currently no customers at the stall. Du Ming lit a cigarette to ease his anxiety. After contemplating for a moment, Fat Tang stepped aside to make a phone call. "Hello, Director Zhang. It's like this. Yes, Boss Du is quite anxious. All right. I'll cover the expenses for you. Good. After hanging up, Fat Tang approached with a smile, saying, "Boss Du, Director Zhang from the Bai Bridge said he would find a way to help." Zhang Jingguo, the director of the Bai Bridge Street Office? Zhang Jingguo, having concluded his call with Fat Tang, reflected on the young man selling stinky tofu at the public restroom, feeling a sense of fondness for him. He considered him a benefactor of sorts, deciding to assist him for his own peace of mind, reasoning that it was not a breach of protocol. He then placed another call. "Hello, Director Chun. It's like this. One of my friend's children is. Yes, indeed, I'll provide covert support for the young man, and I'll cover the costs. Good. At long last, a personal favor has been returned. The factory within my jurisdiction is undergoing its routine maintenance this morning, which will not hinder their production. This is the Hongxing Toy Factory." After a phone call with Director Chun Fugue, who has always been attentive to them, Director Zhang is lending a helping hand today. As for the breakfast expenses, how could one possibly charge him? His factory employs nearly 300 individuals, and the cost for breakfast is merely a few thousand yuan. Summoning a secretary with a figure that could entice anyone, he instructed her to notify the entire factory to gather promptly at the parking area for the shuttle bus, urging them to act swiftly. After giving the secretary a playful pat on her rear, she flashed him a flirtatious glance before heading out to relay the message. Observing her slender waist and long legs, he thought to himself how delightful it would be to drive the delivery van with one hand later. A few minutes later, everyone assembled at the designated area for the shuttle bus. Only then did Chen Fugue arrive, accompanied by his charming secretary. The factory workers regarded him with curiosity, as typically they would be engaged in maintenance every Monday morning. An older employee inquired, "Director, are we not conducting maintenance today?" Chen Fugue replied, "The maintenance won't take long. We can finish it later." With a grand gesture, he declared, "Today, we shall embark on a team-building activity." A chorus of excitement erupted. "Wow, the director is the coolest. Where are we going, Director?" "To Zhongshan Road, to the public restroom." "And what shall we do there?" "To enjoy breakfast." Chapter 30, Resurrect, My Darling Morning. Elf Dreisicham. Du Ming stood before the first freezer, gingerly lifting Yan Shi out. She had begun to freeze. He carried her to the master bedroom and gently placed her on the bed, the cracking ice emitting a disturbing crunch. Summoning the system in his mind, he claimed his reward. "Ding, you have received the task reward. 9-turn resurrection pill. How does one utilize this? It dissolves upon entry with a delightful flavor. You may give it a try." Du Ming gazed at the 9-turn resurrection pill in his hand, a white orb the size of grape, reminiscent of a glutinous rice ball, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy. Can this truly bring someone back from the dead? It sounded fantastical. Yet, with the system at his disposal, what was impossible? He pried open Yinshi's pale lips and placed the pill inside. The pill visibly melted, transforming into a surge of spiritual energy that flowed down her throat. Color began to return to Yinshi's face, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Gradually, the ice on her skin melted away, and her body started to move. Finally, she stretched her arms and let out a contented sigh. Then, she opened her eyes, gazing at Du Ming with an enchanting demeanor. Perverted rascal, I'm back. What's going on? Before Du Ming could respond, Yinshi tugged at his shirt, pulling him down to her. I want you. Du Ming wished to inquire about the meaning of her words. I'm back. But Yinshi whispered in his ear, Don't ask. Do you wish to wait for me to die again? With that, she pressed his head against the softness of her chest. Aren't you always staring at this? What are you hesitating for, my silly brother? Boom. The brother could endure, but the younger brother could not. Having reached this point, all doubts could wait. They would see enough. The two exchanged glances that could shake the heavens and move the earth. In every corner of the villa, in every scene, they indulged, gazing intently, vertically, horizontally, kneeling, tossing, flipping, from dawn until dusk. Perverted rascal, have you had your fill of looking? Not yet. Let us eat something before we continue, shall we? I am hungry. Yinshi, with her disheveled hair, caressed her smooth, slightly rounded abdomen, charmingly inquiring of Du Ming. Leaning against the wardrobe panel, he lit a cigarette. The empty wardrobe bore no clothing. He took a satisfying drag. Yinshi playfully swatted at the smoke, questioning the allure of smoking, finding its taste peculiar. She then snatched Du Ming's cigarette, grasping the fingers that held it and bringing them to her delicate nose. Stinky. She returned the cigarette to him. The scent of men is always strange and unpleasant, everywhere. Du Ming glanced at her sensual lips, retorting, You have your own flavor, you know. Ah, you're not allowed to say that. She lightly tapped him twice with her small hand. Then, like a little kitten, she nestled beside him, recounting the events of the previous night to Du Ming, leaving him utterly bewildered. Had it not been for his own system and the 9 transformations rebirth pill that revived Yinshi, he would never have believed such a tale. So, there truly are souls in this world, and you've been drifting around the villa? Indeed. At this point, Yinshi pressed herself even closer to Du Ming, her body trembling slightly. After I fell asleep last night, I suddenly felt extremely cold and realized I was gradually floating upwards. I was terrified, desperately calling out to you, only to find you completely ignoring me, engrossed in watching videos. I was so infuriated that At this juncture, Yinshi began to stutter. Curiously, Du Ming asked, What did you do? You didn't kick me, did you? Puffed, how unoriginal. I sat on you with my bottom, intending to disgust you. Du Ming widened his eyes in astonishment. You are such a rascal. What am I bottom? You certainly didn't hold back earlier. Then what happened? Du Ming hastily changed the subject. You lewd rogue. Then I noticed that my body actually passed through you, and in my panic, I floated upwards again. Later, I discovered another version of myself lying on the bed, and I was so frightened that I cried out desperately, wailing in your ear, but you, foolishly, were just watching the lady shake her hips. Get to the point. Du Ming felt quite embarrassed. Who could have known that a ghost would be discovered? Yinshi insisted, that is the point. You even complained about me sitting on you with my bottom. Is someone else more appealing than mine? Your appearance. Only then did Yinshi relent. That is more like it. Then you, silly, realized I'd passed away. Watching you panic as you desperately tried to save me, and then losing your temper made me feel both sorrowful and pain for you. Upon finishing, Yinshi planted a fervent kiss on Du Ming's face, her lips feeling sore before she finally released him. In the end, you placed me in the freezer and went out, leaving me all alone and terrified, hiding in the cupboard, until you retrieved that pill and shoved it into my mouth. I was pulled back into my body by an overwhelming force. You understood everything then, right? Please don't leave me in the future. I can't bear to be away from you, even for a moment. Du Ming took his last puff of smoke and patted her flesh pressed against his arm. Let us go, shower, and eat something. The two entered the bathroom together. After freshening up, They went to the central dining hall for dinner, settling the remaining expenses. Having not visited Shaoqing for a few days, Du Ming decided to see her tonight. Holding Yin Shi's small hand, he pondered how to broach the topic. You rascal. Do you have something on your mind? And is it related to the lady? Du Ming was startled by her words. How did you know? Hehe. After spending every day together, whenever you think of something lewd, I will catch on. Yin Shi wore a proud expression. Is it that obvious? Tell me, so I can be more discreet next time. Humph. Do you think I would tell you? Du Ming was left speechless. Yin Shi was well acquainted with the eccentric spirit. She inquired, Sister, am I beautiful? Oh, undoubtedly so. Otherwise you, a scoundrel, would not have taken notice, just like this princess. Du Ming tentatively remarked. I haven't spent time with her these past few days. Perhaps I shall keep her company tonight. What do you think? Please, do not abandon me alone. I am afraid. Yin Shi pleaded, her attachment to him palpable. They were nearly inseparable, as the recent parting had profoundly affected her. Du Ming constituted her entire world. Yet, what was she to do? With a cunning glint, Yin Shi challenged, kiss me in a crowded place, and I shall divulge my secret. Du Ming, taken aback, protested. Such an embarrassing request. How could I possibly comply? Nevertheless, he grasped her hand and, amidst a few onlookers, pressed his lips to hers. Yin Shi, blushing, cast a sidelong glance at the bystanders and exclaimed, Scoundrel, how shameless. Once they distanced themselves, she added, Scoundrel, I shall not concern myself with how many ladies you pursue, but I must remain by your side. Du Ming, puzzled, asked at all times, Oh, you foolish one. I simply wish to share the same space with you and feel your presence. I cannot endure a space devoid of you, she lamented, recalling the haunting image of her soul drifting alone in the villa for an entire night. His heart ached, and he pulled her closer. Very well, I promise you this. Yet, regarding the other ladies, Scoundrel, I knew you would inquire about that. Indeed, your pursuit of other ladies is for this reason. Du Ming felt utterly flustered. Suddenly, Yin Shi, blushing, added, If the other ladies are willing, I too could join. Of course, only if I desire it. Should they refuse, I shall remain in another room. Is that acceptable? Du Ming, overjoyed, replied, Wouldn't that be unfair to you? Yin Shi playfully rolled her eyes at him. Fairness is the greatest joke. Is there truly fairness in this world? You are so naive. Chapter 31. I want to learn yoga today. Shaoqing practiced yoga at Villa Number 2. Shaoqi suggested that she attend a class every other day. However, eager to accelerate her progress and master the bridge pose that Du Ming desired, she clandestinely practiced at home. Just after finishing her session, she received a message from Du Ming. My darling, are you home? I miss you. Her heart leaped with joy as she quickly replied, Yes, Ming. I miss you too. I'll come over shortly. I have a big surprise for you, so don't be too shocked. I will cherish whatever you give me. With that, Shaoqing set her phone down, delighting in the prospect of the surprise. Regardless of what it might be, the mere fact that Du Ming was coming over was her greatest joy. As she prepared to shower, she suddenly spotted her yoga pants, and a mischievous smile crept across her face. A 1T change. I won't let you bleed from your nose, she thought playfully. You've not come for days. Du Ming had indeed been absent for several days, and Shaoqing had never taken the initiative to message him. She only responded eagerly when he inquired about her. This morning, she had watched a video by Tang, the chubby guy, and learned that Du Ming had actually stayed out all night selling goods, yet she refrained from messaging him, fearing it would disturb him. Ding zong, ding zong. The doorbell rang, and Du Ming did not open the door himself. They're here, they're here. Shaoqing hurried to answer the door, flinging it open and exclaiming, Ming. To her surprise, not only was the long-awaited Du Ming outside, but also a petite and lovely girl, who couldn't entirely be classified as a little girl. She was merely younger. Instantly, Shaoqing felt a rush of embarrassment as both individuals at the door scrutinized her yoga pants. Du Ming felt a swell of happiness and pride at her appearance. But the gaze of the other girl made her feel utterly self-conscious. Inwardly, she chastised Du Ming. Is this your idea of a surprise? At least give me a heads up instead of the shock. Du Ming, sensing the awkwardness, broke the silence. Let's go inside and talk. The two women exchanged glances, and Shaoqing quickly added, Yes, come in. Little sister, you are so beautiful. As Du Ming and Yan Shi entered, closing the door behind them. Yan Shi smiled at Xiaoqing. Sister, you're also quite beautiful. Does the rogue particularly favor this style? Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming sense of shame. I was just practicing yoga and didn't have time to change. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, little sister. Yan Shi shot a glance at Du Ming. No need to change. It seems the rogue enjoys this look quite a bit. It appears I should also start practicing yoga. Sister, could you teach me? Blushing, Xiaoqing replied, of course. I just started practicing. I'll go take a shower and change. Then I'll come back to keep you company. With that, she dashed away, almost fleeing. Only after Xiaoqing had left did Du Ming turn to Yan Shi. Xiaoqing is a really good person. Please don't tease her. He chose not to interject while the women conversed, content to observe their playful banter. Yan Shi bristled at his words. What do you mean she's good? Am I not good enough? I'm no less than her, she retorted, proudly straightening her posture. Moreover, which of your eyes witnessed my playful banter with her? You seem to be quite observant. Then, with a mischievous glint, you inquired of Du Ming. Is Sister Xiaoqing exceptionally beautiful? I am quite curious and wish to behold her. Du Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Is she truly that breathtaking? Then you shall speak with her yourself later. Unyielding, and she pressed on, you rogue, who is truly beautiful? Du Ming, unfazed by such a provocative inquiry, replied, they're all lovely. However, my interest lies not solely in mere appearances. Having endured a day of relentless banter, Yan Shi finally grasped the implication of Du Ming's words. The jesting that had characterized their interaction faded, leaving her cheeks flushed as her mind replayed the day's events. During their light-hearted conversation, Sister Xiaoqing had finished her bath and donned a lovely dress before descending the stairs. Spotting her in a graceful garment, Yan Shi hurried over to link arms with her, exclaiming, Sister Xiaoqing, you are truly stunning. She then turned to Du Ming, you rogue. May I borrow Sister Xiaoqing for a moment? You can resume your mischief later, all right? With a dismissive wave, Du Ming acquiesced. While Xiaoqing still glanced back at Du Ming, Yan Shi had already whisked her upstairs to a nearby bedroom. Sister Xiaoqing, I am Yan Shi. Does that rogue truly enjoy watching us practice yoga? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing blushed. I'm not entirely sure, but he did seem quite attentive earlier. Yan Shi, with a hint of irritation, remarked, I see. This is what they call uniform seduction. That rogue must certainly relish it. Xiaoqing added thoughtfully. That seems likely. He insisted that I wear office attire. Yan Shi, through gritted teeth, declared, let us purchase a set of every uniform, lest we grant this fellow any favors. Xiaoqing struggled to keep pace with her enthusiasm, but managed to agree. Indeed, let us shop together next time. By the way, Sister Xiaoqing, are you practicing yoga of your own volition, or did the rogue encourage you to? Upon mentioning yoga, Xiaoqing's face turned crimson. It appeared this young girl held a significant place in Du Ming's heart, being the first among the women he had encountered. Establishing a good rapport with her seemed essential. Thus, she candidly replied, he wants me to practice. He even helped me acquire a membership at the community center. Yan Shi, puzzled, queried, but why must you practice yoga? If he enjoys uniforms, surely you could simply wear them. She pondered, do we have to learn a new skill for every uniform he admires? Xiaoqing, amused by Yan Shi's innocence, thought to herself that the girl was still quite new to this. She explained, he wants me to master the bridge pose. Yan Shi tilted her lovely head in confusion. Bridge pose? What is that? Xiaoqing, blushing, whispered in her ear, it is, and proceeded to elucidate further. Yan Shi's cheeks turned a shade of crimson as well. I told you he is a rogue. It is utterly embarrassing. She then inquired, does he truly enjoy it? Yes. He always encourages me to practice diligently. Xiaoqing replied softly. Sister Xiaoqing, would you be willing to teach me? I feel too bashful to learn from anyone else. It is far too shameful. Xiaoqing nodded. Yes, whenever you have time, we can practice together. The instructor also mentioned that we should work on. She shared various yoga poses and techniques with Yan Shi, who felt overwhelmed and shamelessly determined to learn. She refused to be outdone by other women and lamented the competitive atmosphere. If only this rogue were a mere handyman, she mused, she wouldn't have to compete for his attention. The two women engaged in their animated conversation for an indeterminate length of time, while Du Ming grew increasingly fatigued. He ascended the stairs and called out, "I'm going to sleep now. Who will keep me company?" Xiaoqing blushed, uncertain of how to respond. Yanxi, with a generous push, urged, "Xiaoqing, you go ahead. This rogue has been keeping me company for several days." Initially pleased, Xiaoqing later felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing Yanxi's words had an air of pretentiousness. Then she heard Yanxi ask, "Xiaoqing, can I join you in sleeping together in the future? I'm afraid alone." Xiaoqing, who had harbored a bit of anger, suddenly found herself softened by the sight of tears glistening in Yanxi's eyes, looking at her pitifully. For reasons unknown, her heart ached, and she thought, why not let her join? Afterward, she chastised herself for her lack of integrity. How would that little girl perceive her? To her surprise, Yanxi leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Great! But not tonight. I'm about to fall apart." As Xiaoqing stepped out, she was instantly pulled into the master bedroom by Du Ming, who had been waiting outside. Chapter 32. The reluctance to drink the Mengpa soup in the early morning. Du Ming awoke to the sight of two enchanting women. He couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between having a system and merely tightening screws. Gently caressing their silken hair, he was careful not to rouse them. He decided to browse through some videos on his phone, allowing them to enjoy a bit more sleep. Upon opening the video app, he was greeted by the live stream of the Plumtang. To his surprise, this fellow had already begun broadcasting at such an early hour. He was immensely grateful to him for yesterday's events, as it was Tang who had located director Zhang Jingguo at the Bai Bridge. Selling over 200 bowls of noodles before 11 seemed a daunting task, and he could be considered an indirect savior of Yanxi. Du Ming contemplated initiating a small gesture of gratitude towards Tang, director Zhang, and the factory manager of the toy company. As he entered Tang's live stream, he heard him lament, "Brothers, I hardly slept last night. It has been quite distressing. I must apologize to brother Momo. You wouldn't believe it, but he even messaged me last night, urging me not to take it to heart, assuring me that it was unintentional." He inquired whether I had been attacked online. Du Ming listened to Tang's heartfelt monologue for a while and gleaned some understanding of the situation from the comments of the fans in the live chat, which surprisingly involved him. The previous morning, after Du Ming had sold 500 bowls of rice noodles, Tang hurried home, indulging in a delightful nap until the afternoon, when he began crafting videos. He edited together various amusing clips, including scenes featuring the signature Mengpa noodles. Once the video was posted, numerous fans chimed in with playful comments, praising the noodle's flavor, while many teased about its name, especially in conjunction with the midnight hour, an ambience truly exquisite. Among the commenters was a user named Momo, whose remark irked Tang. Mo wrote, "The noodles may be delicious, but I am not fond of Mengpo's soup. I truly wish to avoid drinking it." Upon seeing this comment, Tang immediately labeled him a hater and retorted, "You don't like it? Can you even enjoy it? Is it so easy to escape Mengpo's soup?" Shortly thereafter, Mo replied, "Indeed, the critical condition notice has been issued. I expect to drink it soon." Tang sensed something was amiss and visited Mo's profile. It was devoid of any videos or works, just a solitary introduction stating, "I really wish to avoid drinking Mengpo's soup, but seems imminent." Tang was taken aback. He hastily left a comment apologizing and inquiring about Mo's situation, offering his utmost assistance. However, Mo did not respond. Hours later, Tang finally received a private message from him. "Apologies, I fainted again. Thank you, but it is all meaningless now. After receiving the critical condition notice, I have returned home to await that moment. I should not awaken the next time I faint. I hope you haven't been attacked online. I can only say sorry here. To apologize in person will have to wait until the next life." Since then, there has been no further communication. Tang's heart ached as if pierced by a needle, leaving him restless throughout the night. In their brief exchange, he gleaned that Momo resided in the same city, specifically in Rong District, and was in the advanced stages of leukemia. However, she remained reticent about divulging further details. Thus, at the break of dawn, Tang initiated a live broadcast, hoping that Momo would grace his virtual space with her presence. Upon discerning the situation, Du Ming pondered thoughtfully. Momo's message resonated deeply with him. Her succinct words conveyed a blend of reluctance, resignation, and an underlying cheerfulness. This week's reservoir of spiritual energy remained untapped. and Momo seemed to be a kindred spirit. If she wished to evade the drink of oblivion, then he would endeavor to save her. With the system at his disposal, surely he could rescue one or two precious souls. The challenge lay in finding a discreet approach. He intended to express his gratitude to Tang and perhaps gather more clues through their conversation. Gently, he roused the slumbering Xiao Qing and Yin Shi, both of whom stirred drowsily, emitting soft murmurs of reluctance. Still want to sleep, they sighed. Du Ming chuckled softly. If you wish to doze, then by all means. But kindly release me, so I may attend to some matters with Tang. Xiao Qing merely flipped over, continuing her slumber. Yin Shi tightened her embrace around Du Ming's chest, opening her eyes to declare, I wish to join you. Du Ming replied, if you wish to go, then go. You are already acquainted with Tang. Unbeknownst to him, both women had taken an interest in Tang. All right, Yin Shi cheerfully agreed, rising to her feet. Xiao Qing, too, harbored a desire to accompany Du Ming, having had but one outing to the mall with him since. However, with Yin Shi also wishing to join, she opted to refrain from intruding on their intimate gathering. Last night, she had distinctly sensed Yin Shi's reliance on Du Ming, a bond that transcended mere affection. She found herself quite fond of the charming and beautiful girl. Sisterhood, she mused. In the privacy of their shared bed, their closeness went unnoticed, yet in public, it would be less appropriate for three to appear too familiar, especially considering Du Ming's tendency to be somewhat indiscreet. She decided against inviting potential discomfort, particularly as some areas remained sensitive. Boss Du, over here, Tang called out, waving from the entrance of a tea house. Upon seeing Yin, she tightly entwined with Du Ming's arm. He was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Hello, lovely lady, he exclaimed, internally admiring Du Ming for having captured the attention of such a stunning beauty after merely selling stinky tofu a few times. Yin Shi smiled playfully. Hello, esteemed broadcaster. Tang replied, oh, I hardly deserve such a title. I've merely benefited from Boss Du's popularity. He then remarked, by the way, you look even more radiant than before. Both Du Ming and Yin Shi felt a jolt of surprise. Tang continued teasingly, the power of love is indeed formidable. You were already a beauty, but love has enhanced your allure. Yin Shi, blushing, cast a shy glance at Du Ming and replied, oh, it's just you being charming. Her mind wandered back to the tender moments shared with Du Ming in Villa No. 1. Tang then inquired, a few days ago at Bai Bridge, I encountered that auntie who often accompanies you. Yin Shi inquired, oh, that is Aunt Wah, my neighbor. By the way, if you encounter her next time, do not mention that you saw me. I told her I went traveling. Tang Pongzi erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I understand, wearing an expression that conveyed his comprehension. It seems to be the rhythm of eloping with Boss Du. Quite impressive indeed. Once Du Ming felt that their pleasantries had concluded, he addressed Tang Pongzi, saying, thanks to you yesterday, we also troubled Director Zhang and that manager Chen. Just as Tang Pongzi was about to respond graciously, Du Ming raised his hand to halt him. He continued, I will transfer 500,000 to you. Please assist me in ordering 300,000 worth of quality toys for Manager Chen. Then hand them over to Director Zhang for him to arrange some activities to distribute them for free to the children. Additionally, the Yai Bridge Night Market will provide a portion for customers, and you will film the entire process live. The remaining 200,000 will serve as your compensation, allowing you to acquire some broadcasting equipment. Tang Pongzi replied, Boss Du, I have no issue ordering the toys and having Director Zhang arrange everything. I appreciate their help, but as for the 200,000, just keep it. This matter is largely thanks to you. Moreover, you are my dedicated broadcaster now, so earning a little money is only fair. 200,000 is merely a small sum? Tang Pongzi pondered to himself, reflecting on the wealth of others. After Du Ming finished speaking, he feigned casualness and inquired, I noticed during your live stream today that you kept apologizing. What was that about? Chapter 33. Hello, Yin Shi. You are truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Tang Fatty immediately felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Bringing this matter up is truly heart-wrenching. Yin Shi, perplexed by the sudden shift in his mood, inquired curiously, what's wrong? Consequently, Tang Fatty recounted the entire situation in meticulous detail. far more comprehensive than during the live broadcast. Upon learning that Mo was also afflicted with leukemia, Yanxi was moved to tears, deeply empathizing with the plight. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, particularly when she heard that Mo might faint and depart at any moment. Clutching Du Ming's arm tightly, her petite frame trembled slightly. Eventually, Tang Fatty sighed heavily, acknowledging that there was little he could do to assist in such dire circumstances. Oh, the wretchedness of illness. Du Ming, having gleaned the information he sought, noted that Tang Fatty did not possess any further insights. He reassured him there's no need to be disheartened. Perhaps it's a misdiagnosis, and he might recover suddenly. Tang Fatty interpreted Du Ming's words as mere consolation, while simultaneously harboring a glimmer of hope that it could indeed be true. He replied, "That would be wonderful." Du Ming then transferred 500,000 to him, requesting that he convey his gratitude to Director Zhang and Factory Chief Chen. Elated by the prospect of his own 20,000, Tang Fatty cheerfully departed to attend to the matter. Once he left the private room, Yanxi enveloped Du Ming in a tight embrace, exerting all her strength as if she wished to merge with him completely. "You rogue, I feel so apprehensive," she confessed. Du Ming allowed her to express her emotions, tenderly holding her and stroking the back of her head. After a considerable time, when Yanxi finally released him, she gazed deeply into his eyes and remarked, "How fortunate I am to have met you." Seizing the moment, Du Ming playfully suggested, "You should let me tease you more often." The previously tense, yet intimate atmosphere suddenly shifted to a more grounded tone. Yanxi playfully punched him, saying, "Well, you can think whatever you like." Seeing that she was now at ease, Du Ming took out his phone to search for directions. Kairong District, Shantytown, the nearest hospital. This was the most detailed information Tang Fatty possessed. As Yanxi listened to him, softly muttering while examining the map, she turned and cast a cautious glance at the door. Embracing him, she whispered in his ear, "Are you going to save him?" Du Ming looked up at her and exclaimed, "Wow, my little beauty is quite astute." Elated by his compliment, Yanxi beamed with joy, retorting, "Now you know. You must never call me brainless again." With that, she flashed him a playful grin. However, she merely assumed she appeared fierce. In Kairong District, the only hospital adjacent to the shantytown was the Deya Hospital, which Du Ming indicated on the map. The Old Street Corner was a long-standing shantytown that had not been renovated for various reasons, yet it remained quite expansive, a quintessential urban village. Du Ming set his phone down, wrapping his arms around Yanxi and giving her a playful squeeze. "How could we possibly find it? We can't just ask each household at Old Street Corner, can we?" Yanxi's cheeks flushed. She playfully swatted his mischievous hand away, remarking, "No wonder Sister Qing is too shy to go out with you. She says your hands are anything but innocent." Puffed, as if I'm well-behaved elsewhere. Du Ming replied with bravado. Yanxi rolled her eyes at him. Then, with a tone of disdain, she asked him, "Why must we go to the Old Street Corner? We could simply head straight to the hospital." Du Ming replied, "Do you think I'm unaware? Hospitals do not casually divulge information to others. Purchasing such information would only raise suspicions." She scoffed, always playing the rogue, "Just watch me." While Yanxi derided Du Ming, she once again redirected his wandering hands. Half an hour later, the two masked figures arrived at the Deya Hospital near the Old Street Corner. Yanxi expertly guided Du Ming directly to the floor dedicated to leukemia treatment. Du Ming marveled, "You've never even been examined in this hospital. How come you know it so well? If you had a different companion, would you still find your way?" Du Ming was left speechless, forced to watch her performance. "So, what now?" Yanxi pressed him onto a bench in the waiting area and whispered in his ear, "My dearest rogue, just sit here and wait, and observe." With that, she strode toward a young doctor nearby. "Hello, handsome. May I inquire about something?" Zhao Zhihao, who had been assigned to the hospital for half a year, had earned the admiration of his supervising professor through diligent study. However, his socially awkward demeanor rendered him less popular among the nurses. Today, having just delivered some materials to his professor, a girl in a princess dress approached him, her delicate voice captivating him even through her mask. He could sense her beauty, especially as she was rather well endowed. In a hospital filled with numerous patients' families, few had the power to stir his heart. But but a beauty approaching him so directly was rare, causing his pulse to quicken. Unbeknownst to him, Yanxi's voice was inherently delicate and melodious. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Zhao Zhihao endeavored to calm his racing heart, casting a quick glance at Yanxi's prominent figure. Yanxi internally scoffed. Just like the rogue, always staring here. Yet, she continued, "I have a classmate named Mo who is suffering from leukemia." Upon mentioning leukemia, Yanxi was instantly touched, her performance transforming into genuine emotion. "He may only have a day or two left. I truly wish to visit him. I fear he might be all alone." As her thoughts drifted to the notion that, were it not for Du Ming, she might find herself in a similar situation, she burst into tears. All eyes turned toward her, including Du Ming's. "Wow, girl, you're taking this too far. No wonder you disdain me. This is truly beyond acting," Du Ming thought. "She is putting so much effort for my sake. I must treat her with greater kindness in the future. From now on, regardless of which lady I'm with, I will always bring her along." Meanwhile, Zhao Zhihao felt as though he might explode. As a studious young man, he had never encountered such a situation before. Onlookers were quick to assign roles. The scoundrel abandoning the beautiful girl, and the beautiful girl crying in distress. Bystander nurses remarked, "No wonder he usually ignores people. He has such a stunning lady." While the crowd murmured, "What happened to medical ethics?" Even the professor accompanying him was startled by Yanxi's cries and stepped out of the room to investigate. Upon seeing Zhao Zhihao near the source of the commotion, he inquired, "Zhihao, what is happening?" "Professor Li, you eye this her." Fortunately, Yanxi retained a shred of composure. Upon hearing someone call out to the dim-witted fellow before her, she hastily ceased her weeping. Professor Li, noticing the collective gaze of everyone and overhearing their discussions, assumed it was merely a matter concerning the youth. Fortunately, he was quite considerate of Zhao Zhihao and promptly stated, "Let's discuss this in the diagnostic room." Zhao Zhihao, utterly bewildered, pondered if this beautiful woman would indeed accompany him. Yanxi had already taken the lead into the diagnostic room. Within the confines of the diagnostic room, Professor Li finally grasped the reason behind Yanxi's tears. The elderly gentleman was deeply moved by her profound camaraderie and, as an exception, wrote down Mo's address on a piece of paper, instructing Zhao Zhihao to dispose of it in the trash bin. He admonished, "You must not disclose any information about the patient, understand?" Zhao Zhihao waited for Yanxi to input the address in her phone, and, after she flashed him a peace sign, he tore the note into shreds and discarded it in the bin. He replied to Professor Li, "Understood, Professor Li." Yanxi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I will go check on Mo. Perhaps it was a misdiagnosis." Moved by her sentiment of friendship, both Professor Li and Zhao Zhihao had no objections. To comfort her, they echoed, "It's possible. The instruments are not infallible." After watching the delicate and beautiful Yanxi exit, Professor Li patted Zhao Zhihao on the shoulder, remarking, "I almost misunderstood you." Zhao Zhihao replied, "In truth, I wouldn't mind being misunderstood." Chapter 34. Spicy and joyful upon exiting the establishment, Du Ming gazed at Yanxi with a sense of pride, her delicate visage radiating an eagerness for praise. He pinched her cheek affectionately and remarked, "My dear Yanxi, you are truly remarkable." Immediately, her eyes curved like crescent moons, brimming with delight. What shall we do now?" "You go find a hotel with a kitchen and book a room while I procure some supplies." "All right, but be swift. I will wait for you by the roadside once I have secured the room." Hearing this, Du Ming's heart softened. Tenderly, he proposed, "Let's shop together first, and then we shall check into a room." "Sounds good," Yanxi replied, promptly embracing him. Du Ming ordered several portions of dumplings, a treat Yanxi had longed for, ensuring her cravings were thoroughly satisfied. He himself felt a pang of hunger, though he often refrained from cooking, primarily due to the lack of time spent together with her. As Yanxi took a bite of her first dumpling, her joy was palpable. "It has been ages since I savored the dumplings from that mischievous chef." She playfully bit the other half and offered it to Du Ming's lips. Meanwhile, Mo curled weakly on his bed, youthful yet captivated by the world around him. Many things he once found distasteful now appeared beautiful through his eyes. A prescription lay on the table, but he no longer wished to take the medication. He was acutely aware of his condition. Memories of his fleeting life flickered in his mind, a montage of experiences that had left an impression on him. In truth, he was quite famished, though others might doubt him. His balance was insufficient even for a single takeaway meal. He felt gratitude towards the portly streamer who offered assistance, yet questioned its significance for himself, not wanting to burden anyone further. He simply wished to await the arrival of dizziness in quietude. He understood that once the dizziness enveloped him again, he would be free from pain. Thus he found himself both nostalgic for this world and anticipating that escape. The dizziness, for him, represented liberation. As he grew increasingly disoriented, he endeavored to recall everything this world had to offer. Suddenly, a fierce knocking at the door jolted him back to reality. He even fancied he could see the legendary figures of black and white. "Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Please open the door," boomed a voice from outside, shattering his haze with repeated insistence. The cries for his order stimulated his already empty stomach, igniting a desire to eat something before succumbing to sleep. "Please, your takeaway, delicious takeaway," echoed outside, granting him a surge of strength. He summoned all his energy to approach the door, eager to discover which delivery would merit a 5-star review, allowing him a final taste before his departure. How peculiar, he mused. Who was the delivery person, and what was the nature of the offering? Alone and adrift in the city, Mo exerted considerable effort to finally open the door, feeling that had he delayed any longer, he might not have been able to do so at all. The brusque delivery person stood before him, their features obscured, clad not in the typical delivery attire, likely an independent courier. Their face was concealed so thoroughly that even he could barely recognize them. "Hello, your takeaway," they announced. Mo yearned to reach out and accept it, but rising from the bed and making his way to the door had already consumed all his strength. As he was about to stumble and fall, the brusque delivery rider swiftly caught him and closed the door. Momo was guided to the low table that served as both a desk and dining area. The rough-mannered deliverman remarked, "Good, you can still eat," before picking up a dumpling from the plate and bringing it to his own lips. "Du ming stidid Momo," observing that he was still capable of eating, and then infused a trace of spiritual energy into the topmost dumpling. Ding. Spiritual energy successfully applied. Obtained 1 item card. Spiritual attribute, extremely spicy. Ultimate wish, 310. Another item card. What it might yield hardly mattered anymore. The ultimate wish was his true objective. After channeling the spiritual energy, the ethereal white feminine aura above his head grew even more voluptuous. Du Ming picked up the enchanted dumpling. Given its extreme spiciness, he had to ensure Momo ate it. This was something countless people yearned for. If he refused, it would be forced into his mouth. The tantalizing aroma stirred Momo's appetite, and he gazed gratefully at this unrecognizably rough delivery worker. What kind soul? Summoning all his strength, Momo managed to open his mouth and take a small bite. He was far too weak. He wanted to close his eyes and savor what might be his last meal in this world, but he couldn't. Instead, his eyes widened as he stared at the deliverman. It was unbearably spicy. He wanted to spit it out, but the rider's rough hand clamped over his mouth. "Eat it." Momo swore he had never tasted anything this fiery in his life. Unable to expel it, he had no choice but to swallow. Just that small bite set his entire body aflame. His lips must have swollen. A bottle of water appeared before him, cap already removed. Without a second thought, Momo gulped it down in one go. Just as he caught his breath, the remaining half of the dumpling was pressed to his lips again. With a resigned sigh, Momo opened his mouth and took the rest of the dumpling in one bite. How could anything in this world be so painfully spicy? But he dared not even think of spitting it out. He had already learned the consequences of defying this man's roughness. Besides, another bottle of water had materialized in his hand. Momo forced the dumpling down, his soul nearly detaching from the sheer heat, his desperate gaze locked onto the water. Finally, it was handed to him. The deliverman promptly stood, opened the door, and left. Were it not for the lingering inferno in his mouth and the remaining dumplings on the table, Momo might have dismissed it all as a hallucination. Another bottle of water emptied, yet the burn persisted, though now his hunger roared even louder. Summoning courage, Momo picked up a second dumpling. The rough deliverman was gone. If it was too spicy, he simply wouldn't eat it. He took a cautious nibble. Huh, not spicy at all. A larger bite confirmed it. Not only was it mild, it was delicious. He had never tasted dumplings this exquisite. No, he had never tasted anything this divine. Momo devoured the dumplings one after another. Staring at the empty bowl, regret crept in. He should have savored them slowly. After all, this was to be his final meal. His final meal? Suddenly, Mo was struck by a thought. A sensation coursed through his being. He felt an invigorating strength surging within him, a vibrant energy pulsating throughout his body. In a fit of fervor, Mo leaped to his feet, flung open the door, and dashed down the stairs with wild abandon. At the landing, he collided with a figure, the soft form of a woman, and the impact seemed rather forceful. She emitted a muffled sound, leaning against the railing for support. Montag otat an apologie, assuring her he would return promptly. He found himself standing at the dilapidated yet bustling street corner, searching in vain for Du Ming's silhouette. There were even no surveillance cameras to be found. Mo refrained from raising his voice, acutely aware of the extraordinary events unfolding within him. After scanning the vicinity for a moment, he realized that finding Du Ming was futile. Otherwise, he would not have rushed away so hastily. It then dawned on him that he had just knocked someone over. He felt no fear of being extorted. From this moment forward, everything was a gain for him. Returning to the staircase, Mo approached the woman he had accidentally toppled. Both individuals stood there, momentarily entranced, sensing a shared essence emanating from one another. "My dear, do you truly believe there are deities in this world?" Anan asked, blissfully resting her head on Mo's shoulder as they gazed at the sunrise together. Mo chuckled, replying, "You've pondered that question your entire life." Thus, the tale of Mo and reaches its conclusion. It is difficult to articulate, yet all I wish is to grant them a beautiful ending. Chapter 35. 1 hour of charging, 1 minute of conversation after leaving Momo. Du Ming completed his task of utilizing spiritual energy for the week, earning a prop card. He summoned a card and activated it. Beep. You have acquired 10 luxury vehicles, stored in garages B01 to B10. Du Ming briefly perused the details, noting that they were various prestigious brands of luxury cars. He focused on the task of employing spiritual energy, realizing that if he used it 7 more times, he would attain the ultimate wish from the system. Curiosity piqued. He desired to discover the extent of its extraordinary potential. With the accommodations arranged, adhering to the principle of waste not, he took the opportunity to playfully tease Yanxi once more in their hotel room. Only after satisfying his whims did he lead her out to check out. "Go to the front desk and settle the bill. I'll step outside for a smoke," Du Ming remarked as he made his way to the exit. Yanxi, having been well instructed, obediently approached the counter. At the front desk, a man was checking into a room with a woman by his side. Upon catching sight of Du Ming, the man appeared eager to greet him. However, after a moment's contemplation regarding the woman beside him, he opted not to pursue Du Ming and instead hurried upstairs with her. "Hey, there's no rush. I'm not going anywhere," the woman cooed, yet inwardly she held disdain for him. Her thoughts reflected on his impatience, which forced her to seek out alternatives to kindle their passion. Once inside their room, the man hastily locked the door and embraced her fervently. "Ping ping," the woman addressed thus, feigned a loving gaze while internally repulsed by the situation. She cast a flirtatious glance at Cheng, the man in question, who felt a surge of pride. In her presence, he finally felt like a man. In stark contrast, his girlfriend, though stunning as a celestial being, lacked allure and had maintained a distance throughout their 6-month relationship, insisting on waiting until marriage for intimacy, an absurdity he found hard to believe. Cheng, amidst his frustrations, thought of his girlfriend's cold demeanor. Had it not been for her beauty, he would have severed ties long ago. Business had been poor, and now, even her visage failed to excite him. Unlike his Ping Ping, he eagerly swept her onto the bed. A minute later, Ping Ping suppressed her simmering anger. 1 hour of charging, 1 minute of conversation. "I'm not here for your dumpling-making skills. I could easily shred you to pieces," she thought. Cheng was indeed Lin Yu's boyfriend. Li Pingping also operated a small eatery selling cold noodles and jelly in Lin Yu's culinary market. The popularity of the market was average, and thus, her business struggled to survive. Just over 10 days ago, the dumpling shop run by Lin Yu and her associates experienced a sudden surge in popularity, attracting queues of patrons eager to savor their dumplings. Like others, Li Pingping felt envious. She made a special trip to taste the dumplings, which were indeed far superior to the ordinary ones. Inspired, Li Pingping contemplated acquiring this culinary skill. If successful, she could avoid the awkward monthly negotiations with her landlord regarding rent. Fortunately, while her appearance was unremarkable, she possessed a knack for engaging in playful pursuits. The landlord generously supplements his income every month, handing a portion to his wife. Observing the bustling dumpling shop, Li Pingping calculated her options. However, upon seeing Lin Yu, she felt a sense of powerlessness. Lin Yu is simply too beautiful. Li Pingping believed she had no chance to flirt with Ah Cheng, who worked in the kitchen making dumplings. She doubted any man would abandon Lin Yu for her. Unexpectedly, an opportunity arose. A few days ago, for reasons unknown, Lin Yu had not appeared at the shop all day. Li Pingping, who had been closely monitoring the situation, seized the chance to visit the dumpling shop when the food court was relatively empty in the afternoon. Ah Cheng, where's your yaya? Li Pingping inquired, feigning concern. Oh, one of her friends is getting married, and she has gone to be a bridesmaid for several days, Ah Cheng replied, continuing to wrap dumplings. After learning the craft from Lin Yu's cousin, his business had seen a remarkable increase, and during quieter moments, he would hastily prepare more dumplings. Her cousin is really nice. Ah Cheng often expressed his gratitude towards Du Ming. Yet, his feelings towards Lin Yu began to wane. That night, after Du Ming had taught him how to make dumplings, Lin Yu and Ah Cheng, having finished their evening routines, excitedly fantasized about a prosperous future. Ah Cheng found himself deeply moved by her words, unable to resist the urge to embrace her. Yeah, I miss you. Can we not wait until marriage? I can't hold back any longer. Lin Yu's face flushed at the thought of the wild Du Ming. She felt a pang of pity for Ah Cheng, yet her body protested against his touch. What was happening to her? She genuinely wanted to build a business with Ah Cheng, even learning Du Ming's skills for him. Yet she could not help but yearn for that devil. From that day forward, she prohibited Ah Cheng from touching her, forbidding any intimate gestures. When Ah Cheng revealed his displeasure upon hearing Li Pingping inquire about Lin Yu, she keenly sensed the tension between them and recognized her opportunity. Suppressing her delight, she feigned concern, saying, "Your business has been thriving lately. How do you manage it all alone?" "There's nothing I can do. It's only for a few days." "I can't hire anyone," Ah Cheng replied. "How about I come over to help you for the next few days?" Li Pingping suggested. "Ah, that might not be appropriate. You have your own business to run," Ah Cheng responded, glancing at the ordinary Li Pingping without considering other implications. "That's all right. I don't have much business either. Besides, if there are customers, I can come over," she reassured him. Ah Cheng interpreted her offer as a friendly gesture to assist him, as he truly was struggling to keep up. "Then I'll pay you for your work these few days," he said. "We can discuss that later. I need to head back to the shop to prepare some cold noodles. I'll come by later," Li Pingping replied before returning to her establishment. As evening approached, the food court became increasingly crowded. Unsurprisingly, a line began to form at Ah Cheng's shop. Li Pingping, having dressed up intentionally, arrived to lend a hand. The two worked diligently until nearly 11 o'clock. Li Pingping quietly closed the door and locked it before slipping into the kitchen. "You've worked hard. Let me transfer." Ah Cheng began. Li Pingping interrupted him, saying, "Ah Cheng, let us not speak of money. In truth, I have long harbored feelings for you. Yet I have been too timid to confess." Ah Cheng, taken aback, was clearly unprepared for such a revelation. "Ah Cheng, please hold your tongue and grant me this one chance. Should you not reciprocate my feelings, let us pretend this moment never transpired." With that, Li Pingping stepped directly in front of Ah Cheng. As he gazed at her, a wave of novelty surged within him, an experience that Lin Yu had never afforded him. In that instant, Lin Yu faded into the background of his thoughts. "Lin Yu, you cannot fault me. It is your own reluctance that has kept us apart. How can one sustain a relationship for half a year, only to share mere embraces? Recently, even those have been denied." You are less accommodating than your cousin. At least he has taught me how to make dumplings. I owe you nothing, save for a debt to your cousin, and I shall find a way to repay him. Chapter 36. How did you end up looking like this again? There was a culinary paradise ahead. Shall we take a stroll? Yin she felt elated today, having lent a helping hand to Du Ming at the hospital, and now they were joyfully wandering the streets together. Her entire demeanor was radiant. Upon catching sight of the food court, Du Ming realized it was the very one he had visited before. Memories of a beautiful woman, teary-eyed and bubbling with emotion, flooded his mind, prompting him to wish to see it once more. Business must be thriving, he mused, though it was a transient venture. He found himself rather nostalgic. Well, haven't you had your fill yet? Du Ming disait Yanons. You rogue, let us hurry along, she retorted, pulling him toward the culinary haven. They indulged in various snacks as they meandered, and soon found themselves standing before Lin Yu's dumpling shop. Du Ming noticed the shop was enveloped in darkness, an air of desolation hanging about it. It was nearly 5 o'clock, though not prime time for dumplings. One would expect preparations to be underway. At the very least, a light should be on. The inky gloom gave the impression of shop long since shuttered. As they approached, he discerned a woman seated in a corner, engaged in a loud voice chat. The voice was somewhat familiar. He led Yanxi into the shop, although she was puzzled by his choice to bring her into such a dimly lit establishment. However, upon seeing a slender woman seated, Du Ming made a beeline for her, and she felt a sense of intrigue about the unfolding events. Ling Ling, I just can't accept it. I never held it against him. You have no idea what he... Lin Yu was conversing with her close friend Gu Ling, sounding as if she were pouring out her heart. Du Ming and Yin Xi's entrance went unnoticed by her. Hey, Du Ming gently interjected. Only then did Lin Yu realize someone had entered. She turned slightly and replied, I'm sorry, but we aren't open right now. Her voice bore a hint of tears, a tone that was all too familiar to Du Ming. She resumed her voice chat, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Intrigued, Du Ming pieced together the situation inside the shop, along with Lin Yu's conversation, leading him to grasp the overarching narrative. It seemed this naive girl had finally received a harsh lesson from reality. By the way, where are your lights? Are you not open for business? Or is it just a matter of not turning on the lights? Upon hearing Du Ming's tone, Yanxi understood her initial suspicions were correct and hurriedly found a seat. Lin Yu had expected that after her previous remarks, the two would take their leave. To her surprise, they lingered, prompting her to turn on the lights. Yet, the voice sounded eerily familiar. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She whirled around, standing up to fix her gaze on Du Ming. What the hell? How did you end up looking like this again? As Du Ming awaited Lin Yu to fully turn around, he noted her appearance mirrored the state she had been in when she had first accosted him at the public restroom on Wahh. Disheveled, weary, and despondent. She appeared even worse than before. That time, despite her disarray, there had been a glimmer in her eyes. Now, she seemed devoid of vitality, as though she had been sold off. Realizing it was indeed Du Ming, Lin Yu was on the verge of expressing her surprise. Upon hearing his words, she touched her face and hair, letting out a sharp scream as she dashed towards the attic. Yanxi watched intently. It was only when Lin Yu ascended to the attic that she inquired, Hey, you rascal, this is quite impressive, although it seems a bit disheveled. I believe she will look more beautiful when she comes down than both me and Sister Xiaoqing. She continued, What is the situation? Do share. Du Ming did not conceal anything and candidly revealed his dealings with Lin Yu. Yanxi, however, chose to disregard the nature of their transaction. Despite her youth and seemingly carefree demeanor, she possessed a deeper understanding of certain matters than Du Ming. Perhaps it was owing to her parents' involvement in business and her own experience running a store, which allowed her to comprehend and accept the nature of mutual agreement. This could be attributed to a divergence in values between those engaged in manual labor and those in business, as the latter often prioritize a trade of benefits. Her primary concern lay in Du Ming's desire for Lin Yu to remain in tears throughout. You perverse rascal, is this your kink? Am I to learn to cry in addition to practicing yoga? She teased. What other peculiarities do you possess? Du Ming, stroking her head, replied, Silly girl. How could I bear to see you cry? My encounter with her was merely transactional. It was all about pleasure without regard for her feelings. Hearing Du Ming express concern for her, Yanxi felt a wave of satisfaction and nuzzled against him. As the lights flickered on, Lin Yu finally descended from the attic. Although still appearing weary, her beauty shone through despite her disheveled state. Yanxi, upon witnessing her, pouted, "You rascal, she truly is stunning. I'm feeling the pressure." Lin Yu, observing the closeness between Yanxi and Du Ming, felt at a loss for words. What is this? Why has he brought a woman here? Is this a display of dominance? Du Ming, sensing her confusion, promptly clarified, "This is my woman. She is aware of everything concerning you." Yanxi beamed with delight upon hearing this. What's the meaning of this? Lin Yu was bewildered. Brother, what game are you two playing? If you wish to repeat your escapade, bringing your own woman seems excessive. Lin Yu hesitated. Yanxi interjected, "Don't worry. This rascal is genuinely concerned for you. To speak your mind. Perhaps he can assist you." She was eager to savor every detail of the unfolding drama. Reflecting on her current predicament, Lin Yu resolved to be forthright. She closed the door and began to recount her tale to Du Ming and Yanxi. After attending the wedding, I returned to find the store closed. Upon inquiry, I discovered that he was entangled with that woman who sells cold noodles, and had even gone to her place to sell dumplings. I truly cannot accept this. Yanxi listened, infuriated. Du Ming directly questioned Lin Yu. Is your discontent rooted in his abandonment? Or is there another reason? Should Lin Yu's dissatisfaction stem from her feelings, Du Ming would take his leave, having no interest in such trivial matters. What would he gain if they reconciled? Since the day I left the hotel with you, I have been in turmoil, still clinging to our past. Now that he wishes to part ways, I find myself devoid of any lingering attachments, as I never truly gave him anything. Rather, I bestowed my affections upon you. Upon uttering these words, I felt a pang of regret. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment as I cast a furtive glance at Yanxi. To my surprise, she seemed utterly unconcerned, playfully retorting, "Isn't the rogue impressive?" With an air of bravado. Lin Yu pondered how it was possible for someone merely a few years younger to possess such disparate views. It is disheartening to realize that I, who took out a loan to open a store and imparted my skills to him, was betrayed. I acknowledge my foolishness. Yet, he continues to sell dumplings in this culinary hub, rendering me the subject of ridicule throughout the marketplace. Do you wish to reclaim your dignity? Indeed, I yearn for him to regret his choices and for that woman not to presume she has discovered a treasure. This is feasible. The rogue can assist you. Yanxi, incensed by Lin Yu's plight, expressed her indignation. However, should the rogue come to your aid, how might you repay him? Yanxi teased her with a mischievous glint in her eye. Lin Yu's mind momentarily faltered, struggling to keep pace with the banter. How could I possibly repay him? To proclaim my willingness to offer myself in gratitude for your man would be unthinkable. Moreover, I have already made such a vow, this being my first. Unable to voice it herself, Yanxi interjected, "You are so beautiful yet endure such hardship. The rogue cares for you deeply. Why not simply join us?" Turning to Du Ming, she continued, "This unfortunate woman deserves better than to be left out in the cold. We must not allow her to be taken advantage of." With a look of sheer innocence, she added, "You have 10 villas. Why not offer her one to reside in? It would be ideal for her to have a place to call home." Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort at the earlier remarks, yet her heart stirred with excitement at the mention of 10 villas. Chapter 37. Lin Yu's various shocks as the trio emerged from the dumpling shop. The clock had already struck 6. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the long queue outside Ping Ping's cold noodle shop, and her heart sank. Yanxi approached her and remarked, "Don't look at that. The dishes prepared by that rogue are truly delectable. Just a slight effort on his part could easily overshadow them." Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her thanks to Yanxi's words. She gratefully responded, "Thank you. Indeed, Du Ming's dumplings are the epitome of deliciousness. Although Cheng's creations are slightly better than the average, they pale in comparison to the devilish craftsmanship of Du Ming." That day, under Du Ming's intimidation, she had wept uncontrollably. He had etched an indelible impression of a devil in her mind, evoking both fascination and fear. Chang, just wait. You will face the consequences. And as for that Ping Ping, Lin Yu followed Du Ming and Yanxi out of the food court. She began to listen as Yanxi spoke of Du Ming's 10 villas and pondered what luxurious vehicles he might drive. Du Ming, directly instructed Yan 11, Xixi. Call for a car. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation. The way he commanded a car was so impressively grand. A few minutes later, a ride-hailing vehicle came to a halt before the three of them. Lin Yu was taken aback. How could someone with 10 grand villas choose to take a ride-hailing service? Is this what you call a car? Yanxi pointed to the front passenger seat, saying, "Little pitiful, you sit in front." Lin Yu nearly stumbled at the remark. Little pitiful? However, considering her current predicament, her shop had failed, her boyfriend had cheated, and a mountain of loans awaited repayment. Being called little pitiful seemed almost polite. Yet, it felt odd to hear such word from a girl younger than herself. If a devil were to say it, she would have readily accepted it. Du Ming led Yanxi to the back seat and called out to Lin Yu, "Little pitiful, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and get in the car." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu pitifully replied, "Oh, okay." Wait, he actually called her that. And she had responded without thinking. She felt like crying. "Hello, is this the vehicle with the last digits?" Yanxi, seated in the back, confirmed with a yes. The driver activated the navigation system, and they set off. In the front seat, Lin Yu heard the navigation voice announcing their destination, Qingzhou Lake. She discreetly took out her phone to search for Qingzhou Lake. The results startled her. Each villa was worth several million, and Du Ming owned 10? Could that be true? Although he had once given her 50,000, which was quite generous. He was merely a street vendor, stationed near a restroom. His skills were undeniable, and his business was thriving. But relying on that to purchase 10 exorbitant villas was beyond her imagination. For over an hour, Lin Yu's emotions swung from hope to doubt to astonishment, leaving her utterly bewildered. Who exactly were they? As she scrutinized the information about Qingzhou Lake on her phone, her suspicions deepened. The surroundings appeared too exquisite. Do not speak of 10 villas. Even a single suite would suffice. Just a simple room where one could dwell in happiness. Greetings to you all. Please check your belongings and ensure nothing is left in the vehicle. The voice of the master interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. She had been engrossed in her phone and failed to notice their arrival. Upon disembarking, she gazed at the imposing entrance, her heart racing. Could it be true that this devil resides here? Du Ming and Yanxi strode inside, simultaneously calling out to her, "Poor little thing, let's go." "Oh, okay, I'm coming." Lin Yu hurriedly followed in their wake. As they passed the security booth, the guard saluted them. "Welcome back, Mr. Wahh. He truly is the owner of this place." Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. She heard Du Ming request, "Please notify the center to arrange for someone to enroll the identification system for Building 3. "Certainly," the guard replied, promptly reaching for the intercom. "Please send someone to enroll the identification system. Mr. Du requires it." A voice responded, "Received. Arriving in 5 minutes." "Please inform Mr. Du." Lin Yu felt as if she were in a dream. This was a scene straight out of a television drama, featuring a wealthy CEO returning home. The overbearing CEO falls for the bankrupt me. The thought flitted through Lin Yu's mind. Yet, observing Yanxi's tight embrace around Du Ming, she envisioned a different title. "I am the mistress of the overbearing CEO." This seemed much closer to her reality. She had been brought here against her will, treated like a devil's plaything, yet she dared not resist and was enamored with him. Wasn't that precisely the case? How exhilarating! As Lin Yu reveled in her thoughts, Du Ming instructed Yanxi, "Shishi, please go to the supermarket and fetch a few packs of cigarettes." Just beside the villa's entrance was a row of shops, and Yanxi dutifully made her way there. A few moments later, an electric vehicle approached. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a person leaped from the front seat and hurried towards Du Ming. "Monsieur, du greeting. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you." The newcomer was Su Tian, the shift manager assisting Du Ming with his business operations. That night had proven immensely profitable for him, earning him a year's salary in just one night. Upon returning home, his wife had treated him to an unprecedented indulgence, making him realize that marriage could indeed bring happiness, albeit with high expectations. Thus, upon seeing Du Ming, he regarded him with utmost reverence, akin to encountering a deity of wealth. Du Ming graciously replied, "Not at all. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Su. I need to enroll the identification system for Building 3. At that moment, Yin Shi approached, handing a pack of cigarettes to Du Ming. Without hesitation, he passed it to Su Tian, saying, "Thank you, Manager Su, and to your team. Please share this with them." Su Tian accepted the cigarettes, his face lighting up with a smile. "Rest assured, I will ensure that every brother receives their share." He then handed the cigarettes to a guard in the security booth. The guard inquired, "Shall we head over now, Mr. Du?" Du Ming nodded, "Yes, let us proceed." They climbed into the vehicle, with Yin Shi and Lin Yu following suit. While Su Tian was the last aboard, Du Ming remarked, "Brother, I appreciate your assistance." The driver promptly said, "You're welcome. Mr. Du, please take your seat. We will arrive in 8 minutes." Lin Yu was already taken aback by the demeanor of the manager and the security personnel. Now, hearing that it would take another 8 minutes to arrive, she pondered how vast this place could be. For even if the vehicle was not particularly fast, 8 minutes could cover a considerable distance. Inside the security room, all the guards received a pack of cigarettes and happily examined their newfound treasures. One guard curiously remarked about Mr. Du's generosity, questioning why he had 10 luxurious villas yet chose not to drive. Another guard commented, "That tall woman in the back is truly stunning, though she seems to have the air of a maid." Someone countered, "As if the girl buying cigarettes is any less beautiful." They chuckled, "Well, let's just stand our post. Being able to see is a blessing in itself." The transport vehicle came to a steady halt in front of Villa number 3, and the driver courteously announced, "Mr. Du, we've arrived." Su Tian was the first to exit, followed by the personnel responsible for the identification system. After Lin Yu alighted, Du Ming pointed at her and instructed, "Register her." Su Tian respectfully approached Lin Yu, saying, "Madam, this way please." The process involved fingerprint, facial, iris, and voice recognition. Lin Yu was left utterly astonished. While each method was manageable separately, experiencing them all at once was truly eye-opening. This was the essence of being in the presence of a domineering CEO. Upon entering the villa, Lin Yu was once again struck by profound astonishment. Observing it in television shows and novels was one thing, but witnessing it with her own eyes was an entirely different concept. Unlike Xiao Qing, Yin Shi, and Du Ming, who vociferously expressed their excitement, she merely covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide open as she scanned the grandeur of the living room. Perhaps it was related to her naturally gentle disposition. Chapter 38. Lin Yu's astonishment. Lin Yu stood in the villa's living room, her hands covering her mouth as she gazed at the luxurious mansion she had only ever seen on television. Du Ming and Yin, she had already settled into their roles as amused spectators, watching her awestruck reaction. Though they conveniently forgot their own first encounter with the villa hadn't been much different. No one had the right to laugh at anyone else. Lin Yu glanced upstairs before turning to Du Ming. "Can I go up and take a look?" "This is yours now," he replied. "You can go wherever you like." Slowly, she ascended the staircase, her fingers tracing the elegant railing. When she reached the second floor, the sheer opulence of the master bedroom overwhelmed her. Even the walk-in closet was more spacious and bright than the cramped attic above her dumpling shop. A sudden wave of gratitude washed over her, not for her current boyfriend, but for her now undoubtedly ex-boyfriend, Acheng. "Thank you, Acheng," she thought silently. "You've finally done something good for me. Consider this the return on my investment. Now, stay as far away from me as possible." Her gaze drifted to the enormous bed in the center of the room, and her cheeks flushed as an image of Du Ming, his sculpted abs on full display, flashed through her mind, grinning at her from the mattress. She shook her head violently, dispelling the inappropriate fantasy. This isn't the time for such thoughts. Focus on exploring the villa. The demon said its mind now. "Oh my God, I'm so happy." Then she noticed the expansive balcony attached to the bedroom. Stepping outside, she looked down and froze. Below, a shimmering swimming pool glistened under the sunlight, and beyond it lay a vibrant garden, its colorful blossoms seemingly smiling in welcome. After lingering in her euphoria, she finally remembered Du Ming and Yin Shi were still downstairs. When she returned, the two were lounging on the sofa. In her eyes, they looked like a wealthy landlord and his first wife, while she was the newly arrived concubine. Yin Shi nestled in Du Ming's arms, playfully fending off his mischievous hands as they both laughed, thoroughly entertained. Lin Yu approached awkwardly, unsure what to do. Du Ming patted the empty space beside him. "Seat. Why are you just standing there?" Oh, right. She hurried over, careful to keep a slight distance. But Du Ming pulled her close, draping an arm over her shoulders. Instinctively, she grabbed his hand. He turned his head slightly, studying her, and she relaxed into his embrace as he held both women. Do you like the house? He asked. Of course, she replied. I may be naive, but I'm not stupid. Who would love a place like this? Do you want to live here? His gaze was intent. She knew exactly what this question implied. Softly, she answered yes. With that single word, a weight lifted from her shoulders, she was leaving behind her destitute past. Du Ming smiled and pointed to his left cheek. Without hesitation, Lin Yu pressed a kiss there. Not to be outdone, Yin-Shi pointed to her own face. Blushing, Lin Yu protested, She, don't tease me. All right, let's order dinner. Cici, please share the QR code for the Central Restaurant app with Lin Yu. Then tell Lin Yu, from now on, if you wish to cook, you may do so. If not, you can simply order here. As for cleaning, the cost will be settled within the property fees, so you need not worry. Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically in agreement. The feeling is truly delightful. Yin-Shi and Lin Yu became friends. After dinner, Du Ming suggested, let us first check the car and then visit Xiaoqing. You two can meet her after a yoga class at 9. Yin-Shi inquired, you rascal. When did you purchase a car? Du Ming casually replied, I ordered it a while ago. It was delivered while we were out on errands. Oh, what kind of car is it? I don't quite remember, but there are S1 in each Villa S garage. You can see which one you like best. Oh, wow. Both Yin-Shi and Lin Yu exclaimed in delight. The two of them pulled Du Ming towards the elevator. The elevator, located at the entrance on the left side of the villa's hall, connects the underground garage to the second floor. Upon reaching the underground garage, a red Ferrari sat quietly, its elegant lines unmistakably suited for a young lady. The keys, various documents, and an operational manual were all inside the car. Such efficiency in service. Ding, good to know. Yin-Shi and Lin Yu circled the vehicle, inspecting it thoroughly. Momolati, Yanons approche du Ming, asking Huskad. What car is in Building 1? I believe it's a culinary. Oh yes, I like it. Let them drive the sport cars. As you wish, Du Ming then asked Lin Yu, who was still exploring the car. Do you have a driver's license? With a slight tremor in her voice, Lin Yu replied, yes, I do. Do you like this one? Lin Yu glanced at Yin-Shi, who had yet to choose. Although this car was parked beneath her own villa, the allocation rights belonged to Du Ming. Clearly, Yin-Shi held a significantly higher position in the devil's heart than she did. Not wanting to be pricked by the queen bee, she thought, if she prefers the culinary, I shall take this one. Overjoyed, Lin Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, that is fine. This is exhilarating. Today feels like a journey from hell to paradise. In merely a few hours after meeting the devil, I have become a person of luxury with a mansion and a sports car. All it took was a kiss. Oh, and I was also teased a bit. My left chest still aches faintly, but it's worth it. During my free time, I should review the operation manual. Sports cars do differ from regular vehicles. Du Ming then remarked, let us check out the other cars. Reluctantly, Lin Yu descended from the car, clutching the keys tightly. The trio returned to the living room, where Du Ming called the center to request a courtesy vehicle. It would take several hours to walk through all 10 villas and inspect every car. By near the other 9 vehicles are all part of a vibrant palette of red and pink sports cars, representing various esteemed brands, with prices ranging from 2 million to 10 million. While they may not be exceptional, they certainly are not lacking. As Yin-Shi contentedly descended from the culinary, the three of them leisurely strolled towards building number 2. The transport vehicle escorted them from building number 10 to building number 1 before departing. Du Ming was perplexed. How could the petite Yin-Shi have such a preference for the culinary rather than the more feminine red and pink sports cars? Do you need a change, or will you simply drive the one from your garage? Du Ming inquired of Lin Yu, who was linked to his left. No need, that one is perfectly fine. Lin Yu replied, already astounded. It turns out this devil truly possesses 10 luxurious villas, each accompanied by vehicle. It is simply extravagant. One wonders if the devil will once again weep alone tonight. Chapter 39. The meeting of 3 women. The trio arrived at building number 2. Xiaoqing, having received the message earlier, had already bathed and changed out of her yoga attire. She opened the door, and Du Ming stepped in first, pulling her soft body into a tight embrace. Gazing into her longing eyes, he asked, "Did you miss me?" Xiaoqing met his gaze with tender affection. pressing herself against him as she murmured, I've been thinking of you constantly. Du Ming chuckled and gave her rounded backside a playful slap. The one behind me is Lin Yu from building number 3. Next, Yanxi entered and embraced her as well. Hey, Sister Xiaoqing, you've leveled up, huh? Xiaoqing blushed and lightly swatted her. You little rascal. Yanxi released her and sauntered further inside, teasing, Oh, so I'm the stinky one, and only your man smells good? Is that it? Lin Yu stepped in, and the two beauties locked eyes. For a fleeting moment, an awkward tension hung in the air before an unspoken understanding passed between them. They shared a knowing smile and simultaneously greeted, Hello. Then, they extended their hands for a brief, cordial shake. Xiaoqing. Lin Yu. Xiaoqing closed the door behind them and gestured warmly. Come in and make yourselves comfortable. Upon seeing Xiaoqing, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable weight lift from her shoulders. It wasn't he because Xiaoqing was any less beautiful. Both she and Yanxi were stunning in their own right. They simply carried different charms. Lin Yu humbly acknowledged her place among them. The relief came from no longer feeling like an outsider in Yanxi's presence. Now, with Xiaoqing here, she finally had a kindred spirit, someone who shared her role. Earlier, while inspecting the cars at each villa, she had learned that only 3 of the 10 villas were occupied by the 3 of them. 7 remained empty, which meant she could comfortably settle into the position of the 3rd. Not a bad ranking at all. Xiaoqing regarded Lin Yu with a smile. Yeah, you're truly exquisite. Before Lin Yu could respond, Yanxi interjected, Right? I don't know how she does it. Even women can't help but be captivated, let alone that shameless rogue. She turned to Xiaoqing. Sister, we'll have to work harder on our yoga. Yeah, here, doesn't he even need to practice splits? It was only among the 3 of them that Yanxi referred to Lin Yu as poor little thing. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, they're targeting me now. If the 1st and 2nd wives grew jealous of her beauty, she'd be in trouble. Quickly, she replied, Not at all. Sister Xiaoqing and Yanxi are both first-class beauties. I pale in comparison. Du Ming cut in enough of that. In my eyes, you're all stunning. Once the lights are off, you'll all be treated the same. The 3 women simultaneously rolled their eyes at him with a mix of exasperation and allure. Du Ming gestured toward the wine rack. Let us open a bottle of red. Xiaoqing retrieved a bottle and 4 glasses. Du Ming uncorked it, and Lin Yu promptly poured a modest amount into each. Yanxi, meanwhile, curled up against Du Ming like a contented feline. Raising his glass, Du Ming toasted, To everyone's health and happiness. The 3 women lifted their glasses in unison, echoing to health and happiness. Cheers! As they set their glasses down and settled in, Du Ming turned to Xiaoqing. By the way, there's a car in the garage. Go take a look, see if you like it. If you do not fancy it, you may exchange it at buildings 4 to 10, as each unit's garage accommodates 1 vehicle. I had Lin Yu take some photographs for you to choose from. Xiaoqing eagerly said to Lin Yu, Yeah, would you accompany me to take a look? She directly disregarded Yanxi, who was still clinging to Du Ming. Lin Yu promptly stood up and replied, Sure, Sister Xiaoqing, that Maserati in your garage is absolutely stunning. Xiaoqing, filled with anticipation, grasped Lin Yu's hand and headed towards the elevator. The 2 women arrived at the underground garage, where Xiaoqing immediately set her sights on a sleek crimson sports car, exclaiming in delight as she rushed over. Like Lin Yu, she cautiously examined the car from every angle, her smile unwavering. Lin Yu approached her and remarked, This vehicle truly complements your elegance, Sister Xiaoqing. Would you like to see photos of the other cars? Xiaoqing replied, No, since it resides in my garage. It must be destined for me. I shall not exchange it. She continued, Yeah, I feel so fortunate to have met my husband. Otherwise, I shudder to think of how dire my situation might have been. Lin Yu attempted to inquire about her past, asking if Xiaoqing could share a story. Considering it was their first encounter, Xiaoqing smiled and said, There's nothing I cannot share. I used to work at the royal bathhouse. She briefly recounted her experiences. Thus, all I desire now is to diligently care for my husband. What about you, Yaya? Lin Yu shared a summary of her own circumstances. Xiaoqing chuckled and remarked, Then you are lucky too. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for you to turn your fortunes around. By the way, have you mentioned your loan situation to your husband? Lin Yu replied, Not yet. I haven't had the chance to bring it up. After saying this, She glanced at Xiao Qing with a hint of apprehension. Xiao Qing chuckled softly, patting the back of Lin Yu's hand. Your husband will surely seek you out tonight, especially since it's your first time staying in a villa. Seize the opportunity to discuss it. Lin Yu blushed and replied. She then inquired, Sister Xiao Qing, what did she mean earlier when she mentioned the yoga bridge pose? Although there were only 2 of them in the underground garage, Xiao Qing still shyly leaned in to whisper the details. Upon hearing Xiao Qing's explanation, Lin Yu lowered her head in embarrassment and murmured, how shameful. Xiao Qing, also blushing, gently reassured her, there's no one else around. Only your husband will see. If he enjoys it, that's all that matters. We exist to provide him with emotional value, don't we? Otherwise, what would justify our residence in such a grand house and the privilege of driving fine cars? Lin Yu nodded. Indeed. Thank you, Sister Xiao Qing. I now understand what to do. The bond of female friendship is indeed peculiar. As their conversation flowed, they became akin to sisters. The 2 women took the elevator to the living room, where Yan Shi and Du Ming had only just parted slightly from their embrace on the sofa. Du Ming turned to Xiao Qing and inquired, so what do you think? Do you like it? Do you need to exchange it? Xiao Qing dashed over, seated herself beside Du Ming, wrapped her arms around him, and planted a kiss on his cheek. No need to exchange it. I adore it. Thank you, my husband. Du Ming replied, as long as you're happy. That's what matters. He propped his feet on the coffee table and lifted the petite Yanxi onto his lap. He then looked at Lin Yu and patted the empty space beside him. Lin Yu obediently walked over and nestled closely against him. Yanxi playfully punched his stomach, calling him a scoundrel, implying that his indulgence was excessive. After that, she rested her head on his belly. Du Ming chuckled and embraced Lin Yu's beautiful shoulders, inquiring about the store, questioning who covered the expenses for its opening. Lin Yu grasped his hand and replied that she had taken out a loan to initiate it. When asked the amount, she mentioned over 150,000. Du Ming turned to Xiao Qing and requested her to fetch his phone. She retrieved it from the coffee table in front of her and transferred 200,000 to Lin Yu. He suggested that she repay the loan immediately, as it was a bothersome burden. Lin Yu, grateful, settled all 3 loans, feeling a profound sense of relief as the status changed to paid in full. In her excitement, she pressed Du Ming's hand against her chest and bestowed a fervent kiss upon him, expressing her gratitude. Du Ming assured her that he would provide 2,000 each month, and she need not worry about the villa expenses. He would arrange fuel card for their vehicles. Both Xiao Qing and Lin Yu joyfully thanked him. Xiao Qing, diligently practicing yoga, mentioned that upon mastering the one-leg bridge pose, she would receive 5,000 a month. She exclaimed her affection for Du Ming. Lin Yu, sweetly inquiring if she could also practice, received an affirmative response from him, promising equal rewards for her efforts. Yanons plifuli nujet du mingesleg, asking about her own compensation. He teasingly remarked that she was a little wealthy woman, to which she pouted, claiming he was taking advantage of her. At that moment, Xiao Qing excitedly shared that Coach Xiao Qi was teaching her a new yoga pose, one that she believed he would enjoy, and asked if she could demonstrate it for him. Feeling a bit bashful, she awaited his response. Du Ming, intrigued, expressed his eagerness to see a performance even more exhilarating than the one-leg bridge pose. Chapter 40. New yoga poses. Encouraged by the prospect of new yoga poses recommended by Xiao Qi, Du Ming felt a surge of interest, recalling the strikingly fit swimming instructor, who was also Xiao Qing's yoga teacher. Slowly, Xiao Qing made her way to the open space in the middle of the house, drawing the attention of Yan Shi and Lin Yu, for this moment held significance for them as well. Xiao Qing positioned her feet firmly on the ground, gradually raising her hands above her head, arching her back gracefully. Du Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Qing remarked, Coach Xiao Qi mentioned that this greatly enhances flexibility. Du Ming noticed her hands trembling slightly and inquired, You can't hold this position for long, can you? You should stand over here and support me. As he approached to assist her, he exclaimed, This is great. Everyone should try it. Yan Shi and Lin Yu exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Yan Shi retorted, You rogue, always stirring up trouble. Du Ming helped Xiao Qing up, who, feeling utterly fatigued, leaned against him, her voice soft and bashful as she whispered, Darling, next time I can practice for you. He enveloped her in an encouraging embrace, saying, "You can do it, keep going." Stimulated by Xiao Qing's encouragement, Du Ming felt a surge of energy. He turned to Lin Yu and Yin Shi, declaring, "Let us go. We have serious matters to attend to." Lin Yu's heart raced at his words, while Yin Shi scoffed. "Are you really going to do something serious?" After bidding farewell to Xiao Qing, the trio, laden with daily necessities and change of clothes from Building 1, made their way to Villa 3. Lin Yu's belongings had already been set aside upon their arrival from the food court. Initially oblivious, Lin Yu noticed as they approached Villa 3 that Yanxi was still linked to Du Ming's other arm. She hesitated to inquire, merely stealing glances at them. Finding the scene amusing, Du Ming teased, "Yanxi is joining us. The three of us will sleep together tonight." Lin Yu gasped in surprise. "Wait, are you all really this bold? I told you it's not that easy to earn money." Upon entering Villa 3, Lin Yu was astonished to see Yanxi truly following them inside. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Are we really doing this together?" Du Ming ignorait leur question, heading straight to the master bedroom to freshen up. Naturally, Lin Yu looked to Yin Shi for reassurance. With a smile, Yin Shi advised, "Don't believe that rogue. P.S. Just after this for fun." Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Unexpectedly, Yin Shi added, "You two carry on. I'll just watch from the side." Lin Yu nearly broke into tears at this. What does that even mean? Watching from the sidelines is hardly the same. Observing Lin Yu's distressed expression, Yin Shi felt a sense of satisfaction, grateful to have brought this poor girl back, lest she be bullied outside. "Don't worry, I'll go wash up now," she said before darting upstairs to the guest room. Left alone in the living room, Lin Yu wrestled with her thoughts, torn between conflicting emotions. A small voice in her head reassured her, "It's fine. There are no outsiders here. We're all sisters." A timid voice murmured, "That's utterly mortifying with someone else watching." After an eternity of internal debate, neither side could persuade the other. "Hey, aren't you coming up to freshen up? Do I need to carry you down?" Du Ming called from the second floor. I'm coming." With no retreat left, Lin Yu steeled herself. 3 people it would be. Resolute, she ascended the stairs. After washing up, she faced the bathroom mirror, giving herself a final pep talk. "You can do this, Lin Yu. You're extraordinary. If she dares, so can I. If she watches me, I'll watch her too." Without extraordinary sacrifice, how can one attain an extraordinary life? She had already given him her first time. Whatever he desired, she would yield. Besides, with him, all her troubles vanished. All that remained was to save her life. Pushing open a bathroom door, Lin Yu stepped out. Du Ming lounged against the grand bed, but Yin Shi was nowhere in sight. "Where's she? She couldn't help but ask. Du Ming burst into laughter. "Should I call her in?" "Don't be ridiculous." Realizing she'd been deceived, Lin Yu pounced, her delicate fists raining playful blows upon him. With a hearty laugh, Du Ming pulled her close. "Come here, you." The room brimmed with spring's warmth. 11 at night. Xiao Qi remained awake, listlessly scrolling through her phone. Time and again, she tapped into that man's social feed, yearning for even the faintest trace of his presence. Anything to soothe the ache of separation. Yet disappointment was all she found. The man who had once stood so boldly left no imprint in his digital world. Each time she guided that woman, Xiao Qing, through yoga poses, the urge to ask about him surged, only to be stifled. How could she phrase it? "Where's your man? I miss him." Such words would unmistakably brand her a homewrecker. That woman was his kept mistress. How could Xiao Qi possibly broach the subject? Yet relinquishing him was unthinkable. She had clawed her way into this gilded neighborhood precisely for men like him. Young, wealthy, rare. A year might pass before another appeared. Portly, balding prospects were plentiful. But her heart recoiled. Even if older, at least let him be handsome. Ideally with sculpted abs, though she knew that was a fantasy. Being a mistress, she could endure. But only if her heart stirred. To gain both love and luxury. That was the true triumph. Though she had his contact, Xiao Qi dared not reach out first, terrified of severing her last fragile thread of hope. So agonizing. With a sigh, she locked her phone and gazed at her boyfriend, engrossed in his game. Handsome. Yes, meeting her standards, but his monthly salary barely brushed 10,000. For Xiao Qi, who worked amidst the opulence of Qingzhou Lake, where luxury cars and profligate tycoons were daily sights, he was inadequate. Could she truly spend her life with him? Or resign herself to some paunchy, ring-top stranger, watching his oblivious back. Xiaoqi drowned in endless indecision. Only the handsome man in the changing room, who can stand up and dance, is a true match. The one I yearn for the most. But why has he ceased to contact me? Xiaoqi, who has always possessed unwavering confidence in my appearance and physique, am experiencing for the first time the realization that, to some, these attributes are utterly insignificant. At most, they merely spark a fleeting interest. As another day of unfulfilled waiting draws to a close, I find my eyelids growing heavy, preparing to succumb to slumber. In a hazy state, I feel someone embrace me, their hands roaming wildly as they gasp for breath, attempting to unfasten my buttons. I awaken to discover that it is my boyfriend returning from a gaming session. Without reason, I push him away, imploring him to be quiet as I am exhausted. He pauses, taken aback. Are you tired again? You've been like this for the past 2 weeks. I ignore him, thinking that if only he possessed even half the strength of others, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The fact that I still share a bed with you is solely due to the indifference of others towards me. Consider yourself fortunate. Even if one day I were to satisfy your desires, there is a possibility that you would not find me the following day. Keep trying, my boy. Chapter 41. The Qingzhou Lake Squad Awakening at Dawn. Duming glanced at the 2 enchanting ladies beside him. To his right was the steadfast Yanqi, while to his left lay Linyu, who had recently taken the place of another. It was merely Wednesday, with 4 days remaining until the next task update. Today, he resolved to assist Linyu in releasing her pent-up frustration, allowing her to close the chapter on her past life. She was entirely his now, and he would not permit her to be wronged or to swallow her grievances. If anyone was to endure such indignities, it would be himself. Without hesitation, he roused the 2 women from their slumber, both responding with sleepy murmurs. Rise and shine. Today we embark on a serious endeavor, he declared, promptly getting out of bed, which finally stirred the 2 ladies awake. Particularly, Yanqi was taken aback. This rogue was acting unusually. Hadn't he always taken advantage before finally getting out of bed? It seemed today would indeed bring some excitement. As the thought of impending excitement crossed her mind, Yanqi swiftly threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, leaving Linyu, who gasped in surprise, behind. You rogue, what are we up to today? She inquired, as Du Ming dressed himself. We are going to deal with some mischief. Ever heard of Li Kuei battling ghosts? He replied nonchalantly. What on earth? Yanqi looked bewildered. Du Ming regarded her with disdain. You ought to immerse yourself in traditional culture instead of indulging in fast food culture all day. Yanqi felt a blow to her pride. This was the first time the rogue had truly looked down on her. Clearly, she needed to dedicate herself to learning more about traditional customs. Du Ming picked up a piece of black lace from the floor and tossed it to Linyu, who was still in bed. Put this on quickly. Today, I shall avenge you. Instantly, Linyu cast a shy glance at Yanqi before retreating under the covers to dress. Having been chastised by Du Ming, Yanqi felt the need to vent her frustration. What are you hiding for? I can see everything, she teased, prompting a desperate protest from Linyu beneath the covers. After purchasing all the necessary ingredients for 500 dumplings from the central dining hall, Du Ming spent the entire morning kneading dough and crafting dumplings, resolutely forbidding the 2 women from assisting. I must avenge my woman. I shall give it my all. They say a focused man is the most handsome. A man dedicated to avenging his beloved must be extraordinarily captivating, handsome beyond measure. Just this thought made Linyu utterly devoted to Du Ming, far surpassing opulent mansions, luxurious cars, or paying off her debts was the allure of a true champion. The 2 women gazed at Du Ming with admiration. Linyu recognized that she had made the right choice. Charming, assertive, strong, wealthy, and fiercely protective. Yanqi, on the other hand, saw boundless potential. It had been ages since she had made dumplings. She had only indulged in eating them. By noon, they had finished crafting the 500 dumplings and cooked a few for themselves. Linyu remarked, in comparison to my husband's culinary skills, that other person is nothing more than trash. By 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at the food court just as it reached its peak customer volume. With a flourish, Du Ming signaled their departure. The electric food cart led the way, followed by the culinary, with the Ferrari bringing up the rear. The trio set off from the entrance of Qingzhou Lake, drawing the attention of all the security personnel. Didn't they say Mr. Du doesn't drive? Well, Now you see, remarked one security guard. With money, everything looks good, replied another. Security officer C. Did you see the two beautiful ladies arriving in their luxury cars? That's what we call prestige. With an air of determination, they headed straight for the gourmet city, specifically to Ping Ping Dumpling House. Indeed, it has been confirmed by the frontline broadcaster, Fatty Tang. In celebration of the second anniversary of Hehe Dumpling House, Ping Ping Cold Noodle Shop has officially changed its name to Ping Ping Dumpling House. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in her chest, a dual ache. At 6 o'clock, the revenge trio arrived at the gourmet city. The Ferrari and Cullinan could not enter and had to park in the lot outside. However, the food stall vehicle drove right in, as the layout of the gourmet city consisted of storefronts encircling a row of food stalls in the center. Fatty Tang had already set up with his live streaming equipment ready, having paid handsomely for a spot directly opposite Ping Ping Dumpling House. He had pinned a message in the public restroom food group. At 6 o'clock in Gourmet City, Boss Du is back with 500 portions of sister-in-law's dumplings. The group immediately buzzed with excitement. What a generous offer. Dumplings are back on the menu. Let us go. With 500 portions, Boss Du is quite magnanimous. And it's not far. Tonight's dinner is settled. At this moment, Fatty Tang was addressing his live audience. Brothers, today we present an exhilarating dumpling showdown. Did you see the queue forming at Ping Ping Dumpling House? Boss Du is ready to challenge her head-on. In a live stream. Is it really this intense? He is going all out. The excitement surged as viewers wondered whose dumplings would reign supreme. Sister-in-law S or Ping Ping S. Just then, Fatty Tang spotted Du Ming riding swiftly towards him on the food stall vehicle. He quickly shifted the camera to Du Ming. Look, everyone, here he comes. Am I imagining things? Or does it seem like Boss Du is bringing a dark cloud along with him? The crowd standing in line in front of Ping Ping Dumpling House sensed something amiss as yet another food stall vehicle approached. Also selling dumplings and positioned right across from Ping Ping Dumpling House. Whispers of confusion spread among the customers. What's going on? Are they trying to embarrass themselves? It appeared that an entertaining scene was unfolding, and that broadcaster was indeed filming it. With composure, Du Ming set up the stall, preparing to sell dumplings. Fatty Tang informed him that a large group of followers would soon arrive. Sister-in-law's dumplings, the viral sensation. I've seen the videos. I must try them. Suddenly, a customer waiting at Ping Ping S called out, stepping out of the line to rush over to Du Ming S stall. Boss, I'll have a portion, please. Other customers laughed at him, questioning how a single dumpling could compete with the renowned Ping Ping S. The customer chuckled in response. Let us give it a try. You have no idea how that viral statue group at the restroom on Wheeloo came into being. Now that you mention it, I vaguely remember. You try a portion first. If it's good, I won't TQ here anymore. I'm curious about sister-in-law's dumplings. These few customers were acquaintances, albeit not particularly close. This matter can still be trusted. It is not a ploy of Du Ming. At this moment, Du Ming has begun to prepare dumplings. The familiar, enticing aroma begins to waft through the air once more. This scent makes my mouth water instantly. This fragrance surpasses that of Ping Ping's dumplings. I must give it a try. Two more individuals stepped out from the queue and approached Du Ming's stall. The others remained observant. After all, having waited so long, there is no need to return to Ping Ping's line if the stall's offerings were subpar. Your dumplings are ready. The first person from the line received his dumplings and cheerfully addressed the onlookers waiting behind Ping Ping. I'll taste them for everyone. With that, he picked up a dumpling, dipped it into some sauce, and took a small bite. All eyes were on him. As the sauce touched his palate, he sensed something extraordinary. He took a few more bites of the dumpling. Suddenly, as the flavors of the sauce and dumpling intertwined, his taste buds were completely awakened. This was not merely delicious. It was explosively delightful. Without hesitation, he carried his bowl back to Du Ming's stall, exclaiming, "Sir, please give me 3 more servings." Chapter 42. Farewell to Yesterday Boss. Another 3 servings, please. Eagerly, he stuffed the dumpling into his mouth, savoring every bite. The patrons in Ping Ping S line inquired, is it truly that delicious? With his mouth full, he nodded fervently. At Ping Ping's dumpling shop, Li Ping Ping cast a cold glance at the unexpected food cart that had set up shop across from her, selling dumplings as well. Who is this fool trying to ride on my coattails? Why not sell something else instead of daring to sell dumplings? It's like trying to show off in front of an expert. She thought to herself, just wait and watch me conduct my business while you enjoy your bitter wind. She observed Ah Chung in the kitchen, skillful yet somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, his craftsmanship was commendable, drawing queues of eager customers daily. Once he mastered the technique, she could bid him farewell and return home to open her own shop. A few patrons from her line had already wandered over, but she paid no mind, confident they would soon regret their choices after tasting the dumplings. Suddenly, a throng of people surged toward Du Ming's stall. "Boss Du, at last, we can enjoy sister-in-law's dumplings," they exclaimed, eager for a delightful feast. The crowd gathered at Ping Ping's shop grew frantic. With so many people, how long will we have to wait? As the line shifted, chaos ensued, merging the two groups into a disordered mass. "We were here first, don't push," someone shouted, while others complained about the sudden influx of customers. At that moment, Lin Yu and Yin Shi hurried back after stowing the remaining items from Lin Yu's shop, intent on assisting. Du Ming, observing the commotion, called out, "Everyone, please don't crowd. Let us form 3 orderly lines. It will expedite the process." In a live broadcast of Tang Fatty, it was utterly hilarious to witness the opposing lines' collective desertion. This was the undeniable allure of Boss Du's culinary delights. He relished the thought of capturing the astonished expression on the rival shop owner's face. At the entrance of Ping Ping's shop, the customer at the front contemplated joining the other line. However, as Ping Ping handed him a dumpling, he felt too embarrassed to refuse. He took it and scanned the payment. Then, holding the dumpling, he leisurely turned around, seizing the opportunity to slip into Du Ming's line unnoticed. Li Pingping, witnessing the sudden shift, was left dumbfounded. "So many people are flocking over here. Who is targeting me?" She mused. "It must be envy. Seeing my success, someone has malicious intentions. Perhaps they even set up a live stream to capture this moment, aiming to tarnish my reputation. How spiteful." She rushed out of her shop, only to spot a familiar face, an exceptionally beautiful acquaintance, Lin Yu. So it's this woman, she thought, recalling that Ah Chung had mentioned she could scarcely afford rent and was burdened with debt. To invite so many people, at 100 each, that's several thousand. Is she really this determined to undermine my business? Fuming, she turned on her heel and returned to her shop, where Ah Chung, noticing the absence of customers at their entrance, emerged hurriedly from behind the kitchen's glass door. Upon inquiring with Li Pingping, he asked, "Piping, what is the matter? Why is it suddenly so deserted? What is happening over there?" Li Pingping pointed accusingly at him, exclaiming, "How can you ask? It's all that wretched woman's doing. She invited so many supporters to humiliate us, despite your claims that she lacked funds." Ah Chung, momentarily bewildered, stammered, "What wretched woman? What supporters?" Li Pingping shouted back, "Lin Yu, that vile person. She must have slept with some man and brought all these supporters along. Can her dumplings possibly be as delectable as yours?" Speaking of her culinary skills, Ah Chung straightened his posture, resolutely striding towards the entrance, declaring, "I shall see who dares to flaunt their skills before me." Li Pingping hurriedly followed behind him. As Ah Chung approached the stall, he was taken aback upon recognizing Du Ming. "Cousin," he quickly deflated, realizing that Du Ming, who had only taught him once, had mastered the art of dumpling making to an unrivaled degree. Ah Chung was acutely aware of his own shortcomings in comparison, knowing he could never replicate the flavor of Du Ming's dipping sauce. Spotting Lin Yu beside Du Ming, Ah Chung suddenly comprehended that it was Lin Yu who had summoned her cousin. He had previously warned Li Pingping to set up shop elsewhere to avoid such predicaments, but she insisted that she can negotiate the rent here, leading to his acquiescence. Li Pingping, trailing behind him, observed his momentary paralysis and, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, "What is the matter? Are you rendered immobile upon seeing your old flame?" Her words prompted Ah Chung to glance once more at Lin Yu, and he noted that she appeared even more radiant than before. Her exquisitely beautiful face resembled that of a freshly emerged peach, glistening with a rosy hue. Ah Chung recalled how she had come to his shop with her cousin, teaching him how to make dumplings while exuding that same enchanting allure. Could it be that her cousin's dumplings possessed some beauty-enhancing properties? Suddenly, a flicker of regret washed over Ah Chung as he regarded Li Pingping beside him. Dejectedly, he said to her, "Let us return to the shop. Are we just going to let it be like this?" He retorted, "What other choice do we have? Others are setting up their stalls. What can you do about it?" At that moment, Li Pingping regained her composure, realizing her impulsive decision had led to this predicament. How much could that wretched woman possibly pay for supporters? Sitting in the shop, Chung felt despondent, his mind consumed by visions of Lin Yu's exquisite beauty. "They aren't even supporters," Li Pingping exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it possible for a dumpling to be so delicious that it draws such a crowd? My skills were taught to me by that man. I learned from him just once." Li Pingping, taken aback by Chung's words, gaped in disbelief. "My heavens, to be so proficient after only one lesson. Those dumplings must be truly divine." She even contemplated joining the queue to sample them. As Chung observed Li Pingping's eager expression, a wave of distaste washed over him, realizing he had been ensnared by such trivial matters, ultimately abandoning his stunning girlfriend. As the two individuals lingered beside the stall, Lin Yu had already taken notice. Observing their disheveled retreat, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. When the crowd from Pingping's store surged towards her direction, a wave of relief washed over her, liberating her from days of pent-up frustration. It was an exquisite comfort. Du Ming and his companions were bustling about in a frenzy, while Chung and Li Pingping quietly watched the cacophony of voices from within the store. Patrons who had finished their dumplings carelessly discarded their disposable bowls into the trash bin at the entrance, creating a veritable mountain of waste. That was the garbage receptacle of the food city, and they had no authority to intervene. This was a blatant affront, and they found themselves at a loss. Soon, the inhabitants of Food City would become the subject of their ridicule. It was clear that this place was no longer tenable. At last, Du Ming's dumplings were all sold out, and the group, in high spirits, began to pack up, preparing to depart. Lin Yu kept a watchful eye on the happenings at Pingping's dumpling shop, aside from a few patrons who had finished their dumplings and sought the restroom. Only to be reprimanded and sent away, no one else had ventured inside. Lin Yu continued to observe, reveling in the moment. Once the group had tidied up, they cast a triumphant glance at Pingping's dumpling shop before playfully exiting. In a moment of impulsiveness, Chung dashed out of the store, trailing behind them at a distance. His gaze fixated on Lin Yu, whose already alluring figure seemed to have taken on an even more sensual allure. As Lin Yu approached her Ferrari, poised to open the door, she suddenly glanced back at Food City. Beneath the grand entrance stood a once familiar silhouette, and their eyes met from afar. A pang of sorrow pierced Lin Yu's heart. Resolutely, she opened the car door and drove away. Chung watched Lin Yu's retreating figure with a heart-wrenching ache. Farewell, yesterday. Chapter 43. Reunion with Xiaoqi. Du Ming and his companions returned to Building 3 by Qingzhou Lake. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Yu embraced Du Ming tightly, showering him with passionate kisses, completely disregarding Yan Shi, who stood nearby with a pout. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Just as Yan Shi was about to tease them, Lin Yu unexpectedly took Du Ming's hand and led him upstairs. "Husband, you must be exhausted today. Let me draw you a hot bath to help you relax. I'll give you a back rub," Lin Yu murmured sweetly. Yan Shi's lips parted in surprise before she finally managed to say, well, look at our little darling, completely uninhibited now. "I'm tired too, you know." "Fine, I'll just go bathe by myself and soak for a while." Before long, soft, coquettish murmurs drifted from the master bedroom's bathroom. "Husband, behave. I'm supposed to be massaging your back." Meanwhile, Xiaoqi had just finished teaching Xiaoqing her yoga lesson. Though Xiaoqing was radiant with energy, Xiaoqi's mood was anything but bright. Thoughts of Du Ming weighed heavily on her. Fortunately, an old friend from her training class happened to be hosting an event at a mall near Qingzhou Lake and invited Xiaoqi out for a chat. Eager for someone to confide in, Xiaoqi agreed. This friend was the perfect choice. The two had bonded during their training days, united by their shared ambition to one day seize an opportunity that would change their fates. They had been the most beautiful women in their class, convinced that only they possessed the allure to achieve such dreams. They looked down on the other ordinary, or even plain, women in the program, dismissing their aspirations as delusional. Naturally, They became close, exchanging tips and experiences. Xiaoqi worked as a fitness instructor, while Su Yao was a car model. Yao Yao, over here. Xiaoqi waved at a stunningly beautiful woman standing outside a CAF in the mall. Su Yao, fresh from an exhibition, strode over in a form-fitting t-shirt and a curve-hugging miniskirt. After a brief, bosom-pressing embrace, the two linked arms and entered the CAF. So Yao Yao, how have things been? Found anyone suitable yet? Xiaoqi asked. Su Yao said softly. Ugh, it's not that easy. What about you? Xiaoqi exhaled deeply. Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about today. She then recounted her entire experience with Du Ming in detail. Su Yao listened intently before exclaiming, "You sound like a great catch. And has T contacted you at all?" Xiaoqi shook her head helplessly. Su Yao took a delicate sip of her coffee. To ordinary people, we're untouchable goddesses. But in the eyes of the wealthy, we're nothing. Xiaoqi nodded bitterly. Exactly. Look at me. I practically had to beg him to take me. And afterward, radio silence. I'm not even sure he remembers me. If we gave an ordinary guy a chance, he'd cling to us like glue, just like those pathetic simps. Su Yao giggled. Oh, like my boyfriend. One night with him, and he is happy for days. How often do you indulge yours? Xiaoqi hesitated awkwardly. Ever since Du Ming had ridden her, she hadn't let her boyfriend touch her. Reading her expression, Su Yao gasped. Don't tell me you haven't been with him since that night. Indeed, you have accurately guessed, you clever one. Xiaoqi responded helplessly. It is not about preserving my dignity. You know it is non-existent. It merely feels unsettling, akin to being taken advantage of. Su Yao laughed heartily. Hasn't he spent most of his salary on you? Besides, why fret so much? When a need arises, just make use of it. Idleness serves no purpose. I understand, it just feels wrong. The two engaged in an earnest exchange of their thoughts. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's eyes widened, and she dashed outside. Su Yao, perplexed, followed suit. Are you attempting to run away alone? How thrilling. Du Ming leisurely emerged from the washroom, accompanied by Lin Yu, as they strolled to the first floor. Yanxi sat on the sofa, casting a forlorn glance at them. Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt. Yanxi had exerted considerable effort today, yet she had neglected her to vent her frustrations on Du Ming. She hurriedly approached Yanxi and embraced her, saying, Shi, I managed to release this pent-up frustration today, all thanks to you and your husband. Humph. Yanxi turned her head away, ignoring her. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, Shall we learn yoga from Sister Xiaoqing? How does that sound? This struck a chord with Yanxi, who, intrigued, remarked, Humph. Is it not to please that scoundrel? Uttering the boldest words, she promptly stood up and headed towards the door, calling out to Du Ming. Scoundrel, the three of us have something important to discuss. We shall ignore you now. Lin Yu quickly followed suit, giving Du Ming an okay gesture. Then, linking arms with Yanxi, they walked out together, thinking, For the matron, you shall not escape my grasp. Observing the two women depart to find Xiaoqing, Du Ming, feeling unoccupied, decided to stroll to the front gate to buy cigarettes. Upon reaching the convenience store, he purchased a pack and lit one. Just then, he overheard someone exclaim, Hurry, there's a car exhibition at the mall today. Let us go see the beauties. Du Ming glanced over to see a security guard on an electric bike. Another guard hurriedly mounted his bike as well. A thought crossed Du Ming's mind. He had yet to explore the nearby mall. With the three women occupied with their yoga practice, he figured it would be a fine opportunity to wander about. Thus, he approached and called out, lighting a cigarette. Brother, would you mind taking me to the mall? The guard accepted the cigarette with a smile, replying, No problem. It's just a few minutes. Du Ming shook. Thanks. A few minutes later, after dismounting from the electric bike, Du Ming aimlessly meandered through the mall. After a while, feeling the need to relieve himself, he followed the signs to the restroom. As he passed a coffee shop, a strikingly voluptuous woman with an alluring appearance suddenly appeared before him, followed closely by another woman clad in a tight white t-shirt and a form-fitting miniskirt, her assets bouncing rhythmically as she jogged. The enchanting woman greeted him with delight. Mr. Du, huh? This beauty recognizes me? Du Ming stared at her, earnestly trying to recall. Xiaoqi stood before Du Ming, watching him curiously as he struggled to remember, feeling a mix of sorrow and relief within her heart. Regrettably, I feel as though I'm nearing the brink of exhaustion due to your negligence. I devoted myself to preserving my virtue for a fortnight, yet now, standing before you, I am hardly recognizable. Fortunately, I finally seized the opportunity to encounter him, and remarkably, there are no other women by his side. Should I fail to grasp this chance, it may well slip away forever. How disheartening it is to stand before someone and not be acknowledged, all while awaiting his message in vain. Mr. Du, it is I, Xiao Qi, the one who pedaled a bicycle by the swimming pool. As Xiao Qi spoke of her cycling, a hint of shyness crept into her tone. Oh, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on, Du Ming finally recalled. She was indeed a captivating beauty with a delightful presence. He had always been too preoccupied to reach out for a casual ride, primarily due to his own busy schedule. Seeing that Du Ming had remembered her, Xiao Qi chose not to dwell on his earlier remarks. After all, she felt she had no grounds to be critical. He was not merely a fish in a pond, and she had no right to act superior. Mr. Du, are you shopping alone? Xiao Qi inquired, her heart racing with anticipation. Yes, I just came to wander a bit, Du Ming replied nonchalantly. Xiao Qi's heart fluttered with excitement. This was yet another opportunity she must not let slip away. Where do you plan to go? May I accompany you? I am looking for the restroom, she offered. Du Ming surveyed the alluring woman behind her, clearly captivated. Very well, he mused. Su Yao, aware of Du Ming's intense gaze, understood the context of Xiao Qi's conversation and graced him with a flirtatious smile. Oh, the restroom is this way. Would you like me to show you? Xiao Qi asked, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety as she caught Du Ming's eye. Du Ming observed the two enchanting women. It was evident they were acquainted, yet there seemed to be an air of caution. Thoughts began to form in his mind. Chapter 44. Please come, and Du Ming gazed at the two beautiful women, a peculiar thought swirling in his mind. Good friends, indeed. Conceiving a plan, Du Xiaoqi interjected. No need. I can manage on my own. You should stay with your friend. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi did not press the matter further. After all, escorting someone to the restroom is hardly an illustrious endeavor. There was no need to insist on it, realizing that failing to introduce Su Yao would be somewhat inappropriate. She took Su Yao's hand and said, "This is my dear sister, Su Yao. Shall we wait for you here?" Du Ming offered a faint smile to Su Yao before replying to Xiaoqi. All right, and he then proceeded towards the restroom. Once Du Ming had distanced himself, Su Yao turned to Xiaoqi and remarked, So, this is the one you mentioned, the one who stood up and kicked? Xiaoqi, Gezingin du Ming's direction, responded with a hint of disappointment. Yes, did you see? He seems to have nearly forgotten me. Su Yao empathized. It is evident, how could a man of such stature lack for women? However, merely being in his presence and having him remember you is already commendable. At least it grants you an opportunity, does it not? Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, found it profoundly sensible and instinctively clutched Su Yao's arm tightly. Indeed, Yao Yao, how should I seize this opportunity? Su Yao pondered for a moment before asking Xiaoqi, Do you recall what the training class advised? Do not treat them as you would ordinary individuals. Our task is to await the opportunity and then endeavor to cater to their needs, striving for even greater prospects. You have already captured his attention, and he did not dismiss you. This is your chance, and you must grasp it firmly. Xiaoqi, moved by her words, felt enlightened. Embracing Su Yao, she exclaimed, Yao Yao, you are truly wonderful. If I succeed, I shall never forget you. Looking at Xiaoqi, who was holding her tightly, Su Yao gently patted her shoulder, saying, We are indeed good sisters. Yes, Yao Yao, you are right. I shall now await the opportunity to meet his desires. Xiaoqi replied resolutely. Su Yao, contemplating, responded, Indeed, only by doing so can we await greater opportunities. Just as they were speaking, Xiaoqi's phone chimed with a message. She picked up her phone, initially filled with excitement, followed swiftly by surprise and conflict. Curious, Su Yao inquired, Yao Yao, what is it? Xiaoqi pondered briefly before showing her the message, which read, Come to the third cubicle in the men's restroom. Is this a message from him? Su Yao está merith. What should we do, Yao Yao? Xiaoqi was on the verge of despair. Last time, you kicked in my changing room. At least it was a secluded spot. But this time, the chosen location poses a considerable challenge, given the constant flow of people. Please no, I merely wish to assist. The odds are stacked against us. Your requests are akin to navigating a treacherous dungeon. In this day and age, earning a living is arduous enough. Even attempting to assist comes with such high stakes. Xiaoqi lamented. Su Yao contemplated again and said to Xiaoqi, "This serves as a test. If you can satisfy him amidst such challenges, he will undoubtedly hold you in high regard." Xiaoqi replied, "I desire that too, but look at the throngs of people." Su Yao whispered in her ear, and Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really possible?" Su Yao replied, "Wealth doesn't come easily. To the rich, women like us are a dime a dozen. This is your chance." Xiaoqi's expression hardened with resolve as she gripped Su Yao's arm tightly. "Yao Yao, I owe you for this. If we succeed, I'll never forget you. Save the gratitude for later. Let us begin." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqi sent a message to Du Ming. "Please wait. Your delivery will arrive shortly." Exchanging a determined glance with Su Yao, they nodded in unison. It was time to act. The two made their way toward the men's restroom. As they neared the entrance, Su Yao halted strategically, while Xiaoqi charged straight in. Su Yao, stationed outside, addressed the approaching men with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, the restroom is under maintenance. Please wait a moment." The men, momentarily distracted by the sight of such a stunning woman, forgot their urgency entirely. Some even joked, "Since when did mall staff become this gorgeous?" Meanwhile, inside the men's restroom, Xiaoqi was met with bewildered stares from several men mid-task. None questioned her presence, too captivated by her beauty to protest. Forcing composure, Xiaoqi announced, "Please hurry up. Maintenance is about to begin." Not a single man doubted her. Two even emerged from the stalls upon hearing her alluring voice. Once the restroom cleared, Xiaoqi exhaled in relief and swiftly approached the third stall. She knocked lightly, not daring to speak in case others lingered. The stall door opened immediately. Du Ming had been listening, quietly impressed by her persistence. Perhaps a small reward wouldn't hurt, he mused. A stunning, obedient woman like her might be worth keeping around. Xiaoqi slipped inside, heart pounding. She hoped her efforts would move Mr. Du, but she remained silent, wary of potential eavesdroppers. Just then, new voices entered the restroom. "I don't see any maintenance staff. Just that gorgeous woman blocking the way." Xiaoqi knew. Su Yao had let them through. Du Ming exited the stall. Xiaoqi, still inside, quickly relocked the door. A waiting man frowned as he pushed the stubbornly closed stall door. Didn't someone just leave? Outside, Du Ming spotted the alluring woman, Xiaoqi's companion, peering anxiously near the restroom. With a smirk, he approached. "Find a way to get her out," he said before settling nearby to wait. Su Yao steeled herself and barged in. "Sorry, my friend had too much to drink. Wrong restroom. Carry on. Pretend you didn't see anything." She rapped on the third stall. "Girl, you're in the wrong place." Xiaoqi, feeling utterly flustered within, was suddenly calmed by the melodious voice of Su Yao, which echoed like that of an angel. Upon comprehending her words, understanding dawned upon her. As she knocked on the cubicle door, it swung open immediately, and she murmured, "I'm not drunk. Let's have another drink." The men in the restroom gazed at the two exceptionally alluring women, none daring to intervene. Instead, they pondered how fortunate it would be to have such a woman by their side. Only one man, watching Du Ming exit from the cubicle, was taken aback. Goodness, is that guy really that impressive? To have such a stunning woman agree to him in a restroom cubicle. My own proud little fairy pales in comparison. She demands red envelopes, sweet words, and extravagant dinners, as if I were appeasing royalty. In the end, she even scoffs at ordinary hotels when we seek accommodation. At that moment, he felt utterly dejected. Meanwhile, as Xiaoqi and Su Yao emerged from the restroom, beads of cold sweat on their brows, they cast a resentful glance at Du Ming. No matter how wealthy you are, is this truly the way to amuse oneself? Yet, a single phrase from Du Ming soon dispelled their discontent, bringing smiles to their faces. "Let's go buy clothes and bags. Both of you deserve it." Chapter 45, Good Friends. Together, Du Ming returned to Villa Number 2 at Qingzhou Lake. Yin Shi and the others had sent him a message saying that they were all practicing yoga at the villa that evening. What complaints could Du Ming possibly have? It was simply a gathering of friends. Upon arriving at Villa Number 2, the three women regarded him with peculiar expressions. "What is wrong with you all?" Du Ming inquired. Yin Shi directly responded, "You rogue, Tonight you are in luck. The next morning, Du Ming awoke and, after freshening up, promptly exited the villa, for he had plans for a more intriguing activity that day. Of course, it depended on the cooperation of the other party. Yet, perhaps that was precisely what made it interesting. Du Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Qi. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Qi's phone chimed, and she swiftly picked it up. Although yesterday had been thrilling, the outcome was quite favorable. Mr. Du had not handed her money directly. Instead, he had taken her and Su Yao to purchase a set of exquisite clothing and a handbag. This was a significant advancement for her. Being taken shopping held an entirely different connotation than merely receiving money afterward. Despite having bought items alongside Su Yao, Xiao Qi perceived this as Du Ming expressing gratitude for assisting her. Without Su Yao's bold ideas and support, how could she hope to deepen her relationship with Du Ming? Xiao Qi excitedly opened Du Ming's message, as this marked the first genuine initiative from Mr. Du in reaching out to her. She felt as if the dawn of victory was beckoning her. However, upon reading the content of the message, a wave of despair washed over her. Is this how wealthy people play? She mused, feeling utterly tormented and tested. After much contemplation, she decided to take a screenshot of the message and send it to Su Yao. Blushing, Su Yao was tidying her disheveled hair when she heard the notification sound from her phone. She deftly pushed her boyfriend's hand aside, flashed him a flirtatious smile, and playfully scolded, "Stop fidgeting." Her boyfriend chuckled. As an ordinary office worker earning just over $10,000 a month, he felt fortunate to have a girlfriend who was a stunning model. Many colleagues envied him. Moreover, his girlfriend was exceedingly affectionate, always eager to fulfill his wishes. With just a glance or a gesture, she would readily comply. Su Yao picked up her phone and, upon reading the message, her expression turned peculiar. Her boyfriend inquired, "Who is it so early in the morning?" Su Yao replied, "It's from Xiao Qi, that fitness instructor you've met." She then showed him the chat window, though she refrained from sharing the content. Upon seeing it, her boyfriend recognized the striking fitness instructor. Wow, he thought, her figure is incredibly alluring, rivaling that of my girlfriend. The allure of the unattainable always stirred his imagination, and he had often envisioned his girlfriend as that stunning beauty. However, since it was her message, he had no reason to doubt it. Feeling weary, he began to doze off. Meanwhile, Su Yao pondered deeply over Xiao Qi's screenshot. At 10 o'clock at the Ao Hotel, the two of you together. This is the information from Du Ming, sent to Xiao Qi. As for the two of you together, it must be about yourself and Su Yao. She never imagined that Du Ming harbored such thoughts. Yesterday, she bought herself a new outfit and a handbag, thinking it was a reward for covering for them. Although the clothing and bag cost several thousand, she could certainly afford them. She simply hesitated to spend her own money. There was no way she would accompany him to bed for such trivial items, especially not with Xiao Qi involved. However, if he had other arrangements and could genuinely support her, things might be different. Su Yao glanced at her sleeping boyfriend. Xiao Qi messaged again, "Yao Yao, what should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yao replied, "Let us meet first. It's 7 now. We can rendezvous at the hotel he mentioned at 8. Regardless of whether we wish to proceed, we can make arrangements." Xiao Qi was indifferent, as she had already set her sights on Du Ming, unlike Su Yao, who seemed rather dazed after only meeting him once the previous day. Quickly, Su Yao took a shower and dressed herself with utmost speed. If her boyfriend were to see her now, he would surely be astonished, realizing how swiftly she could transform. Once she was ready, Su Yao gently kissed her boyfriend on the cheek. He smiled sweetly in his dreams. Soon, Xiao Qi and Su Yao met at the hotel entrance. "Yao Yao, what should we do?" Xiao Qi urgently needed to know Su Yao's thoughts. "Qi, don't rush. We first need to ascertain his true intentions. Let us book a room here and discuss it inside," Su Yao suggested after a brief analysis. "All right, I'll go book the room," Xiao Qi replied, finding the reasoning sound. As they entered the room, Xiao Qi closed the door and eagerly inquired, "So what now?" This was already the third time she had asked Su Yao this question. Su Yao settled onto the upholstered sofa, lit a slender cigarette, and took a deep drag. Relaxing against the cushion, she exhaled the smoke toward the ceiling. "Qi, ask him if he insists on having both of us together, without mentioning whether I am willing," she instructed. "Oh, okay," Xiao Qi nodded, picking up her phone to message Du Ming. After a moment's thought, She quickly typed, Mr. Du, could I come alone? You can decide how you wish to proceed. She then showed her phone to Su Yao, asking, Yao Yao, is this all right? Su Yao chuckled, you daring girl. Just send it like that. Soon, a notification chimed. Du Ming's reply arrived. After reading it, Xiao Qi handed the phone directly to Su Yao, then flopped onto the bed in a dramatic sprawl. What is it with these wealthy people? She lamented. Su Yao glanced at Du Ming's message. Then you needn't come at all. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, damn it, what does this guy really want? Xiao Qi, lying on the bed, murmured, Yao Yao, maybe we should just let it go. Su Yao interrupted her thoughts. Don't. You finally got this opportunity where both the person and financial aspects are satisfactory. If you give it up now, it'll be hard to come across such a chance again. But this guy isn't making his stance clear either, insisting you go together. Me joining isn't the main issue. The crucial point is whether he's just seeking novelty, playing around for this one time or a few times, or if he can actually provide the life we desire. Xiao Qi sprang up from the bed, clutching her hair in frustration. Being a simp is utterly exhausting. Su Yao chuckled wryly. Money isn't earned that easily, you know? Standing abruptly, Su Yao declared with exasperation, I can't take this anymore. Let's just ask him outright how he plans to arrange things for us. If it doesn't work out, then fine. I'll just accept my damned impoverished fate. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yao sighed in resignation. All right then, text him. I'm on the verge of breaking down. Taking Xiao Qi's phone, Su Yao typed out a message. Mr. Du, may I inquire about your plans for us afterward? Then she tossed the phone back onto the bed, collapsing into shared despair with Xiao Qi. Chapter 46. Xiao Qi and Su Yao's choice putting down their phones. Xiao Qi and Su Yao stared blankly at each other. They didn't mind being kept. In fact, they longed for it. They would even mind being kept by Du Ming alone, as long as the price was right. After all, Du Ming's looks and capabilities were unmatched. Where else could they find someone like him? What they feared was that Du Ming was merely indulging in a fleeting whim, treating them as a passing amusement. Time ticked by. Ding dong. The penthouse suite. Du Ming had replied, not with an answer to their question, but with 4 simple, decisive words. In each other's eyes, the two women saw resignation and conflict. Xiao Qi abruptly stood up. Yao Yao, I'll go. At worst, he'll just have his way with me once. It's not like it won't be enjoyable. No real loss. Su Yao Saif. He already said not to come alone. You're right, it's just one time. A quick shower, and everything's fresh again. No harm done. Xiao Qi nodded. If he doesn't want to talk about keeping us, then we won't ask. If he does, it's our luck. If not, it's our fate. Then, rolling up her sleeves, she declared, let us just go for it. Su Yao agreed. A sound plan. The two women arrived at the penthouse. The suite's private butler, after consulting Du Ming, unlocked the security door and led them down the long corridor. Xiao Qi and Su Yao exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. The world of the wealthy truly was different, even within the same hotel. Silently, they each prayed that this gamble would pay off. Monsieur, Du, the ladies are here. The door's unlocked. Let them in, Du Ming called from inside. Ladies, please. Mr. Du, I'll take my leave. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. The butler opened the door and departed. As the door closed behind them, they mentally placed 2 green leaves atop their respective boyfriends' heads. Xiao Qi's boyfriend's leaf was larger, almost like a banana leaf. They stepped inside. After a brief glance at each other, Su Yao gave a slight nod. With a sudden cry, Xiao Qi charged forward. Du Ming lit a cigarette. Tell me, he said, what kind of arrangement do you want? When they pondered how to arrange their plans, Du Ming remained silent, waiting to assess the depth of their determination. The circumstances of the two women differed markedly from those of Xiao Qing and Lin Yu, and even more so from Xiao Yanqi. They possessed some degree of bargaining power and choice. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu found themselves in dire straits, while Du Ming, in their eyes, represented a miraculous savior. Although it was indeed a transaction, his act of rescuing them left no room for alternatives. As for Yanqi, the bond they shared was one of profound secrecy and camaraderie. Their relationship was purely transactional. If the price was right, an agreement could be reached, and if not, they could simply move on to the next opportunity. Yet, Du Ming was indifferent to these matters. The fun from the system held little distinction whether enjoyed at Kingzhou or elsewhere. Xiao Qi and Su Yao exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. It was no small feat. They had finally reached the shore. The grand estate at King Zhuwa awaited them, and they reveled in the thought of becoming esteemed proprietors of this coveted locale. Both women were undeniably beautiful, unwilling to settle for an ordinary existence. They yearned to leverage their exquisite appearances to secure a more prosperous life. It was no wonder they sought training classes, as their looks could indeed afford them a better lifestyle in the current society. Suddenly, a disconcerting thought struck them. They had neglected to discuss this matter from the outset. Both had prepared to be taken advantage of. Moments later, Xiao Qi spoke first, as she was more familiar with Du Ming due to her employment at King Zhuwa. Monsieur, Master, as a coach, my salary typically ranges from 6,000 to 10,000. After joining you, I presume you would prefer I no longer pursue that role. I hope you could provide me with a monthly allowance of 20,000. Du Ming turned to Su Yao, inquiring, and you? Master, as a car model, my monthly income fluctuates. Sometimes it exceeds 8,000, and other times it surpasses 20,000. I aspire to receive a monthly allowance of 50,000. Xiao Qi felt a pang of anxiety. She had undershot her proposal. Both women watched Du Ming with a mix of nervous anticipation. He mused that their requested amounts were not excessively high. Very well, we shall proceed as you have stated. Xiao Qi hesitated, unsure of how to voice her thoughts, while Su Yao suppressed a laugh. Master, Xiao Qi resorted to a playful tone, hoping Du Ming might reconsider her offer. Du Ming interjected, Enough. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, and these were your own terms. Xiao Qi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Du Ming gently encouraged her, Go fetch the pen and paper from the table. Both women were puzzled. Yet Xiao Qi obediently rose to comply. Su Yao admired Xiao Qi's shapely figure, contemplating joining her for fitness training in the future, perhaps compensating her with a modest coaching fee, as her own allowance significantly surpassed Xiao Qi's. As Xiao Qi returned with the pen and paper, she handed them to Du Ming, standing upright, curious about his intentions. Du Ming remarked, standing there so stiffly, Are you not concerned about the impression you may leave? Xiao Qi proudly replied, I practice fitness. A handstand will complement it nicely. Surprised, she added, I didn't know it could be done this way. Well, it's up to you. But let me make it clear. If it affects the feel or taste, my living expenses will be deducted. After Du Ming spoke, he paid her no further attention. Instead, he tore off a piece of paper and divided it into two halves. Both Xiao Qi and Su Yao looked at him with curiosity. He wrote 20,000 on one half and 30,000 on the other. Then, he crumpled them into two small paper balls, cupped them in his hands, shook them for a moment, and extended his left hand toward Xiao Qi, revealing his offer. The price is set by you. You cannot blame others. Considering you were the main contributor earlier, I am granting you a chance to choose. Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled. One ball represented 20,000, while the other indicated 30,000. She realized that she was guaranteed not to lose, with a 50% chance of gaining an extra 10,000. Chapter 47. Expanding and strengthening. Xiao Qi beamed with joy as she gazed at the two crumpled pieces of paper in Du Ming's hands. With a mere 50% chance. If she couldn't grasp the elusive 30,000, she could hardly blame him. He had been quite considerate of her. Excitedly, she seized one of the small papers and tremulously unfolded it. Su Yao, equally curious, leaned in to take a look. As the paper unfurled, Su Yao burst into laughter, while Xiao Qi was reduced to tears. Genuine tears streamed down her cheeks. Why was she so unfortunate? She regretted proposing conditions in the first place. Following Yao Yao, she could have simply settled for over 50,000. Du Ming, feeling satisfied with his recent yoga practice, had offered a chance to increase by 10,000. Yet even with a 50% likelihood, it still eluded her. What had he touched earlier that left such a foul odor on his hands? Du Ming placed the small paper in her palm, suggesting that combining them would yield a better outcome. He then embraced both women, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. He playfully ruffled Xiao Qi's hair, saying, Do you think I would choose just one of you two? How silly. No wonder I can only be a martial general. Have you ever seen a lover roll up their sleeves and charge toward the bed with wild abandon? I desire beauty, not a brutish warrior. As Xiao Qi examined the two crumpled papers in her grasp, Realization dawned upon her, and she erupted in joyous shouts. Completely disregarding Du Ming's earlier admonitions, she reveled in the unexpectedly overwhelming happiness. She pushed Su Yao aside, who had been nestled in Du Ming's embrace, and clung tightly to Du Ming, sobbing with delight. In the language of a martial general, it could be expressed as, "I would willingly traverse fire and water for my lord, without hesitation." Su Yao, having been toppled by Shao Qi and rolling across the bed, sat up to observe the unfolding scene, nodding to herself in approval. In the tongue of a strategist, it could be articulated as, "This is a worthy sovereign to assist." Once Shao Qi had sufficiently vented her emotions, Du Ming gently patted her smooth back. All right. Now let's address the second issue." Shao Qi immediately snapped to attention, and Su Yao straightened her posture, ready to listen intently. "I want both of you, and I will give you both the pieces of paper, but that does not imply." Before he could finish, Su Yao raised her hand to interject. "Master, rest assured, we can resolve everything today without any hindrance." Du Ming regarded Su Yao with satisfaction, nodding in approval. She was truly clever, quickly grasping his intentions, unlike the one standing there, who appeared utterly lost in confusion. Indeed, Shao Qi found herself bewildered by the half-spoken words of the two before her. "What are you talking about? What does it mean that it doesn't imply anything? What do you mean by resolving everything today? My scalp is so itchy. Is it a sign of developing a brain?" Du Ming and Su Yao ignored her, with Su Yao continuing, "So where shall we go? Should we stay at a hotel while we await your arrangements? Or do you have something else in mind?" Du Ming replied with a smile, "Of course, we will head to the Qingzhou Lake Villa. Where else could I accommodate you? Do you need me to pick you up?" Shao Qi understood this perfectly. Su Yao was exceedingly delighted. She had once visited Qingzhou Lake, a place she had long yearned for. To her surprise, Du Ming had arranged for them to stay there, although she had heard from Shao Qi that Du Ming already had a woman residing at Qingzhou Lake. This woman was said to possess a gentle disposition, while they were two in number. 2 against 1, the advantage lay with her. Shao Qi understood well that after practicing yoga with Shao Qing for a considerable time, she was indeed a very gentle woman. The villas at Qingzhou Lake boasted at least 10 rooms, ample enough for their needs. Living together posed no issue. It was just the two of them, while Shao Qing was alone. Thus the advantage remained with them. "No need. We each have our own cars. It's just some small items, nothing substantial. We can manage on our own." Su Yao interjected before Shao Qi could respond, asserting that it mattered little whether she spoke or remained silent. "All right then, I shall take my leave. Contact me if anything arises. Hurry and put on your clothes, lest they sag," she added before Du Ming departed. Once he was gone, Shao Qi and Su Yao joyfully embraced, cradling the ball between them. Yao, what did you just discuss with him? I couldn't quite grasp it. Something about not representing. Something to be resolved today, Shao Qi eagerly inquired. Su Yao playfully tapped her forehead. "He said he could have both of us. But that doesn't imply we can do the same. Do you understand now?" After a moment of contemplation, Shao Qi suddenly grasped the meaning. "Oh, he meant we cannot entangle ourselves with other men anymore, right? When you mention resolving it today, does that mean we should move out from our boyfriends today?" Su Yao lit a slender cigarette. "Indeed, since we have chosen to be with him, we must swiftly sever ties with others. You wouldn't be reluctant, would you?" Shao Qi pouted. "I am no fool. I merely sought a temporary refuge. His meager salary hardly sustains our lifestyle. It's quite fortunate he even desires a long-term commitment." Su Yao exhaled a puff of smoke. "Yes, if blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at them for their lack of capability. Historically, women have always sought out powerful men. We bear no guilt." With that, she stood and declared, "Let us hasten to shower. We are all sticky and uncomfortable. Then we shall pack our belongings to settle in at Qingzhou Lake." "Oh yeah," Shao Qi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Unable to resist, Su Yao inquired, Qi, did you truly mean that doing headstands can prevent sagging?" "Well, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps you should envision it yourself," she responded. As Du Ming arrived at the hotel entrance, he received a call from Tang Fatty. "Hello, Fatty, what is up?" "Boss Du, I hope I'm not interrupting anything important," came the reply. "Not at all. I just caught a couple of canaries." "Speak your mind." Du Ming's thoughts regarding Shao Qi and Su Yao were straightforward. They could indulge as they pleased. After all, the villa was vacant. Tang Fatty, envisioning the canary's beauty, quickly added, "So, about yesterday's invitation to that meeting, you mentioned you were too busy to attend. I went today, and the situation is as follows." Early that morning, Tang Fatty had attended a conference jointly hosted by the city's Tourism Bureau and the Sanitation Bureau. Discussion on the vigorous development of urban public toilet food culture. At the conference, the director of the Tourism Bureau and the director of Sanitation spoke respectively. In light of the success of the Yikio Public Toilet Night Market and the Wui Road Public Toilet Sculpture Group, the city has instructed us to vigorously develop public toilet cuisine, transforming it into a signature attraction for tourism in our city. The city has decided to renovate and maintain all public toilets in the urban area. Where possible, each public toilet will be expanded to ensure distinctive public toilet food plazas. The interior environment must be devoid of any unpleasant odors, maintained in a state of cleanliness, and infused with delightful fragrances. We aim to provide a pleasant experience for visitors, enticing them to return again and again. The external environment should be adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, creating a joyful atmosphere that uplifts the spirits of our guests, prompting them to revel in happiness and dance with glee. Each pilot public toilet will be assigned a dedicated sanitation worker, who will remain vigilant and closely monitor the movements of those using the facilities, ensuring immediate cleaning upon departure. We aspire to create a unique public toilet attraction that integrates dining, drinking, and restroom services, allowing visitors to indulge in a seamless, sustainable experience. Let us unite our efforts to elevate public toilet cuisine to new heights. Applause resounds. Chapter 48. Each in their own way. Upon hearing the words of the rotund Tang, Duming found his mind somewhat befuddled. Are you truly engaging in such grand ventures? He mused. No wonder they occupy such esteemed positions. One cannot help but admire their vision and audacity. The position one holds dictates the magnitude of their endeavors. Suddenly, a thought struck Du Ming, prompting him to inquire of Tang. Wait a moment, if every public restroom transforms into a culinary plaza, will there be any space left for me to set up my stall? Tang chuckled heartily. Ah, the leaders have anticipated this for you. No matter which public restroom you visit, you shall receive VIP treatment. Just give me a heads up, and I will ensure a designated spot for you in the respective district, complete with a central position. By the way, the city has issued you an honorary certificate. I shall bring it to you next time. Du Ming possède un honorary certificat? What utility could that possibly have? To which Tang replied, well, perhaps it might grant you discounts or even free access at public restrooms within the city. Du Ming. After ending the call, Du Ming returned to building number 2. Having departed early that morning, he found that the 3 women had awakened without his presence. In their small, mischievous group chat, they inquired about his whereabouts and whether he would return for lunch. The group leader, Xiao Yinxi, had named their chat. When Du Ming confirmed at 10 o'clock that Xiao Qi and Su Yao would visit the suite, he replied, I am out catching canaries. We shall feast on steamed buns and abalone for lunch. Upon entering building number 2 and opening the door, he found the 3 women lounging on the sofa. As soon as he stepped in, Xiao Qing and Lin Yu rushed over, one on each side, linking their arms with him. Xiao Qing playfully shook his arm and pouted. Darling, why didn't you take us to enjoy the steamed buns and abalone? Lin Yu, with curiosity, asked, Darling, did you not mention catching a canary? Where is it? Only Yinxi was direct, seizing Du Ming by the collar, her petite nose sniffing around him. With a disdainful huff, she released him, casting a scornful glance, catching canaries. You merely spout nonsense to deceive us. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu quickly followed suit, inhaling his scent, an aroma of rose perfume. Why do I detect a hint of jasmine on my side? They all chimed, ah, 2 canaries indeed. As Du Ming ascended the stairs, he remarked, I shall take a shower first. By the way, one of the canaries you have seen is the one who teaches you yoga. He encouraged them. Make sure to learn yoga from her diligently. The 3 women downstairs exchanged silent glances, feeling the weight of pressure. Their mentor had arrived. After a brief pause, Yinxi declared, It appears the 2 on the opposing side are indeed a team. Xiao Qing, you must rewatch Empresses in the Palace. You should watch The Legend of Miyu. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu simultaneously inquired. And what about you, Yinshi? With a hint of pride, Yinshi raised her tiny fist, proclaiming, "This princess shall enroll in a boxing class to safeguard you two delicate blossoms." Gazing at her petite fist, Xiaoqing and Lin Yu exchanged glances, pondering. With her delicate stature and that tiny pink fist, could she truly inflict any harm? It seems that regardless of the martial arts one studies, it ultimately leads to the exhilaration of wrongdoers. The more one fights, the more invigorated the evildoers become. Regardless, the impending clash between emerging forces and traditional powers is imminent. A real-life drama reminiscent of palace intrigue is about to unfold. Su Yao returned to the rented apartment she shared with her boyfriend, who worked in web design and earned a living from various projects within his network. As her boyfriend was engrossed in typing away at his computer, he glanced back upon her arrival and casually inquired, "You're back?" "Yes," Su Yao sighed inwardly as she observed his silhouette before commencing to tidy her belongings. Noticing her packing, her boyfriend continued typing while remarking, "Off on another business trip?" As a model, Su Yao frequently traversed between cities, a routine her boyfriend had grown accustomed to. The couple relished this sense of distance. Each reunion felt like a delightful rediscovery. Indeed, she paused before adding, "This time will be a bit longer. At least a month." Her boyfriend halted his typing for a brief moment before cheerfully responding, "So your company landed a significant deal this time?" "Yes, quite substantial," she affirmed. Before long, Su Yao had gathered her necessary items and, pulling her suitcase, took a final glance around the small apartment she had called home for over a year. Attempting to calm her emotions, she advised her boyfriend, "How? Remember to get up and stretch if you sit for too long." He stood, approached her with a smile, and replied, "I know, I'm not a child anymore. You must also take care of yourself." Su Yao struggled to suppress the impulse to embrace him, then opened the door and, turning her back to him, said, "I'll be leaving now. Make sure to earn well." "Understood. I will strive even harder. Do you want me to see you off?" "No, it's unnecessary." She waved her hand lightly behind her. "Take care of yourself." Her boyfriend, remaining inside, called after her slender figure, "You too. Take care." As the door closed, he pulled out his phone and sent a message. "Dog Z, come out for drinks tonight. Let us get wasted." The reply came swiftly, "Sure." He then messaged another, "Xiao Ting, you've always wanted to visit my hometown. Let us go together this holiday." The response was immediate. "Sounds great. What are your parents like?" Finally, he texted another, "Manager Liu, I've thought long and hard about what you mentioned last time. I'm interested in collaborating." The reply was enthusiastic. "Wonderful. Xiao Hao. Rest assured, with your technical expertise as a stake, we can surely thrive." After sending these 3 messages, he quietly opened his photo album, filled with snapshots of him and Su Yao. In every picture, she appeared strikingly beautiful, sometimes alluring, other times gazing tenderly at him. Tears, hot and heavy, fell onto the screen as he lamented, "Oh, beautiful girl, why can't you grant me a bit more time?" Precious tears of a young man fell, shed for the harshness of reality and the girl he cherished. The tears carried away his youth, as the once sweet, loving images were erased by the unforgiving hand of reality. Su Yao sat in the car, silently weeping as she gazed at the photos on her phone. In each image, her boyfriend's eyes sparkled with affection, radiating tenderness as he looked at her. Pearlescent tears cascaded down the girl's cheeks. She softly murmured, "How? I hope you come to understand soon." Women, particularly those of striking beauty, possess a social value akin to that of accomplished men, on the path to opulent mansions and riches. The wheels of fortune crush the remnants of genuine affection. Let's all strive forward. This chapter is dedicated to our fleeting youth, to those who once held a special place in our hearts. Chapter 49. Whose general is this, so fierce? Xiaoqi returned to her rented apartment, hastily preparing to pack her belongings and leave, hoping to avoid unnecessary entanglements with her boyfriend. To her surprise, her boyfriend, who was supposed to be at work, was at home, engrossed in a video game, exuberantly shouting into his headset. He did not even notice her return. Xiaoqi, indifferent to him, reflected on how he spent his days idly playing games, slumping over himself whenever he settled onto the bed. She had long contemplated leaving him, but hesitated due to the financial burden of renting a new place. After packing for a while, she realized that some of her belongings were only accessible through her boyfriend. If she were to leave, he would remain blissfully unaware, as if she were a ghost. The certainty of her decision solidified further when she recalled Du Ming handing her 2 small paper balls, which represented a generous monthly sum of 50,000. His willingness to provide such support made her smile sweetly. She had prepared herself for a budget of 20,000 a month. How charming he was. He even complimented her yoga skills. Perhaps she should practice a few more daring poses. As she smiled, lost in thoughts of Du Ming, her boyfriend finally noticed her and removed his headset, asking, "Why are you back?" The smile vanished from Xiao Qi's face, replaced by a cold, disdainful expression as she retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you here?" "Hey, the supervisor asked us to conduct some market research today, so I thought I'd come home for a bit and play a few rounds. I'll just copy some stuff online to hand in later." "Clever, right?" he said, pride evident on his face. Normally, Xiao Qi would have scolded him, but today, she chose to ignore him and continued packing. Her boyfriend sensed something was amiss. "Hey, why aren't you scolding me today? This feels strange. What are you doing?" He stood up abruptly, his curiosity piqued. Xiao Qi, wishing to avoid conflict, replied, "They arranged a dormitory for us. It'll be much more convenient for me to live there while working." "What? You want to live outside? What about when I want to think about you?" he asked, panic rising in his voice. The first half of his statement disgusted her. All he ever thought about was games and such matters, completely forgetting that Du Ming's generous support came with a purpose. Men sought her for those reasons, didn't they? Noticing Xiao Qi's indifference as she continued packing her belongings, her boyfriend grew anxious, sensing the gravity of the situation. "It's summer. You're taking your down jacket? Are you planning to live there forever?" "I'm going to live there forever. What's the problem?" she replied defiantly. "Xiao Qi, can we talk about this?" His tone softened. Xiao Qi remained calm as she responded, "I no longer wish to live this way. Do you understand?" Her boyfriend was taken aback, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift in their relationship. "Xiao Qi, is there some sort of misunderstanding? What have I done wrong? Please tell me, so I can amend it." Xiao Qi sighed, glancing at the computer on the table. "You haven't done anything wrong. It's just that I no longer wish to live this way." Her boyfriend immediately interjected, "Are you blaming me for playing games, for not conducting research? I will stop playing games right now. There is nothing inherently wrong with playing games. However, playing games without financial means is also not ideal." The boyfriend, feeling somewhat bewildered, thought, "Is breaking up now just a verbal contest?" Xiao Qi had already packed her belongings and was preparing to leave with her suitcase. He seized the suitcase, exclaiming, "Qi, you cannot leave. Am I wrong or not? Please clarify." Whether they broke up or not was insignificant. What mattered was whether he was in the wrong. Xiao Qi retorted, "Let go of me. Do you intend to kidnap or imprison me? Should I call the police?" The mention of police made him release her. He was not afraid of law enforcement, but he knew he could not overpower her. He watched helplessly as Xiao Qi walked away, arriving at the underground parking lot. She placed her suitcase in the trunk and prepared to drive off. To her dismay, the car failed to respond after several attempts to start it. "What on earth?" she exclaimed, banging on the steering wheel. Surely, it was this fellow's earlier commotion that had cursed her luck. After a few more futile attempts, she resorted to her phone to call for a ride. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across her face as she texted Du Ming, "Hey, my car is broken. Could you come pick me up?" Du Ming, upon receiving the message, was about to suggest she hail a cab. But then he thought, since she is my woman, I should grant her this small favor. He decided it would be beneficial for his women to meet beforehand. Turning to Yan Shi, who was supervising Xiao Qing and Lin Yu watching a drama about palace intrigue, he said, "Let's go pick someone up. It's a perfect opportunity for you all to meet." Yan Shi inquired, "What's the situation?" "She's being dramatic. I'll go with you. But those two must stay to watch the show." Du Ming, curious, asked, "Why do you want them to watch a palace drama?" "It's a surprise training. Stay out of women's affairs. Just focus on your mischief," Yan Shi replied, driving her culinary towards Xiao Qing's location. Xiao Qi felt elated upon reading Du Ming's reply that he was on his way. They say I lack common sense. A mere trick, and he falls for it. I must hold some significance in Du Ming's eyes, she thought gleefully. She retrieved her baseball bat from the trunk. Uncertain of how long her car might remain out of commission, and figured she might need it. Suddenly, she heard a voice call out, "Chi, don't leave." "Well, I do if you go." Startled, she turned to see her ex-boyfriend rushing towards her. Having thought it over at home and becoming increasingly agitated by the inexplicable breakup, he could not comprehend it and impulsively dashed out. "What do you want?" "Don't come any closer," Xiao-Qi said nervously, brandishing the baseball bat. "Don't approach me. I will call the police." Her ex-boyfriend, seeing her in such a state, quickly reassured her, "No, Chi, please don't be alarmed. I merely wish for us to engage in a sincere conversation, if you will. There is nothing left to discuss. I simply no longer wish to live this life. Do you comprehend?" Your ex-boyfriend, at a loss for words, grew increasingly agitated, aware that once Xiao-Qi departed, opportunities for even fleeting encounters would be scarce. At that moment, several individuals arrived in the underground parking lot, preparing to depart, and upon witnessing the scene, their vehicles lost their allure. Nearby, onlookers whispered among themselves, observing the standoff between the two. As a luxurious culinary approached, the ex-boyfriend watched as a man emerged from the opulent vehicle, and suddenly, everything became clear. Pointing at Xiao-Qi, he exclaimed, "Ah, so you have taken up with a wealthy suitor." Xiao-Qi retorted, "Is that not obvious? Would you prefer that I associate with a street vendor instead? If I were not attractive, would you have pursued me so fervently? Is that not a perfectly reasonable expectation?" The ex-boyfriend was left momentarily speechless. Du Ming cast Xiao-Qi a sidelong glance, dismissing the notion of street vending. He stepped forward, offering to carry her suitcase. "Come, let us depart." As they walked away, their closeness igniting a fervent reaction in the ex-boyfriend, he seized a baseball bat from Xiao-Qi's grasp. "Release that girl. Allow me to intervene." "No, you shall not leave." Yet, Du Ming and Xiao-Qi paid him no heed, continuing towards the culinary. The ex-boyfriend was deeply provoked, feeling as though his words had been dismissed as inconsequential. Shouting, he commanded, "Stop," and charged forward, swinging the bat at Du Ming's head. The impact echoed, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Who was this man, exhibiting such audacity? Chapter 50. The arrival of the harem master. Blood trickled down Du Ming's cheek. However, he felt little sensation. His indomitable body rendered him impervious to such injuries, though his skin had indeed been broken. He turned to regard the man who had struck him with a bat. The former boyfriend was utterly startled. One strike, and blood gushed from Du Ming, causing the man to snap back to reality. Panic set in as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was now facing the prospect of a hefty compensation, perhaps amounting to tens of thousands. Under such circumstances, incarceration might also loom ahead. The onlookers, initially exhilarated, were now left in stunned silence. Xiao-Qi stood there, completely dumbfounded. Just then, a petite figure rushed in, launching an onslaught of words at Xiao-Qi's former boyfriend. "How dare you hit such a scoundrel? I'll make you pay for this," she exclaimed, her voice a flurry of indignation. After inflicting zero damage, she quickly dashed to Du Ming's side, tearfully asking, "Are you all right, you vile rogue? You've lost so much blood. Do you feel dizzy? That should be normal." Only then did Xiao-Qi come to her senses, preparing to interject. Yanxi shouted at her, "What are you doing? Do you want to provoke him further? Hurry and get in the car." Oh, Xiao-Qi stammered. However, she hesitated, guilt washing over her, a consequence of her own actions. The lovely girl's words left her feeling utterly flustered. "All right, Shishi, stop berating her. It's not her fault." She turned to Xiao-Qi and continued, "Shishi's right. You should get in the car first." Oh, Xiao-Qi replied, resembling a remorseful maid as she dragged her suitcase to the back seat of the culinary, nervously peering out. Yanxi supported the seemingly unscathed Du Ming. Her anxiety mingled with concern. "We must hurry to the hospital. The dashcam has recorded everything, and he won't escape accountability." Du Ming nodded, casting a profound glance at Xiao-Qi's former boyfriend before turning to board the vehicle with Yanxi. As she started the engine, Yanxi executed a rapid reverse, then sharply turned towards the garage exit. With a loud crash, the vehicle broke through the barrier and sped away. The security guard at the booth, startled, rushed out just in time to catch a glimpse of the Cullinan's rear. He quickly radioed his captain. "Captain, a Cullinan just bolted to evade parking fees." The captain inquired, "How long was it parked?" And how much is the fee? After checking the computer, the guard reported, only a few minutes, $5. A long silence ensued on the radio. Old Chun, starting tomorrow, you're on the midnight patrol. A Cullinan crashes through a barrier over $5? Does paint damage not cost anything? In the underground garage, a resounding thud echoed as the baseball bat clattered to the ground. Xiao-Chi's former boyfriend slumped down, realizing the dire straits he was in. What if he truly faced imprisonment? He still hadn't clarified with Xiao-Chi whether playing the game had been a mistake. Meanwhile, in a nearby hospital, Du Ming's superficial wounds had been treated. Both the doctor and Yin, she urged him to undergo further examinations, while Xiao-Chi trailed behind, trembling and silent throughout the ordeal. Once any sign of conversation emerged, it would be met with a fierce glare from Yin Shi's beautiful eyes. Thus, she resorted to discreetly messaging Su Yao to apprise her of the situation. Upon learning the news, Su Yao was taken aback and inquired about Du Ming's condition. Only when reassured that he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Which hospital are you at? I shall come over now. No, that girl is quite fierce. I shall check with Du Ming first to avoid you being scolded upon your arrival. Du Ming interjected, we are returning shortly. There is no need for you to come. Yin Shi stated bluntly, what is she coming here for? Is she versed in medicine or sorcery? She should simply drive to Qingzhou Lake and wait. She continued, if another incident occurs, those rascals will be hovering around you too. Xiao-Chi responded with a few O's, hastily replying to Su Yao, is she really that fierce? It seems we must be cautious of this little girl and devise a long-term plan. Xiao-Chi added, indeed, we must avoid provoking her. I feel a bit anxious about living in the same villa in the future. Su Yao reassured her, it's all right. We can revisit the legend of Zhan Huan thoroughly. We should be able to devise a strategy. As Xiao-Chi engaged in conversation, her eyes were ever watchful of Du Ming and Yin Shi. Whenever assistance was needed, she would immediately step in. After several instances, Yin Shi's demeanor towards her softened. She even initiated a conversation. Hey, Chi, do you have any new yoga moves? Xiao-Chi eagerly nodded. Shi, whatever you wish to practice. Feel free to tell me. Even if I don't have it now, I can develop it for you. Through Du Ming's introduction, they had learned each other's names. Yin Shi felt a surge of joy at Xiao-Chi's thoughtfulness. She wished to pat her shoulder in encouragement, but the height difference made it somewhat inconvenient. Understanding this, Xiao-Chi bent her knees, making it easier for Yin Shi to reach her shoulder comfortably. Delighted, Yin Shi embraced Xiao-Chi, affectionately rubbing her cheek against her. Suddenly, Xiao-Chi experienced a peculiar thought. Should a conflict arise between Shi and Yao Yao, she felt an instinctive urge to protect Yin Shi, even to confront Yao Yao. Under Du Ming's insistence, they merely wrapped a bandage before the three exited the hospital. Along the way, the two young women insisted on supporting him. The sight of the two beautiful women carefully assisting the robust and spirited Du Ming turned heads and dazzled passersby. Did such a vivacious figure truly require assistance? At the entrance to Qingzhou Lake, a modest electric vehicle worth around 100,000 lay waiting. Su Yao gazed at the grand entrance with mixed emotions, thrilled yet apprehensive about her impending residence there. She felt excitement mingled with worry. According to Xiao-Chi, Du Ming was accompanied by another striking young woman. Though petite, she was exceedingly formidable. If Xiao-Chi deemed her fierce, she must indeed be quite formidable. This complicated matters. Previously, she had thought it would be easy to contend with merely the yoga practitioner. Now, with two on the opposing side, it seemed her only strategy was to attempt to win over the yoga practitioner to her side, ensuring her foothold in the villa. Xiao-Chi had mentioned that the yoga practitioner was gentle. With two on her side, surely she could discern the dynamics at play. As she contemplated how to secure the greatest benefits for herself and Chi while living in a villa with three other women, a notification chimed. Xiao-Chi exclaimed, we are almost there. A black Cullinan is approaching. Follow us inside. The allure of the Cullinan was undeniable, affirming that both she and Chi had made the right choice. Suddenly, a Cullinan pulled up, and from the rear seat, Xiao-Chi's delicate hand, resembling a white lotus, waved at her. Su Yao immediately started the car, her excitement palpable as she followed suit into the estate. The path was lined with exquisite greenery, with opulent villas exuding an air of wealth both near and far, overwhelming Su Yao's senses. This was not merely a casual visit, as it had been when Chi-Chi brought her here previously. This time, it was with the intention of settling in a wholly different mindset. She envisioned herself strolling leisurely amidst these lavish surroundings, with no obligations for an entire month, simply earning 50,000 for being present. No longer would she endure the discomfort of being scrutinized by a crowd at the car exhibition. Now, only one gaze would suffice to bring her satisfaction. Once she had captivated the woman residing in the villa, she would reign over the villa's harem. The good days were finally upon her. I, Su Yao, the sovereign of the harem, have arrived, she thought, laughter bubbling within her. Chapter 51. Mistress of the harem. 2 vehicles arrived at the underground garage of building number 2. As soon as they halted, Yan Shi and Xiao Qi hurriedly exited to assist Du Ming. He, however, gently declined their help, asserting that he was perfectly fine despite the bandages adorning him, claiming it was merely a minor flesh wound. The 2 women disregarded his reassurances. Su Yao rushed over as well, but with only 2 hands. Du Ming had no available support for her. There was a petite and exquisitely beautiful girl by his side, adorably small and charming. Su Yao was about to greet her when Yin Shi turned her gaze in the same direction. The 2 exchanged smiles. At that moment, Xiao Qing and Lin Yu, who were informed of the news, also arrived at the underground garage, their expressions fraught with concern as they rushed over, having heard that Du Ming had been struck on the head. Upon seeing the approaching duo, Xiao Qi and Su Yao were taken aback. "Wait, there's one more," Su Yao remarked, glancing at Xiao Qi with a questioning look, inquiring about the unexpected additional presence. Xiao Qi shrugged, equally perplexed. Initially, they had only expected Xiao Qing. They both felt a tinge of helplessness. They had anticipated a 1-2 advantage, but with Yan Shi's appearance, the scales had tipped to an equal footing. Now, with the unexpected arrival of another, it became 3-2. The pressure was heightened by Lin Yu's striking beauty, though both of them considered themselves to be stunning. They couldn't help but feel overshadowed by her allure. Once Xiao Qing and Lin Yu confirmed that Du Ming was indeed unscathed, he remarked, "Since everyone is here, allow me to introduce you briefly. This is Yan Shi, and this is..." The 5 women exchanged polite introductions. Only then did Xiao Qi and Su Yao feel a slight sense of relief. At least everyone was present. Otherwise, they might have had to capitulate entirely. The 6 of them took the elevator to the living room, just as everyone else had done upon arrival. Xiao Qi and Su Yao were immediately awestruck by the villa's opulence and spaciousness, compared to the cramped quarters they had shared with their boyfriends. This was an entirely different realm. The entirety of the house dwarfed their previous living space. They had indeed made the right choice. The 2 women began to feel a surge of excitement. Although there were 5 women, the sheer size of the house was sufficient to accommodate them all. While Su Yao was still mentally gauging her chances of conquering the realm, she overheard Yan Shi instructing Xiao Qing and Lin Yu, "All right, there's nothing to worry about. Sister Xiao Qing, you should hurry and study." It was only then that Xiao Qing and Lin Yu remembered that the new power had infiltrated, and they had yet to review their guide to palace intrigue. They promptly replied to Yan Shi, yes, we'll go study now," and exchanged farewells with Xiao Qi and Su Yao. Su Yao was taken aback. This small, adorable, and beautiful girl had such high esteem among them. The situation was dire. The opposing side had already formed a united front. Unexpectedly, the next scene left Su Yao in even greater despair. Yan Shi settled onto the sofa, leaning against Du Ming, stretching languidly while casually caressing his face, remarking, "Thank goodness you scoundrel, are all right. You've exhausted me." Then, holding a cup to drink water, she discovered it was empty and was about to rise to fetch some from the water dispenser in the living room. Just then, Xiao Qi immediately stood up and took Yan Shi's cup, saying, Shi, it's closer to me. Let me help you refill it." Yan Shi, with her eyes crinkled in a smile, replied, "Thank you, Chi-Chi," to which Xiao Qi cheerfully responded, "It's nothing, really. We're friends for." Based on Su Yao's understanding of Xiao Qi, this was undoubtedly a sincere gesture. Su Yao felt as if the sky had fallen. This was quite unexpected. Given Yan Shi's current attitude toward her, Su Yao suspected that if they were to argue, Yan Shi might very well strike back at herself. Quickly, Su Yao's mind raced to devise the best solution. If she couldn't outmatch them, she might as well join them. Turning to Yin, she said, I heard from Yao Yao that it was all thanks to you today for knocking that scoundrel out. Yin, she smiled. Hehe, it was a piece of cake. Afterward, she raised her tiny pink fist and said, look, what is this? The studying Shao Qing and Lin Yu internally rolled their eyes, thinking, what is she showing off her small fist for? Little did they know that Shao Qi and Su Yao were seriously gazing at Yanxi's petite fist, exclaiming, it's the size of a sand bowl. The two were utterly dumbfounded. Were they serious? Was this truly the legendary sand bowl-sized fist? Are they sure? Even Yanxi herself felt a bit shy, chuckling and saying, almost just a little bit more. Laughter erupted around them. This little one was quite amusing. Everyone decided to unite around her from then on. Thus, the emerging faction was swiftly dismantled, defeated single-handedly by Yan Shi against the traditional forces. Du Ming affectionately patted Yan Shi's little head and asked, have you all exchanged contact information? Du Ming enjoyed ruffling her hair whenever he had the chance. Yan Shi, reveling in it, would squint her eyes and lean into his touch. Upon hearing Du Ming's question, the five girls suddenly remembered they hadn't tea-added each other yet, and they hurriedly exchanged details with those who were not friends. Du Ming, however, was only not friends with Su Yao, so he sent her a request, naming her Yao Yao Yao. Du Ming looked at her with a meaningful smile, teasingly saying, Yao Yao Yao, I didn't see you shake much in the suite today. Care to show me tonight? Su Yao's face instantly turned crimson. This guy, saying such things in public, it was quite embarrassing, even though they all belonged to him. Stealing a glance at the others, she lowered her head and softly murmured, The other girls shot Du Ming reproachful looks, while Yan Shi remarked, pervert, your head is still injured. Can you please be quiet? Du Ming nonchalantly replied, it's fine. I don't need this head. My indestructible body may lack offensive power, but it is quite resilient, with exceptional endurance. A true man must continue to fight as long as he is not down for the count. Su Yao turned to Yan Shi and said, Shi, we haven't added each other yet. Oh, right, it was that rascal who made us forget. After they added each other, Su Yao commented, Cheese Melon Shi, your name is so interesting. It suits you perfectly. Yan Shi, with a hint of arrogance, raised her chin and inquired, Isn't it melodious? Do you like it? Su Yao promptly replied, it's delightful. I absolutely adore it. Yan Shi then glanced at the others, and seeing their eager expressions, they all echoed, it's wonderful. We all enjoy it. Yan Shi turned her gaze to Du Ming, who gently pinched her delicate pink cheeks and remarked, I was the first to like it. Yan Shi's eyes sparkled with joy, resembling crescent moons. As the women were meeting for the first time, Du Ming did not hasten to engage Shao Qi and Su Yao in any activities, having already savored their essence at lunch. Seizing the pleasant atmosphere of conversation, they continued to chat leisurely, fostering a deeper connection among the group. Why did you choose the name Cheese Melon Shi? Yan Shi responded, I'm not quite sure. The others looked at her in astonishment. What do you mean you're not sure? Yan Shi gazed affectionately at the screen, saying perhaps the dear readers before the screen might know. With that, she playfully blinked her beautiful eyes at the screen. Chapter 52. Waves of Joy at the entrance of Villa B04 in Qingzhou Lake. Shao Qi and Su Yao were filled with ecstatic delight. Under the guidance of the staff, they proceeded through the customary procedures for entering the Qingzhou Lake identification system. As they placed their fingers on the scanner, their hands trembled, not from unfamiliarity with fingerprinting, but from sheer astonishment. They had not anticipated this moment. It was truly unexpected. Initially, Shao Qi and Su Yao had only wondered whether Du Ming would allow them to reside in Qingzhou Lake, and later, they contemplated the temperament of the woman living in the villa. Never did they fathom that Du Ming had an entirely separate residence for them. They had assumed they would be sharing a space with Du Ming's other companions. To their astonishment, Du Ming brought them to a different villa altogether, bestowing upon them such a grand surprise. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a decor style distinct from that of Building 2. Yet, there were similarities, opulence, spaciousness, a swimming pool, and a garden were all present. The two women cheered and explored their new abode, which would henceforth be their home. After a bout of exuberance, They rushed to the living room on the first floor, where Du Ming was seated on the sofa, smoking. They embraced him tightly from either side, realizing they had indeed taken a lucky gamble. Had they not seized the opportunity on the penthouse floor earlier that morning, they would still be languishing in that cramped little dwelling. They showered Du Ming with kisses, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The scent of smoke he usually found distasteful now seemed negligible. All right, just let me say a few words, he managed to interject, attempting to temper their enthusiasm, his face and lips becoming slightly swollen from their affectionate onslaught. Yes, master, please, they urged, striving to contain their excitement as they awaited his words. This could potentially be a source of future benefits for them. Are you certain you wish to reside here? Du Ming inquired, causing their excitement to evaporate in an instant. What did that mean? Was this merely for their viewing pleasure? Was his wealth intended only for display? Su Yao, quick-witted, pondered whether he sought something in return, despite having just provided them with much earlier. Regardless, she thought, if he desired something, she would continue to provide it. Was she not here to offer such value? Grasping Du Ming's right hand, she placed it upon herself. Du Ming, with a hint of reproach, remarked, "It's my fault for not being clear. I meant to ask if both of you are certain you want to live here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that only one of them could reside there. The competition was indeed fierce. Mimicking her, Su Yao took hold of Du Ming's left hand and positioned it on her own body. After a prolonged pause, Du Ming reclined contentedly on the sofa, lighting another cigarette. "You both are rather impatient. I haven't even clarified my intentions. I meant to ask whether you wish to share a villa or each have your own." Xiao Qi and Su Yao were left astonished, realizing the true implication of his words. Wait, that still didn't seem right. Did he not mention that each could have their own villa? Gradually, they grasped the situation, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Du Ming. Their lips quivered slightly as they inquired, "Are you saying we can each have our own villa?" "Indeed, what else could I mean? Now, why don't you both go freshen up in the restroom?" Xiao Qi entered the restroom, splashed her face with water, and contemplated Du Ming's earlier words. Gazing into the mirror, she reassured herself, "This is real. I'm not dreaming." Su Yao, on the other hand, applied cold water to her face to regain her composure. They began to analyze the pros and cons of living alone versus sharing an apartment with Chi. The two settled back beside Du Ming. "Have you made a decision?" he inquired. "If not, it's perfectly fine. Changes can be made at any time." Su Yao addressed Xiao Qi, saying, Chi, living alone can feel quite expansive and a tad lonely. Let us live together. We need not worry about awkwardness in a trio, as we've already collaborated twice." Xiao Qi responded affirmatively, "Yes, I feel the same." Then, shifting to another topic, Du Ming suggested, "You both should download this app." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. This app allows you to order meals and housekeeping services. If you have any needs, just place your order. All expenses will be covered by me. You need only to enjoy. "You mean we can simply indulge?" exclaimed Xiao Qi, realizing the magnitude of his offer. The exhilaration surged within them. This was the lifestyle they had longed for. Su Yao reflected on the incredible value of today's gains, feeling as though she had struck gold, while Xiao Qi recalled her time in the changing room, in the men's restroom, and the agonizing wait for information over the past month. Now, their hardships had finally borne fruit, their dreams materializing. Once more, they nestled against Du Ming, embracing him tightly. "Oh, by the way, there is something else," he continued. "I will arrange for the property management to issue you a fuel card, applicable at major gas stations. You can refuel directly." This is too thoughtful of you. Our golden benefactor." They gasped in excitement, overwhelmed with emotion and contemplating further service. Working overtime was not out of the question, provided the compensation was right. "Oh, speaking of fuel, each of you may select a vehicle," Du Ming casually remarked. "Su Yao, I notice your car is electric. Feel free to change it if you wish." His indifference to such matters was evident. His mind was solely focused on the ultimate goal of his system tasks. Another car? The delight of Xiao Qi and Su Yao surged anew. Their S1 in the underground garage. You must have seen it when you arrived. Though I forgot to mention it then. Su Yao was momentarily stunned. That was a Lamborghini. When she and Xiao Qi saw it, their eyes sparkled with amazement. To think it could be theirs, a vehicle worth millions. She would never forsake that for a modest car. After all, she was no fool like Xiao Qi. Du Ming continued, there are 6 more cars available from Building 5 to Building 10. You may choose from them. From Building 5 to Building 10? Does that imply you possess 6 villas? The hearts of Xiao Qi and Su Yao raced, nearly stopping at the revelation. It was not merely the allure of the vehicles, but the sheer astonishment that left them breathless. As a car model, Su Yao had a keen understanding of high-performance cars. The 3 of them entered the Lamborghini, with Su Yao eagerly starting the engine as they headed towards the underground garage of Building 5. Until they had thoroughly explored Building 10, Xiao Qi and Su Yao were increasingly exhilarated. The joy they experienced today surpassed all the happiness of the past 2 decades. Although she had encountered numerous luxury cars as a model, the vehicles they had just seen were those from which they could choose, each stunning sports car silently awaiting their selection. The thrill was indescribable, akin to a man gazing upon a row of 18-year-old beauties lying on a bed, waiting for him to make his choice. Ultimately, Su Yao opted for the Lamborghini she was driving, while Xiao Qi selected a BMW for Building 8. As she prepared to drive back, Du Ming inquired curiously, can you really drive a sports car? Xiao Qi shyly confessed that she often researched online. Indeed, it seems that opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. Upon returning to Building 4, Xiao Qi and Su Yao, overwhelmed with excitement, exchanged a glance that prompted them to pull Du Ming into the bedroom. Their exhilaration was palpable. Chapter 53. Task Update. Xiao Qi and Su Yao were taken aback by a series of delightful surprises that left them utterly speechless, their hearts racing with excitement. Du Ming observed Xiao Qi as she rolled up her sleeves, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He braced himself for the impending drama. As they entered the bedroom, he feigned a stumble and fell onto the bed. The following morning, Su Yao, ever diligent about maintaining her figure, rose early to indulge in her habitual morning run. In a daze, she felt herself cradling a soft body akin to her own. With her eyes still shut, she pinched it, only to discover, upon opening her eyes, that she was embracing Xiao Qi. Just last night, she distinctly remembered falling asleep on either side of Du Ming. Turning her head, she gasped. Her scream startled everyone in the room awake. Du Ming was the first to rouse, looking at her with concern. What's wrong? He inquired. Shortly after, Xiao Qi, still groggy, turned towards Du Ming and let out a startled cry as well. Both women, wide-eyed, trembled as they pointed at Yin Shi, who was sprawled across Du Ming. Shi, when did you arrive? Before Du Ming could respond, Yin Shi, her words muddled, explained, I integrated the identification system into every villa with that scoundrel. So don't worry, I came in later. To sleep a bit longer, and please, let us keep the noise down. You'll get used to it. Xiao Qi and Su Yao forced smiles that resembled grimaces. Oh, okay. They sighed, contemplating their situation. The pay was decent, the benefits commendable, and the boss capable. Yet, they had anticipated that alongside the boss, they would also be expected to accompany the boss's wife. Indeed, it seemed money was not so easily earned. The realization struck them simultaneously. Had they been exposed while sleeping last night? Yin Shi, as if reading their minds, murmured, we're all in the same boat. You're merely taller than I am, and in some aspects, I may even surpass you. Especially you, Yao Yao, just a tad smaller, perhaps eat more papaya. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's expression darkened as she glanced at herself. But my legs are long. Xiao Qi followed suit, reassured by her own long legs. The days that ensued found Du Ming and the 5 women indulging in unabashed merriment. On Sunday evening, after dining together in Building 2, Du Ming engaged in light conversation, refraining from teasing them further, and instead led Yin Shi to Building 1. Upon entering, the ice chest where Yin Shi had been kept stood quietly in the living room, as if whispering secrets of their shared history. As Yin Shi beheld the ice chest, tears welled in her eyes. She clung tightly to Du Ming, overwhelmed with emotion. Scoundrel, she whispered, unable to articulate her feelings. Du Ming understood her sentiments and embraced her tightly. This room housed their secrets. After midnight, the system task update commenced. Du Ming couldn't help but reflect on his circumstances. Without the system, he was but a mere drudge, toiling away in the storm, a nothing in the grand scheme of life. Without the system, little Yinshi might have turned to ashes. A man with a system, a life resurrected by the system. Two destinies altered by its presence. As for the others, gentle Shaoqing, naive Lin Yu, valiant Shao Qi, and cunning Su Yao, each one stunningly beautiful, all purchased with wealth. They present themselves before him with such obedience and docility, showcasing their most exquisite and tender facets. A saying goes, when the eggs stop hatching, faith returns to zero. Du Ming remains acutely aware of this truth. The system is his ultimate advantage, wealth, charm, and leisure. Without it, he is nothing. In another's hands, the system would likely achieve far greater feats. Another might treat Shaoqing and the others as mere playthings, perhaps bestowing a fortune upon them. But to reside in Qingzhou Lake? Unlikely. Of course, the Chao Wei faction would adore such indulgences. There is no right or wrong in such matters. Some might even demand they call their exes while. Well, tastes vary. Some prefer youthful maidens, others married women. Some even fancy lizards. Absurd, but to each their own. Yet undoubtedly, others would wield it more skillfully than he. The two enter the master bedroom, where the wreckage Du Ming had left behind had been replaced, all except the vanity. That day, the vanity alone had been spared. Yinshi sat quietly before it, her voice soft as she murmured, "You rogue." That day, the beautiful makeup I applied here was, in truth, my own funeral preparation. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Du Ming approached and gently embraced her. Leaning against him, Yinshi whispered, "I never imagined I'd sit here again. Still so beautiful." Turning into his arms, she clung to him desperately. "Do you understand how much I cherish this? How many like me never met you? Never had this chance?" For the first time, Du Ming felt the fragility of his weakly spiritual energy, how pitifully insignificant it was against the vast suffering of the world. Holding the now sleeping Yinshi, he waited silently for midnight. At the stroke of 12, ding. Weekly mission updated. Sell 500 servings of large bowl mung bean porridge in the public restroom of Guangming Hospital. Large bowl mung bean porridge, 1 kilogram per serving. Mission reward, a media company. This week's spiritual energy activated, flavor attribute, sour. Recipe for mung bean porridge transmitted. What kind of nonsense is this? 2 pounds per serving? No wonder it's called large bowl porridge. It literally requires a massive bowl. Who could finish that in one go? No matter. His task was merely to sell it. Whether they drank it, dumped it, or saved it for tomorrow was their business. 500 servings. 2 pounds each. That is 1,000 pounds in total. Looks like he'd have to enlist the central restaurant again, procuring hundreds of pounds of mung beans and hundreds of large bowls. Let them handle the logistics, including the refrigerated truck. Summer's heat was relentless. Chilled porridge would surely sell better, especially at Guangming Hospital, one of the city's largest. The expansive open space ahead is teeming with a multitude of people. Numerous patients from various prefecture-level cities and counties flock there for medical consultations. Thus, Du Ming resolved to accomplish his tasks in a single day tomorrow, allowing himself ample time to relish life, indulge in the delightful presence of the 5 women practicing yoga, and savor the joy of affectionate embraces. Who would still choose to set up a stall daily? Tomorrow, after utilizing his spiritual energy, he would take another step closer to his ultimate aspiration. The ultimate wish. Here I come. Du Ming made this cheerful decision and blissfully embraced Yinshi as he drifted into slumber. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the course of events often diverges from one's expectations. Chapter 54. Du Ming was stunned the following day, Monday morning. Du Ming first reached out to Tang, the corpulent fellow. As soon as he dialed, the phone rang once before being answered. Tang's voice came through, hurried and anxious. "Hello. Boss Du, you finally called. Which public restroom are we heading to today?" Du Ming felt a twitch of discomfort. The tone and words sounded as if he had been holding it in for an entire week, desperate to relieve himself, yet waiting to embark on a collective trip to the restroom. Despite his internal grumbling, he knew he had to address the matter at hand. For this hefty individual had been of great assistance. "Tang, today we're going to the public restroom at Guangming Hospital. Please prepare a large sunshade for the ice green bean porridge. I'll be there by noon. It should only be available today." Tang had been eagerly awaiting Du Ming's message regarding the restroom. He promptly replied, "All right." I'll head over there now to set things up. You can rest assured. He then sent a pinned message in the public restroom food group. Iced green bean porridge at Guangming public restroom. Today only. Once Du Ming hung up, he rode his electric scooter to the central dining hall, where the restaurant manager had been anticipating his arrival. He was well aware of the property's duty manager, Su Tian, who had made a considerable sum of money during his last stint with Du Ming. Encountering such a fortunate opportunity was indeed a blessing, and he felt compelled to seize it. Upon hearing that Du Ming required a refrigerated vehicle, he immediately instructed the driver to take the day off, covering for him instead. Gratefully, the refrigerated truck driver even gifted him a pack of cigarettes. Seeing Du Ming approach, the manager hurried over. Mr. Du, greetings. The green beans and sugar have been ordered and will arrive shortly. Additionally, 5 large barrels have been prepared, each capable of holding over 200 pounds. However, we are short on the large bowls, as we only have fewer than 500. We do have plastic bowls that hold 2 pounds each. Let us proceed with the plastic bowls, Du Ming replied nonchalantly. Before long, the green beans and sugar were delivered to the restaurant. Du Ming immediately began preparing the green bean porridge. Although the process of making porridge may sound simple, it is, in fact, quite intricate. Du Ming had experience. The system's guidance on his preparation method emphasized mastering the heat. The same principle applied to making dumplings, which required understanding the right kneading technique. These indescribable nuances ultimately dictated the distinction in flavor. Mastering the process resulted in culinary delights, while a lack of finesse merely produced cooked food, providing the physical substance without the soul of the dish. The large pot in the restaurant could produce over 200 pounds of porridge at once, allowing for 5 batches. Observing Du Ming's solo efforts, the manager offered, Mr. Du, may I assist you in stirring? Thank you, but I can manage. I'll control the heat myself. When the first batch emerged, the entire restaurant was enveloped in an enticing aroma, causing several employees to involuntarily swallow. Regrettably, they could not sell it here. Doing so would not fulfill their objective. Du Ming served each of them a small bowl, advising, wait until it cools a bit before drinking. As the enticing scent wafted through the air, some could not resist blowing on the green bean porridge, eager to taste it. Wow, Mr. Du, this porridge is truly delightful, they exclaimed. The preparations continued diligently until nearly noon. At long last, the 5 large barrels have been filled to the brim. It is estimated that aside from the requisite 1,000 pounds for the 502-pound tasks, there are an additional 10 or so pounds. This surplus is just enough to offer a taste to Tang the portly and the head of the local street office. It would also be delightful for the women in the villa to sample the flavor, as Du Ming typically refrains from doing the cooking himself, opting instead to recline and allow them to take charge once the tasks are completed. With the system in place, one would expect less fatigue. It is hardly a trivial matter. The restaurant manager summoned a few individuals to assist in transporting the 5 large barrels to the freezer truck. As lunchtime approached, Yanxi inquired in the rowdy chat group, Rascals, are you returning for lunch? We are all in building number 2. Du Ming replied, I'm going to set up a stall. I won't be back for lunch. Yanxi responded, we're going out to have fun. Du Ming retorted, with such a glaring sun, are you intent on getting sunburned? I would prefer you all not to tan excessively. Enjoy yourselves. That's all. Yanxi and the others chose to ignore this rascally remark, as he often drove off without a second thought. Xiaoqi and Su Yao, observing the messages in the group, asked, what does it mean when husband says he is setting up a stall? In the presence of Du Ming, they refer to him as master, yet in everyday life, they emulated Xiaoqing and Lin Yu by calling him husband. What else could it mean but to have fun? Su Yao and Xiaoqi pondered, recognizing this as a peculiar indulgence of the affluent, an affinity for entertainment that they understood deeply. After responding to the women, Du Ming addressed the restaurant manager, saying, aside from the driver, please assign someone to assist. The expenses will be settled later. Additionally, could you arrange for someone to deliver this bowl of mung bean porridge to Villa B02? Upon concluding his request, Du Ming ladled some mung bean porridge into a plastic basin. The restaurant manager had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Certainly. The freezer truck driver is on leave today, so I will drive over myself. It's a perfect opportunity to lend a hand. You there? Please take this bowl of mung bean porridge to Villa B02 and do handle it with care. Once arrangements were made, Du Ming casually consumed a modest meal in the restaurant, savoring a small bowl of his homemade mung bean porridge, which remained as delectable as ever. Products from his system are always of exceptional quality. He then rode his electric stall vehicle, accompanied by the restaurant manager in the freezer truck, heading towards Guangming Hospital. The restaurant manager was in high spirits, having invited a friend with whom he shared a good rapport to drive behind Du Ming. It was the same tall fellow, nearly 2 meters, who had previously mentioned learning dance from a popular streamer in a public restroom on Zhongshan Road. Having made several thousand from tips, he had been delighted to hear repeated expressions of gratitude. "Thank you, brother." His enthusiasm was palpable. The restaurant manager felt elated, having shared private photos of a streamer with him, and he expressed his gratitude profusely, promising to show his appreciation after the work was done. Upon arriving at the public restroom of Guangming Hospital, they spotted a large sunshade from a distance. Tang, the portly, was busy adjusting the live streaming equipment, while several individuals who appeared to be leaders huddled beneath the shade to escape the sun. Despite the glaring sunlight, the area was bustling with activity, as this provincial capital hospital attracted patients from all corners seeking medical attention. No amount of sunlight could deter the relentless pursuit of health. From a distance, Tang Fatty spotted Du Ming's electric stall and waved vigorously. "Boss Du, over here. Allow me to introduce you to Director Li from the Guangming Street office." After a few polite handshakes, Du Ming served them small bowls of mung bean porridge, which they praised enthusiastically. No wonder young Du dared to sell food right in front of the restroom. He truly possessed remarkable skills. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and due to the sweltering heat, Director Li remarked, "Xiao Du, if you need anything, feel free to communicate with the organization. We will do our utmost to meet your needs." With that, he hurriedly departed. Du Ming positioned his frozen cart behind the sunshade, observing the bustling crowd as he prepared to commence sales. Ding detected a late-stage lung cancer patient in urgent need of spiritual energy. Ding detected a mid-stage stomach cancer patient in urgent need of spiritual energy. Ding detected a severe leukemia patient in urgent need of spiritual energy. So many? In just a short while, around 10 critically ill individuals had passed by his stall. Among them were several children, all suffering from leukemia. One was afflicted with a terminal illness, such a tiny one, burdened with such a disease. It was utterly horrifying. Du Ming was left astonished. How could he possibly use his seemingly omnipotent spiritual energy? Whom should he assist? A sudden wave of helplessness washed over him. Chapter 55. The dilemma. Du Ming stood before his stall, suddenly confronted with a multitude of critically ill patients, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Just as he succumbed to his confusion, a delicate voice broke through the silence. "Mommy, why is this uncle's bowl of congee so large?" Beep, detecting a severe leukemia patient, urgently in need of spiritual energy. Beep, detecting a severe leukemia patient, urgently in need of spiritual energy. The system's alerts resonated once more, this time twice in succession. It was then that Du Ming noticed a frail woman standing under a sunshade, accompanied by a boy and a girl, each around 5 or 6 years old. Their size suggested they were indeed a pair of twins. The girl, her voice weak, pointed at a bowl of mung bean porridge on his stall and inquired of her mother. Both children appeared somewhat pallid, their small heads shaved, attired in blue and white hospital gowns. The left corner emblazoned with Guangming Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. The mother softly explained to her daughter, "The uncle uses a large bowl for the porridge. When others want to buy some, they'll scoop it out from inside." As she spoke, tears began to flow, and she quickly turned her face aside to discreetly wipe her eyes. The doctors had already informed her that her children's time was limited. Today, however, they seemed to be in relatively good spirits, insisting on coming down to play in the open space. It was a rare occasion when the children felt no pain, and she wanted to seize the moment to spend more time with them. Du Ming gazed at the twins' smooth little heads, unsure of how to make a choice regarding the allocation of his precious spiritual energy. Beep, spiritual energy can be utilized in bulk or individually. Bulk usage? Du Ming felt as though he had heard the most exquisite sound in the world, surpassing even the voices of the 5 women in his life. Could it be that he could save many people? Excitedly, he inquired within his mind, "How do I operate bulk usage?" Simply select bulk usage in your mind. Isn't that rather unreasonable? Are you questioning a system that is inherently unreasonable? Do you wish to challenge the system, to become the system, to transcend the system? Very well, I concede. Were the effects of bulk usage? Du Ming was well aware of the extraordinary results of individual usage. Yet he remained uncertain whether bulk usage could offer hope for healthy growth to the two pitiful children before him. He anxiously awaited the system's response. Beep. Bulk usage can significantly alleviate the suffering of critically ill patients, allowing for a peaceful departure. It can slow the progression of moderate patients' conditions. It can control the advancement of mild patients' conditions. It can enhance the immune capabilities of healthy individuals. Note that individual usage requires the complete consumption of the food containing the spiritual energy. Bulk usage, however, only requires a single mouthful to be fully consumed. The system's reply struck Du Ming like a cold shower, snapping him back from his excitement to a state of calm. "Uncle, is your mung bean porridge delicious?" came the innocent voice of the boy. Du Ming looked at the two children, their pure curiosity directed at the large bowl of mung bean porridge before him. "Delicious, isn't it? Would you like a bowl?" The mother of the children, wiping her tears, hurriedly replied, "We don't need so much. A small bowl will suffice." She assumed that Du Ming intended to offer her two unfortunate children a bit more. She had encountered such well-meaning gestures from ordinary people many times before. "Oh well, one bowl constitutes one serving," Du Ming responded awkwardly. "Ah, how much is it for a serving?" "2 yuan." The mother was slightly bewildered. Under the blazing sun, such a large bowl was only 2 yuan? You even have a freezing truck bustling about and a live broadcast going on. Upon seeing the live stream, she began to understand. It was all a gimmick to attract traffic. "Then I'll just buy one bowl, one serving, please." Du Ming, with great difficulty, communicated with the system in his mind. Batch use. Ding. Used spiritual energy once. Received a prop card. Ding. Used spiritual energy once. Ultimate wish fulfillment 410. After Du Ming utilized the spiritual energy, the white aura above his head began to faintly exhibit some hair-like forms. It was black, cascading smoothly over her still delicate shoulders. Du Ming found himself too preoccupied to pay attention to the increase in ultimate wishes this time. He focused on the spiritual energy, extracting a minuscule strand that shot into the bowl before him, while the remainder flowed into the large vat of mung bean porridge inside the truck. Du Ming realized that this instance of using spiritual energy was different from previous experiences. Previously, a small cluster of white aura enveloped the food. This time, it resembled a droplet of water, merging into the vast ocean, completely vanishing without a trace. After utilizing the batch of spiritual energy, Du Ming felt an immense weight upon his heart. He gazed with a complex expression at the young mother, who was holding the large plastic bowl, feeding the two little ones porridge. Before he could dwell on his sentiments, this tastes awful. "Uncle is a fraud," exclaimed the little boy, who took a sip and promptly spat it all out, continuing to spit. Du Ming quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Tang Fatty also looked on in confusion. Just a moment ago, Du Ming had given him and the people from the street office each a small bowl, and it had tasted as delightful as ever. Could it be that the children were simply too ill to discern the taste? So sour, so sour. Tui tui. The little boy kept spitting and stamping his feet. Du Ming suddenly remembered that this week's spiritual energy characteristic was sourness. Tang Fatty, hearing the boy's words, gazed at the mung bean porridge in bewilderment. Sour? Surely. This boy was exaggerating. The mother also took a small sip, and with astonishment, she looked at Du Ming while holding the mung bean porridge in her mouth. Though she managed to suppress the urge to spit it out, Du Ming quickly reassured her. "This is sour. It's particularly beneficial for your health." The mother, half believing, forced down that small mouthful of porridge. Seeing her swallow it, Du Ming felt a bit relieved. Once her health improved, she should persevere. Sigh. The little girl, noticing her mother drinking, declared, "I want to learn from mommy." With that, she too took a small sip. Her little face scrunched up at the sourness, but she bravely gulped it down. The little girl opened her mouth wide for her mother to examine. "Look, Mama, I am the bravest. I am braver than my brother." The mother fought back tears and embraced her, saying, Yes, you are the bravest. Let us encourage your brother to take a sip as well, shall we?" The little girl, with her tender voice, replied, "All right, brother, you can do it. Uncle said that drinking it is good for our health. Then we won't have to stay in the hospital, and we won't wake up in pain anymore." The little boy darted away swiftly, exclaiming, "I want to drink it. It tastes terrible. I refuse to drink it." The mother and the little girl chased after him, and the mother asked, "Sister, do you still want to drink it?" The little girl frowned and said, "Mama, I don't want to drink it anymore. It's too sour." "Then let us not drink it. Your brother certainly won tea." The two walked to a nearby trash bin and discarded the mung bean porridge. After they left, Tang the chubby man could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Du Ming, "Boss Du, why are they saying such things? I found it quite delicious." Du Ming, unfazed, asked him, "Would you like to try a bowl?" "Sure. I only had a small bowl earlier. I didn't have enough. I'll buy a bowl to satisfy my craving, haha." With a cheerful laugh, Tang the chubby man purchased a bowl. Chapter 56. The elder with one ear. Tang Fatty smiled as he held the mung bean porridge and suddenly took a hearty sip. Splutter. He had initially aimed at Du Ming, but abruptly turned his head to the side, spewing it out. "My goodness, who has ever tasted sour mung bean porridge?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked Du Ming, "Is this made from bean juice?" Du Ming replied, "You can interpret it that way. Aren't you going to drink it? Why not give it another try?" Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in Tang Fatty's livestream continued unabated. "Damn it, such adorable twins. And they all have leukemia. Seeing those little bald heads breaks my heart. Both sides ache. I'm a woman. Why are there so many cursed viruses?" Someone else chimed in, "Why are there hearts on both sides upstairs? What on earth is Boss Du making today?" Then another added, "Could it really be that unappetizing? Look, Fatty just spat it out. We can't let him suffer alone. Let's all take a look together." Tang Fatty caught sight of the last comment and thought to himself that he couldn't ruin Du Ming's reputation. He hastily declared, "I just had a sudden cough. I'll drink it again." With that, he lifted the bowl once more, steeling himself as he cautiously sipped the green bean porridge, forcing himself to swallow despite the discomfort. Observing him consume a mouthful, Du Ming chose to ignore him. After all, this chubby fellow was quite fortunate. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over Du Ming. Would he be able to sell all 500 portions today? Not to mention, would he even sell them in a week? If one person tasted it and spat it out, who would dare to try it next? Perhaps he should abandon this task altogether. The reward was merely from a media company. Did he even need it? What was it for? To find a pretty girl? He certainly didn't lack that at the moment. Beep. The task and the use of spiritual energy are bundled together. If the task is not completed, the usage of spiritual energy and rewards will be invalid. Sigh. Du Ming decided against further argument. The system had the final say. This was indeed a tricky situation. Looking at Tang Fatty, a plan began to form in his mind. To cut the cord, one must reach out to acquaintances. "Fatty, did you notify the food group in that public restroom?" Tang Fatty, hiding out of the camera's view, was rinsing his mouth with bottled water. He had discreetly hidden the bowl of green bean porridge among the flowers. Hearing Du Ming call him, he gulped down a mouthful of water and replied, "Yes, I've notified them." At the same time, he thought, "Oh, what if they come over to taste it and decide to beat me up?" He contemplated whether to warn the group about the situation. Then he heard Du Ming's voice softly say, "Don't speak in the group for the next few days." Tang Fatty's heart sank. Hadn't they agreed not to deceive their own? Still, he thought, "I've tried it. You all better not run away." He readily assured, "Don't worry. I won't say a word in the group, and even if they come on site, I won't say anything." Du Ming cast him a satisfied glance, but remained uncertain whether those who tried it would still encourage others to buy. Reflecting on the earlier twins and the multitude of critically ill individuals, he felt a headache coming on, his expression growing serious. A gentle chime echoed, signaling the presence of a patient with a mild tumor in need of healing energy. Before Du Ming could utter a word, an elderly gentleman standing before him remarked, "Young man, why the long face at such a tender age? Is it due to business troubles?" Du Ming nodded in affirmation. The old man, evidently a person of amiable disposition, continued, "What is there to fret about? When you reach my age, you'll see that nothing is insurmountable. Youth is the greatest asset. One must remain optimistic in all circumstances. Look at me. I've lost an ear, and yet I find joy in life. It was only then that Du Ming noticed the bandage wrapped around the gentleman's right ear, suggesting it was no longer there. He refrained from inquiring further, interpreting the old man's words as self-comfort. With a faint smile, he chose silence. Do you think I jest? Do you know why I lost an ear and remained so cheerful? The old man's eyes sparkled with energy at the inquiry. You have heard the saying, in one ear and out the other, haven to you? I have indeed. I was quite the scholar in kindergarten, Du Ming replied. Well, I assume you must have done well enough to advance to primary school, the old man chuckled. Indeed, I was granted a recommendation, Du Ming responded with a grin. The old man burst into laughter. Let me tell you why I lost an ear and still find joy in it. My wife incessantly chatters all day long. I used to let it go in one ear and out the other, but eventually one must absorb some of it. Thus, when I was diagnosed with a tumor, I had the doctor remove the ear that received her incessant prattle. Du Ming was left momentarily speechless. Is this a dark joke, or are you serious? He pondered. Yet, the old man's attitude was undeniably commendable. At least he felt lighter in spirit. And yes, Du Ming remarked. How do you know you had the ear that listened to her chatter removed? What if it was the other one? The old man, upon hearing this, straightened his expression and admonished Du Ming. Young man, you must enhance your emotional intelligence. If you speak like that, you might not win any prizes, let alone find a girlfriend. Du Ming internally scoffed. And what of your emotional intelligence? The old man then offered, would you care for a bowl of mung bean porridge? With a hearty laugh, he added, is this merely a bowl? You are too honest. This is a hefty serving for only 2 yuan. I shall support your business. After saying this, he scanned the code and took away a large bowl. Du Ming kindly cautioned him, sir, it may be a bit sour. Brace yourself. The old man retorted with a challenging glare. What haven tea I experienced. I can even drink bean juice. How bad could this mung bean porridge possibly be? Watch me take a generous mouthful. With a splutter, he exclaimed, oh dear, as he spat out the liquid. No wonder you wear such a gloomy expression. Is this concoction a product of human hands? Du Ming's face darkened at the old man's critique. Wasn't he, it said you possess high emotional intelligence? He mused, but secretly hoped the old man would take another sip, playfully provoking, you claim to have seen it all. Why do you hesitate to take a single sip? And indeed, it was as he suspected. The old gentleman, with his stubborn temperament ignited, declared, who says I dare not drink? I shall drink before your very eyes. He then took another sip, lifting his chin triumphantly, exclaiming, see, I swallowed it. What do you think? Du Ming, witnessing this act, silently celebrated for him and gave him a thumbs up. The old man erupted in laughter, turning to Du Ming. Well then, I must return to my ward. Young man, perhaps you should consider honing a different craft. Before departing, he added, I'm taking this bowl of mung bean porridge to my wife. If I drink it, she must too, along with our little one. Can you believe they won tea let me smoke? Everyone must swallow their share, ha. With a playful raise of his eyebrows, he left in high spirits. As Du Ming watched the old man stroll away, he couldn't help but recall the saying, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Indeed, this saying perfectly applied to the old gentleman. Turning back, he resumed contemplating the direction of his business for the week when he heard someone calling out, over here, Boss Du's stall is right here. Chapter 57. A silent sip, Du Ming observed the approaching figures and glanced at Tang Fatty, who knowingly nodded in response. Silently, he directed the camera towards their direction, discreetly concealing himself behind a support beam, akin to an elephant hiding behind slender saplings, emphasizing a sense of psychological security. In the live stream, here they come. They have all arrived. Please, commence your performance. It is utterly wrong to derive joy from the suffering of others, yet the anticipation is palpable. The audience in the live stream witnessed the scene of a child, Tang Fatty, and an elderly gentleman partaking in mung bean porridge. It was already evident that this concoction was far more sour than the traditional bean juice. Du Ming, Tang Fatty, and the eager spectators in the live stream braced themselves, quietly awaiting the first wave of customers from the public restroom gourmet group. I'm first. Ha. Boss Du, 1 serving please, exclaimed the initial customer, breathless and beaming with delight. Wow, such a large bowl. I can really indulge today. The first customer, panting, directed his words at Du Ming, his face radiating smug satisfaction. Behind him, 5 or 6 others eagerly craned their necks, eyeing the chilled mung bean porridge on Du Ming's stall. On this sweltering summer day, a refreshing sip would be most delightful, especially when paired with Boss Du's well-renowned delicacies. Envisioning this scene, a few could not help but lick their somewhat parched lips. Hello, here's your chilled mung bean porridge. It may be a tad sour, but it's beneficial for your health. Du Ming decided to issue a precautionary warning to prevent any immediate regurgitation that might hinder his subsequent sales. Only a handful had sold from the 500 portions prepared, and the thought alone made Du Ming's head throb. It was proving to be quite the challenge. The first customer took the mung bean porridge, gazing at it curiously. Sour? Is this your new culinary technique, Boss Du? Well, sort of. It's truly beneficial for your health. Crafted with a secret method, Du Ming reiterated, emphasizing its health benefits once more. Boss Du's secret production method must be extraordinarily delicious, the customer thought, his face brightening as he lifted the bowl and took a large gulp. Puffed. A torrent of mung bean porridge erupted from his mouth. Despite Du Ming's warning of its sourness, the customer had taken an overly ambitious sip, finding it exceedingly difficult to swallow. In the live stream, the anticipated scene had materialized, yielding immense satisfaction. Clear the stage, clear the stage. Next performer, please. The remaining customers in line were left stunned. Had Boss Du's culinary creations reached a new level? Could drinking it elicit such acrobatics? The second customer, just having scanned the code, stood with a bowl of mung bean porridge poised for consumption. Upon witnessing the spectacle, he froze, glancing from the erupting individual to Du Ming, who was also gazing back at him. Their eyes locked, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. Ahem, well, this dish is primarily for health purposes, truly, Du Ming interjected, breaking the awkward silence. Boss Du, you claim it promotes health? I should make an effort to believe you. However, this hardly aligns with the notion of gourmet cuisine, does it? After a customer, who had been spitting uncontrollably, expressed his opinion, he lamented that had it not been for Du Ming's prior reputation, he would have undoubtedly begun to curse. Others, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, is it truly that sour? You might as well give it a try. It's not expensive. However, it was not a matter of cost, but rather the alarming display of his earlier reactions that was truly frightening. The second customer, who had purchased a bowl of mung bean porridge, gazed at his bowl and, having already made the purchase, decided to take a cautious sip. He tentatively extended his tongue and took a lick. Pa. With a look of discontent, he turned to Du Ming and remarked, Boss Du, did you accidentally drop a few mung beans into the vinegar? Du Ming sighed inwardly, realizing that this week would prove challenging for business. The 3 individuals behind him, lacking the courage to sample the dish, opted to forego entirely. As soon as one person approached the stall, he proudly declared, Boss Du, I am your most loyal fan. From the public restroom at Bai Bridge to the one on Wui Road and all the way to the Zhongshan Road restroom, I have never missed a single location. Wherever you set up shop, I am there to partake. He continued, you say this mung bean porridge is good for health. I believe you. Please, serve me a bowl. Du Ming replied, thank you for your support. It's quite impressive that you've managed to sample at every restroom. This devoted fan scanned the code and received a bowl of mung bean porridge, exhaling dramatically. For Boss Du, I shall drink this bowl. Afterward, he raised the bowl to his lips and gulped it down. Ugh, glug. Unable to restrain himself, he vomited half of it. Yet remembered the bold words he had just spoken. He resolutely forced the remaining portion back down, struggling to swallow another mouthful. Wiping his mouth, he sheepishly told Du Ming, Boss Du, I may have been a bit loud just now, but I truly did my best. I only took one sip. Du Ming, observing this unfortunate soul, reassured him. It's quite all right. While he appeared fortunate, Du Ming's heart ached with despair. Counting this individual, he had sold merely 5 bowls of mung bean porridge, leaving a daunting 495 to go. Was this week's target doomed to fail? The media company was of little concern. He had enough funds to last. The interest alone from $1 billion was more than he could spend in a day. Yet, the realization that his ultimate aspiration would be delayed by another week weighed heavily on him. Among the remaining 3, one had been recording a video while the loyal fan was buying the porridge. He later shared the footage in their group chat, relaying the information. Today, Boss Du is selling vinegar, Please be cautious and consider whether you wish to come. Upon viewing the video, others in the group reacted. Is this really food made by Boss Do? It looks more terrifying than drinking poison. No way. Thankfully, it's daytime. I can't go. You all have the time to waste. Tang Fatty, having seen the messages in the group, silently worried for Du Ming. He was aware that Du Ming aimed to sell 500 portions, yet this time he felt utterly powerless and dared not devise any schemes. He recalled the porridge he had just consumed, and saliva began to pool in his mouth. As night fell and the square in front of the public restroom began to fill with people, Du Ming's business showed no signs of improvement. Ideally, on a hot day, chilled mung bean porridge would have been in high demand. However, after selling the beverage to a customer, it inevitably resulted in a messy scene. The uproar ensued as people questioned the quality of the concoction, with many labeling Du Ming a fraud. Consequently, even after he departed, Du Ming found it necessary to preemptively inform potential customers that his green bean porridge was quite sour. As the clock approached 10, Du Ming had only managed to sell 8 servings. Disheartened, he contemplated closing up his stall when the restaurant manager and a towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, observed Du Ming es gloomy de mianor. Mustering their resolve, they purchased 2 servings as a gesture of support, although they dared not taste it. Ultimately, Du Ming concluded his first day of sales with a total of 10 servings. On the way back to Qingzhou Lake, the restaurant manager felt utterly disheartened. He had intended to enjoy a warm bowl of soup, but ended up losing 2 yuan in the process. Determined not to return the following day, he resolved to summon a refrigerated truck driver instead. Meanwhile, Du Ming was lost in thought, desperately seeking a solution. As he neared Qingzhou Lake, a sudden idea struck him. Resolutely, he decided to take a bold step forward, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one, fully committing to his plan. Chapter 58. The astonished Su Yao. Du Ming suddenly conceived a plan, resolutely deciding that in order to fulfill his ultimate wish, he must give it a try. He parked his electric scooter in the underground garage of building number 2, where he noticed the luxurious vehicles of Lin Yu's Ferrari, Xiaoqi's BMW, Su Yao's Lamborghini, and Yan Shi's Culinan parked alongside. Since Lin Yu moved to building number 2 after Xiaoqi and Su Yao began residing in the same villa, she found the spaciousness of a solitary villa quite overwhelming and sometimes even a bit daunting. Yan Shi, on the other hand, had been following Du Ming around. As for Xiaoqing, being the eldest and most gentle, she often joined the other 4 women in building number 2 for their gatherings. After parking his electric scooter next to the array of luxury cars, Du Ming promptly called Tang Fatty. "Hello, Boss Du on the other end." Tang Fatty cautiously greeted him. Today, Du Ming's mood was evidently sour, something the 3 of them were aware of. "Fatty, could you please get in touch with Director Li from the Guangming Street office? I need his assistance tomorrow." "Yes, I will cover all expenses. Thank you for your help." He then called the restaurant manager to request a refrigerated truck for the following evening. The manager readily agreed, promising to send a chef along as well. After hanging up, the manager thought to himself, "Fortunately, I arranged for the refrigerated truck and chef for tomorrow. This clearly indicates that the situation is becoming untenable. How is it that my luck is so dismal? I lack the fortune of that Su Tian fellow, who earns tens of thousands in a single night." TSK, TSK, TSK. Du Ming took a cigarette break in the underground garage, uncertain if his plan would be effective. Feeling dejected, he took the elevator to his apartment. Inside, the 5 women were animatedly engaged in conversation about topics of feminine interest. Upon seeing Du Ming return, they all stood up to greet him, though they quickly noted his glum expression. "What's wrong, you scoundrel? Why the long face?" Yan Shi asked. Du Ming slumped onto the sofa, reclining against the backrest as he sighed. "Business has been terrible today. I'm nearly out of money to support all of you." The 5 women burst into laughter, perceiving his stall selling as a mere pastime for amusement. Even if it were true, how could a stall sustain all 5 of them? To support even one, he would have to toil from dawn until dusk, returning home exhausted only to face their discontent. How could he possibly maintain a cheerful demeanor and showcase his most charming and gentle side? What were they thinking? Each of these 5 women was a stunning beauty in her own right. Yan Shi leaned over, resting her chin on his chest, teasingly poking his nose. "Relying on your stall to support us? You'd be better off depending on my rent. Du Ming playfully pinched her cheek, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and drawing her closer. With the alluring beauty nestled against him, he felt his spirits lift slightly. I know my little Yin, she is a wealthy lady, but as the man, it is my duty to earn a living for this entire family. Yin, she lifted her head, affirming, yes, you work incredibly hard, with an extraordinary drive for your career. Your stall is quite the enterprise. Otherwise, how could 5 exquisite beauties surround you? The other 4 women giggled, playfully massaging his shoulders and legs, enveloping the room in a joyful atmosphere. Du Ming's mood found a temporary reprieve amidst the playful banter of 6 individuals, the room resonating with the playful scolding of women and Du Ming's hearty laughter. One could only speculate what he had seen or encountered. The sounds of mirth suggested he was indeed in high spirits. After a while of joviality, Du Ming's phone rang. Hello, Fatty. He reluctantly withdrew his hand to answer the call. Boss Du, regarding the matter you mentioned, I have relayed the message to Director Lee. He assured me it is a trivial matter. Just come by tomorrow evening. All right, thank you. Du Ming gagnep, lia cigarette, and fell into contemplative silence over his plans. As he awaited the cigarette to burn out, he turned to Su Yao and said, let's head to Villa 4 to see your dance. Then, addressing the other women, he added, you shall stay here tonight. Without allowing anyone else a chance to speak, he proceeded toward the underground garage. Yin Shi and Xiao Qi opened their mouths, eager to voice their thoughts, but sensing Du Ming's somewhat somber demeanor today, they chose to remain silent. Yin Shi mused to herself, as if I cannot enter. Once I calculate your timing, I shall go. Yet, it seemed the scoundrel indeed bore some weight on his mind. Never mind, I shall just sleep here. At worst, we 4 shall share a bed, and I shall have no cause for fear. Xiao Qi, observing Du Ming's retreating figure, felt a surge of urgency. Was he dissatisfied with her? Or was he intent on elevating Su Yao? After all, her yoga practice was superior. Could it be that Yao Yao's dance possessed a more alluring charm? Su Yao, obediently rising, was taken aback yet proud as she followed closely behind Du Ming, unable to contain her excitement. Apart from his private time with Yin, Shi in Villa 1, he had never sought the company of any one of the 4 of them alone. Clearly, her dance still held its allure. Tonight was a singular opportunity. Perhaps if she were to dance more fervently, could she ascend to replace. However, the thought of Yin Shi's significance in Du Ming's heart left her feeling uncertain. At any moment, it was evident that the bond between Du Ming and Yin Shi was exceptional, entirely unlike her relationship with the others. They could all perceive the affection Du Ming held for Yin Shi, which stemmed from a genuine emotional reliance rather than mere financial dependence. Having all graduated from the intricate court intrigues of empresses in the palace, they could discern these subtleties. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Su Yao drove the Lamborghini alongside Du Ming to Villa 4. Previously, she had been with Chi. Now, facing Du Ming alone felt somewhat disconcerting. It dawned on her that this was indeed her first time alone with Du Ming, stirring within her a youthful feeling akin to budding romance. Upon entering the bedroom, Du Ming noticed Su Yao's apparent nervousness. With a smile, he teased her, "What is it? Afraid I might devour you?" His light-hearted jest eased Su Yao's tension as she shyly replied, "As if you haven't before." Du Ming chuckled, "I shall take a shower first. You can wait to wash afterward." Su Yao gazed at Du Ming in astonishment. This was utterly unlike his usual demeanor, especially when summoning her alone. Naturally, she voiced no objections. Faced with a golden sponsor, absolute compliance was paramount, as explicitly emphasized in her training. After waiting for Du Ming to finish washing, he instructed, "You must have those outfits from the car model exhibitions, right? Change into one after your shower." Only then did Su Yao comprehend the reason for his private summons. Casting him a coquettish glance before murmuring, "Amisham." Freshly showered and clad in her show attire, she emerged from the bathroom to find Du Ming reclining against the headboard, a cigarette between his fingers. With practiced allure, she purred, "Want a private car model showcase?" Du Ming exhaled smoke lazily. First, strut like a tiger brimming with might. Su Yao stumbled. What on earth? After a bewildered moment, her face paled. Since when was this part of a car model's repertoire? Now walk like you disown your 6 closest relatives. Resigned, Su Yao flung her arms wide and stomped forward with exaggerated bravado. Next, a cooling breeze grew progressively more refreshing. Her shoulders relaxed. Oh, this makes sense. Garments fluttered. The room grew decidedly cooler. Chapter 59. Su Yao once again surprised the following morning. Du Ming escorted Su Yao to Villa Number 2, as they planned to set up a stall that evening. They had the day to enjoy each other's company and engage in light-hearted conversation. However, as they entered the villa, Su Yao sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The air was thick with an inexplicable tension, a sourness that only women could perceive, emanating distinctly from Xiaoqi's gaze. Both women had strived diligently to secure employment at the company, but now, with Su Yao enjoying the favor of their boss, it was no surprise that Xiaoqi felt a sense of urgency. After all, Xiaoqi had applied thrice before finally succeeding. In a world bustling with competition, the presence of others often breeds rivalry. Observing the invigorated Su Yao, Xiaoqi desperately contemplated new yoga poses, intent on proving her superiority in their playful competition. Shaking it. Is it? That's merely swaying about without any technical merit. I can kick the ceiling while standing, she mused. Can you manage to shake while perched on the ceiling? Would you dare to sway if Du Ming were watching? In this small circle of yoga enthusiasts, Xiaoqi harbored her own pride and confidence. Meanwhile, Su Yao strutted behind Du Ming, exuding the self-satisfaction of a hen that laid a prized egg. It's not my fault. My car model showcase distinguished me among the myriad yoga performers, a testament to my formidable capabilities. Though you may have greater resources, I possess the art of the sway. After dinner, Du Ming announced his intention to set up the stall, prompting a tempest of astonishment among the 5 women present. Their mouths fell agape in surprise. Even Yin Shi, who had always been taken out alone by Du Ming, was caught off guard. The sourness in the air intensified. Though Yin Shi felt only curiosity about why this rogue was so enamored with Su Yao. Xiaoqing was the first to follow Du Ming, while Lin Yu, the most beautiful among them, and Xiaoqi, the best in yoga, each carried their own pride and confidence. Yan Nexi squinted at Du Ming, suspecting he must have some ulterior motive. Su Yao, taken aback by Du Ming's words, struggled to believe this unprecedented turn of events. Could it be that her performance in last night as car model showcase had truly impressed him? If she were to be favored, she could strut with confidence, embracing even the most playful of steps. Overwhelmed with joy, she rose, unable to conceal her delight. Oh my daughter has truly made a name for herself, she thought, filled with pride. Let us not dawdle. Du Ming interrupted the women's reverie. Su Yao quickly swayed her waist and hurried to Du Ming's side, linking her arm with his as they made their way to the elevator. The 4 women exchanged peculiar glances at the sight of their departing figures. Xiaoqi, envious, contemplated pulling Su Yao aside to take her place. In the underground garage, Su Yao eagerly started the Lamborghini, following Du Ming's electric stall vehicle as they slowly exited the garage. In front of the public restroom at Guangming Hospital, Tang, with a peculiar expression, gazed at the scene unfolding before him. Though he had learned of Du Ming's intentions the previous day, the reality before him, coupled with the anticipated events to follow, compelled him to voice his thoughts. Were these affluent individuals truly so nonchalant in their pursuits? Wealth indeed grants one the luxury of caprice. Before a public restroom, a temporary partition had delineated an area of approximately 200 to 300 square meters, with a roughly 5-meter wide entrance obscured by a thick curtain. A railing, just wide enough for a single person to pass, led to this entrance, where 4 staff members donned in red armbands, dispatched by Director Li, stood ready to assist. Upon receiving a call from Tang the previous evening and learning of Du Ming's plans, Director Li had been taken aback. Yet Du Ming was a well-known figure in the realm of public restrooms, possessing an honorary certificate. The leadership had long since issued directives ensuring that, barring any illegal activities, officials in charge of public restrooms were to cooperate fully with Du Ming. Moreover, Du Ming was a generous patron, offering compensation far exceeding the market rate. Thus, Director Li had swiftly coordinated with the relevant departments to facilitate the installation and, as per Du Ming's request, enlisted acquaintances to maintain order. The 4 individuals were indeed grateful. each receiving 1,000 yuan for merely overseeing the proceedings, an exceedingly lucrative arrangement. However, director Li himself refrained from attending, as Tang set up the live streaming equipment. A wave of over 1,000 viewers flooded into the broadcast as soon as it commenced. Earlier that morning, he had released a video to build anticipation. Upon entering the live stream, viewers began to inquire eagerly about the exciting events planned for the day. Why had partitions been erected when just yesterday there had been an open expanse? Was the promised spectacle genuinely substantial? Dear viewers, Tang addressed the camera, do not rush. Allow me to hang the advertisement first, and you can peruse the details. With that, he produced a sign crafted in accordance with Du Ming's specifications, an amusing sight that never failed to elicit laughter from him, all for the sake of selling mung bean porridge. Once the advertisement was displayed, curious onlookers gathered, and Tang directed the camera towards the sign, showcasing it line by line to the audience. 1. To enrich the leisure activities of the residents of Guangming community, a micro-car exhibition is being held. 2. Featuring the latest Lamborghini sports car, we are privileged to invite a renowned model to invigorate the exhibition. 3. Admission ticket price. Purchase a bowl of mung bean porridge for 2 yuan to gain entry. 4. Each session lasts 10 minutes. 5. Photography and videography are strictly prohibited. As the crowd observed, murmurs of discussion arose. It's merely one car and a single model. What is the attraction? A voice countered, brother, have you considered the ticket price before you speak? Just 2 yuan, plus a bowl of porridge. Isn't this a generous offering? Guangming Street truly cares for the common people. Indeed, I've never seen a model in person, only in videos, strikingly beautiful. I must partake today. Fatty, where do we purchase the tickets? Oh, just by the mung bean porridge. Tang responded, taking it all in. Goodness, is the effect truly this remarkable? Wealthy individuals find it remarkably easy to realize their dreams. Indeed, I harbor aspirations of my own. Everyone should first queue up at the railing, shortly. The green bean porridge stall will arrive, and, after purchasing tickets, we shall proceed inward along the barrier. In an instant, a crowd of over 10 people surged forward to line up eagerly. Although we have merely 10 minutes and only one car model to behold, the ticket price is a mere 2 yuan, which also includes a bowl of green bean porridge, a commendable value indeed. Sipping the porridge while discreetly admiring the beautiful ladies. None are the wiser. The live stream is abuzz with constant chatter. What sort of spectacle is this? Is Boss Du truly so determined to sell that delightful green bean porridge that he would go to such lengths? Haha, with so many queued up, soon there will be silence as they drink. They even specifically invited a car model. I am eager to see her. Anticipation builds. Fat Tang mentioned that the car model's face will be blurred, as will the license plate. A chorus of lamentations arose in the live stream upon hearing this. Fat Tang offered no further explanation, for nearby, an electric food stall was approaching, trailed by a sleek red sports car. Chapter 60. The crumbling of Su Yao, an electric vehicle, and a Lamborghini gradually approached the partition. Following closely behind Du Ming's electric stall, Su Yao was in high spirits. Akin to a technician standing in a row, eagerly waiting for a patron to select her. Her smile never wavered, as the last to join the company. She was the first to accompany the boss on a business trip. How impressive. This was Du Ming's inaugural experience of bringing someone along to set up a stall. Even yesterday, when she expressed a desire to join him, Du Ming declined her request. Was he perhaps directing his efforts towards nurturing a supportive partner? The thought thrilled Su Yao. Could it be that her intellect had garnered Du Ming's admiration? A man allowing a woman to partake in his endeavors holds far greater significance than merely being a decorative figure. Although, to be fair, it was just a stall setup. However, today they were setting up a stall, and tomorrow they might be selling nuclear weapons. The crucial aspect was her rising status in Du Ming's eyes. A clear indication of her ascending position. Ha! She was now embarking on her own career. No longer merely a car model, passively standing for others to gawk at. Chi, once I achieve great success, I shall certainly flaunt my accomplishments before you. I will take you on exhilarating journeys to repay your support. I shall be the manager, and you the assistant manager, enduring my commands daily. You will earn money, and I will find joy in our partnership. Best friends forever. Though we have not shared the same classroom, We have faced challenges together. Oh, here it comes. Wow, is it a Lamborghini? It looks so different in reality. Incredible. I must quickly buy a ticket for mung bean porridge. Wait, is the driver truly a beauty? Could she be a car model? At that moment, the queue of onlookers turned their attention to the arrival of Du Ming and Su Yao. Du Ming parked the electric stall to the side and gestured towards the entrance, where two staff members promptly pulled the curtains aside and waved for Su Yao to enter. Each entry required 1,000 yuan, showcasing their diligent work ethic and enthusiasm. Su Yao was overjoyed at the sight. The wealthy truly possess an air of dominance, having a designated parking area even for a stall. Du Ming was exceedingly kind to her. She felt deeply moved and even contemplated giving him a shake later that evening. Upon entering the vehicle, the staff quickly closed the curtains behind her. Su Yao caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, her heart racing with excitement. It felt wonderful to have dedicated service at her disposal. As she parked and prepared to assist Du Ming, fully embracing her role as a supportive partner, the curtains parted once more. Du Ming entered with 4 staff members, each carrying 2 conical traffic cones. "Thank you for your assistance," Du Ming said. "Not at all. It's no trouble," they replied in unison. They swiftly began placing the cones around Su Yao's Lamborghini, subsequently linking them with safety tape. The scene before her was all too familiar. It stirred memories within her. Approaching Du Ming, she linked her arm with his and asked, "Darling, shall we showcase this vehicle?" "Indeed. Well then, let us venture out to set up the stall. How may I best assist you in your endeavors?" Su Yao seized the private moment with Du Ming to pledge her loyalty. Du Ming patted her back and said, "I know you're the best. Go inside the court area. You're the professional. Do your best." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, larger than Zhang Fei's legendary glare. Stuttering, she managed, "Husband, you must be joking." "Why you mean I should go?" She faltered, unable to complete the sentence. Du Ming gave her pert dairy Ri another light pat and remarked, "This is your moment to shine. I'll add 50,000 to your bonus this month. Enough talk. Hurry along and don't mess this up." His tone turned stern. Too intimidated to protest, Su Yao trudged pitifully into the restricted zone, positioning herself beside her Lamborghini with practiced poise, striking a pose so effortlessly it was almost heartbreaking. Du Ming gave her an approving thumbs up. His ultimate goal was to fulfill the system's tasks and achieve his grandest ambitions. If Su Yao harbored any objections, she was free to leave. With the system by his side, women of her caliber were hardly scarce. Though stunning, she was replaceable, merely an expensive indulgence, residing in Qingzhou Lake on his monthly allowance. Should she prove unwilling, another would take her place without hesitation. Once Su Yao was ready, Du Ming strode out, flanked by 2 of his 4 staff members. The remaining 2 stayed behind to enforce order and prevent unauthorized photography, strictly per Du Ming's instructions. The moment he emerged, the crowd erupted. "Hurry up, boss. Sell the mung bean porridge already." The sight of a Lamborghini driven by an unaccompanied beauty had stirred restless anticipation. Clearly, she was a model, forbidden fruit always tantalized. Eager to appraise her figure, the crowd barely cared about the porridge. Du Ming addressed the line. "A heads up, this porridge is quite sour. Brace yourselves." Dismissive murmurs followed. "Who cares? We're not here for the porridge. We're here for the model. Just set up your stall. You want to have time to gawk at her. We paid, we'll do the looking." Staff enforced the rules. Only 20 at a time. Entry requires holding a bowl of porridge. Ready? 1, 2, 3. That's 20. The rest wait for the next round. The first batch entered, each clutching a bowl. 1 sip later. "Tui, what the hell is this disgusting swill? Whatever, I'll hold on to it and dump it outside. Damn, that model is gorgeous. That figure. Imagine having a woman like that. Just thinking about it is thrilling." Outside the cordon, the crowd ogled Su Yao unabashedly, their lecherous expressions laid bare. Her mind went blank. What sin did I commit in a past life to be paraded like this? The cycle of objectification seemed inescapable. Observing the disheartened crowd, one cannot help but wonder what sort of auto show this truly is. Each individual clutching a bowl, fixated solely on their own experience. Reflecting on Du Ming's suggestion to increase the price by 50,000, one can only resign to fate. An elderly gentleman inquires, "What is this car called again? Some rubbish, some chicken?" Lamborghini, sir, comes the explanation for someone nearby. Su Yao internally scoffs. You are the rubbish. You are the chicken. Time passes, and the announcement is made. All right, everyone, please exit as the second session is about to commence. Reluctantly, the crowd departs, lamenting that 10 minutes is far too brief. Joyful moments are always so fleeting. Watching the throng disperse, Su Yao exhales deeply. Before she can fully unwind, another batch of bowl-holding patrons enters. 2 hours later, Duming arrive. Although there are still some customers lingering outside, he considers that Su Yao might be weary after such a long stretch. Having sold over 200 portions today, he is confident that this week's targets will be met. As a conscientious employer, he feels it is essential to attend to his employees' well-being. Thus, he decides to close early and informs everyone that they shall continue tomorrow. Upon seeing Du Ming, Su Yao immediately calls out, her voice tinged with grievance. Husband, on the verge of tears. She is genuinely exhausted, mentally and physically drained. She had believed herself to be the sole object of Du Ming's affection, only to realize she may have misinterpreted his feelings. Du Ming envelopes her in his embrace, offering her comfort. There, you've worked hard today. You seem quite fatigued. Why don't you return home early to rest? I shall have Xiao Qi accompany me tonight. Initially nestled in Du Ming's arms, on the brink of tears, Su Yao brightens up at his words. All right. I'm truly worn out. Chi must be eager to practice yoga for you alone. Chapter 61. Xiao Qi, come with me, all right. Chi must be eager to practice yoga for you alone. Su Yao exclaimed joyfully. Yes, and we mustn't tell Xiao Qi. It's a secret, understood? I will certainly keep it a secret. Not a single word will escape my lips. Su Yao nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. You needn't remind me. If you asked me to inform Chi, I wouldn't even be inclined to do so. The feelings she experienced today, akin to descending from paradise to the depths of despair, necessitated Xiao Qi's presence as a good sister. She had already envisioned Xiao Qi's experience for tomorrow. I'm truly looking forward to it. Upon returning to Villa Number 2, in the presence of the 4 women in the living room, Su Yao immediately feigned an air of immense happiness. She tightly clutched Du Ming's arm and coquettishly remarked, Darling, I'm so delighted to be able to do something for you today. With that, she provocatively cast a glance at Xiao Qi. Du Ming, well aware of her intentions, couldn't help but marvel at how women are inherently actresses. He regarded Xiao Qi with a hint of sympathy. Xiao Qi, of course, understood Su Yao's implications. They had both graduated from the same palace intrigue drama. Having attended the same training sessions, they recognized each other's stratagems effortlessly. A display of ostentation, indeed. However, the way Du Ming had just looked at her hinted at something deeper. Why the sympathy and pity? Of course, she was now accompanying Du Ming, who had just taken Su Yao out alone. Du Ming was subtly implying that she needed to step up her game. She resolved to give it her all, tonight. If you beckon me, I will perform a stunning bridge pose, followed by a back bend, and then execute a flawless aerial flip straight into a seated position. I dare you to withstand the culmination of over 20 years of training. After this move, my name would echo throughout the realm. What nonsense! Those childish tricks are beneath me. Such a rogue. You clearly seem in high spirits tonight. It appears that having a lovely woman by your side works wonders, Yao Yao. You truly are remarkable. Yin Shi and the others noticed Du Ming's carefree and cheerful demeanor this evening. Su Yao, upon hearing this, internally lamented, If only you knew what I endured tonight, your praises would cease. She dared not display any cracks in her facade, lest Chi be deceived. Indeed, tonight I have accomplished a great feat for my husband, she chuckled inwardly. Du Ming affectionately patted her fragrant shoulder and said, Yes, you truly worked hard tonight. Xiao Qing and Lin, you were filled with envy, especially Xiao Qi, whose heart felt a pang of bitterness, as she contemplated how to secure an opportunity to shine. Du Ming's voice rang out, Tonight, Xiao Qi, come with me. Xiao Qi thought she had misheard. Just moments ago, he had been so close with Su Yao, praising her. Now, it was finally her turn? Xiao Qing and Lin Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. The 2 newcomers were being exclusively attended to by Du Ming. Could it truly be that the newcomers were ushered in while the old were cast aside? The palace intrigue was indeed not mistaken. Surely it would rotate among them. They reassured themselves inwardly. Su Yao was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Husband, did I not perform well today? I can improve, I can strive harder. Du Ming trembled with fear, astonished by her performance. Are you sure you were a model and not an actress? How terrifying. It seems that a woman's acting prowess is unrelated to her profession. Were it not for my indomitable strength, I would question the authenticity of the sounds Su Yao makes while swaying. Truly impressive. I must keep a close watch on my wallet in the future. Xiao Qi cheerfully dashed to Du Ming's side, her heart brimming with laughter. Haha, Qi, your little flatness is no match for me. You'll have to rely on my skills. Oh ha! With the spirited Xiao Qi in tow, Du Ming made his way to Villa number 4. At that moment, Su Yao's performance abruptly ceased, as if someone had yelled cut. Yin Shi, smiling brightly, remarked, Yao, no more acting. Only then did Xiao Qing and Lin Yu realize, having been caught up in their jealousy, that they had overlooked Su Yao's exaggerated expressions. Reflecting on it now, it indeed seemed overly dramatic. Su Yao cheque do cuerdi. Shi, you truly are remarkable. Nothing escapes your keen observation. Yin Shi pouted and said, Speak up. The rogue must have ulterior motives. What exactly did you experience today? Upon hearing this, Su Yao felt as if she had found a kindred spirit. Oh, you understand me so well, she lamented. Let me tell you. She lowered her voice and leaned closer to Yin Shi and the others. Instantly, the three women inclined their heads, forming a conspiratorial huddle, fearful of being overheard. Despite the fact that they were the only 4 in the villa. My husband took me to set up a stall today, but it was not just a simple endeavor. Blah, 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 blah. If you wish for an event to be known throughout the village, confide in a woman and urge her to keep it a secret. The 3 women stared at each other, bewildered, until Yin Shi burst into laughter. I knew it. The rogue had no good intentions. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu, upon hearing this, cast aside their jealousy, realizing that Du Ming genuinely cared for them. Yin Shi continued, so, bringing you alone to Villa No. For last night was meant to comfort you in advance. Su Yao then realized, I feel as though I've been duped. Last night, I had to accompany him, and today I'm off to toil away. Laughter erupted among the 3 women. Suddenly, all 4 women, in unison, exclaimed, Chi. Ha ha, another spectacle awaits. They eagerly anticipated Chi-Chi's reaction when she learned the truth the following day. Do you think my husband took Chi there to hold a miniature car exhibition like Yao's? Surely he wouldn't have her practicing yoga, right? Giggling, they contemplated, perhaps we should sneak a peek tomorrow. I can hardly wait. Meanwhile, in the underground parking elevator of Villa number 4, Xiao Qi was brimming with excitement, clinging to Du Ming. She leaned in close and whispered in his ear, Darling, I'm going to demonstrate a challenging yoga pose for you. Oh, if you're going to say that, I'm all ears. I have faith in you. Go for it. Xiao Qi's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Du Ming. Upon entering the bedroom, Du Ming was unprepared to witness Xiao Qi's yoga performance. He saw her roll up her sleeves in a dramatic gesture, despite wearing short sleeves in the summer. Hey, watch this. Xiao Qi dashed to the open space in the room. First, she executed a standing split, effortlessly lifting one leg over her head while clasping it with both hands. Then, she slowly rotated 360 degrees on her supporting leg before lowering the suspended limb. With both feet planted firmly apart, she arched backward, hands supporting her from behind. Finally, with a triumphant shout, she straightened up and plopped onto the floor. Du Ming instinctively covered himself in alarm. Damn, that was intense. You're earning tens of thousands a month. Why push yourself so hard? Xiao Qi stood up, beaming with pride. Honey, how was that? Impressive, right? Very impressive, but that last move, wasn't it dangerous? Fun is fun, but don't turn it into a one-time stunt. That'd be a huge loss. Relax, I know how to control my strength, Xiao Qi replied, casting him a sultry glance. Tonight, she had to perform exceptionally well. Tomorrow, Du Ming might just take her out with him. Chapter 62. The proud Chi-Chi tonight, I must perform splendidly. Tomorrow, Du Ming will surely take me out. In her heart, Xiao Qi encouraged herself fervently. By the way, what was the name of that move you just used? Xiao Qi heard Du Ming's inquiry and replied. What name could it possibly have? It's simply because you like me, that is why I did it. What name should I have? My head is itching. It feels like I'm about to gain wisdom. Right, oh right. Xiao Qi thought of Su Yao's name and blurted it out. Ha ha ha. That name you chose is quite pointed. Du Ming couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of name is that? Just tell me if it sounds good or not. Xiao Qi shyly asked. It took me quite a while to come up with it. It sounds good. It must sound good. It's quite vivid. Do you have a refreshing version? Yes. I originally conceived this move for the refreshing version. Xiao Qi continued. I'll go take a shower now. Should I change into yoga clothes? Du Ming leaned back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, and said, No need. It's too troublesome. All right then. It wasn't until the following evening that Du Ming brought Xiao Qi to Villa Number 2. Since they were going out at night, he figured he would rely on Xiao Qi's talent performance to help sell mung bean porridge. Thus, he spent the entire day at Villa Number 4 with her, as her performance would be a bit more demanding. Strangely, the 4 women in Villa Number 2 maintained an unusual silence, with no one interrupting them. Around noon, Yanxi asked in the group of rascals if anyone wanted to join for a meal. Xiao Qi was exhilarated all day. After all, Du Ming and Ti spent the day with Su Yao. She had just learned that Du Ming would be taking her out tonight. Her ride would surely outshine Su Yao's shake. Oh ha! They're here! Everyone, do not reveal any flaws, especially you, Yao Yao. Your role is very important, understand? I understand. Watch me. The 4 women scrambled to their seats. Upon entering the room, Xiao Qi giddily observed everyone's expressions. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu wore envious faces, much like how she had observed Su Yao yesterday. Yanxi maintained a contemplative demeanor. However, her most focused gaze was on Su Yao, who appeared dejected, pouting as if on the verge of tears. Xiao Qi, filled with joy, was eager to roll up her sleeves and shout. They still had no idea that Du Ming would also take her out tonight. She had to show off. Darling, are we leaving now or waiting a bit? After speaking, she cast a more triumphant glance at the other women. Indeed, each of them displayed even more envious expressions, while Su Yao surprisingly covered her face, trembling all over. Ha ha, she must be so angry that she is about to cry. Oh wow, this is exhilarating. Xiao Qi felt an unprecedented joy. She was undoubtedly the most dazzling one. Let us set off now. Didn't you say you were going upstairs to get something? Hurry up. I'll be right there. After saying this, Xiao Qi dashed upstairs in a flash. As soon as she reached the room upstairs, Su Yao dropped her hands and shared a silent, knowing laugh with the other 3 women. Suppressing laughter is indeed a formidable challenge. Du Ming observed the expressions of the 4 women and deduced that Su Yao must have already divulged the situation to them. As anticipated, entrusting women with secrets is far less effective than announcing them to the world. Du Ming shot a glare at Su Yao just as he heard Xiao Qi's voice echoing from upstairs. Darling, I'm ready to go. The 5 individuals gazed upward, spotting Xiao Qi descending with a yoga mat slung over her shoulder. The 4 women exchanged glances, covering their faces and bowing their heads. Their palms pressed tightly against their mouths to stifle the laughter threatening to erupt. Their shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Goodness, they truly intend to practice yoga. They resolved internally to sneak a peek. Xiao Qi, upon noticing their peculiar demeanor, inquired curiously, What is wrong with you all? Did something upset you? Su Yao struggled to free one hand, waving it at Xiao Qi, urging her to hurry along. I cannot bear to provoke them further after such a blow. How delightfully amusing this is. Du Ming, fearing they might burst into laughter, quickly chimed in. Let us go. All right, darling, shall we set off? I'm heading out with my husband now. Xiao Qi elongated her words with pride. The 4 women, still with heads bowed and faces concealed, simultaneously extended their delicate hands, frantically waving her off. Hurry along, don't delay our laughter. Du Ming and Xiao Qi took the elevator down to the underground garage. Ha ha ha. Oh ha ha. Hey ha ha. Ah ha. Once they departed, the 4 could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter and rolling on the ground. Poor Xiao Qi. Eventually, the laughter subsided as exhaustion took hold. Weakly, one of them suggested, Shall we go sneak a look? Indeed, we absolutely must. Let us wait a moment. Darling's electric vehicle 1 T speed away, especially since we were just at Guangming Hospital. Right, Let us prepare ourselves first. In front of the public restroom at Guangming Hospital, Fat Tang was diligently coordinating the chaotic crowd with 4 staff members. The reason was simple. The previous night's microcar exhibition had gained considerable notoriety, and many patients in the hospital were now aware of a place where a ticket, costing merely a bowl of mung bean porridge, granted access to stunning women and Lamborghini sports cars. Even passers-by had caught wind of the event and flocked to join the excitement. Who could resist a bowl of mung bean porridge? Upon arrival, they discovered that the microcar exhibition had transformed into a yoga class today. When Fat Tang received a call from Du Ming requesting changes to the promotional advertisement, he found it impossible to express his feelings. Very well, let us proceed as you wish. The advertisement was altered from famous beautiful car models to renowned beautiful yoga instructors, with each session now lasting just 5 minutes. The crowd became increasingly fervent. Wow, yoga in person? I must see this. 5 minutes is far too brief. We purchased tickets. Fat Tang and his staff shouted, "Everyone, please queue orderly, do not push. The mung bean porridge tickets will be available shortly." Indeed, everyone begins to queue here, forming a single line, and please refrain from cutting in. A throng of individuals eagerly gathers before the portly vendor, creating an extensive queue. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is electric. Goodness gracious, the sight of Boss Du's stall is truly magnificent. I long to join the revelry, but alas, I am not in the same city. Old Son occupies the foremost position in the line. He had overheard a neighboring bed occupant yesterday mention the presence of beautiful women at the auto show here. The description of their stunning appearances and alluring figures captivated him. Although they were somewhat petite, nonetheless, their youthfulness and beauty were undeniable. In his 60s, Old Son is at the prime of his life. A widower for many years, he has not sought companionship again, and with no children to speak of, he frequently frequents various bathing establishments, leading a carefree existence. However, not long ago, he was diagnosed with a serious illness, requiring an extended hospital stay, which left him utterly bored. This news intensified his yearning for the likes of Xiao Hong and Xiao Li. Thus, as dusk fell, he made his way here, standing before the rotund figure of the live streamer. He had inquired about the individual selling tickets for mung bean porridge, who was indeed situated beside this very vendor yesterday. And then it arrived. All eyes turned as an electric vendor cart appeared, trailed by a striking red sports car. The scene from yesterday unfolded once more. Old Son's spirits soared. He pondered whether the yoga-practicing young lady would be as enchanting as his beloved Xiao Li and Xiao Hong. Chapter 63. The brave Chi-Chi Old Son contemplated the young woman practicing yoga, pondering whether she possessed the charm of his own lovely daughters, Li and Hong. Much like the previous day, Du Ming parked the electric vehicle aside and directed Chi-Chi's car to enter. Once Chi-Chi's vehicle was inside, the staff promptly began to set up the isolation area with practiced efficiency. Similar to Su Yao, Chi-Chi mused that the affluent were indeed different. Even setting up a stall warranted such a spacious parking lot exclusively for their use, a true blessing. It was an impressive display, and she resolved to assist Du Ming wholeheartedly in this endeavor. Noticing Du Ming accompanied by 4 staff members to prepare, Chi-Chi hurried to his side. "Darling, why are we still here? Are we not going out to set up the stall? I will certainly assist you diligently." Du Ming placed his hands on her shoulders and replied, "Yes, I trust you. Now, take out the yoga mat and lay it beside the car." "Oh, aren't we supposed to be setting up the stall?" Chi-Chi felt a peculiar itch in her mind. Observing her confusion, Du Ming clarified, "I will be selling mung bean porridge while you practice yoga here, promoting the culture of yoga. Do you understand?" "Oh, all right. Should I start practicing now?" she asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Wait until they purchase the porridge before you begin your practice. Once you finish, I will give you an additional 50,000 this month." Despite Chi-Chi's willing cooperation, Du Ming extended the same offer he had given to Su Yao. "Oh, that's unnecessary. My dear, you have already provided me the opportunity to earn that 50,000 a month. I am truly delighted to assist you. Furthermore, as a yoga instructor, promoting yoga is something I have always wished to do. I must thank you for this chance." Chi-Chi gazed at Du Ming with her stunning, expressive eyes. Du Ming, momentarily taken aback by her sincerity, then declared, "Just practice ordinary yoga, all right?" "Yes, I understand. Chi-Chi replied, proceeding toward the yoga mat. Her obedient demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within Du Ming. As Chi-Chi began her preliminary stretching exercises on the mat, her thoughts wandered. Ah, Yao Yao, you sly creature. You have kept me in the dark. Those four must have known everything at Villa Number 2. It seems they were merely stifling laughter at my expense. Perhaps they will come to watch later. Come on, come and witness my performance. I have a surprise for you. Hey, Yao Yao. You must have felt discontent yesterday when Du Ming raised my allowance by 50,000. Today, I shall not ask for a single yuan, fully intent on assisting him. You have been utterly outdone. How is it that I have suddenly become so clever? It appears that a few moments of mental stimulation truly do enhance intellect. Ha! I am indeed remarkably wise. Yao Yao, with my newfound intelligence and my seniority over you, let us see how you fare against me. Meanwhile, Du Ming approached the stall outside, where eager patrons clamored, quickly sell the tickets. Hurry, hurry! Old Sun, the most vociferous among them, caught a glimpse of Chi-Chi's profile as she drove in. Oh my, just the profile alone surpasses the charm of the young ladies at the local bathing center. Old Sun could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the yoga performance. As per the usual protocol, Du Ming had previously mentioned that the mung bean porridge was quite sour, and then commenced the sale. Old Sun paid no heed to the warning, clutching the bowl of porridge as he hurried inside, with only 5 minutes to spare. Upon entering the partitioned area, he spotted a slender young woman engaging in stretches. My goodness, what a figure! Old Sun couldn't help but swallow hard. He hastily took a sip of porridge and moved closer for a better view. Xiaoqi noticed the arrival of patrons, each holding a bowl, presumably there to observe the yoga session. She began to perform her poses with elegance. The onlookers were captivated, a group of rugged men who had never witnessed such grace up close. The girl was not only youthful and beautiful, but also executed her yoga poses with remarkable precision. They found themselves unable to suppress their salivation. Some took a sip of the mung bean porridge only to grimace at its acidity. One sip in, and another came up. Yet, Old Sun, undeterred, finished the entire bowl without a single frown, his gaze fixed on Xiaoqi, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, and areas that usually ached now felt remarkably comfortable. He appeared more spirited than ever. Old Sun sighed, realizing that the mere presence of beauty was indeed beneficial for both body and soul. That evening, he resolved to sneak out and seek the source of his joy once more. After all, lingering in a hospital all day was suffocating. Meanwhile, the two staff members responsible for maintaining order were equally mesmerized. One remarked, I should have my partner try yoga. It's simply too enchanting. The other chuckled, oh come now, what can our ladies do? Perhaps sumo would suit them better. Alas, being men, we often bear such a dismal fate, constantly berated by others. As a group of men, each harboring their own thoughts, observed Xiaoqi's yoga performance, a culinary vehicle parked near the public restroom. 4 exquisitely proportioned women disembarked, one petite and delicate, the other 3 tall and slender. It was Yin Shi and her companions. All 4 wore masks, conversing softly. When Chi-Chi sees us, she will surely be mortified. Ha ha ha. Hurry, I can hardly wait to see her astonished expression. Last night, as pride will soon turn into utter embarrassment. He. Under Su Yao's guidance, the 4 approached the curtain. The staff intercepted them, saying, hello, please purchase tickets at the booth over there. Yin Shi and her friends, despite having heard Su Yao's earlier instructions, couldn't help but chuckle at the reminder. No ticket, no entry, the staff insisted. This is a community performance organized by the street office, and laughter alone does not grant you access. The staff remained steadfast in their duty. After all, the 1,000 yuan from yesterday had already been paid to them by Du Ming. No snacks needed. We must honor the laborer's wages, after all. Su Yao stepped to the forefront, removing her mask, and the staff, taken aback by her stunning beauty, paused momentarily. I am a model who performed yesterday. I have come to assist the yoga instructor inside. Oh, it's you. I recognize you. Please come in, replied the staff member. The 4 women entered the partitioned area. Why are they using the back entrance? You're making a fuss over a $2 ticket, shouted someone in the queue. They are performers, here to lend support. What are you complaining about? The crowd quickly ceased their argument. Another 4 women entered, and although they wore masks, Their impressive figures spoke volumes, making the ticket worth every penny. As Su Yao and her companions walked in, they heard a staff member announce, "The first session has concluded. Everyone, please exit promptly." The second group, clutching their bowls, hurried inside, while the first group reluctantly made their way out, casting curious glances at Su Yao and her friends. "Why aren't those four women carrying bowls?" At that moment, a staff member at the entrance called out, "The first group, hurry out. These four performers." "Wow, there are four more. I need to buy a ticket to catch another show," someone exclaimed. The second group had already gathered around Xiao Qi. Just as she was about to take a break, was surprised to find herself surrounded by people once more. She had no choice but to prepare to start again. Suddenly, she pointed at Su Yao and her friends, exclaiming, "They are evading the ticket fee. They didn't carry bowls or purchase tickets." Chapter 64. Lin Yizhua and Lin Yiyo, they evaded the ticket check, neither holding bowls nor purchasing entry passes. Xiao Qi pointed at Su Yao and the three others, startling them, while the attention of the crowd shifted toward them. Su Yao quickly exclaimed, "Qi, it's me. We came to cheer you on." The other three women hastily nodded in agreement, affirming, Yes, Qi, it's us." "Oh, it's you all," Xiao Qi replied dismissively. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have bothered to shout. Who would covet a ticket for a bowl of mung bean porridge?" The staff, prepared to approach, fell silent upon hearing Xiao Qi's remark. The rest of the crowd had no objections, but someone shouted from the back, "Aren't you actresses? Hurry up and perform. We pay for our tickets." This single statement sent a shiver down the spines of Su Yao and her companions. Goodness, what kind of script is this? They thought. "We came to enjoy the spectacle. Don't shout nonsense. We merely bought a bowl of mung bean porridge, and you're making a fuss." Even Yin, she felt a twinge of fear, hoping not to interrupt the dubious vendoress business. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu were even more concerned. If it disrupted Du Ming's stall, would they really have to practice yoga together? They were all dressed in skirts, after all. Surely not. Du Ming couldn't be that generous. As the four women felt increasingly anxious, Xiao Qi interjected, "Everyone quiet down. These are my four students. I invited them here to learn." Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their commotion and focused their attention on her. The four women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qi continued, "Since you are here, let us make the most of it." Su Yao and the others nodded eagerly, their expressions serious. "First, we must stretch our ligaments to enhance our flexibility, understood?" The girls nodded promptly. As Xiao Qi demonstrated a movement, they dutifully followed suit, though internally they lamented. "Wait a moment. We didn't come to be part of a lesson. We were merely spectators." The atmosphere had shifted entirely from their expectations. An hour later, Du Ming finally completed his task and entered, brimming with excitement, carrying a bowl of mung bean porridge. The four women felt a wave of relief wash over them. It had been challenging. They had endured an hour of instruction from Xiao Qi, unable to retort for fear of disrupting the program and jeopardizing Du Ming's entrepreneurial venture. "Ah, you all came here to keep Qi company? Splendid, splendid. Your presence brings me joy," Du Ming remarked, and they had no choice but to admit it. Indeed, we were concerned Qi might feel awkward alone. As Xiao Qi tidied the yoga mats, she suppressed a laugh, thoroughly amused by the absurdity of the situation. "I truly relish this delightful itch of the mind. It's a chance to cultivate wisdom." Once Xiao Qi had packed everything away, Du Ming said, "Come. Since you're all here, each of you should take a sip. It's quite sour, but beneficial for the body." As Du Ming employed every possible strategy to sell his mung bean porridge, the single men of Xinghan University went utterly wild. No, it was more accurate to say that all the boys had lost their minds. This year's incoming freshmen included a pair of twins, stunningly beautiful, leaving the boys who had caught a glimpse nearly spellbound. Two girls donned identical hanfu, their every smile and frown capable of dispelling all worries. One was breathtakingly beautiful, and together, they created an effect that was utterly mesmerizing. The news spread through various social circles, reaching singles groups and beauty-sharing communities, and soon, all the boys at Xinhan University were aware of them. The candid photographs, both close-ups and distant shots, left the boys in disbelief at the existence of such exquisite young women. They epitomized every man's fantasy of beauty, providing a perfect definition of perfection itself. When a senior welcoming the new students laid eyes on them, he stuttered, "Why you? Hello? May I ask which major you are in?" The fact that he could utter any words in the presence of two identical beauties marked him as an exceptional individual. "Hello, senior. We are freshmen from the classical music department. Could you please guide us?" The senior felt breathless, nearly overwhelmed. Their stunning appearance made it difficult to gaze directly at them, and their melodious voices rendered him utterly weak. In that moment, he comprehended why ancient tales spoke of men going to war for a single smile from a beauty, or revolting in a fit of rage. These two enchanting girls could easily inspire one to sacrifice everything without a moment's hesitation. The senior, nervously thrilled, accompanied them to their dormitory's entrance, only to slap himself upon returning for not asking their names or for their contact information. Yet, how could such beauties ever consider sharing their details with him? He pondered for a moment, giving himself another slap, and countered his own thoughts with yet another. Upon returning to the reception area, his face was swollen from the self-inflicted blows. "Wow, senior, what happened to your face?" exclaimed a fellow student. "Classical music department, dormitory 302. Oh my, you must be twins. Goodness, you are stunning." Another girl cried out, "I wish I could transform into a boy just to date you both. How can anyone be so beautiful?" The girl's ethereal beauty left everyone in awe, prompting exclamations about their flawless skin and perfection. The girls who had arrived earlier were utterly captivated, with some jumping in excitement, others pounding the bed in delight, and a few grasping their delicate arms in admiration, expressing their exhilaration in myriad ways. Women, in truth, often appreciate beauty even more than men. It is merely the perspective from which they admire that differs. After a while, a bespectacled girl managed to regain her composure and suggested, "All right, everyone is here. Let us arrange ourselves and determine the leader." Consequently, Lin Izwa and Lin Iyo were designated as the last to be picked, becoming the seventh and the youngest, respectively. Since both of them were just one day shy of turning 18, everyone decided to go out for dinner in the evening to celebrate meeting in the same dormitory before tidying up their belongings. Lin Izwa and Lin Iyo whispered to each other, "So, have we definitely chosen that company for our coming-of-age celebration?" Lin Izwa replied softly, "Yes, it's the closest to us. And it's not too big. They should be easier to negotiate with. Big corporations have too many rules. They'd never agree to our laid-back approach. Haha, we can finally become streamers. I'm so excited. I hope this company agrees. With how pretty we are, there shouldn't be any problem. Hehe." The twin sisters flashed enchanting smiles, so radiant that even the flowers outside the window seemed to wilt in shame, while the two beautiful girls daydreamed about their coming-of-age celebration. In a male dormitory at Xinghan University, a young man stared intently at photos of the twins from various angles, shared in several group chats. His face twisted with intense desire as he licked his lips. "Mine. I must have these sisters by my side, one on each side." Wang Zhihao greedily enlarged each photo, scrutinizing every detail of the twins, lost in vivid fantasies of countless scenarios. Chapter 65. Let me see how beautiful it is. Ding. This week's task has been completed, and a media company has been acquired. With a sigh of relief, Du Ming felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He resolved never to engage in the exhausting practice of excessive energy utilization again, even though the toil was not his own. With the task completed, the prop card could now be employed, and the ultimate wish was set at 410. Upon returning to Villa Number 2, his spirits soared. In such a jubilant mood, he decided to seek out more delightful endeavors to sustain his happiness. Clapping his hands, Du Ming announced to the 5 women, "Ladies, today I am exceedingly pleased, so I have decided to raise everyone's salary to 100,000 a month. Oh wow, my husband is so handsome. For you scoundrel, I want a salary too." Yanxi exclaimed, feeling a pang of jealousy. The compensation Du Ming had awarded the 4 women had already surpassed her own monthly rent as a modest wealthy woman. Feeling slighted as the only one not receiving remuneration, she pouted and protested. Although they shared a bond of friendship, after such an extended period of complimentary experiences, it was time to start charging. The crux of the matter was that while she had previously dismissed several thousand as insignificant, the rising cost of living had changed that perspective. She too had her own expenses, after all. Du Ming let out a hearty laugh, twirling her around and planting a kiss on her lips. Of course, I said everyone would receive it. Hooray! The rogue is the most handsome. The 5 women cheered joyously. All right, ladies, change into your most exquisite outfits and perform a dance for me. The 5 women hurried to their rooms to don beautiful and alluring attire, returning to the living room to showcase their talents. Du Ming uncorked a bottle of red wine and settled onto the sofa, savoring the delightful spectacle before him. Life was truly splendid, though he mused that he could use a few more companions to fill the 10 villas he owned. Each villa should accommodate 2 beauties to truly indulge in the ambience of a dance troupe. Lighting a cigarette, Du Ming silently admired the 5 uniquely styled women as they sang and danced before him, marveling at the beauty of life. It dawned on him that life could be so enchanting. Until now, he had merely existed. He felt a profound gratitude towards the system for this transformation. The following morning, Du Ming awoke promptly, carefully rising from the sofa to take a shower upstairs. Emerging refreshed, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize his prop card. He had been so engrossed in the delightful performances the previous night that he had neglected to activate it. Activating the prop card, he received the skill urinary escape. What on earth is this? After acquiring an invulnerable physique, he had now unlocked another skill. Yet the nature of this urinary escape puzzled him. What is its purpose? System, could you provide an explanation? Please explore it on your own. How do I use it? Surely that can be explained? Just like using energy. Oh, akin to the 6 meridian sword, I understand now. Should I attempt to use it myself? Or is that too daunting? The term escape is concerning. What if I end up buried in the ground? That would be a significant loss. Deciding against it, he recalled that it had been a while since he had gone swimming. He should take a dip first. After swimming for half an hour, he returned to find the 5 women had already risen and were gathered in front of the large mirror in the master bedroom, chattering animatedly. Why does it seem that our skin has improved? Indeed, and we appear more spirited. In the past, whenever my husband visited, I would linger in bed the following day. Lin Yu playfully patted her cheek and pondered, could it be because of my husband's presence? Xiao Qing, blushing, countered, that has happened before. Su Yao contemplative. Could it be due to the green bean porridge we had last night, which was quite sour? Du Ming entered, and the 5 women surrounded him, saying, Husband, do you think our skin looks better? Is it because of the green bean porridge? Du Ming chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. It must be because we enjoyed ourselves dancing last night. When one's spirits are lifted, the body naturally feels better. Engaging in joyful activities indeed enhances one's beauty. The 5 women blushed shyly, but they realized this explanation was quite fitting. After all 5 women finished their baths, they sat down with Du Ming to enjoy breakfast delivered from the central restaurant. While they were eating, the phone rang. Du Ming answered, Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Du. I am Yuan Jiawen, the promotions manager at Yaya Media. I apologize for interrupting you. A courteous voice came through the line. It turned out to be a subordinate from the Rewards Media Company. Oh, is there something you need? Du Ming inquired nonchalantly. Yes, Mr. Du. I oversee the company's streaming business. Normally, I wouldn't bother you with such trivial matters, but today 2 beautiful girls arrived, and their conditions for becoming streamers are somewhat unique. These girls are exceptionally stunning, and should they join our company as streamers, they would undoubtedly attract considerable traffic. However, their conditions do not meet our requirements, and I wanted to consult with you on whether we should sign them. Extremely beautiful. Just how beautiful? Du Ming glanced at the 5 women enjoying breakfast, wondering if anyone could surpass their beauty. Very well, I will come over now. Please add me as a friend and send me the company's location. Sure, I will hang up now. Yuan Jiawen ended the call, quickly added Du Ming as a friend, and sent the company's coordinates. These wealthy individuals are remarkable. They VE acquire a company and yet do not know where it is located. After hanging up, Yuan Jiawen walked toward the conference room, taking a deep breath at the door to calm his nerves. The 2 girls arriving today were simply breathtaking, especially with their striking resemblance, which left one utterly captivated. Despite having encountered many beautiful women before, he had never felt so unsteady. It was fortunate they wore masks upon arrival. Otherwise, the receptionist would likely have been rendered speechless. After steadying his breath, Yuan Zhaowen pushed open the door to the reception area. Upon seeing the two elegant girls in the reception room turn to face him, his heart inexplicably raced. He endeavored to maintain a steady tone. Ladies, I have conveyed your details to our boss, who is on his way to the company for an inspection and will arrive shortly. The vivacious young girl promptly responded, sorry to trouble Manager Yuan. Can we wait here? Meanwhile, another girl remained quietly composed. One was lively, while the other was serene. The one engaging in conversation was the spirited girl. You all can wait here for a moment. I'm uncertain whether the boss will discuss matters with you here or in his office on the 5th floor. Oh, all right. Lin Yizhua replied. You two can wait here for a bit. There are cups by the water dispenser. I'll step outside to greet the boss. My apologies. We appreciate your assistance. Thank you, was Lin Yizhua's response once more. Yaya Media comprises 5 floors. The first floor houses the reception area and front desk, while the second, third, and fourth floors are dedicated to staff offices, various broadcasting studios, and some lounges. The 5th floor is solely reserved for the boss's exclusive office and other supporting facilities. After more than 30 minutes, a culinary arrived at the parking lot in front of the company. Du Ming alighted from the vehicle and stood in the courtyard, surveying the building. This truly marked his own enterprise. Although he did not particularly care, Du Ming felt a twinge of sentimentality for his first venture. He was now a boss. Ho ho! Yuan Zhaowen hurried over and called out, President Du. Du Ming smiled at him. Manager Yuan? Yes, I'm Yuan Zhaowen. Hello, President Du. Du Ming extended his hand with a cheerful demeanor. Greetings. Thank you for your hard work. So this is what it feels like to be a leader. Quite delightful indeed. It seems easy enough, as if anyone could do it. It's no trouble at all, President Du. Please come inside. Du Ming strode forward, eager to see just how stunning the beautiful young girl truly was. Chapter 66. Meeting 2 stunning beauties, Du Ming strode forward, eager to behold the exquisite beauty of the young ladies. Mr. Du, the 2 girls are in the reception room on the 1st floor. Are you interviewing them here? Or shall we proceed to the exclusive office on the 5th floor? Yuan Zhaowen inquired as he led the way. Let's go to the 5th floor. I must take a look at the exclusive office. As a newcomer, it is essential to experience such prestige. After all, an interview should have an air of sophistication. Du Ming replied. Very well, your private elevator is this way. Please, Yuan Zhaowen responded, then turned to the receptionist. This is Mr. Du, the owner of Yaya Media. Oh, hello, boss. The receptionist's heart leaped at the sight of Du Ming, her expression transforming into a radiant smile, one that her boyfriend only witnessed when buying her a handbag. You are quite beautiful, Du Ming complimented her. As the company's first impression, you are doing wonderfully. The receptionist, delighted, covered her mouth with laughter. Thank you. Thank you for the praise, boss. I will certainly uphold the company's image. See, I told you leadership isn't that difficult. Du Ming chuckled internally as he observed the receptionist, who was beaming with joy over a mere compliment. After Du Ming entered the elevator, she retrieved a small mirror from her bag, glancing at her reflection. How am I so beautiful? The boss truly has an eye for talent. No one will dare to cause trouble at the company. Even if a mosquito attempts to disturb him, I would swiftly intercept it. At that moment, she had forgotten her role as a receptionist, envisioning herself as a guardian. Upon arriving on the 5th floor, Du Ming entered a spacious office, complete with various auxiliary rooms, and casually surveyed the area. Nothing particularly captivated him, save for the imposing executive chair. He felt a surge of ambition as he touched the armrests and spun around before finally settling into the seat. Is this what it feels like to be a boss? Quite exhilarating. Redo the task you've been assigned. What is going on this month? Do you still wish to continue working here? He mimicked, relishing the authority. Shaoli, you're doing well. The company needs talents like you. I have faith in you. Keep it up. Just then, a voice interrupted his reverie. Mr. Du, the signing of these 2 ladies requires your personal approval. Yuan Zhaowen entered, leading the 2 girls. As they stepped inside, he gestured towards Du Ming, introducing him. This is our Mr. Du, the owner of Yaya Media. With that, he excused himself, saying, Mr. Du, you may proceed with your business. I will be on the 1st floor. Feel free to call me if needed. Once alone, Du Ming scrutinized the 2 young ladies adorned in traditional Hanfu. Impressive, truly impressive. They can certainly be considered top-tier beauties. The Hanfu dresses perfectly embodied the image of traditional Chinese beauties, presenting an impeccable vision of grace. Exquisite beyond words. Each seemed to subtly surpass Lin Yu before she drank the spiritual mung bean porridge. Yet when their identical features were superimposed, the effect surpassed Lin Yu entirely. Originally, all 5 women were already beauties, but after consuming the enchanted mung bean porridge, their skin attained a delicate, translucent softness, nearly on par with the twins. The only difference lay in the mesmerizing effect of their identical appearances. Thus, unlike others who gaped like love-struck fools or grew visibly flustered, Du Ming remained composed. As a man blessed with a system, his experiences had forged an unshakable mental fortitude. With a light smile, he said, "Please have a seat, young ladies. What terms would you like to discuss?" Lin Yizhua and Lin Yu, accustomed to eliciting awestruck reactions even from other women, found themselves intrigued. For the first time, someone regarded their beauty without the slightest flicker of distraction. Even the usually reserved Yu couldn't help but study him curiously. "Thank you," the twins replied in unison, their voices as melodious as nature's finest craftsmanship. They settled into the chairs before the desk, and 3 pairs of eyes met. A sudden shyness and unease crept over Yizhua and Yu. Accustomed to others averting their gazes, they had never before locked eyes so closely with a stranger. Simultaneously, a delicate blush tinted their cheeks. Amused by their reaction, Du Ming found their innocence endearing. A woman's blush often stemmed from deeper thoughts or desires. Yet these girls colored at a mere glance. How delightfully naive. The thought of dismissing Shao Qing and the others flitted through his mind, and he couldn't suppress a chuckle. His laughter eased the tension, and the girls relaxed slightly. Bold by nature, Yizhua asked directly, "What is so funny? Are we amusing to you?" "You're not amusing. You're breathtaking." I laughed because I thought of someone else's wife and girlfriend. At his first words, the twins felt an unfamiliar warmth. Compliments on their beauty had long since lost their effect, yet his remarks stirred something different. But his second statement puzzled them. He glanced at Yizhua, who pressed on, "Why would thinking of others' wives and girlfriends make you laugh?" Leaning forward, they fixed their gazes on him. "Because now they're all my girlfriends." "Naturally. It brings me joy," Du Ming replied casually. "What?" Their eyes widened in shock. Though aware such arrangements existed, his blunt admission, without even a pretense of discretion, left them stunned. Yet paradoxically, his candor made them feel more at ease in his presence. Yizhao inquired once more of them, "Do you have 2 girlfriends?" "5. Both of them were taken aback. Five in total. Do they know each other?" The insatiable curiosity of Xiong had ignited, and she vowed not to relent until she received an answer. Even the fire brigade would have to evaporate the water before it could extinguish her thirst for gossip. Indeed, they lived together. Yizhao and Yu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. "You must be lying." Both denied simultaneously. "All right." Yu has begun to speak. The spirit of gossip was awakened, and even the mute would gesture animatedly. Du Ming found it amusing as well, experiencing a sense of camaraderie with Yin Shi. The other 4, however, found no such enjoyment, as they were merely expensive acquisitions. His playful spirit was indeed kindled. For a man who could still revel in the simple pleasure of igniting cow dung at the age of 80, play was a lifelong companion. Thus, Shao Qi's ex-boyfriend needn't question the morality of gaming. Alas, this fellow had struck him with a blow he had forgotten. Should he remember next time, he would undoubtedly show him a thing or two. If forgotten, so be it, for they were merely side characters. Yizhao and Yu remained skeptical of Du Ming's claim of having 5 women living together. Chapter 67. Signing 2 adorable little ones, "You must be lying," said Yu, her disbelief evident in response to Du Ming's words. How could 5 women possibly live together? Du Ming's playful intentions were ignited by their curiosity. Thus, he took out his phone and began a video call with Yin Shi, deliberately placing the phone on the table as the call connected. Yu gazed at the screen, where the image of Shishi appeared. "Is she someone else's wife or girlfriend?" she inquired. No, that's not it. Don't speak carelessly. She is entirely mine," Du Ming corrected her. "Then what about the other 4? Yu pressed on, Her curiosity piqued. Iswa looked on with interest. Well, one is someone else's wife, and 3 are someone else's girlfriends. Du Ming replied honestly, adding, they're all exes. And how do you label them? Yu continued. Iswa cast her a glance. Why do you keep looking at me? I'm not mute. You've been talking for 18 years. Is it so hard for me to speak for a moment? Yu retorted. I only started talking at the age of 2. Iswa remarked, showcasing her impressive grasp of numbers. Ignoring her, Yu turned back to Du Ming. Never mind her. Let us continue. How do you label those 4 women? Du Ming found the 2 adorable ones increasingly entertaining and decided to tease them. One is labeled as someone else's ex-wife, and the other 3 as someone else's ex-girlfriends. Oh, pervert, they exclaimed in unison, a testament to their twin-like connection. At that moment, the video call finally connected. Hey, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Yinshi's voice came through, slightly breathless. And where are you? Why are you showing me the ceiling? I've never seen a ceiling before. Iswa and Yu stifled their laughter, exchanging surprised glances. The girl was stunning, rivaling their own beauty. Even through the screen, they could sense the radiance of her skin. They glanced at Du Ming, marveling at his ability to attract such a beautiful woman. Women often serve as a reflection of a man's capabilities, though not always definitively. What are you all doing? It took you so long to answer. And you sound out of breath, and she queried. Practicing yoga. All for you, you scoundrel, Du Ming sheepishly admitted. The 4 of them wanted to say something to me. You scoundrel, try to spread the love evenly, huh? Yin, she teased. Haven't I always? He retorted. Ugh, scoundrel, come over and take the call. Your husbands miss you. She scolded Du Ming before calling out to the women, still practicing yoga. Before long, the 4 women crowded together in front of the screen, chattering excitedly. Hubby, what is up? Looking at the 4 beautiful women, each with remarkably flawless skin, Iswa Yu was taken aback. Even without the enhancements of video filters, their skin appeared impeccable. It left them in awe, wondering how much care they must have taken with their beauty. Du Ming, noting the effect he had created, simply replied, nothing much, just missed you all. Keep practicing diligently. I'll be back to check on you. In a moment of exasperation, Du Ming decisively ended the video call, then turned to gaze at the 2 charming individuals before him. I'm not deceiving you, he remarked. The 2 exchanged glances, remaining silent for a while, before simultaneously declaring, scoundrel. Well, I'm merely putting on an act, and this is the result, Du Ming thought, feeling somewhat speechless in their presence. As they noted the look in his eyes, they seemed to recall something and crossed their arms in unison. Du Ming, drawing from his recent experiences, surmised that their proportions were likely comparable. Ah, how splendid the scene would be if they were to stand together. The trio lingered in silence for a moment. How is it that you can foster such harmony among them? Iswa inquired, feeling uncomfortable as her conversational power was usurped. She needed to regain the topic. Because I possess wealth, am quite capable, and my appearance is passable, Du Ming replied candidly. Why do they claim to practice yoga for you? Because yoga enhances flexibility. Why is flexibility important? You will understand when you have boyfriends in the future. Wait, weren't you here to discuss a contract? Du Ming, having had his fill of banter, could no longer contain his curiosity. All right, we aim to become streamers. Today is our 18th birthday, and we have always dreamed of streaming. So we decided to celebrate our coming of age by signing a streaming contract. I see. Then let us proceed with the signing. However, they continued, our requirements are not agreed upon by your manager. They were aware that it was not merely Yuan Jiawen who objected. Typically, no respectable company would consent. Oh, what are these requirements? Surely you do not wish to occupy my position, Du Ming teased. No. Our demands are quite simple. Indeed, very simple. Being twins is advantageous. We come with our own echo. First, we require complete freedom of time. We wish to broadcast whenever we desire. Second, we want the liberty to choose how we broadcast, naturally within legal bounds, and the company must provide us with mic support. Third, we wish to have the option to withdraw at any time without incurring any penalty. Fourth, the company cannot impose any control over us. Any unreasonable demands we perceive can be outright rejected. Fifth, the company cannot unilaterally terminate our contract, nor can it withhold the support we require. Upon concluding their list, the 2 fixed their gaze on Du Ming. He found their requests amusing. They were clearly here for amusement. No reputable company, no serious manager, would ever agree to such stipulations, even if they were the epitome of beauty. Yet he considered himself a serious person. Clearly he was not. This media company, a task assigned by the system, held little significance for him, let alone such trivial matters. Is there anything else? He inquired. No, that's all. Then let us proceed as you wish, Du Ming remarked nonchalantly. Izwa and Iyo exchanged surprised glances, realizing they could indeed proceed with their plans. Are you serious? They asked in disbelief. Du Ming, uninterested in further discussion, promptly called Yuan Jiawen. Manager Yuan, could you please arrange for someone to come up and restart the contract? Before long, Yuan Jiawen ascended with another individual. At Du Ming's gesture, they signed an unequal treaty under the terms presented by the two charming youngsters. Throughout the entire process, Yuan Jiawen did not utter a single word of dissent. He also inscribed a few additional words on the contract, as per Du Ming's request. Shortly thereafter, a copy of the contract was delivered, already bearing the official seal from the first party, requiring only Du Ming's signature to finalize it. Izwa and Iyu gazed at the prominent happy birthday inscribed on the document, unable to contain their tears. This birthday gift was extraordinary. It was the adult ceremony they had longed for. Thank you, you scoundrel. After the three of them signed the contract for both parties, the two youngsters turned to Du Ming, eyeing the document like treasured possessions. Du Ming's lips twitched slightly. He refrained from contesting their excitement. Well, the matter was settled, and the birthday gift had been bestowed. It was time for him to return and check on his women's yoga class. Descending together, the trio watched as Du Ming drove away in his culinary, falling into a contemplative silence. As Du Ming navigated towards Qingzhou Lake, he encountered a stretch of road that was in excellent condition but sparsely populated. While waiting at a traffic light, the distant roar of a motorcycle grew closer. Suddenly, a motorbike came to a halt beside his vehicle, leaving only the two of them in that moment. The rider rapped on Du Ming's window. He turned to see a striking figure clad in a princess dress and white stockings, her long, fair legs draped over the motorcycle, igniting a surge of adrenaline. With a swift motion, Du Ming lowered the window and inquired, "What's the matter?" The rider removed her helmet, revealing a captivating visage, one that could make any man's heart race. With an alluring smile, she addressed Du Ming. "Hey, handsome, may I have your contact information?" Chapter 68. The motorcycle beauty flashed a charming smile at Du Ming. "Handsome, may I have your contact information?" Du Ming appraised her from head to toe. Her alluring figure clad in white stockings, draped over the motorcycle, was indeed captivating. After a meticulous examination, he replied, "No." The motorcycle beauty's expression faltered. "Wait, you were just staring at me with such interest, and now you say this?" It seemed she was yet another individual who wouldn't commit until certain. These affluent second-generation youths could be so ruthless. "Brother, please give me a chance. I often travel this route. There's a small grove ahead." Straightening her posture, she tousled her hair, striving to present her figure to Du Ming. "Are you trying to play a trick?" Du Ming inquired with a smile. "Brother, you're overthinking it. There aren't that many tricks around. Even if you offered money, I wouldn't dare accept. There are traces online." The motorcycle beauty pouted playfully. "I just want an opportunity. Is that so wrong? Quite knowledgeable about the law, aren't you?" Du Ming mused. She didn't seem intimidated by the few burly men around. As long as there were no guns involved, she could hold her own. The indestructible body, after all, was simply resilient. With a snap of his fingers, Du Ming commanded, "Lead the way." The motorcycle beauty eagerly hopped on her bike. "Come with me, brother." She cast a flirtatious glance at him, donned her helmet, twisted the throttle, and sped off. Du Ming followed, admiring her silhouette. Indeed, she was a sight to behold, especially her long, fair legs adorned in white stockings, a vision of pure allure that was difficult to resist. In less than 2 minutes, the motorcycle veered to a stop by the roadside. The motorcycle beauty dismounted and beckoned Du Ming with a myriad of enchanting gestures. As he approached, he could fully appreciate her tall, slender form, her fair skin complemented by a white dress that exuded an ethereal charm. Upon noticing Du Ming alight from his vehicle, she shyly glanced at him and strolled towards the grove. "Brother, can we exchange contact information now?" Please give me a chance, she implored, her cheeks flushed, hair neatly tied. Standing by the southern car window, addressing Du Ming, who was casually enjoying a smoke. Du Ming exhaled a puff of smoke in her direction. No. With that, he revved his bike and departed. The beauty shouted curses after him, though it mattered little to her. She had grown accustomed to such rejections. This was merely the price to pay in pursuit of her dreams, and she believed success would eventually come, as long as it wasn't directed at a sycophant. Still, she needed to vent her frustration. Mounting her motorcycle, she roared down the street like a blade cutting through the air. Du Ming, leisurely puffing on his cigarette, continued forward, savoring the unusual experience. Suddenly, he heard the thunderous roar of her motorcycle behind him. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the beauty catching up. As she overtook him, she flashed him a middle finger before accelerating away. Du Ming chuckled to himself. If you invest poorly, you can't blame others. If I don't cooperate, that would be illegal. He continued to drive leisurely until he reached a bend in the road. With widened eyes, he halted abruptly, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" A motorcycle lay overturned on the ground, a long skid mark tracing its path. Beside it, a woman clad in a flowing white dress lay motionless. One long, elegant leg limply draped over the bike, her shoes missing. It was none other than the alluring motorcyclist from earlier. Du Ming, initially preparing to leave to avoid any potential trouble, suddenly had a thought and hastily parked at the roadside. He rushed towards her, exclaiming in distress, "You cannot die. If you do, I might find myself in a predicament." Upon closer inspection, he noticed blood trickling from her helmet, and she remained unresponsive. This was indeed troubling. Du Ming quickly dialed for emergency assistance and the traffic police. As he hesitated momentarily before calling the police, he ultimately decided to proceed. After completing all 3 calls, he gazed at the lifeless figure of the woman in white. Such a pity, truly a pity. Why would you choose to ride a motorcycle? If you wanted danger, you could have opted for something less tragic. Stepping aside, he lit a cigarette and waited silently for the relevant personnel to arrive. Before long, the paramedics reached the scene. But no miracle awaited them. After inspecting the woman, they shook their heads and promptly summoned a vehicle from the funeral home before departing. Soon after, the traffic police arrived, analyzing the skid marks and other evidence, concluding that the accident had occurred due to excessive speed, leading to a loss of control and a collision with a barrier. Du Ming was unconcerned, as his dashcam had recorded everything, ensuring he could not be falsely accused. A few minutes later, the police arrived. 2 officers, one middle-aged and one younger, approached. The middle-aged officer, seeing the 2 traffic officers and Du Ming, inquired, "Did you report the accident? You could have just called the traffic police." The older traffic officer added, "Young man, the evidence at the scene clearly indicates that this accident was caused by the girl's own misjudgment." Du Ming replied, "That is indeed the case, but I'm not sure how to explain it. Perhaps you could review my dashcam footage?" The 4 officers followed him to the vehicle, where Du Ming played the video. They soon found the moment he had interacted with the girl. Her voice rang out clearly. "Handsome, can I have your contact information? Come with me," she urged. Du Ming's response followed. "No." The younger officers exchanged glances with Du Ming as they continued to watch the footage, which showed him calling for help after witnessing the accident. The middle-aged officer remarked, "So you called the police because you feared the evidence of your interaction with her might lead to complications for you, correct? As adults, we all understand what transpired from a video." Du Ming quickly interjected, Yes, I won't be held criminally responsible for this situation, will I?" The middle-aged police officer remarked, "You are overthinking this. The video, along with the traffic police's determination, clearly indicates that her death bears no direct relation to you." However, Du Ming felt a shiver. The intricacies of the Chinese language often hinge upon words like however and but, which are notorious for their implications. Historically, these are known as words of fate's turning point. For instance, when a girl confesses, "I love you, but I love him more," it strikes a disheartening chord. The middle-aged officer continued, "Nevertheless, in criminal cases, there exists a notion of liability akin to that in traffic accidents, even without direct contact. Currently, we cannot ascertain whether the girl's death is linked to your emotional state after traversing the woods. The accident report and the recorded video will eventually be presented to the girl's family, alongside the autopsy report. Hence, The family has the legal right to seek compensation. Wahh Chapter 69. A gathering at Madame Yeo's home after resolving matters concerning the elegant lady in white silk. Du Ming returned to Qingzhou Lake for lunch. Should the family of the lady require compensation, the police would notify him for negotiations. Du Ming did not dwell on it. After all, it was merely a matter of several $100,000. It was a pity for the lady, though, such a promising age, with splendid long legs, now lost forever. Otherwise, she could have made significant contributions for much longer. Upon arriving at Villa Number 2, he found 5 women had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his return. He approached and affectionately ruffled Yan Shi's hair, just as he was about to speak. Yan Shi tugged at his shirt, inhaling deeply the sense of perfume, wood, and an undercurrent of misfortune and resentment wafted through the air. Du Ming was taken aback. Is your sense of smell truly this keen? Could it be that you possess some psychic ability? He inquired in astonishment. With a proud tilt of her head, Yan Shi replied, You surely needn't be told what the perfume signifies. The scent of what indicates you were frolicking in a grove. You returned without bringing her along nor spending time with her, only to rush back for dinner with us. It is evident you hastily left after your woodland escapade, leaving her with a belly full of resentment and a sense of misfortune, feeling as though she had been taken advantage of. Du Ming applauded her perceptions, genuinely impressed. Contemplating her mention of misfortune, he hurried upstairs to wash up, discarding his entire outfit, inside and out, into the garbage bin. Should he also shave his hair? It seemed it might have been touched as well. Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, it was a slippery slope. What shall we do, Yu? Yizuovipt. Her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to the equally tearful Yu. The two had just exited from signing a contract with Yaya Media, delighting in a sumptuous meal to celebrate. However, their joy was swiftly dashed by a phone call from their mother, and in an instant, the world of the two young beauties crumbled. Their families operated a small processing factory in a coastal province, engaged in foreign trade. They survived through various means, scraping together a meager profit. While they could not amass great wealth, it allowed for a modestly affluent upbringing for the two. Yet, Lin's father, gazing at his 2 stunning daughters, now both of university age, yearned to accumulate more wealth for them, enabling them to hold their heads high. Recently, he had secured a large order and, in hopes of maximizing profit, arranged for the factory to work overtime, producing all raw materials to ship abroad. Little did he know that they would soon be caught in an international tariff war. Taking advantage of the situation, the counterparts seized their goods under this pretext. Their small-scale operation was rendered powerless amidst this grand conflict. While normally inconsequential, no one was available to address their complaints now. Had been merely this, it would have been bearable. They could slowly accumulate, as they still had their processing factory. After all, as long as the green hills remained, there would always be fields to cultivate. Unfortunately, Lin's father, following the rise of Comrade Jinghua, believed he was a businessman capable of revitalizing the economy of the United States. He thus invested all the family's liquid assets into U.S. stocks, even mortgaging the factory and their home to leverage tenfold in the stock market. In the first round of the tariff war, Lin's father's stocks plummeted dramatically. In his frustration, he nearly wished to immerse his head in alcohol. However, realizing that such an act would deprive him of the solace of drinking, he refrained from doing so. The bank, with astonishing swiftness and efficiency, seized his factory and properties, leaving him in awe of their capability to act so decisively. Currently, Lin's parents are temporarily residing at their aunt's house. Initially, they intended to keep this predicament from their daughters, but upon reflection, they thought it prudent to inform them. After all, if the girls returned home, they would have nowhere to stay. The aunt's home could hardly accommodate them, and staying in a hotel would incur expenses that had suddenly become extravagant. Thus, they resolved to share the situation with their daughters, preparing them for the reality ahead. After receiving the call, he was momentarily stunned. Just yesterday, they were reveling in their sweetness, and today, the entire family found themselves in a state of displacement. The two girls were at a loss, shedding tears for quite some time before they could regain their composure and ponder their next steps. A lack of funds could thwart even the most heroic of endeavors, let alone 2 delicate young girls. Despite their futile attempts to devise a plan akin to Shao-Chi's ingenuity, they found themselves at a standstill. By chance, Yu's gaze fell upon the contract in Izwa's hands, sparking an idea. What if we approach this boss? Did he not claim to be affluent? Izwa responded. But even if he possesses the funds, why would he assist us without reason? Our family has incurred losses exceeding 10 million. With no hope of recuperation, it's all gone to waste. Yu tilted her lovely head in contemplation. We have no other options left. Mother mentioned that Dad's business partners are struggling themselves, and our other relatives are in no better position. Everyone has their own lives to lead. We should give it a try. This is our only avenue left. Consequently, the two picked up the phone. Ding ding ding, Dominguez Fonran. Hello, monsieur. Du. This is Yuan Jiawen. The voice on the line belonged to Yuan Jiawen, the promotion manager of Yaya Media. This morning, the two girls who signed a contract with you mentioned that they have an important matter to discuss and need your contact information. I wanted to seek your permission. Typically, Yuan Jiawen would disregard such requests, but given that these two girls had been personally signed by the boss, he felt compelled to report faithfully. How important could it be? Are they lost in the woods? Ugh, what a misfortune. I shall never wander in the woods again today. Just send me their numbers, and I'll inquire directly. Of course, Yuan Jiawen readily agreed. Fortunately, he had reported promptly. One never knew when he might find himself in a position of greater significance. Hello, I understand you need to speak with me. Du Ming dialed the number sent by Yuan Jiawen. Mr. Du, hello. A clear, melodious voice emerged from the other end, making it difficult to discern whether it belonged to the sister or the younger sibling. Enough with the pleasantries. Please get to the point. I am quite busy. After speaking, he planted a gentle kiss on Yin Shi in his arms. He then indulged in another grape that Lin Yu had peeled for him. Turning to Shao Qing, he instructed her to apply a bit more pressure. He shifted his feet, which had been resting on the laps of Shao Qi and Su Yao, to a more comfortable angle. Oh, could you spare some time to meet with us? We have something of utmost urgency and importance to discuss with you. We would greatly appreciate it if you could. The two girls chimed in, their voices tinged with a brink of tears. Images of the two charming beauties danced in Du Ming's mind. A smile reminiscent of an old miser acquiring young maidens spread across his face. It was merely a matter of borrowing money, he mused. What could possibly be so critical? They were hardly acquainted. Nevertheless, he could easily speculate. Perhaps it was due to a gambling addiction of their father, or the turmoil of a financial crisis that threatened their well-being. Du Ming pondered the worth of the two lovely girls, calculating how much he might afford to offer. With a frame of reference in mind, he replied over the phone. Very well, you can come too. He was about to suggest they meet at Qingzhou Lake, but reconsidered, uncertain of what the office atmosphere might entail. Therefore, he decided, just come to Yaya Media. I will arrive shortly. Now, it remains to be seen what precious offerings you can present in exchange, he thought as he greeted the 5 matronly figures and made his way to Yaya Media. Here I come, my sweet little darlings. Chapter 70, Sweethearts. I have arrived with the opulent Cullinan gliding towards Yaya Media. Du Ming felt a surge of confidence bestowed by the system and the indomitable spirit granted by his invulnerable physique. As he approached, Yuan Jiawen awaited him alongside the Lin sisters, Lin Izwa and Lin Iyo, at a discreet side entrance of the media building. This entrance was reserved for direct access to the exclusive elevator, bypassing the bustling lobby entirely. Though Yuan Jiawen remained unaware of the reasons behind the return of these ethereal maidens, his instincts honed by years of experience suggested that they were undoubtedly seeking Du Ming's assistance. Their flustered demeanor indicated that their request was of a somewhat clandestine nature. It was prudent to facilitate the boss's entrance through this private door. Spying the Cullinan approaching, Yuan Jiawen waved eagerly, signaling Du Ming to halt at their location instead of proceeding to the main entrance. Meanwhile, the Lin sisters fidgeted nervously, clutching their skirts, uncertain of what price they might have to pay for Du Ming's help. A fleeting glance exchanged between the sisters revealed their mutual apprehension, their cheeks flushing as they pondered the evident costs involved. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Du Ming was about to inquire about Yuan Jiawen's gesture when the latter approached and whispered, Mr. Du, this door grants direct access to your exclusive elevator. Realization dawned on Du Ming, appreciating Yuan Jiawen's perceptiveness. The latter led him forward, holding the door open. As they passed, Du Ming inquired, "How long have you been working here, Manager Yuan?" 3 years, came the succinct reply. Though brief, Yuan Zhaoan sensed that his flattery had struck the right chord. After pressing the elevator button for the three of them, Yuan Zhaoan promptly excused himself, departing without further ado. In the confined space of the elevator, Du Ming observed the two demure girls shyly avoiding his gaze, their vulnerability palpable. It was evident that their troubles were substantial. He pondered the sum that would be adequate to match their breathtaking beauty, realizing his own financial means were not boundless. Ding! The elevator chimed as it reached the 5th floor, startling the two girls who trembled in the corner. Du Ming remained silent, offering them a gentle smile as he exited the elevator. Izwa and Iyo hesitated momentarily before following, only to discover Du Ming had already entered his office. With a resigned sigh, Izwa urged, "Let us go in. This is our only opportunity, and we have no alternatives." Iyo remained silent, quietly trailing her sister into the office. Du Ming regarded the two young maidens standing before him, their beauty exquisite and delicate, yet tinged with anxiety. Their timid demeanor unmistakably indicated that their presence was motivated by financial need, and the stakes were evidently high. It was only in times of monetary distress that one would exhibit such caution. Earlier that morning, they had engaged in carefree gossip within his office. In the afternoon, they adopted a demeanor that was cautious and timid. Money indeed serves as a source of confidence for anyone. Du Ming chuckled. "Shall we continue to see each other until the seas run dry and rocks crumble?" His teasing remark elicited a smile from Izwa and Iyu, lightening the atmosphere somewhat. The two young ladies, feeling a bit bashful, thought to themselves, "Who would endure such an eternity with you?" Iyu, being the bolder of the two, declared, "I we." Du Ming gestured towards the stool in front of the desk, asking, "Aren't you going to sit?" "Oh no, it's fine. We can stand and talk," they replied. You see, lacking money even robs one of the courage to sit. The disparity in wealth renders one increasingly humble. Noble beings on this planet are tightly bound by mere slips of paper. Du Ming stepped away from the desk and moved to the window, lighting a cigarette to ease the tension in the room. Indeed, once he departed, the pressure on the two young women diminished considerably. Being so close made it difficult for them to speak. Could you lend us some money?" Yu finally ventured. At that moment, Du Ming transformed into a sage, fully anticipating the situation. "How much do you need?" he inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke while gazing into the distance, reminiscing about his days of tightening screws. 1,000 Yu began, but then hesitated, recalling her mother's phone call about losing millions, uncertain of how far the losses had reached. What if they requested too little? It wouldn't address their problems at all. Du Ming, upon hearing 1,000, fell silent, astonished as he regarded them. He had heard of liquidation, but never to such an extent. Looking at these two beautiful young ladies, each worth 500, he mused that they would be snatched up if placed on the market. Was this a mere pastime? If so, he could not be faulted for his bluntness. "First, you will see 999 yuan. For the last yuan, you must gather likes from your friends. Each like earns a coin, which can be exchanged. When you are 1 coin short, you must like again to gather coin fragments. Only when the fragments are complete can you exchange for coins. And only then can you redeem that last yuan to finally borrow the 1,000. As for the last coin fragment, I will not part with it. I too am a capital. If others can be exploited, why not you? Are you sure it's 1,000? Yizuo intergested, ansios. No. May I make a call first? She pleaded. Of course, he replied. Izwa took the phone and stepped outside, followed closely by Iyu. Hello, Mom? Zwa. Just in time. I was about to call you. As soon as the line connected, her mother spoke. You and Iyu are together, right? There is something I want to discuss with you. What is it, Mom? Well, it's like this, her mother stammered. Someone is willing to offer us a house to live in and could even arrange for your father to take on a small managerial role there. However, they want you two to spend some time with their son. Your father and I were just thinking of discussing this with you. What do you think? If you're not willing, it's perfectly fine. Your father and I will find another way. Izwa honked the horn, and the two remained silent. Hey, Sasa, if you are unwilling, it's perfectly fine. Sasa held back her tears and replied, Mom, the house is worthless now. It's primarily the factory. Moreover, Dad was once looked down upon. And how much do we truly need? Sasa, why do you ask this? Mom, it doesn't concern you. Just tell me how much it would take to unfreeze the factory and the house. We calculated it these past few days, altogether, along with the cost of materials. It would require over 13 million to resume operations. All right, we understand. Please don't agree to that person's demands just yet. Mom understands, and she wishes it weren't this way by the end of her sentence. Her voice was choked with emotion. Unable to bear it, Sasa quickly hung up the phone. The two young women silently exchanged glances. On this day, having just turned 18 and stepped into society, they were confronted with the harsh realities of life. Let us go. If he lacks the capability, then I shall speak to Mom about that person. Iswa gently wiped the tears from Io's eyes. Let us first observe his attitude and strength. Io grasped Iswa's hand tightly. Their delicate hands intertwined firmly. They stepped back into Du Ming's office, where he noticed a shift in their demeanor, as if they had truly matured. We require 15 million, Iswa stated through gritted teeth. Chapter 71. Negotiation with two young beauties. We require 15 million, Iswa declared through gritted teeth. Upon uttering these words, both women fixed their gaze intently upon Du Ming, eager to gauge his reaction. As the words left her lips, a simultaneous sigh of relief escaped their hearts, releasing the burden of pressure onto him while they awaited the outcome. Oh, Du Ming responded, equally at ease. His demeanor exuded a nonchalance that ignited a flicker of hope within the two young women. If his assumptions were correct, this sum of 15 million would likely remain unrepaid, or perhaps never be repaid in the foreseeable future. Iswa and Yuyo exchanged bashful glances, their embarrassment palpable. Their father's investments had collapsed, leaving them with nothing but remnants, already devoured by others in the market. Shall we pry into others' throats? One mused, hesitating. Would I dare? And if I did, would you dare demand it? The spoils of their predicament seemed distant, and the opposing company, being relatively small, was indifferent to notions of credit. Until hostilities commenced, there would be some restraint. Noticing the silence that enveloped them, Du Ming wore a faint smile as he addressed them. So, in exchange for this sum, what do I stand to gain? He regarded the youthful exuberance radiating from them, appreciating their presence. They had come seeking assistance, yet here he was, maintaining a stance of superiority. The two women felt the weight of his penetrating gaze, leaving them utterly flustered. At 18, they had clandestinely indulged in the videos typical of their age, often discussing and even fantasizing about such encounters. Though they lacked experience, they grasped the implications of Du Ming's scrutiny, which represented their own assets, beauty, and youth. Their shyness and reticence rendered it difficult for them to articulate what they could offer. Iswa, blushing, inquired, "What do you seek in return?" What if, she pondered, he was just a foolish sycophant? You too? Du Ming's voice cut through her musings, shattering her illusions mercilessly. As if I would be a sycophant without any system. I wouldn't stoop to that level. Suddenly, Iswa flared up. Others marry, have children, and still acquire billions. We are far more attractive than they are. Yet you think you can have us both for 15 million? Do you believe that if we put out a video seeking suitors, countless men would offer far more to win us over? Iswa, emboldened by a recent call from her mother, had matured considerably, and Yuyo mirrored her resolve. Still agitated, she continued, "You think you could possess us both for 15 million? Are you out of your mind?" The youthful girl, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment at exchanging vulgarities in the presence of a relatively unfamiliar man. The primary component of flatulence is nitrogen, with only a trace of ammonia. Du Ming correct citer. Iswa paused, puzzled. Isn't it ammonia? How can it be nitrogen? Yuyo, check that. Wait, aren't we here to borrow money? How do we end up discussing the composition of flatulence? Yo-yo, stop searching. Let me tell you, it's us two. You shouldn't even think about it, whether to talk to you or to see you. At this point, Iswa's face flushed again, her shyness rendering her speech unfinished. Zaza, could you step out for a moment? I need to have a word with Du. With him, Io spoke up, who had remained silent all this while. Why should I go out? What do you want to discuss with him? An agitated Iswa questioned. Yo-yo, Iswa fixed her gaze on Io. Please step outside for a moment. All right, but you better not sign any agreements that would compromise our rights. We stood up in 49. Io rolled her eyes playfully, pushing Izwa out and shutting the door. Remember, don't sign anything that relinquishes our rights. We are not a generation that falters. My Huasha has never been a faltering generation. Do listen here no matter what. I will never allow you to have both of us. Izwa shouted from outside. Io opened the door, looking at her, and said, "Trust me, stop making noise, be good. All right?" Izwa nodded, okay. Io offered her a reassuring smile and closed the door. Outside, Izwa suddenly realized, wait, am I not the older sister? Why am I so obediently stepping out? After closing the door, Io turned to Du Ming and smiled apologetically. "Please excuse her. She asked just like that." Du Ming chuckled awkwardly, saying nothing, for every word from Izwa was true. His own billion, along with 10 villas at Qingzhou Lake and Yaya Media, seemed like a fantastical existence compared to what he had before. Yet, to many it was hardly significant. Io continued, "Zaza's words contain exaggerations, but also truths. We do not wish to act that way, though it implies the same meaning with you. I have some fondness for you, and you are the quickest one who can assist us. There are many with better conditions than you, but perhaps there are even more women involved, and we cannot predict the circumstances." Io gazed quietly, speaking with a composure that surpassed Izwa's, even bolder and more direct. "Do not underestimate a quiet, introverted person. May I continue expressing my thoughts?" "Yes, please go on." Io glanced at Du Ming, her shyness returning as she continued. "If you help us repay this 15 million, I can give it to you today." Upon uttering this, Io's face turned crimson, lowering her gaze. "I will not meet any of your other women. When you need me, if possible, let it be voluntary. I wish to savor the taste of love, if that's all right." Then, bravely lifting her head, she looked directly at Du Ming. Du Ming beheld her, a vision of breathtaking beauty coupled with the unique shyness of a girl. His heart raced uncontrollably. He could soon possess the enchanting figure he had only dreamed of before. Why hesitate? She was so beautiful, so pure, still at an age yearning for love. Was there any reason to refuse? Must one truly wait until lost to feel regret? "Come, brother has the means. Let us trade your love for it." What a fair exchange. Love, what a distant memory. It seems I once yearned for it too. Now, isn't it more satisfying to simply indulge in carnal pleasures? I'm not on some sacred pilgrimage to the West, nor bound by golden headbands. Why play the saint? One word, action. Du Ming found himself unwittingly stirred by EU's emotions. Gazing at her eager expression, he said, "No problem, I'll give you whatever you desire. What about your precious Shishi? You said she belongs to you completely. Between her and me, who truly holds your heart?" At the mention of yin, shit, Dominguez' mind claired instantly. "How dare you compare yourself to my Shishi? Dream on. You're beautiful, but not irreplaceable. Shishi is the only one in this world who shares my secrets." With a roguish grin, he teased, "Guess." EU studied his expression, thinking to herself, this Shishi who calls him a scoundrel must be quite captivating. Compared to those 4 beauties who call him husband, she seems to hold a special place in his heart. That smirk of his is probably mocking me. Humph, precious Shishi, is it? Yet not a trace of displeasure showed on her face. My hero, still hesitating even when I've laid out the rainbow bridge. With that, she flashed Du Ming a smile that could topple kingdoms, a breathtaking sight. A stunning girl, teasing a seemingly invincible underdog like this. Little temptress, you've chosen the path of destruction. Minions, fetch me my golden cudgel. Instincts awakened. Du Ming strode toward the blushing EU. Chapter 72. Happy birthday. Du Ming approached the bashful Lin Io, exclaiming, "I shall take you to indulge in the most delightful activity this world has to offer." His tone was reminiscent of a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit. As they drew nearer, Io's anxiety escalated, while Du Ming's excitement mounted. Observing her exquisitely beautiful face flush with color, he felt his own breathing grow heavier. "Wait, hold on." Io stammered, her delicate hand clasping Du Ming's guiding hand. "What's going on? Are you having second thoughts? Is there an extra fee?" Du Ming's astonishment surged. Io, nervously gripping his hand, confessed, "This is my first time. Please, not here. It's too crude." Upon uttering these words, a wave of heat enveloped her, as she suspected that even a mere sausage placed upon her would be scorched. Crude? Du-Ming glanced at the expansive desk, noting its opulence and size. It seems rather luxurious and appropriately spacious. Io, following his gaze, blushed even deeper. Can we not do this here? At least not today, she implored, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Very well. We shall defer until later, Du-Ming replied, effortlessly lifting her in a princess carry and striding toward the office door. Io initially stiffened but soon relaxed, resting her blazing cheeks against Du-Ming's sturdy chest. Was this the essence of manhood? His heartbeat resonated powerfully, quickening her own. How exhilarating it was. Did all men's hearts beat with such vigor? Perhaps she should explore this further with another. Arriving at the door, Du-Ming positioned Io by the doorknob, and she obediently twisted it. The door swung open, and there stood Izwa, who nearly stumbled in her attempt to eavesdrop. With an awkward smile, Izwa declared, I'm here to supervise whether you have entered into any dubious agreements. Neither Du-Ming nor Io had time to respond. Du-Ming playfully nudged her backside with his knee, pushing her into the room. Io quickly shut the door behind them. Stay inside and do not emerge. Du-Ming instructed from outside as he carried Io toward the lounge on the 5th floor. Fuming, Izwa muttered, that scoundrel. Who gave him the right to confine me? Just as she was about to open the door, memories of her current home situation flooded her mind, causing her to release the doorknob. Earlier, she had boasted to Du-Ming that she could easily find someone wealthier. In a moment of anger, she had spoken impulsively. While it was a possibility, it was hardly a certainty. Pouting, she returned to the room and touched her slightly sore backside where Du-Ming had playfully nudged her. That scoundrel! How dare he? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her to blush. And Io, how could you betray me so quickly? Helping him close the door? Were you that eager? With a huff, she stealthily retrieved her phone, casting a guilty glance at the tightly shut door before opening a learning film, her cheeks still aflame as she began to watch. Du-Ming carried Io into the resting suite, forcefully kicking the door shut behind them. The resounding thud of the door amplified Io's anxiety, causing her soft, warm body to tremble as she clung tightly to Du-Ming, burying her head in his embrace. It took considerable effort for Du-Ming to gently pry her away and place her on the bed. Hey there, little beauty, the king has arrived, he teased. Wait a moment, Io protested, using her hands to push against Du-Ming, who was advancing towards her. Du-Ming s'engage surgit dramatically. I just want to take a shower first, so I can smell delightful for you, all right? Io looked at him with a pitiful expression. Well, that reason seems valid. Du-Ming thought, realizing that a fragrant little beauty would indeed be more alluring. He raised his left hand in concession. Io scrambled off the bed and dashed into the bathroom. Inside, an array of disposable toiletries awaited her, though there were no clean clothes to change into. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Du-Ming's anticipation grew. He envisioned tantalizing scenes, and his yearning intensified. 20 minutes passed, and his anticipation began to wane. 30 minutes later, it dwindled further. After 40 minutes, it decreased yet again. 50 minutes later, his hope had diminished significantly. An hour later, Du-Ming dozed off. In a state of half-slumber, he felt a soft finger poking him, stirring him from his dreams. Blinking against the bright light, he focused his gaze. Do I look good? Io asked, her delicate hands nervously entwined, her fingers fidgeting, yet she stood tall before him, ready for his scrutiny, convinced of her perfection. Du-Ming remained silent, rising abruptly to envelop her in his arms. This perfection was not merely for admiration. Wait a moment, he murmured, feeling a sense of detachment. He was speechless, simply gazing at Io. With her hands cradling his face, Io spoke cautiously. I was born at 3:12 and 3 seconds in the afternoon. So in 10 minutes, it will be my birthday. I wish to celebrate the most meaningful birthday, my true coming-of-age ceremony, if that's all right. Initially numb, Du-Ming's interest peaked at her words. Wow, that sounds wonderful. It's so significant. We must wait for it. This is the only time in her life. However, he thought, but this isn't just a birthday. It's a birth second. Who celebrates their birthday down to the second? Despite his teasing, he too wanted to celebrate this special moment for the enchanting girl before him. He pulled out his phone, checking the time as they both focused intently on the screen. As each second ticked by, Their excitement grew, an unprecedented anticipation blossoming within them. With 1 minute remaining, they prepared for the celebratory moment. 3, 2, 1, happy birthday. Du Ming's voice rang out, echoing in the air. Happy birthday, they both exclaimed in unison. Du Ming celebrated Yu's birthday with enthusiasm, to which Yu responded warmly. Meanwhile, Yizhua, blushing as she watched a film, suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation coursing through her body. Gradually, this strange feeling intensified, reminiscent of her first encounter with a particularly pleasurable dream. She began to fidget restlessly, losing interest in the film, her thirst unquenched as she shifted anxiously on her seat. Ultimately, with a soft whimper, she rushed to the restroom. In the elevator, Yu leaned closely against Du Ming, who supported her gently. In the corner, Yizhua gazed at the pair with a hint of melancholy. Upon exiting the elevator, Yuan Zhaoan awaited at the entrance. On witnessing the scene, he quickly bowed his head and inquired, Mr. Du, you requested my presence here. May I ask what instructions you have? Du Ming, driving de cuisine, departed with the two lovely ladies. The work group of Yaya Media erupted in excitement. Yuan Zhaoan, concurrently serving as Du Ming's secretary, received a 20% salary increase, while all other staff enjoyed a 10% raise. Long live the boss. They cheered. The essence of a good boss lies not in meetings or lofty promises, but in the act of granting salary increases. A boss who raises wages need not even be present. You handle the finances, and we shall indulge in leisure. A harmonious conclusion, bringing peace to all. Chapter 73. Tattoos. Du Ming drove Yizhua and Yu to a location near Xinghan University. After parking, he turned to glance at Yu, who was gazing back at him with the wide-eyed innocence of a young girl in love, her eyes shimmering with a misty allure. Well, I suppose I shall get out now, Yu said, her voice carrying a hint of shyness befitting her mature age. If you miss me, just send me a message, Du Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, I will, she responded, pecking him quickly on the cheek before hastily opening the door and stepping out. What a scoundrel, Yizhua muttered from the back seat, promptly following suit. Take your time. Yu, I'll help you, Yizhua said, jogging to support Yu. I'm fine, Zwizzle, I've gotten used to it. Yu replied bashfully in a soft voice. That scoundrel is truly despicable. He doesn't even know how to cherish you, Yizhua exclaimed with disdain. Yu cast a sidelong glance at her, speaking with the wisdom of experience. You wouldn't understand. Yizhua was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, she retorted, You little girl, how dare you act like an adult in front of me? That is precisely it. You'll understand once you find a boyfriend, Yu said, her face radiating happiness, her expression one of blissful reverie. Seeing her in such a state, Yizhua reflected on her recent thoughts in the restroom. Could it be that I truly need to find a boyfriend? Boys continuously passed by the two girls, some slicking back their hair, others puffing out their chests to exude a strong masculine presence, and a few speaking loudly, all in an attempt to capture the attention of the two ethereal beauties. Alas, Yizhua and Yu remained absorbed in their own worlds, one lost in memories, the other in contemplation. Hello, is this Du Ming? We are from the precinct police station. The family of the motorcycle girl will be coming to our station tomorrow afternoon for discussions. Please come by tomorrow morning to confer together. Oh, understood. I'll be there punctually, Du Ming affirmed before hanging up, his thoughts drifting back to the scene in the woods. What a pity. The next day, Saturday, Du Ming arrived at the police station. The middle-aged officer who had attended to the case previously was also present, overseeing the proceedings. Under his guidance, Du Ming met the parents of the motorcycle girl. They appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged couple, their faces etched with sorrow and despair. Du Ming cast a sympathetic glance at them, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. Accompanying them was a young woman who was quite attractive. Du Ming stole a glance at her and noticed a small butterfly tattoo adorning her smooth collarbone, which was rather lovely. It seemed the police had shown them some footage and provided relevant information. Upon seeing Du Ming, the couple did not raise their voices in anger. Instead, they exchanged complex glances, both parties avoiding direct eye contact. The butterfly girl, however, occasionally stole a glance at Du Ming. The middle-aged officer began, as you all are aware. The past cannot be changed. Today, We shall discuss the compensation amount together. He continued, I have already informed both parties that, in such circumstances, the compensation typically ranges from 100,000 to 500,000. You may wish to consult with a lawyer. After speaking, he gazed at the couple. The two exchanged a dazed look, remaining silent. Their only daughter had passed away, rendering any amount of money meaningless to them. Furthermore, the man could not be blamed, for their daughter had willingly gone to the grove with the other individual. The accident was also a result of their daughter's reckless riding. Let us proceed with the maximum compensation. Du Ming finally broke the silence. Unable to endure the somber atmosphere, he suggested the highest amount, considering it a means for peace of mind. As one comrade remarked, at least it would be a unique instance. Although it was costly, they were not lacking in resources at present. The police and the couple had nothing further to say. With such a smooth negotiation, there was little left to dispute. The butterfly girl regarded Du Ming with curiosity, taken aback by his straightforwardness. As Du Ming transferred the funds into their account, the couple beheld the additional 500,000. The motorcycle girl's mother could no longer contain herself. This cold string of numbers symbolized the last trace of their beloved daughter in this world. Finally breaking down in tears, she lamented, if only you hadn't gone to play with that wretched motorcycle. What meaning does this money hold for us now? Her husband comforted her, do not cry. Perhaps we could burn a paper motorcycle for her, so she can ride to her heart's content. What good would that do? She loved riding so much. Let her ride with the spirits below, she retorted. The butterfly girl chimed in, Annie, my cousin adored wearing white silk. She should get along well with the white impermanence. Du Ming Gastidi departed. Sitting in his car, he lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. While he smoked, a girl approached wearing white sneakers, short hot pants, and a white t-shirt. Du Ming soon realized she was indeed the butterfly girl. Earlier, he had only noted her delicate butterfly tattoo on her collarbone and the way the t-shirt accentuated her figure. To his surprise, she also possessed remarkably beautiful legs. However, she was not tall, barely surpassing Yin Shi, likely not even reaching 1.60 meters. It was merely the revealing hot pants that made her legs appear longer. The butterfly girl walked directly to Du Ming's car window. He admired the small butterfly tattoo on her elegant collarbone and inquired, is that a tattoo? A gang sign? A robbery? Who said tattoos are synonymous with gangs? The butterfly girl replied indignantly, advocating for the tattoo community. That's not the case. Is it pretty? She asked, noticing Du Ming's gaze lingering on her collarbone. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Du Ming responded, it's decent, quite appealing. Indeed, a lovely girl, sporting a small design, exuded a unique charm. The butterfly girl, pleased by his compliment, introduced herself. I'm Zhou Xuan. I am quite curious. May I ask you a question? Du Ming glanced at her and then at her protruding t-shirt, unabashedly observing her. Aren't you going to tend to your uncle and aunt? Why come here to chat with me? Zhou Xuan felt her cheeks warm under his gaze. They're dealing with other matters, and I can't assist. I thought I might take my leave. Upon encountering Du Ming's silence to her inquiries, Zhou Xuan remained undeterred. She boldly queried, your cousin is exceptionally beautiful. Why are you unwilling to continue your association with her? You won't even provide her with a means of contact. Ah, the champion of justice has arrived. Du Ming inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke before retorting. Do you think that merely dining at a fast food establishment necessitates purchasing the entire restaurant? He then added, please do me the courtesy of disposing of this cigarette, but thank you. Zhou Xuan paused for a moment, accepting the cigarette, but while Du Ming seized the opportunity to gently caress her small hand. It was quite smooth and tender. The audacity of his actions was rather intriguing. Zhou Xuan shot him a glare and turned to the trash can, muttering about the vile nature of capitalist greed. She forcefully extinguished the cigarette, but within the receptacle, as if striking Du Ming's face. Returning to the car window, visibly annoyed, she exclaimed, there's no need to purchase the establishment. Simply leaving a contact would suffice. If she wishes to dine again, she could facilitate another delivery. Puffed. Chapter 74. The diligent Zhou Xuan, leave a contact number. You could ask her to come again. She suggested with a playful tone. Du Ming Xiokul to hear insects. Are you really so troubled by this matter? I'm not troubled. I simply can't comprehend it. My cousin is stunningly beautiful, and even took the initiative to invite you to the woods. As she spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon her. Could it be that her assertiveness has led you to underestimate her? Duming contemplated this seriously for a moment before shaking his head. No, the issue lies elsewhere. A girl with the allure of a motorcycle enthusiast seems unattainable while I'm busy with my own pursuits. When I first acquired the system, I would have eagerly offered her a chance at Kingsu, perhaps even desired it. Yet now, I find myself in a darker place. No, rather, I possess the means to embrace that darkness, something I lacked before. Especially after celebrating EU's birthday yesterday, my standards have elevated. I no longer seek mere beauty in a woman. That is something I lack not at all. Should I encounter Xiaoqing and her friends again, none shall reside in Kingsu. They may visit occasionally, but nothing more. Zhou Zhishuan pondered Duming's words and then remarked, I see. You disdain my cousin for not being a virgin. Duming merely smiled in response. May I have your contact information? She inquired. Why should I give it to you? Because I am asking. Wow, are all girls nowadays so audacious? Duming burst into laughter. What drives your insistence on obtaining my contact? What does it even signify? It's merely that my cousin deserves better. Why should you? Duming interrupted her. All right, that rationale holds no water. Fine. I suppose that is part of the reason. Zhou Zhishuan, a little bashful, continued, and you were so generous when you handed over the money. It was quite impressive. Upon saying this, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Duming. Is that all? What do you mean by is that all? You have no idea how commanding you sounded when you said to adhere to the highest standards. Don't you realize how handsome you are? Zhou Zhishuan exclaimed excitedly. Duming felt a bit embarrassed by her words and glanced in the rearview mirror, scratching his head. Am I really that handsome? In the mirror, he still saw the same underachiever's reflection. Zhou Zhishuan nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. You're quite charming. Well, fine. I shall temporarily trust you. Now, tell me your true intentions for wanting my contact, Duming said directly. Though he was aware of her motives, hearing her articulate them felt significant. I also wish for you to grant me an opportunity. Ha! The narrative repeats itself. You truly are good friends. Your lines are identical. Duming remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Are you not afraid I might treat you as a fleeting indulgence? That is precisely why I seek your contact. At least when I wish for a taste, I can order again, Zhou Zhishuan replied, delicately brushing her fingers over the small butterfly tattoo at her collarbone. Quite impressive. Aren't you? Are you certain it's genuine? Such a lure is quite captivating. Are you not afraid I might take full advantage as well? After all, you are a young lady, and such precious things come at a significant cost. Zhou Zhishuan pouted and replied, no matter how precious, there comes a time to give it away. One cannot simply preserve it until old age. That would be even more regrettable. Are you that determined? Zhou Zhishuan glanced at him shyly and whispered, I have always harbored a dream, and I believe you can help me realize it. Helping others fulfill their dreams is my greatest pleasure, especially when it involves a beautiful woman. Well, the conditions have escalated. A genuine beauty must have all original parts intact. Speak of your dream. Duming reclined his seat slightly, propping his feet on the steering wheel. I am exceedingly passionate about esports and dread the mundanity of traditional employment. I wish to play esports daily without anyone's interference. I excel in gaming, particularly with that swift hero. Two sisters, one into motorcycles and the other into esports. Quite trendy indeed. Duming sat up, observing Zhou Zhishuan as she mimicked drawing a bow and shooting. So how do you envision my assistance? Seeing Duming's apparent interest, Zhou Zhishuan continued, if you could rent me a room and allow me to order takeout for every meal, I wouldn't require a handbag or beautiful clothes. Just let me play esports in peace, and I can offer you my services. You can play whenever you wish, but you'll have to wait until I'm done with my game at the start. I cannot let my teammates down. Duming was utterly taken aback. With such beauty and such conditions, where is that fellow with the yellow hair? Has he lost his sight? Is this truly a proposition? Such a treasure of a girl, yet unnoticed by anyone? He glanced at her delicate butterfly tattoo, suspecting it might have been restored to appear original. After Zhou Zhishuan finished speaking, she noticed Duming staring at her in silence. Gritting her teeth, she added, I can survive on just one meal a day. A further discount. The more he pondered, the more he questioned her authenticity. Such conditions surely would not be overlooked. Perhaps it was a ploy, a fade to ensnare a wealthy suitor. Seeing that he remained silent, fixated on her butterfly, she insisted, I am not a rebellious girl. If you doubt me, I can accompany you to the hospital for verification. Just name the place. Her fair collarbone moved as she spoke, and the little butterfly seemed to beckon Du Ming, as if saying, come and catch me. Get in the car. Du Ming adjusted his seat, feeling a fresh thrill coursing through him. All right, Zhou Zhishuan exclaimed joyfully, gleefully taking her seat in the passenger side, completely forgetting her cousin, who knew that driving a luxury car could attract such a girl to climb aboard. Upon arriving at the maternal and child hospital, they were taken aback. The department for authenticating original parts had a queue. What has happened to society? Where's the trust among people? Du Ming, seizing the opportunity, activated his financial prowess and approached the responsible doctor, saying, excuse me, could you let me cut in line? I see you need new chairs. I'm willing to donate 5,000 yuan for your assistance. The aunt's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, there's no need for so much, she insisted. As she spoke, the payment QR code appeared before Du Ming. Once the payment was confirmed, she promptly led Du Ming and Zhou Zhishuan towards the examination room, chatting along the way. What happened? You made an appointment yesterday, yet you arrived today. Everyone, please step aside. Upon reaching the entrance, the aunt gestured for Zhou Zhishuan to enter first, then turned to Du Ming and whispered, young man, rest assured, I have seen countless examinations, and I will personally ensure you receive a thorough checkup without any deception. After saying this, she entered and closed the door, raising her palm in a gesture of 5 towards the staff inside. Before long, the aunt emerged with a blushing Zhou Zhishuan. Goodness, is the examination really like this? They are so meticulous. The aunt softly remarked, congratulations, young man. On such a beautiful young lady, you must cherish her well. Zhou Zhishuan, feeling even more bashful, mustered the courage to glance at Du Ming, realizing that he was the one who might take away her precious man. To enjoy her carefree days immersed in gaming, she was determined. Zhou Zhishuan, you can do it. Keep going, you got this. After her encouragement, the aunt leaned in to whisper to Du Ming, young man, everyone is unique. You must strive to stand out. Chapter 75. The blissful Zhou Zhishuan, young man, you must strive. Upon exiting the maternal and child care center, Du Ming contemplated the profound implications of the aunt's words. Casting a discerning gaze upon Zhou Zhishuan, could it be that she had mastered an impenetrable resilience? If she proved unassailable, it would indeed be a grand misfortune. Zhou Zhishuan felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny and could not help but inquire, why are you looking at me like that? There are so many people here. What did that aunt finally say to you? She mentioned you are invulnerable. Huh? Zhou Zhishuan was perplexed. How could such a delicate beauty be deemed invulnerable? What weapons could possibly threaten her? As she pondered the meaning of that statement, she heard Du Ming call out, let us go. I'll help you find a place. Oh, right. With legs that seemed to stretch endlessly, she hurriedly followed in Du Ming's wake, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Once in the vehicle, Zhou Zhishuan stated, please rent me a one-bedroom apartment. No, that would be excessive and wasteful. A studio with a kitchen and bathroom will suffice. Oh, that is unnecessary. I don't cook, so having a kitchen would be a waste. A studio with a restroom will do just fine, as long as the internet is fast and the computer is well equipped. That is all I need, all right? Before Du Ming could utter a word, she hastily lowered her demands, fearful of being perceived as extravagant and leaving a poor impression. Truly, she was a prudent young woman. Du Ming couldn't help but wonder, where were all the suitors for such an exquisite beauty nearby? With her criteria, one would think she would have attracted attention. Very well, I shall meet all your requirements. Du Ming drove towards Qingzhou Lake, where the accommodations were of the highest caliber, easily satisfying the whims of an esports enthusiast. As Zhou Zhishuan beheld the grand entrance of the opulent Qingzhou Lake Villa, she exclaimed, you're renting a place here for me? How do you like it? I adore it. Who wouldn't appreciate such a splendid environment? After all, she had chosen a commanding man. Residing in such a beautiful locale, even if rented, was a form of happiness indeed. Goodness gracious, what a fortune! At the entrance of Villa B10, Zhou Zhishuan found herself in a state of bewilderment, seamlessly integrating into the identification system service provided by the property staff. Upon entering the home, she did not react with the exuberance typical of other women. Instead, she stood in a daze, absorbing the grandeur of her surroundings. An expansive living room, luxurious furnishings, a bedroom, guest room, swimming pool, and garden. Though she had claimed that she only needed a small studio for gaming, who could truly resist such a magnificent environment? After tiring of play, she could simply stroll about the premises. Quietly, she surveyed each space until she stumbled upon a room furnished with a sofa, coffee table, bar counter, and most importantly, 2 computers gracefully positioned upon a vast desk. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness! Is this a gaming haven?" If she could play here, she could happily spend a lifetime without ever stepping outside. In a frenzy, she rushed over to caress the latest, most advanced computers available on the market. May I take a look?" she asked Du Ming, her voice brimming with excitement. Of course. Trembling, she powered on the main unit. The speed at which it booted up sent her into a frenzy. She swiftly downloaded her favorite game. Goodness. Logging into her account was instantaneous. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I must reside here. Can I live here? Oblivious to the implications of entering the recognition system, she was unaware of its significance. That depends on your performance, Du Ming replied with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Zhou Zhishuan blushed slightly, realizing that her interview was imminent. I'll go take a shower first. Du Ming signaled her with a glance, and she comprehended instantly, dashing towards the bathroom at lightning speed. Lighting a cigarette, Du Ming settled onto the sofa in the bedroom, bracing himself for the long wait. He had become quite accustomed to waiting for girls to bathe. Before he had even finished one cigarette, Zhou Zhishuan emerged wrapped in a towel. Du Ming was taken aback. It was quite extraordinary how quickly she had returned. Mistaking his astonished gaze for admiration of her beauty, Zhou Zhishuan felt a surge of joy and pride, her shyness beginning to surface. Bashfully, she inquired, "Where do I go?" Du Ming glanced at the bed, and obediently, Zhou Zhishuan climbed upon it. "Oh my," she exclaimed in distress. "So, can I stay here?" Zhou Zhishuan asked cautiously, her hair tousled. She adored this place, envisioning herself playing here for an eternity. Observing her hopeful expression, Du Ming thought how well-behaved and sensible girls had become these days. Just as he was about to say, "You passed the interview," he suddenly noticed a small butterfly tattoo on her smooth collarbone. An impish thought surged within him. She had essentially passed, but there was still something lacking. Zhou Zhishuan's heart sank upon hearing this. After all her efforts, he was still dissatisfied. Such cruelty from a capitalist. Anxiously, she asked, "What else are you not satisfied with? You can mention it. I am willing to learn and improve." Du Ming caressed her small butterfly tattoo and said, "I quite like your tattoo, but it's just a bit lacking." Zhou Zhishuan felt a thrill of delight. He liked her tattoo. How wonderful. "What else do you think I should tattoo?" "I'll go get it done right away." Du Ming replied, "I prefer calligraphy." "How about I tattoo a line from Man Jianghong on my back?" Du Ming was taken aback. "Hundreds of characters? Are you trying to draw symbols?" "It doesn't need to be that extensive. 4 characters would suffice." "Oh, which 4 characters?" "2 of them will be my name." "Oh, tattooing my name. Then I would become exclusive to you." "And what about the other 2 characters?" Du Ming recalled what the nurse at the maternal and child health hospital had whispered and gently uttered 2 words in her ear. Zhou Zhishuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet simultaneously, a peculiar sensation stirred within. Having invested so much, she couldn't abandon it halfway. Imagining a carefree future filled with esports, she blushed and asked, "Where should I get it tattooed?" Du Ming remained silent, chuckling as he playfully patted her petite derriere. "As long as you are willing, I can support you for a lifetime." The voice of the devil echoed. If he were to abandon himself, then he could simply avoid being seen in a kneeling or prostrate position. Zhou Zhishuan uttered this word, shy yet tinged with a subtle anticipation. Oh my goodness. She truly agreed. Du Ming was equally astonished by such dedication to the world of esports. "Then you shall reside here. Download this app, and in the future, upon hearing that meals could be delivered directly, with cleaning services and personalized assistance for all matters, Zhou Zhishuan felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. This place was indeed a paradise for her. Haha, her efforts had borne fruit. Do not mention merely 4 characters. She would be willing to be adorned with tattoos all over her body if it meant this happiness continued. All right, I shall leave you to your fun. With that, Du Ming headed off to take a shower. When he emerged, Zhou Zhishuan was already seated at the computer, engaged in an exhilarating battle. Yet, her refreshing appearance was undeniably striking. If others were to discover that their teammate possessed not a single piece of equipment, what would they imagine? Du Ming transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Zhishuan glanced at her phone and remarked, "Why are you giving me so much money? You needn't do so in the future. Just let me know if I truly need it. I'm off to play now. Feel free to join whenever you wish, boss." Wow, what a treasure of a girl. All right then, as for that vehicle, there was no need to discuss monthly salaries. That evening, at the Qingzhou Lake restaurant, the receptionist had just hung up a call when she spoke to the manager with an unusual expression. "Manager, the owner of Villa B10 has requested our meal delivery service." Chapter 76. The arrival of Yizao's love Du Ming returned to Villa number 2, only to find it deserted. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that while he had been engrossed in a game with the little butterfly, Yin Shi and her 4 friends had been messaging in the group chat about going shopping. That was fine. It provided him with a chance to rest. He had no intention of introducing Zhou Zhishuan to the 5 women. She merely required a room and a computer. She was quite easy to take care of. After a brief respite on the sofa, Yu sent him a message. "Brother, what are you doing?" It had only been a day since they last saw each other, and the little girl was already missing him. "I miss you," Du Ming replied with his eyes closed. He considered himself an honest person and could not lie with his eyes open. I've been thinking about you all along, brother. Can you accompany me to go shopping and watch a movie tomorrow? I'm so looking forward to it." This truly seemed like the rhythm of budding romance. Tomorrow was Sunday, and the task would not refresh until the day after. He could spend the day with the young girl and give her a taste of love. "All right, let us meet at Xinghan School tomorrow. Come here, give me a kiss. MHM, then brother. See you tomorrow, moi." After sending the overly sweet message, Yu snickered to herself. "Cece, my darling, right?" Observing Yu's love-struck demeanor, Yizhua expressed her disdain. The following day, Du Ming hailed a cab to Xinghan University, opting not to drive since they were going shopping. "Brother, over here." Yu, now clad in an exquisite hanfu, waved at him, sprinting forward, followed by a visibly displeased Yizhua. A boy who had been secretly watching them displayed an expression of indignation. How could such a beautiful girl end up with a pig like that? Why am I not that pig? Many gazes shifted towards the solitary Yizhua, who stood apart. Some mustered the courage to approach her for contact information, only to be rebuffed by Yizhua's foul mood. Du Ming and Yu walked hand in hand, with Yizhua trailing behind. Unbeknownst to them, a boy about 10 meters away was tailing them. Wang Zhihao had been quietly observing the pair of twins since yesterday, stationed not far from their dormitory. This morning, upon seeing them descend, he followed, refraining from initiating conversation. He intended to watch where they went and then create an opportunity for a chance encounter outside, hoping to strike up a conversation as if they were old classmates. This was far more advantageous than approaching them at school, where there were too many foolish individuals. When he saw one of the twins run directly into a man's embrace, jealousy surged within him. Fortunately, the other twin remained unaccompanied, so he focused all his attention on Yu. If others can have their chance, why can't I? He followed at a distance, continually searching for an opportunity to orchestrate a serendipitous meeting. At last, the 2 girls seemed to head to the restroom together, leaving Du Ming alone on a bench outside. As he lit a cigarette, Wang Zhihao, in a moment of desperation, went to buy a pack of cigarettes. "Hey, brother, want to smoke?" Du Ming looked up at the unexpected newcomer, offering him a cigarette. With a smile, he said, "Thank you, I prefer slender cigarettes." Wang Zhihao observed the slender cigarette in Du Ming's hand, pondering whether such a choice was more alluring to girls. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was initiating a conversation. "Brother, that girl over there is your girlfriend, right? She's absolutely gorgeous." Du Ming squinted at him. Wang Zhihao quickly clarified, "No misunderstandings. My friend, I was referring to the girl beside her. Does she happen to be single? Could you introduce me? I would love the chance to get to know her." "You enjoy slender cigarettes. I can fetch you a pack. With that, Wang Zhihao rose to buy cigarettes. No need for that. I'm not short on cash. Just wait for them to arrive, and you can ask for yourself. Du Ming suddenly found himself intrigued, eager to witness how an ordinary person would approach someone of Izhua's caliber. Ah, I see. Thank you for not minding, my friend. Wang Zhihao was elated. At least this man wouldn't impede his efforts. Indeed, one must have a thick skin and great courage. There was at least a chance now. Before long, Izhua and Yu emerged from the restroom. Upon noticing another boy beside Du Ming, both paused momentarily. Wang Zhihao encouraged himself silently, reminding himself to be bolder. He strode directly toward Izhua. Hello, classmate. I am also from Xinghan University. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izhua, bewildered, inquired. How did you know I attend Xinghan University? Wang Zhihao, thinking quickly, replied, I'm part of the student council. We keep track of new students' information, and with your beauty, you certainly caught my attention. Wow. Du Ming thought to himself, recognizing that he had never possessed such boldness. A true master of charm. One learns throughout life. And he was eager to see how this gentleman would proceed. He had always relied on money or been seduced. He had never truly pursued a girl. He resolved to learn from this encounter. Would Izhua be swayed so easily? After all, he had invested 15 million to win one over. Thus, Du Ming decided to continue observing. Izhua felt a spark of joy at encountering a fellow student. Oh, a senior. Hello. Wang Zhihao was overjoyed. There's potential here. We've established a connection. Well, since we've met, how about we explore together? There are 4 of us, after all. Izhua hesitated, uncertain how to decline. As an 18-year-old girl, she felt intimidated by the senior, especially with that scoundrel cozying up to you, which irked her greatly. I suppose we could go together. Izhua fidgeted, unsure of how to refuse, feeling envious of the affection between you and Du Ming. Indeed, the ancients were not wrong. With a thick skin and bold spirit, anything is possible. Let me carry that bag for you, Wang Zhihao insisted, not allowing Izhua to protest as he took the bag from her hands. Oh, thank you, senior. Du Ming, observing this, felt a surge of disbelief. This is genuinely feasible. What does my 15 million investment even mean? Truly, this world is full of talented individuals. Izhua, where has your aloof demeanor gone? Io did not intervene, and since Izhua had already consented, she felt it inappropriate to obstruct. Thus, Wang Zhihao joined the shopping entourage, engaging in light-hearted banter with Izhua. With just a glance from her, Wang Zhihao promptly complied, which made Izhua feel quite pleased and often provocatively glance at Du Ming. Men are rather easy to attract. This fairy could find one effortlessly. Indeed, I am a true fairy, not akin to those rough fighters. Du Ming, upon witnessing her expression, felt as though he had consumed something utterly distasteful. He resolved to no longer be a spectator. Meanwhile, Io often stifled a laugh. What irked Du Ming the most was when Io inadvertently looped her arm through Wang Zhihao's. Du Ming's displeasure swelled. In comparison, he felt woefully inadequate, as Wang Zhihao seemed to effortlessly relish the fruits of his own lavish expenditure of 15 million, acquiring a beauty of identical allure. Although it was merely for a fleeting moment that their arms intertwined, Wang Zhihao's spirits soared to new heights. The sensation of having the stunning girl initiate such closeness was exhilarating. The broader one's aspirations, the greater the world appears. Wang Zhihao envisioned himself proudly introducing this celestial beauty to his dorm, declaring, "Allow me to present my girlfriend to my friends." He could already picture their astonished expressions. Ha! What a delight it would be. He was on the brink of becoming the man who possessed a goddess-like beauty. Chapter 77. What happened to the senior Wang Zhihao's heart brimmed with joy? He was about to become the man who possessed a goddess-like beauty. He lavished attention on Izhua, who seemed to revel in the affection. However, as he observed their increasingly intimate exchanges, Du Ming felt a growing sense of discomfort. Damn it, he thought. I spent 15 million to acquire a mere semblance of companionship, while you, without spending a dime, can achieve the same. Was he not bringing shame to those endowed with a system? Destruction was imperative. He activated his skill, urine escape. This ability, which he had yet to employ since acquiring it, was not like his frequent use of the indestructible body. Uncertain of its effects, but undeniably irritated with Wang Zhihao, he decided to use him as a test subject. With a snap of his fingers, Du Ming initiated urine escape. Wang Zhihao, engrossed in conversation with Izwa, suddenly announced, "I need to use the restroom," and dashed away, leaving Izwa in a state of bewilderment. Du Ming observed Wang Zhihao's hasty retreat and mused, "Is this urine escape? Just to visit the restroom? What a useless ability, merely vanishing for a bathroom break. It's not like a game where a few seconds of dizziness or a brief exit from the battlefield could be pivotal. What a trash skill." In the restroom, Wang Zhihao exclaimed internally, "What the hell? I just wanted to pee, and yet I can't seem to relieve myself. There's a genuine beauty waiting for me outside." Frustration mounted as he wondered why he couldn't finish, despite the urgent need. Finally, he managed to relieve himself, but to his dismay, he found it was not a straightforward affair. 2 streams emerged instead of 1. What on earth? I thought I was done, but the urge persists. Outside, the 3 waited for Wang Zhihao for what felt like an eternity. Du Ming began to realize that this skill was rather extraordinary. Is this truly urine escape? Once he enters the restroom, he doesn't come out. Thankfully, he had not foolishly used it on himself. Meanwhile, Izwa, still puzzled, could no longer contain herself and urged Du Ming, "You should ask the senior if he has finished." Curiosity piqued, Du Ming declared with feigned righteousness, "All right, I shall inquire." Upon entering the men's restroom, Io turned to Izwa and asked, "So what, do you have feelings for that senior?" Izwa shot her a glance. No wonder it said that love renders one's intellect null. Io pressed, "Yet, you were so chummy with him." Izwa retorted, "If I don't chat with him, who should I converse with? You two are practically glued to each other. Do you ever pay me any mind?" Feeling a bit bashful, Io tugged at her arm. "But you just linked arms with him, which is unprecedented." Izwa huffed, "I did it deliberately, so what?" As Du Ming approached the restroom, he called out, "Wang, are you done yet?" Wang Zhihao, in a fit of irritation, heard Du Ming's voice and quickly scrambled into a stall, overwhelmed by an urgent need that felt insatiable. "Wang, where are you? Are you feeling all right?" Du Ming's voice echoed in the restroom, and Wang Zhihao longed to emerge and continue his conversation with the enchanting Izwa. However, the urge to relieve himself was overpowering, leaving him hesitant to step out. He could only muster, "I'm feeling unwell. Could you please wait a moment?" Du Ming marveled at the skill of evading, thinking, it seems quite effective. One could truly be trapped in the restroom. He was curious to see how long this would last, chuckling to himself. "All right, I shall inform them," he declared before gleefully exiting to tell Izwa, "Your senior says he is feeling unwell and asks you to wait." "Oh, then we shall wait for our senior," Izwa responded, and Du Ming felt obliged to comply, while Io remained silent. After a considerable time, Wang Zhihao finally emerged from the restroom, the urge still strong. Yet the thought of the ethereal girl outside, who was so engaging, made it impossible for him to forego this opportunity. Thus, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped out. Seeing that Du Ming and the others were still waiting, especially Izwa, who gazed at him with concern, filled his heart with joy. Just as he was about to utter something flattering, he suddenly felt the urge surge again and rushed back to the restroom. "I'm feeling unwell again. Please wait a moment." No one noticed, as Du Ming flicked his fingers at him. After another round of evasion, Du Ming finally grasped the essence of this skill. Izwa and Io were somewhat perplexed. Io wished to bond with Du Ming, and Izwa, feeling obligated to join, was frustrated that her time with Du Ming was being wasted on an inexplicable senior. She felt a tinge of displeasure. Izwa, equally bewildered, wondered what was going on with this senior, who kept darting in and out of the restroom. "Oh well, I suppose I'll just play the role of the third wheel. Scoundrel, go tell the senior we are leaving now." Du Ming chuckled inwardly, very well. He approached the restroom and called out, "Wang, we are leaving now. Take your time, don't rush." Wang Zhihao, struggling to hold on, panicked upon hearing Du Ming's words. This was a rare opportunity. He hastily adjusted his pants and, suppressing his urge, stepped out. "I'm ready. Let us go together." With that, he led the way outside. "Whoa, you still wish to follow? Here's another evasion for you," Du Ming teased, watching as Wang Zhihao, having taken just a couple of steps, hurriedly dashed back to the stall. "I'm unwell again. You all go ahead." In the restroom, Wang Zhihao felt a mixture of despair and frustration. Why couldn't he finish? After a long wait, he managed only a trickle, and now thoughts of Yizhua had vanished. Du Ming, accompanied by Iyo and a reluctant third wheel, continued their cheerful outing. "Brother, let us watch a movie. I've heard there are private screening rooms." Iyo suddenly blushed and suggested to Du Ming. He looked at her flushed face and replied, "Why blush over a movie?" Upon hearing this, he thought, not bad. This young lady has potential. I merely remarked that it is indeed the most entertaining game. Very well. Let us retreat to the private room to enjoy the film. Du Ming emphasized the words watching a movie with particular intensity. Yu quickly grasped the implication. Considering he was already of age, unlike the dimwit behind him, a mere child, Yizhua trailed behind the two, observing their whispered exchanges and secretive conversations with a sulky demeanor. "Scoundrel, traitor Yuyo." Du Ming retrieved his phone and booked 2 luxurious private rooms at the nearest family cinema. "Yizhua, we shall ascend to the 3rd floor. Your room is on the 2nd, number 208. I will forward the QR code to you." Yizhua replied, "Scoundrel, are you mistaken? I prefer to watch the film alone in my own room." Du Ming, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "Are you certain you wish to be in a separate room? I would not mind sharing with you at all." Upon meeting his gaze, Yizhua immediately crossed her arms defensively and exclaimed, "Pa, scoundrel, you shan't have your way." She then fiercely admonished Lin Iyo, "You must not allow him to lead you astray, understood?" Iyo nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed, I shall not permit him to engage in mischief. I can manage on my own." Chapter 78. Zhou Jishuan's new tattoo, I can manage on my own, Iyo declared with a playful laugh as she scampered upstairs. Yizhua stared blankly at the cheerful Iyo, lamenting, "You've changed, you little rascal. You seem so unfamiliar now." Sob sob. In room 208, Yizhua bored, watched a movie while munching on a chip, exclaiming, "Take that, you scoundrel," before nibbling lightly again, "And you too, you little rascal." Suddenly, a peculiar sensation coursed through her body. "Oh no, I'm doomed, you two miscreants." Yizhua grumbled as she flung herself onto the large sofa in the room. In room 303, after the movie concluded, Yu tidied her tousled hair, a rosy blush still adorning her cheeks as she nestled against Du Ming. Playfully, she asked, "Brother, how do you save my contact on your phone?" Du Ming, taken aback by the question, promptly pulled out his phone to show her. "Sister," Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Brother, look at my contact. We are indeed a perfect match." After saying this, she presented her phone to Du Ming. "Brother," Du Ming chuckled inwardly, harboring different thoughts about his contact note. "Do you like this label?" he teased, pinching her delicate nose. "Yes, I do. I would love it if you could add a few words to your note. Is that all right?" Yu lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes fixed on Du Ming. He handed her the phone. "Sure. How would you like to label it?" Yu took the phone and added, in parentheses, "Yu, little darling. Is this okay?" Du Ming observed the new note, pondering about Yan Shi's label on his phone. It seemed Yu had previously inquired about this. "Amusingly, Du Ming smiled knowingly, sûr." That sounded quite lovely. Yu, feeling somewhat guilty as if caught in a mischievous act, embraced Du Ming's head, resting it against her ample chest, wishing to conceal her embarrassment and silently punish him for seeing her vulnerable side. Once they were ready, they joined Yizhua downstairs, who gazed at them with a mix of envy and longing. "Hey boss, my tattoo is done. Do you want to come and check it?" Zhou Jishuan's voice on the other end of the line was notably subdued. Du Ming chuckled inwardly, amused that this esports girl had indeed gone through with it and with such efficiency. Sinister images flashed through his mind. "All right, I'll be there shortly to inspect it." Zhou Jishuan stood at the entrance of a tattoo studio, hung up the phone, and bashfully touched her pert backside. Yet, everything felt worthwhile. Residing at Qingzhou Lake was utterly delightful, free from any pressure, allowing her to indulge in gaming to her heart's content, even having someone to feed her. After ending the call with Du Ming, she quickly hailed a cab back to Qingzhou Lake, eager to squeeze in a game first. After Zhou Jishuan departed, within the tattoo studio, the female tattoo artist quietly conversed with the cashier. "Do you know what that beautiful girl just got inked?" The cashier immediately leaned over and inquired. "What is it? It can't be another exclusive type, can it?" The tattoo artist nodded repeatedly, saying yes, yes, one side bears a name, and the other side. He concluded with a vigorous gesture. My goodness, these young people certainly know how to have fun. Upon returning to Qingzhou Lake, Du Ming made his way directly to Villa number 10. Upon entering the house, he heard the exuberant voice of Zhou Zhishuan from the second floor, enthusiastically shouting into a microphone while playing a game. This way, on the meat shield. Watch me go zap, zap, zap. Yay, well done. Du Ming ascended the stairs to the computer room, where Zhou Zhishuan, upon seeing him, hurriedly passed the mic to someone else and turned it off. However, she did not leave. Instead, she took a moment to tell Du Ming, Boss, could you wait until I finish this round before you play? Du Ming ipolts its here, wrapping his arm around her waist from behind, suggesting, why don't we play together? Zhou Zhishuan blushed and replied, no, that would affect my performance and could let my teammates down. Just wait a moment, okay? This round will be over shortly, and then you can play freely. Du Ming did not press her. He had merely come to check on her and did not truly need to play. Of course, he would not refuse to play if the opportunity arose. He simply replied, all right, and went to the bedroom to rest. Before long, Zhou Zhishuan came over, obediently lying on the sofa. Boss, are you here to check on me? Boss, are you satisfied with the tattoo? The two of them shared a heightened sense of embarrassment, coupled with an unusual feeling. One looked at the tattoo with excitement, feeling a surge of strength. Du Ming took a satisfied drag from his cigarette and said, it's wonderful. A completely new experience. What about you? To his surprise, Zhou Zhishuan nodded and softly replied, yes, it feels different from last time. She then cautiously asked Du Ming, Boss, may I consult you about something? Observing her tentative demeanor, Du Ming felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her, saying, you chose to be with me. I will fulfill everything within my capacity. Speak freely. Zhou Zhishuan was deeply touched, and with emotion, she said, I have a sister who plays esports with me. We used to team up often. She contacted me last night, and I mentioned my current situation to her. She wants to come and meet the boss as well. She is very beautiful. However, she has had a boyfriend before, and I'm unsure if the boss would agree. Du Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked her, what are your thoughts? It's all right, just tell me directly. Zhou Zhishuan responded, Boss, I really like it here. It will be even more fun to have a teammate to play with. You surely have other women and cannot always be by my side. Besides, if you were to guard me constantly, you might get tired of it. If you agree, I won't need to pay her. I can share a bit with her. After hearing her thoughts, Du Ming considered that Yin Shi and her four companions often spent time together. Even when they sometimes lived apart, Yin Shi, Xiao Qing, and Lin Yu resided in Villa number 2, while Xiao Qi and Su Yao were in Villa number 4. In the 10th villa, Zhou Zhishuan found herself alone, immersed in the world of esports, yet the solitude weighed heavily upon her. If you allow me to indulge in gaming joyfully, I shall reciprocate with the same delight, she declared. Upon hearing Du Ming's agreement, Zhou Zhishuan leapt with joy, embracing him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Boss, you're simply marvelous. I adore you. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and with a blush she inquired, so, boss, do you think I should get a tattoo as well? Without hesitation, Du Ming interjected, no need for that. She is not yet worthy of such a mark. If she wishes to remain here with you, she is free to do so. If not, she can leave at any time. You, however, are my exclusive treasure. Zhou Zhishuan beamed at his words. Boss, you are too kind to me. Yes, I shall always be your exclusive treasure. Do you wish to continue gaming? Du Ming guessed. Not today. We shall play together when your teammates arrive next time, he replied. All right then, I shall go play now, she said before dashing off to engage in her game. Ah, but you must not video call your teammates while playing, Du Ming reminded her. Zhou Zhishuan, already bouncing into the computer room, retorted, Boss, I am not foolish. Du Ming tidied up and made his way to the second villa. In the early hours of the morning, the time for task refreshment approached, bringing him one step closer to his ultimate desire. Chapter 79. A new mission. As the clock struck midnight, a new task emerged, bringing the ultimate desire a step closer to realization. Du Ming felt invigorated at the thought, his excitement surpassing that of any game he could play. Wealth was in his grasp, yet he found himself at a loss regarding its use. He envisioned a lavish lifestyle, acquiring a multitude of beautiful women to inhabit his villa, one to share his bed while the others remained in solitude. Upon entering Villa Number 2, Du Ming was taken aback by the sight that greeted him in the living room. Good heavens! The spacious area was filled to the brim with packages. Had they turned this place into a warehouse? The 5 women were present, eagerly unboxing their treasures, their expressions a tapestry of emotions upon seeing Du Ming's arrival. She was the first to react, rushing over to him with excitement. "You rogue, we've purchased outfits from every profession for you to enjoy. This was my idea. Oomph." She tilted her head with pride, inviting his praise. With a gentle and affectionate gaze, Xiaoqing looked at Du Ming, ready to wear any style he favored in the future. Lin Yu maintained her adorably daft demeanor, her shyness making her uncertain about how to present herself. Some outfits were little more than sheer fabric. Would she dare wear them? Xiaoqi searched diligently for any armor among the parcels, while Su Yao pondered whether donning a queen's attire might allow her to dominate the realm. Du Ming, overwhelmed by the mountain of packages, instinctively swallowed hard and asked in anticipation, "All of them?" "Absolutely. Every ethnicity, every nation, every profession, be it queen or maid, student or teacher. If it's for sale, it's right here. My creative genius." She proudly tilted her head once more. Without hesitation, Du Ming scooped Yanxi into his arms and spun her around, exclaiming, "Darling, you are simply remarkable." Her eyes squinted with joy at the compliment. The other 4 women exchanged knowing glances, their spirits buoyed by the allure of uniform temptation. They eagerly tore into the packages. For as long as their boss was pleased, 2 pieces of sheer fabric were inconsequential. The ultimate outcome remained the same. By the time they finished their unboxing, it was nearly midnight. Du Ming declared from now on, one by one, "I want to see each of you try on your outfits. For tonight, however, we shall rest. Shi, come with me to Villa Number 1. His words made it clear to the 5 women that the traditional segment of their evening was about to commence. Unlike the envy shared by the other 4, Shi understood the deeper significance. Villa Number 1 held secrets between her and Du Ming. "Rogue," she exclaimed as they entered Villa Number 1. "What is it?" Du Ming inquired, holding her hand. "It's nothing. I just wanted to call out to you, to reaffirm your presence in my life." "I am here," he replied, comprehending her sentiments, realizing he felt the same way. Their nights were spent in peaceful slumber here, with their more intimate moments occurring in Villa Number 2. At last, the clock struck midnight. Ding! This week's task has been updated. Sell 500 servings of Shi pancakes in front of the public restroom at Xinghan University. Daily limit: no more than 100 servings. Excess will not count towards the task. Task reward: Shy Fist. This week's spiritual energy has been distributed, characterized by an odor. Subsequently, the method for preparing the exquisite Shi pancakes was transmitted into Du Ming's mind. How intriguing. They even arranged a daily limit. Is the system implying that I have indulged too extravagantly last week? With the system in place, I am required to check in daily. With our policies, there are countermeasures. If you require me to set up a stall every day, leaving no time to engage with the ladies, I shall simply bring the ladies along to the stall to enjoy themselves. Shi, along with the 4 women from Villa Number 2, could each take turns joining me at the stall, perfectly aligning with the 5 days of the week, with weekends reserved for rest. Moreover, the name Shi Pancake is remarkably fitting for these 5 women. The following day, after dinner, the 6 of them gathered at Villa Number 2. Du Ming announced, "This week, I shall take you all out for some fun." "Oh, how wonderful! Where are we headed?" they eagerly inquired. To set up a stall, the 5 women, who had just cheered a moment before, fell into silence. The memories of selling mung bean porridge, with Su Yao and Xiaoqi posing as models and practicing yoga, lingered vividly in their minds. Su Yao's head buzzed with thoughts. Were they really going to another car exhibition? Xiaoqing and Lin Yu were perplexed, questioning what they would be doing. Surely, it couldn't involve anything embarrassing. Yanxi, indifferent, asked, "You rogue, are we all going? This isn't another car exhibition, is it?" No, it's simply setting up a stall. It's rather dull. I just need someone to accompany me each day." "Oh, so it's merely a business trip?" "1 person each day is quite fair," Du Ming replied, starting with Xiaoqing for today, followed by Lin Yu, Xiaoqi, Su Yao, and finally Shi on the last day. Shortly, The flour and other ingredients he had ordered arrived from the restaurant. With adept skill, Du Ming prepared the dough for 100 pancakes, ready to be cooked on site. Xiaoqing donned a fitted shirt that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by a dignified skirt. She approached Du Ming, twirling gracefully and lifting her skirt. "Darling, do I look good?" "Absolutely. You look stunning inside and out," he responded, sharing a knowing glance. Xiaoqing shyly, playfully punched him, reminding Du Ming of the task's reward, a playful gesture. The group collectively loaded the prepared ingredients onto the electric vehicle, with Xiaoqing driving a striking red Maserati, following Du Ming towards the public restroom at Xinghan University. The other four women waved goodbye, their small hands bidding them farewell. At the public restroom of Xinghan University, Zhang Yanhong, a vendor selling pancakes, found her business thriving due to the university's opening and the city's strong promotion of culinary culture in public restrooms. The foot traffic at the public restroom square was substantial. However, on her very first day, a staff member informed her that her location was reserved and could be requisitioned at any moment. She stood on the marked ground, labeled as a reserved area, yet she had never grasped its significance, as no one had approached her regarding the matter in the days that followed, prompting her to dismiss it. Nevertheless, today, a portly man accompanied by several staff members in red armbands approached her. A figure resembling a leader walked while speaking. "Rest assured, we have reserved a special spot for Boss Du at every public restroom." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanhong thought to herself, "This is not good. It's coming my way." Indeed, a few individuals courteously addressed her, saying, "Auntie, this reserved spot will be in use this week. Could you please move over there?" Zhang Yanhong chose not to argue, primarily because she felt outmatched. She could only think that these individuals had greeted her on the first day, and their demeanor was quite amicable. It was enough for her to feel discontent internally. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the corpulent man, the staff departed, leaving him standing at the reserved spot. Zhang Yanhong was curious to discover the purpose of this designated area. It was not merely a reserved spot. It had personnel assigned to clear the area and guardians to oversee it. This time, Tang the fat man refrained from live streaming, as Du Ming wished to bring a girl over and preferred not to draw too much attention. He only sent a message in the public restroom food group, announcing that Boss Du would be selling large pancakes this week, with a daily limit of 100 at the public restroom of Xinghan University. In the food group, after having tasted Boss Du's mung bean porridge last time, I felt a twinge of apprehension. Would everyone rush over? I live not far from Xinghan University, so I thought I might as well give it a try. If it's sour, so be it, as long as it isn't foul. Soon, Du Ming appeared in Tang the fat man's line of sight on his electric bike. Xiaoqing was going to park and would come over shortly. "Boss Du, over here." Tang the fat man waved energetically. Zhang Yanhong had been observing and noticed Tang the fat man greeting someone, immediately turning to see what was unfolding. Chapter 80. Xiaoqing takes the stage. Zhang Yanhong gazed ahead, pondering the situation. To her astonishment, she beheld an electric food stall adorned with the sign "Shisha pancakes." She scoffed, questioning the audacity of a grown man to operate under such a name. Furthermore, was this reserved space truly designated for a young man to sell pancakes? Was it now necessary to leverage connections just to set up a stall? As Du Ming parked his electric vehicle beside her designated area and began preparing for his stall, Zhang Yanhong's displeasure escalated. "Young man," she thought, "instead of seeking a respectable job, you choose to sell pancakes. At this rate, how will you ever attract a girlfriend?" Du Ming flashed a smile at her, declaring, "I'm here to sell pancakes to support my woman." Zhang Yanhong inwardly derided him. "You think you can support a woman with this stall? Have you ever even known a woman?" She considered his average appearance, if he weren't selling pancakes. She might even consider introducing him to her daughter. Though her daughter was not conventionally attractive, at 38 and unmarried, she had time on her side. Yet, a mere street vendor was hardly a suitable match for her. Feigning amusement, she remarked, "You're quite optimistic, young man." Just then, Xiaoqing parked her vehicle and made her way towards Du Ming. Zhang Yanhong marveled at Xiaoqing's beauty, the flawless complexion, the enviable figure, and the almost dewy skin. If her daughter possessed such beauty, how much bride price would she command? Assuming Xiaoqing approached to purchase pancakes, Zhang Yanhong felt a surge of irritation and decided to taunt Du Ming. Do you see this woman? You'll never possess someone like her if you're stuck selling pancakes. Du Ming, unfazed, retorted, what if I could? He added, if I could have such a beautiful woman, I wouldn't be here selling pancakes. Before he could finish, Xiaoqing arrived, affectionately grasping his arm, and asked, honey, I'm late. How can I help you? Zhang Yanhong was left in disbelief. Such a stunning woman referred to this vendor as her husband? What kind of man should her daughter seek then? Online chatter suggested women need not worry about marriage, even into their 40s and 50s. Why was this woman so audacious? Was she not disrupting the market? Du Ming smiled at Zhang Yanhong and said, you make a valid point. Zhang Yanhong's face flushed with indignation. In a male dormitory at Xinghan University, several students were engrossed in a mobile game. Ugh, we lost again. I'm done. Who wants to grab a bite? The others chimed in, Lao Lu, you're the fastest runner. Go buy something. Bring back some fried noodles, and we'll play another round. The boy nicknamed Lao Lu, already feeling famished, grumbled, after all those losses, you still want fried noodles? Bringing back pancakes will be a favor to you all. Just get something from the public restroom food square. Those aunties make decent pancakes. Lao Lu, grumbling under his breath, exited the dormitory and hurried towards the public restroom. As he approached Du Ming's stall, he was taken aback by the unexpected sight of a vendor selling large pancakes, the sign oddly peculiar. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the stunning woman behind the stall. Her fitted shirt was stretched taut, her face exquisitely beautiful, and her skin remarkably smooth. In that fleeting moment, Lao Lu nearly forgot to breathe. It was no wonder they named it Shisher Pancakes. She was truly deserving of such a title. She undoubtedly possessed the allure of a campus belle, rivaling the twin sisters shared in their group chat a few days prior. Yet, this woman exuded a distinctly mature femininity, offering a contrast to the twins' youthful innocence. Moreover, the twins had never been seen in person, whereas this beauty was right before his eyes. Lao Lu quickly halted his steps, excitedly retrieving his phone to send a message in the dormitory chat, urging everyone to abandon their games and rush to the public restroom food court to witness the enchanting beauty. As he typed, he stole glances at the captivating Xiaoqing. Utterly mesmerized, after sending his message, he discreetly snapped a photo and shared it in the group. The image, though unclear, radiated beauty. Wow, that figure is simply stunning. Can anyone get her to trip and record a video first? Just let us know the color of her skirt, and we'll cover your meals in detention. Upon viewing Xiaoqing's photo, the other dorm mates quickly exited the chat, racing towards the public restroom. Typically, they engaged in playful banter and boasts. But when it came to admiring beautiful women, their enthusiasm was genuine, especially with photographic evidence at hand. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful sight since the earlier shared images of the twins. The allure of mature femininity struck them with equal force, particularly the way her shirt clung to her form, fulfilling many of their fantasies and providing ample inspiration for the night ahead. After sending the photo, Lao Lu did not engage further with his friends, but continued to gaze intently at Xiaoqing from a distance. His throat constricted as his imagination ran wild. Within minutes, the remaining friends arrived, breathless, joining him. Following his gaze, they too were rendered speechless by the sight of Xiaoqing nearby. She was truly breathtaking, irresistibly alluring. One could only imagine the happiness of possessing such beauty. I wish I could knock out the guy beside her, one of Lao Lu's roommates whispered. Suddenly, they noticed a growing queue forming for the pancakes. They hurriedly joined the line, stretching their necks to greedily admire Xiaoqing's impressive figure. The entire queue was similarly captivated. Many others in the dormitory, upon discovering the scenario, shared updates in their group chat. The synchronization among the boys was uncanny, and the trust in the information shared was unquestionable. In no time, a long line had formed in front of Du Ming's stall. The formation of the team appeared somewhat peculiar, taking on a curved shape, with those at the back resembling giraffes, stretching their necks to glance forward. Tang Fatty was momentarily puzzled. The members of the public restroom culinary group had yet to arrive, yet a long queue had already formed. However, a glance at the enchanting Xiaoqing beside him illuminated the situation. He was envious of Du Ming from the very soles of his feet. This woman was not merely the model who sold mung bean porridge or the yoga instructor from before. yet she possessed an equally striking beauty. Alas, it was yet another day of envying the affluent. Equally astonished was Zhang Yanhong, who was selling pancakes nearby. She had been peddling her wares here for nearly a week. Although her business was reasonably good, she had never encountered such a scene, especially at nearly 60 years of age. She understood precisely the reason behind this spectacle as she observed the alluring, delicate Xiaoqing beside her. She yearned for her own daughter to possess such charm, yet feared that if she stood nearby, the customers for her pancakes might flee. Gazing at the line of young men ahead, Xiaoqing was well aware of their furtive glances directed her way. Her heart swelled with joy, for she could finally assist Du Ming in matters beyond mere embarrassment. Her feelings for Du Ming were intricate. He had not only rescued her from despair, but had also been her mentor. Although she was uncertain why Du Ming set up stall each week, the ability to aid him filled her with delight. Thus, she deliberately unveiled a few flirtatious expressions, hoping to enhance his pancake sales. Little did she know that this only intensified the envy and resentment harbored by the young men towards Du Ming. Not far off, Izhua and Yi were covertly observing Du Ming and Xiaoqing. Chapter 81. Xiaoqing's encounter not far away. Izhua and Yi were secretly observing Du Ming and Xiaoqing. The two were clad in ordinary wide-legged trousers and t-shirts. They epitomized the quintessential beauty of the Jiangnan region, and when adorned in Hanfu, they garnered considerable attention. Thus, at school, they opted for commonplace attire and donned masks, significantly diminishing their visibility. Izhua expressed her astonishment. How can this scoundrel be manning a stall? Isn't he the owner of Yaya Media? She then added indignantly, with such a beautiful girl like you, how can he be out here flirting around? EU, speaking in a calm and measured tone, remarked, hasn't he already informed us? He even made a video call in front of us. Perhaps it's just the frivolous nature of the wealthy indulging in this stall business. Still irked, Izhua retorted, but seeing him just annoys me. EU glanced at the agitated Izhua, who blushed slightly. I'm merely standing up for you. EU countered, what is there to stand up for? We are the ones seeking his assistance. I was prepared in advance. He has such a cat. Yet he desires both of us. EU observed Du Ming and his companions in silence. At that moment, a stir arose near the stall. The line of boys, receiving the large pancakes handed over by Xiaoqing, seized the opportunity to gaze upon the beauty before them, some admiring her exquisite features, while others fixated on the fullness of her shirt. Finally, one self-assured young man, confident in his affluent background, could not restrain his impulses. As he took the pancake, he boldly exclaimed, beautiful lady, it's such a pity to see you here to stall. You deserve a better life. My family owns a company, and I drive a BMW worth over 200,000. You have no idea how long you'll be working at this stall. Would you consider being my girlfriend? I promise you a life far better than this. In this harmonious society, he was unafraid of Du Ming's wrath, believing he was merely pursuing a woman fairly. The other boys in line erupted in astonishment. They shared his sentiments but lacked the courage and means to express them. Yet, they were eager spectators, relishing the spectacle. The mere presence of such a stunning woman at a stall was, in their eyes, a transgression. If they couldn't have her, they relished the thought of watching her be taken away by another, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They believed she ought to be subservient, like themselves. Almost unanimously, the boys rallied behind the audacious one. Xiaoqing regarded him coolly. Excuse me, sir. Once you've made your purchase, kindly depart. Do not impede those waiting behind you. To her surprise, the boys in line echoed, no delay, no delay. Yet, embarrassment washed over them. They were, after all, the pride of their families, the heirs to their legacies. How could they voice their sordid thoughts? They needed to temper their impulses and allow for further introspection. Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words. Is this really how you wish to behave, so eager to gawk? Perhaps I should teach you some yoga or perform a dance favor by Du Ming. How does that sound? Hearing this support from a crowd, the bold young man felt emboldened. He remarked, you see, everyone believes you ought to lead a better, oh dear, life. Having uttered the last two words, he dashed towards the public restroom. Du Ming increasingly relished the skill of evading through urination. He chuckled. Is there anyone else ready to challenge? Suddenly, a voice of fear echoed from the restroom. What on earth is happening? How did it split? The other boys, with expressions of regret, were poised to witness a spectacle of a loser's beautiful girlfriend being taken away in public. However, the protagonist made a swift exit. They could only continue to queue for pancakes. At that moment, several members of the restroom food group arrived at the public restroom square of Xinghan University, and upon finding Du Ming's stall, they were taken aback by the long queue. Being among the fastest in the group, they realized that Du Boss's offerings were indeed culinary delights. Having not savored Du Ming's delicacies for 2 weeks, they were salivating with anticipation. They hurriedly positioned themselves at the end of the line and tagged Tang Fatty in the group chat. "Fatty, how many of Du Boss's 100 portions are left?" After checking the remaining ingredients, Tang Fatty replied, "Approximately 10 left." The individuals at the back grimaced upon seeing the 20 or 30 people still ahead. One person boldly approached the young man scanning his phone, saying, "Hand over your spot. Handsome. I'll pay you 5 times the price." The young man was taken aback. Was there really a need for scalpers? Although he observed those who purchased pancakes savoring their fare with evident delight, he believed it was merely a performance for Xiaoqing. It was just a pancake. Queuing for a few minutes to earn some cash seemed far more appealing. Besides, wasn't there another vendor selling pancakes right beside? Thus, he gladly ceded his spot, collected the payment, and gleefully headed over to Zhang Yanhong's stall to buy a pancake. Zhang Yanhong was furiously watching Du Ming's flourishing business, but upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, she hastily resumed baking pancakes, setting aside her ire. The other food group members also approached, offering to buy the spots of those ahead. Like the earlier young man, they too underestimated the quality of a mere pancake. Isn't it the same to earn a few bucks and eat next door? Zhang Yanhong had not anticipated this development and quickly accelerated her efforts to seize this golden opportunity. Ding! The number of pancakes sold today has reached 100. Further sales will not count towards task completion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Du Ming unhesitatingly announced to those still queuing, "I'm sorry everyone, but today's ingredients have been sold out. Please come back tomorrow." With that, he began to pack up his belongings. The group of boys waiting in line felt little regret. They had never tasted Du Ming's creations. After all, who really came to queue for your pancakes? You think too highly of yourself, feeling embarrassed for no reason. They thought to themselves while feigning disappointment, gathering around Du Ming's stall. "Boss, what time will you be here tomorrow?" "Yeah, seeing them enjoy their food so heartily makes my mouth water." They all hesitated to voice their true thoughts, wondering, "Are you sure it's the pancakes making you drool?" Your gaze is fixated on the woman's blouse, almost as if you wish to embed your very eyes within it, while we merely steal glances. Du Ming chose to disregard their antics and transferred 50,000 yuan to Tang Fatty, expressing gratitude for his assistance in securing a position ahead of time. Tang Fatty feigned disinterest, yet inwardly reveled in delight. "Boss do come at this time tomorrow. I shall reserve your spot," he said. "Du Ming replied, "That sounds about right. I will trouble you for 4 more days." "Not a bother at all, not at all," he chuckled. Du Ming waved him off and cast a glance at Zhang Yanhong, who was selling pancakes nearby. He then pedaled away on his electric bike, with Xiaoqing hastening her steps to keep pace. Zhang Yanhong recalled her earlier confrontation with Du Ming, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What was so remarkable about a beautiful woman that she chose to set up her stall here? The group of admirers were equally disheartened. What allure could she possess that not only attracted such beauty, but also compelled her to join in the stall endeavor? They trailed behind the electric bike, lacking even a seat, feeling utterly defeated. As they passed by the public restroom, the young man from the BMW series emerged, having finally mustered the courage to exit. With a snap of his fingers, Du Ming prompted yet another retreat to relieve himself. "Oh, not again," the BMW youth lamented, resigning himself once more to the restroom. Yu gazed at Du Ming's retreating figure, lost in thought and silence. Chapter 82. Lin Yu takes the stage. Yu gazed at Du Ming's departing figure, rendered speechless for an extended moment. "Yu, do not be disheartened. Perhaps we should simply ignore him from now on." Yu responded with a faint smile. "Who told you I was upset? Let's head back, you little rascal." Izwa, filled with indignation, retorted, "What did you say? Who are you calling a little rascal?" Internally, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Du Ming, the scoundrel who had compelled Yu to act mature before her. Du Ming and Xiaoqing returned to Villa No. 2. where the four women of the household surrounded Xiao Qing with concern. Yan Shi, curious, inquired, "That scoundrel didn't ask you to do anything bizarre, did he?" Xiao Qi, eager, suggested, "Shall we practice yoga?" Su Yao, anxious, added, "He didn't make you pose as a car model, did he?" Lin Yu, fearful, questioned, "Did you have to engage in any other activities outside?" Du Ming, overhearing their conversation, playfully tapped each of them on the forehead. "What do you mean by this? Am I a tyrant?" Xiao Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Not at all. I merely assisted my husband in preparing the pancakes to be handed out. You know, setting up a stall is quite enjoyable. We sold out in no time, and it felt quite fulfilling." The four women felt relieved by her words. Dismissing Dominguez plefultap à inconsciencial. What harm was there? He had endured far worse than this. Listening to Xiao Qing, the four women felt a sense of novelty. At that moment, Du Ming proclaimed, "Tonight, Xiao Qing has performed admirably and is thus rewarded with the opportunity to accompany me privately." Yan Shi rolled her eyes, muttering, "He really thinks he is an emperor, that scoundrel." However, the other three women were filled with anticipation. Such a rare opportunity. Xiao Qing, elated, approached, casting a glance at Yan Shi. Yan Shi yawned, saying, "Don't mind me. I'm the most exhausted and need to rest for a few days. With this combination, I am truly impressive." "Haha, you know it too." The four women shared knowing smiles, indicative of their shared maturity. Xiao Qi and Su Yao returned to Villa number 4. While Lin Yu and Yin Shi headed to Villa number 3, leaving Xiao Qing with her solitary opportunity. Under du Mingnes in the cajun. Xiao Qing donned a maid outfit and entered the bathing area. After her shower, she emerged in the attire. Just as she was about to stride over, she suddenly recalled that a maid should not walk in such a manner. Therefore, she knelt on the ground and began to crawl towards Du Ming. The following evening, in front of the public restroom at Xinghan University, several members of the 6th dormitory arrived early at the spot where Du Ming had set up his stall the previous day. They even forsook their gaming session, for after purchasing pancakes yesterday, they had spent the time nearby admiring Xiao Qing. The graceful expressions of a mature woman were an irresistible allure for them, especially one as beautiful as she. Sadly, they had only witnessed half the spectacle yesterday. Today, they were determined to see it all. At this moment, they were engaged in conversation with Tang Pongzi. "Brother, how long until he arrives? The pancakes from this proprietor are truly delicious." Tang Pongzi replied, smiling indeed. "What do boss makes is remarkably tasty." Internally, he mused, the pancakes may be delectable, but they were all too aware of what drew them here. It is no wonder that a group of novices, upon seeing the enchanting beauties surrounding Boss Du, would be utterly captivated. One bespectacled young man boldly inquired, "Pangu, was that woman last night the girlfriend of the stall owner?" She was truly stunning. Lao Lu swiftly retorted, "Lao Yao, why are you prying into someone else's affairs? Such a lack of decorum. We are here to relish the beauty and savor the pancakes." The bespectacled youth, scratching his head, gazed back at him. "Shouldn't you take a moment to reflect on your own words?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yanhong, standing nearby, wore a face of jealousy, astonished that others had arrived so early to queue. Remembering her earlier words, she dismissed them as insignificant. "I said I wouldn't set up, and I won't. All those years of building my thick skin were not in vain. Now, I am at the level of a matron, a national treasure. We're a few ways compared to that. I have already shown you kindness. Don't be ungrateful. Having a beautiful woman is nothing to boast about." While Zhang Yanhong pondered various thoughts, Tang Pongzi had already attracted a considerable crowd before him. The allure of beauty is indeed inexhaustible. Here they come, here they come. Some onlookers spotted Du Ming's electric stall approaching. "Hey, where's that beauty from yesterday?" A voice chimed in. "Are you here for the pancakes or for the ladies?" That beauty was merely walking. She must be behind. Du Ming parked his electric vehicle in the designated spot where Tang Pongzi stood. Casting a glance at Zhang Yanhong, he refrained from retorting, for her words held a grain of truth. Without a system, he could not lay claim to such beauties. Song Yonong peeved of Du Ming, straining her neck to look into the distance. The beauty from yesterday had also arrived late. Should she not appear today, she would surely confront this young man. As Du Ming arranged his stall, he habitually asked Lao Lu, the first in line, "How many pancakes would you like?" Lao Lu was taken aback. Are you already open for business? This isn't just any pancake stand, is it? Where is your exquisite beauty? Am I here to purchase pancakes or to be deceived? Noticing Lao Lu's bewilderment, Du-Ming curiously inquired, is it so difficult to decide how many you want? Take your time. I still need to grill them. Lao Lu quickly replied, all right, take your time. I'm not in a rush. I'll think it over. Tang Pongzi stifled a laugh nearby. Suddenly, the line erupted into a flurry of whispers. A group of young men murmured excitedly, here she comes, a woman with an exceptional figure. It must be her from yesterday. Wow, she's wearing a dress today. Wait, she doesn't seem to be the same one from yesterday. In fact, she appears even more beautiful. Lin Yu, by nature somewhat timid and even socially anxious, had initially sought out Du-Ming out of sheer desperation. Now, living a life free from want, she had returned to her true self. Thus, accompanying Du-Ming at the stall, she felt awkward and hesitant, as if preparing for battle, much like when her ex-boyfriend, a Chung, insisted she wear revealing dresses to attract customers. Fear gripped her heart, yet she dared not refuse. Today, Lin Yu donned a stunning green dress, the fitted fabric clinging to her flawless figure. She gazed at the long queue of boys lined up in front of Du-Ming's stall, all staring intently at her. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed. She hurried to Du-Ming's side. As she approached him, the group of boys felt a wave of relief. This was indeed the proper way to attract customers. They resumed their relaxed queuing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanhong was rendered speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck her. A ruse. Yes, this young man must have hired a decoy. How could a mere street vendor possibly be accompanied by such a beautiful woman? And today, he had yet another one. If you didn't change, I might have reluctantly believed you. Huh, you brought a decoy just to vex me. Such a stunning woman must cost a fortune to hire. I wonder how long you can afford it before going bankrupt. This thought brought her a sense of comfort. Honey, what should I do? Lin Yu asked softly, feeling nervous in front of the throng of boys. Du-Ming looked at her, noticing her trembling voice, and chuckled. It's just selling some pancakes. Why are you so anxious? You've sold dumplings before. You should be quite experienced. It's all selling, so don't be nervous. After a few reassuring words from Du-Ming, Lin Yu felt a bit more at ease. She responded with a radiant smile, and the boys, captivated by her enchanting demeanor, collectively swallowed hard. A group of novices had never encountered such exquisite beauty, so alluring it seemed as though she might melt. Isn't it lovely? Purchased with money, she remarked. Chapter 83. The commotion caused by Lin Yu, a throng of young men found themselves stirred by Lin Yu's alluring smile, igniting the youthful tumult within their hearts. Du-Ming informed Lin Yu, just pack the cakes neatly and hand them over. I understand now. I can do that, she replied. Du-Ming chose not to engage further with the adorably naive beauty. He mused that if the system permitted a beautiful exchange for task completion, he might very well acquire Lin Yu's fragments. With a few tasks still remaining, he could exchange them for other beauties, thereby directly attaining his ultimate wish. Of course, Xiao Yinshi was off limits for exchange. She was his only kindred spirit in this world. System, is such manipulation permissible? Would you care to reconsider what you are articulating? Well, then, I shall not proceed with the exchange. His grand notion had not received the system's endorsement. Thus, he resigned himself to selling pancakes and fulfilling tasks diligently. Du-Ming inquired of the first in line, Lao Lu, have you decided how many you wish to purchase? 1. Lao Lu bellowed. Goodness, are you truly so confident over a single pancake? If you were to buy 2, would you not demolish my stall? Lin Yu shivered in surprise. Casting a glance at Lao Lu, the moment Lao Lu caught her gaze, he straightened up, adopting a heroic posture. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his antics as she prepared the pancake and handed it to him, sneaking another amused glance at the comically upright Lao Lu. The onlookers were immediately envious. Lao Lu joyfully retreated to one side to relish his treat. Next came the bespectacled Lao Yao, who, without waiting for Du-Ming to inquire, shouted even louder one. The third voice followed suit, louder still, and then the fourth and the fifth, each voice escalating in volume. Finally, one particularly enthusiastic young man, as shout cracked, 1. Du-Ming could no longer endure the cacophony. Selling pancakes was nearly rendering him deaf. He turned to the crowd. If anyone shouts like that again, you shan't have any. The proprietor's admonition proved effective. As the next customer approached, Du Ming scrutinized him, asking, "How many will you buy?" The young man's lips moved, but no sound emerged. "By the heavens, are we beginning a mute charade?" he exclaimed. All right. Anyone who cannot articulate clearly shall not be served." The next customer, another bespectacled boy, stood silently, making exaggerated expressions as he raised a single finger. "Ah, so we're playing this game, are we?" Du Ming remarked. However, he could decipher the gesture. "Wait a moment. Are you attempting to present me with an obscene gesture?" Du Ming bellowed. "Anyone who raises a middle finger, be gone." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Yu had not anticipated that selling pancakes with Du Ming could be such a delightful experience. Only Du Ming wore a dark expression. Today, his stall felt akin to a monkey show. He never expected that Lin Yu, with her seemingly pitiful demeanor, would evoke such a response. It seemed he had not brought her to tears in quite some time. Perhaps tonight, he would ensure she cried her fill. On this day, 100 servings of pancakes have been sold, and any further sales will not count towards the task. Amidst Du Ming's silent exasperation and Lin Yu's delight, the task for the day was accomplished. Du Ming swiftly dismantled his stall, refusing to linger for even a moment longer. It was then that he noticed groups of boys nearby, still observing the scene. With a resigned nod to Tang Fatty, he mounted his electric bike and departed, with Lin Yu hastily following behind. The boys erupted in lamentation, bewildered by the sight of such a beautiful woman obediently accompanying him, wondering if they too should set up a stall. Unbeknownst to them, 2 girls, thoroughly concealed, were also watching from a distance. After Du Ming and Lin Yu left, He's returned to EU and said, "Why did you insist on coming to witness this scoundrel? He changes partners daily. Is he intentionally flaunting it?" E replied, "Zwazwa, we are already aware he has 5 other women." Izwa, puzzled, asked, "What is the point of coming to watch him daily? That woman behaves like a seductress. You should change your attire and overshadow her." EU turned away, saying, "Let us go. You wouldn't understand." Izwa sighed inwardly, feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of romance, struggling to keep pace with EU's thoughts. Du Ming and Lin Yu returned to Qingzhou Lake, with Lin Yu reflecting on the amusing events of the day while driving. Upon arriving at Villa No. 2, the other 4 women eagerly inquired about Lin Yu's experiences. She was eager to share her joy, exclaiming, "You wouldn't believe how hilarious those young boys were. Their voices grew louder until they were nearly hoarse. And they all walked in such a comical manner." As she spoke, Lin Yu mimicked a gorilla, puffing out her chest and strutting around the living room, which sent the 4 women into fits of laughter. Su Yao remarked, they were showcasing their masculine prowess. Xiao Qing added, "No matter how strong they are, they can't compare to our husbands. You were amazing, Yu. I didn't encounter anything as entertaining yesterday." Yin Shi chimed in, "Weren't you just proposed to?" Only Xiao Qi remained silent, feeling the pressure mounting. Tomorrow, it would be her turn to set up a stall with Du Ming, and she worried whether she would be deemed unappealing if the outcome did not match Lin Yu's. Oh dear, why is everything so competitive? Even being a mistress feels like a contest. No, wait, she wasn't even a mistress. She was merely an equal fourth. While Lin Yu shared her delightful moments with the other women, Du Ming received messages from 2 women. "Brother, what have you been busy with these past few days?" Du Ming replied to EU, "I'm setting up a stall near your university's restroom." "Ah, brother, why are you still selling at a stall?" "To support you all." Hehe, brother, you're so humorous. Are you trying to woo someone?" "No. I'm simply earning money by running a stall with someone else's ex-girlfriend to support you." "Then why don't you take me along to the stall? At your university, that wouldn't be good for you." The elder brother is truly considerate towards his younger sister, expressing his affection. "Put down your phone," EU advised Izwa, who was engrossed in their conversation. "Look at how honest he is with me, speaking nothing but the truth. He even claims that he sets up stalls to support me, and he possesses a delightful sense of humor. He worries about me going out, fearing it may not be good for me. My brother genuinely loves me." Izwa felt a pang in her heart, a dual ache. Another notification revealed a message from Zhou Xuan. "Boss, my teammate has arrived here. When will you come over? She feels a bit uneasy about your absence." Du Ming contemplated the need to set up stalls over the next few days, ensuring that each woman accompanying him had individual time. He replied, I'm quite busy these days, focused on making money. Let us meet over the weekend. Oh, all right then. We'll wait for you to come and have fun. Zhou Zhishuan responded cheerfully. Don't worry, I'll find time to join you, Du Ming reassured her. As he set down his phone, he observed the animated Lin Yu, who was sharing her experiences with the other 4 women. Du Ming remarked, Today, Lin Yu performed exceptionally well, assisting me in selling pancakes. She deserves a reward of exclusive time with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was overjoyed. Du Ming continued, Didn't you all have that outfit with 2 straps holding a small piece of fabric? What uniform was it? And where is it? Yin Shi promptly responded, A beach bikini. I'll fetch it for you. Moments later, Yin Shi returned, holding a tiny piece of fabric suspended by 2 straps. Du Ming gazed at it apprehensively, questioning, What kind of garment is this? What can it possibly cover? The fabric was slightly larger than a mask, with 2 straps hanging down. You call this clothing? He insisted on seeing how it looked on the upper body and decisively instructed Yin Shi, hand it to Lin Yu. Yin Shi gleefully passed the minuscule piece of fabric to Lin Yu, who received it, nearly in tears. What kind of clothing is this? She lamented. Chapter 84. It was Xiao Qi's turn. Lin Yu gazed at the small piece of fabric in her hand, on the verge of tears. What sort of garment was this? It offered no coverage whatsoever. Who was the designer of this anti-human civilization contraption? Such a regression in society, even in the age of apes. Each female ape could still manage 3 leaves. It dawned on Xiao Qi, and Su Yao that Lin Yu had truly gone overboard tonight. It seemed she had built her joy upon Du Ming's displeasure, which explained why Yin Shi had looked on with a half-smile while Lin Yu was sharing her happiness earlier. Well, Lin Yu has worked hard today. She should head off to the bath and rest early. You all can disperse now, Du Ming instructed. Thus, Yin Shi and Xiao Qing proceeded to Villa number 3, while Xiao Qi and Su Yao made their way to Villa number 4. Du Ming, delighted by Lin Yu's teary demeanor, anticipated yet another exclusive performance from the beauty that evening. Come on, let us head upstairs, he beckoned, moving toward the upstairs bedroom, urging the dazed Lin Yu to follow. Okay, got it. Lin Yu snapped back to reality, shyly trailing behind Du Ming. After a considerable effort, she arrived at the entrance of the bathing area, stealing a glance at Du Ming, who was sitting on the sofa smoking. He said nothing but gave her a knowing look. Grasping that anti-human little piece of fabric, Lin Yu entered the bathing room. A devilish voice echoed, When you come out, remember to cry. Hearing Du Ming's words and glancing at the small piece of fabric in her hand, Lin Yu burst into tears. Wah, excellent. Maintain that, Du Ming said, his delight apparent. Lin Yu's wailing intensified. After a while, she emerged from the bathing room, clad in nothing but 2 straps and a mask. Her exquisite face adorned with tears, approaching Du Ming with an expression of pitiful grievance. In Villa number 4, Xiao Qi, feeling distressed, asked Su Yao, Yao, what should I do? This is so stressful. Su Yao teased with a smile, What pressure do you have? Just practice breaking stones with your chest. Xiao Qi shot her a glare. I'm a yoga instructor, not a martial artist. I think you have potential in that area. You cheeky Yao. Watch me unleash my mighty claws. Filthy Qi, behold my hand that reaches for the moon from the sea. Ah! The 2 beautiful women burst into laughter, a stark contrast to the weeping Lin Yu. Yet they were all experiencing joy, and Du Ming was equally happy, albeit rather exhausted. There are myriad ways to find happiness. Some weep while enjoying, others laugh joyously, and some feel tired yet content. As the rhythmic sounds continued, on Wednesday evening, at the public restroom square of Xinghan University, a few of the boys, including Lao Lu, arrived early at the stall Du Ming had reserved. Many other boys had also come ahead of time. Shi Bing had gained widespread acclaim among the male students at Xinghan University. Truly, only a beautiful woman could do justice to such a delectable pancake, and Lin Yu's photograph circulated among the boys, far surpassing the appeal of those beauty streamers. The focus lies on an authentic and intimate viewing experience, complemented by interaction with beautiful women. A group of young men stood in line before Tang Pongzi, eagerly anticipating their turn. Just as they were filled with anticipation, one of the men in the queue suddenly posed a question. Brothers, have you noticed something? Amidst the boredom of waiting, another casually responded, What issue? The first man stepped out of the line so everyone could see him. addressing the group. This vendor only sells 100 pancakes each day, and once they're sold out, he leaves. The others in line scoff, "Come on, who doesn't he know that? That's exactly why we arrived early, to catch a glimpse of the beautiful women and, oh, to buy pancakes." Exactly. That is redundant information. The man chuckled and continued, "That is precisely my point. Since the vendor sells only 100 pancakes and then departs, why are we queuing to buy them? If the pancakes sell out quickly, won't the beautiful women leave sooner as well?" No one was foolish. They had merely been misled by habitual thinking. Arriving early to purchase pancakes simply meant they would miss out on the women. "Why didn't we think of that sooner? Your reminder is perfectly timed," they exclaimed. Yes, yes, let us disperse. Today, we'll only admire the beauty and forego the pancakes." Laughter erupted as the crowd scattered, forming small clusters here and there, inadvertently blocking the path. Tang Pongzi initially listened to their debate, but as their reasoning grew increasingly absurd, he realized the implications of their conclusion. This was a predicament for Boss Du. Would they have to employ partitions like at Guoming Hospital? Yet, it was too late for that today. He hurried to inform Boss Du upon receiving the call. Du Ming was equally astonished, remarking on the cleverness and shamelessness of these educated young men. It appeared he would have to delay closing up shop today. Their audacity was astounding, surpassing even his own. On one hand, he needed Tang Pongzi to advertise more vigorously in the food group, while on the other, he could only wait for the others to make their purchases, as it was unrealistic to expect everyone to conform to their whims. These young kids, wanting to see free beauty while purchasing a pancake, were not satisfied. They even wished to indulge further. Should he offer them a chance to take the beauties back to their dorms, allowing them to gaze at their leisure? Such audacity was unfathomable. After hanging up, he wore a look of indignation. Xiao Qi, who had just changed and was preparing to leave with Du Ming, noticed his frustrated demeanor after the call and curiously inquired, "Darling, what's wrong? Are we not setting up today?" Du Ming refrained from explaining. "No, it's just some business matters." After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Qi. She was clad in a vibrant and sunny ensemble of short top and shorts, complemented by a pair of pristine white sneakers. Her appearance exuded youthful beauty, accentuated by her well-toned physique and ample charm, which enhanced her feminine allure. Having initially embarked on her journey through fitness, she often favored lively and spirited attire. Being in university setting, she naturally opted for an even more youthful look. Upon hearing Du Ming mention that it was a business matter from another location, she refrained from inquiring further. She simply stated regarding the stall setup, "Darling, I just need to help you with the bags, right?" The group had already deduced that Lin Yu had appeared somewhat dazed and lacked boundaries, engaging too fervently in conversation with the boys. It was said that she had cried for quite a while last night. Hence, today, they hurried to confirm with Du Ming, aiming to assist him while ensuring they did not overstep any boundaries. That should be about it. Du Ming, having received a call from Tang the Fatty, was in a rather dismal mood. He would be working late, which would be irksome for anyone. Uncertain of how long they would be setting up, he and the unsuspecting Xiao Qi made their way towards the public restroom of Xinghan University. Chapter 85. Xiao Qi's Strategy. Du Ming, accompanied by the oblivious Xiao Qi, made their way to the public restroom square at Xinghan University. As per the routine, Du Ming arrived at the square first, while Xiao Qi went to park the car. Upon reaching the square, he discovered, just as Tang the Fatty had mentioned, that a large crowd had gathered in front of the reserved area, yet none were in line. They were scattered in small groups, creating a rather chaotic scene. When Du Ming's electric stall arrived, they hastily made way, only to subtly encircle him again, casting curious glances at him before shifting their attention elsewhere. They had discerned the pattern. The beauty would arrive a few minutes later. Du Ming cursed under his breath at the audacity of this group of youngsters. Although he had the right to occupy the reserved space, he had no authority to disperse the crowd. If the situation proved untenable, he would have to resort to a strategy akin to that employed at Guoming Hospital, charging admission for the pastries. The ingenuity of the masses truly knows no bounds, and the strength of their unity is formidable. Even with his system, he felt powerless. Even if each person possessed a skill to relieve themselves, it would be futile. He could hardly expect to stand guard at the restroom, forbidding entry without a purchase of the pastries. Feeling exasperated, Du Ming parked the stall and exchanged a knowing glance with Tang the fatty, both sharing an unspoken understanding of their predicament. Nearby, Zhang Yanhong was reveling in amusement, fully aware of the boys' blatant conspiracy to observe the beauty for free. Huh, you think bringing a pretty girl will grant you free reign? Today, I shall enjoy the spectacle as you falter, she chuckled to herself. Xiao Qi, having parked the car, strode confidently toward the restroom, her long legs carrying her with an air of determination. From a distance, she noticed the crowd gathered ahead, reminiscent of the time when a group watched her practice yoga while holding bowls of mung bean porridge. Was this to be a similar affair? The scenarios described by Xiao Qing and Lin Yu did not align with this reality. Yet, undeterred, she approached the gathering, unafraid, for she was no stranger to life's adversities. As Xiao Qi drew nearer to the boys, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Wow, those long legs. Surely, she is here to sell pastries today. Beautiful. A different one every day. How enviable for the stall owner, they exclaimed, ogling her impressive figure. What a perfectly proportioned physique. If only we could hold her for a moment. Upon reaching the stall, Xiao Qi stood beside Du Ming, their eyes locking with those of the scattered boys around them, creating an odd atmosphere. Leaning in, Xiao Qi whispered to Du Ming, "Darling, what is going on? Didn't T. Lin you say they would line up like gorillas to buy pastries and shout loudly? Why is it so quiet, with them just staring at us?" With a sigh, Du Ming explained they're fixated on you. He then shared the broader context with her. Xiao Qi was taken aback, realizing the shamelessness of these young men. This was akin to freeloading during a live stream. The thought of live streaming sparked an idea in her mind, igniting her curiosity. Just a little more, if only it were itchier, just a tad more, then my brain would almost sprout. How itchy, it is so unbearably itchy. My head feels like it's going to burst. It's growing. My brain has finally emerged. Yes, I remember now, this is the way. Excited, Xiao Qi exclaimed to Du Ming, "Darling, watch me." Du Ming looked at Xiao Qi, who was rolling up her sleeves, utterly perplexed. Are we going to fight? Are you sure this will help you triumph over so many boys? If you lay down, there might be a chance. Then Xiao Qi addressed the group of boys. I'll perform a chest-smashing act. You come buy pancakes. Phew. No, wait. How did that absurd idea from Yao Yao slip out? Yao Yao is truly a troublemaker. Upon hearing her mention the chest-smashing act, the boy's eyes fixated on her prominent figure. Really going to smash? What a pity if it gets flattened. How about you let us have a go before you smash it? Du Ming, Fat Tang, and Zhang Yanhong, who was spectating, were all taken aback. Is selling pancakes this intense? After all these years, are you sure a single smash won't ruin it? Du Ming, deeply moved, quickly intervened. Chi, you don't need to go to such extremes. Let us save it instead. If you really want to be violent, I can just be a bit rougher in the future. Even if it gets bruised, at least it can remain intact, right? Xiao Qi was taken aback. That wasn't her intention. Besides, he had never been gentle before, anyway. Realizing everyone misunderstood her, she hastily clarified, No, I misspoke about the chest-smashing act. What I meant was the kind of beautiful live broadcasts you all have seen. The boys laughed and shouted, Look, I often watch for free. Xiao Qi shot him a dark look. You speak of watching for free so brazenly. You must feel quite proud of yourself. The other boys noticed the beautiful Xiao Qi seemed a tad upset. One boy quickly added, I've sent hearts. The live streaming sister dances for me. Xiao Qi praised him loudly. Yes, that's right. You're doing great. The boy, flustered by the compliment, felt bashful. After a year of watching, he had only sent a few hearts, and those were from a lucky draw. However, he couldn't reveal that. Today, this beauty seemed a bit fierce. Unlike the adorable one from yesterday. Xiao Qi continued. What is so appealing about the beauties in live streams? They all use beauty filters and leg lengthening effects. They might just be a bunch of Andes. The boys readily agreed. I possess a pair of long legs that are 100 natural without any filters. For every pancake you buy, I'll do 10 jumping jacks. Wow. The boys were utterly astonished. Just imagine her explosive figure doing jumping jacks. One exhilarating scene that would be. Unable to contain themselves, several boys shouted, All right, I'll buy pancakes, and stepped forward, ready to make their purchase. At that moment, The young man who had earlier suggested a free viewing of beautiful women interrupted them, asserting that since they had already made a purchase, others should not benefit without cost. Upon hearing this, the prospective buyers found his argument compelling. Why should they purchase the pancake while others merely watched? Indeed, they resolutely opposed freeloaders. But what to do? The group of bystanders, feeling the pressure, protested, claiming they were not freeloaders, and that they could indeed afford their own pancakes. They approached, shouting, "Who is freeloading? Line up, line up." Swiftly, everyone formed a lengthy queue. No, we can't see from the back," they exclaimed, rearranging themselves into a horizontal formation for better visibility. Yes, this way everyone can see." With a rustle, the line transformed into a row. "Goodness, we can't fit in a single row," they complained, prompting the formation of two parallel lines. "Oh dear, how did you grow so tall? I can't see," they lamented. Taller individuals were directed to the second row, while those shorter took their place in the front. In a flurry, they organized themselves. "We bought the pancakes. We cannot allow others to look for free. Tighten the circle, they insisted. "All right, let us form a semicircle. What about the vendor selling the pancakes? Let us include her on the outside." Zhang Yanhong exclaimed, "Wait, where's my melon? I can't see." Du Ming and Tang Fatty were taken aback. "Even a military assembly isn't as swift as you all," they remarked. The discipline and coordination displayed were remarkable. "Are you certain, Mold Empire, that you wish to engage in battle with us? Should you dare send female soldiers, we would expect," her to exclaim, "Oh my gosh, baby." With all the boys assembled, they prepared to purchase their pancakes. Chapter 86. Xiao Qi's marvelous display. All the boys lined up, eager to purchase the pancakes. Du Ming observed the scene before him, filled with profound admiration for Xiao Qi. One must never underestimate anyone. Come, everyone start purchasing from the first row, the one on the right. Once you have made your purchase, return to your place, and the next will step forward. Those who have not bought must step aside, he instructed. The first boy approached to scan the code, exclaiming, "I want to see the jumping jacks." He hurried back to his position. Hey, your pancake." "All right, I can't buy a pancake." He rushed back to retrieve his treat. Without hesitation, Xiao Qi performed a flawless set of 10 jumping jacks. As she moved rhythmically up and down, the eyes of the surrounding boys mirrored her motions. "Wow, this is exhilarating, so captivating. Truly worth it." The second boy approached, scanned the code, and requested, "I want to see the high knee jumps." Xiao Qi instantly complied, leaping into action. "I want to see the quick steps. I want to see the rope skipping." As cheers erupted around them, a large circle of spectators gathered, with some outsiders eager to catch a glimpse of the excitement. One boy outside inquired of another in the second row, "Brother, what is happening here?" The second row boy replied, "A beautiful girl is working out." Can I come in to see?" "Sure, just pay a $10 entrance fee to me, and then buy a pancake inside." The boys nearby stared at him, astonished. "Are you really that good at business? Don't listen to his nonsense. There are 100 pancakes in total. We need to fill 100 seats to see it 100 times. "Exactly. How many more do we need? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 77. We still need 28 more. Let the others in. We'll close it once we're full." The newcomers were directed to sit in the front row. Thus, a circle of boys formed in front, resembling an outdoor movie screening. Despite being mostly strangers, they exhibited an unprecedented sense of unity and organization. When it was the turn of the boys from room 6 to purchase their pancakes, one of them approached. "I want to see the burpees." Xiao Qi responded, "Burpees are quite challenging. I can only do 2. Before he could speak, the other boys chimed in, "That's fine. With so many of us, we can witness every kind of movement." Seeing the logic in their reasoning, he conceded, "All right, 2 it is." He took the pancake and returned to the line to continue watching Xiao Qi. Unable to resist, he took a bite of his pancake, only to find himself so engrossed that he almost choked. Cough, little one, pass me some water." After a sip, he felt relief. Little one remarked, "Old 6. You choked on a pancake." Old 6 retorted, "I didn't choke on the pancake. I choked on the bouncing ball, all right?" Little one gazed at Xiao Qi, who continued her rhythmic motions and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You have a knack for naming things. It's quite fitting." As each boy purchased a pancake, it happened that the boy on the far left of the third row had just finished his transaction. Ding! 100 pancakes have been sold today. and any further sales will not count towards the task, Du Ming promptly announced, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Xiao Qi. Each person had bought 10, yet Xiao Qi had tirelessly leaped 1,000 times. One could only wonder if her legs had become weary, and whether she should be called back to perform an inversion for an entire night to regain her strength. Fortunately, she had a solid foundation as a fitness enthusiast, yet she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair disheveled from the exertion. Xiao Qi, with her tousled hair, looked at Du Ming and asked, "Darling, how did I perform tonight?" Du Ming, feeling a pang of affection, gently tidied her hair and replied, "You were magnificent. I will certainly show my gratitude tonight." "Yes, you must keep your word," she replied. After exchanging pleasantries with Tang Fatty, the couple departed the square amidst the envious gazes of numerous boys. Upon reaching her BMW sports car and preparing to start the engine, Xiao Qi heard a notification on her phone. "Your bank card has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Additionally, there was a message from Du Ming. "Darling, thank you for your hard work tonight." "Yay!" Xiao Qi exclaimed, elated. 1,000 jumps equated to 100,000. She felt she could leap even more. Following Du Ming on his electric bike, she was in high spirits, marveling at how handsome he appeared from behind. Upon returning to Villa Number 2, 4 women awaited them, particularly Su Yao, who was set to accompany Du Ming to the market the following day. Curious about any new developments that might have arisen that evening, she anxiously inquired of Xiao Qi. "How'd it go? Was the market successful? Should we plan any performances?" Xiao Qi glanced at Du Ming, who nodded in affirmation. Understanding that this was Du Ming's way of preparing Su Yao mentally, she decided to share everything that had transpired that night. The other 4 women listened in astonishment. Xiao Qing and Lin Yu sighed in relief, grateful they had arrived early, or they would have been utterly worn out. Yanxi tilted her head, seemingly lost in thought. Su Yao exclaimed, "Which boy came up with such a ridiculous idea? This is nothing short of torment. I would rather endure Du Ming's challenges than face this ordeal. I did not come here to be a canary. It feels more like being a canary at night and a monkey performer by day. Darling, do I have to jump tomorrow as well?" Du Ming lit a cigarette and replied, "Whatever you decide to perform is up to you. I suspect tomorrow will unfold similarly with these little rascals." Upon hearing this, Su Yao realized her fate was to be a car model. "Then I shall organize a car model exhibition, for if I jump for 1 or 2 hours, I will be utterly spent." "That's fine. It will only be for a couple of hours," he assured her. "All right, Xiao Qi, you stay here. The rest of you may disperse." The other 4 women bid their farewells. Xiao Qi picked up her phone and sent a message to Su Yao, wishing her a stellar performance tomorrow, hinting at possible surprises. Unsure if Du Ming had given Xiao Qing and Lin Yu any additional funds, as they had not mentioned it, she provided Su Yao with a general indication, leaving the rest for her to pursue and comprehend. Upon reading the message, Su Yao understood the implication. Recalling how Du Ming had rewarded her 50,000 yuan during the last Hmong bean porridge car model exhibition. Suddenly invigorated, she thought to herself, "Isn't this merely a showcase of car models?" After all, she herself had been observed in such a manner before. Where else could one find such opportunities for thousands of dollars in just a couple of hours? Her spirits lifted immediately, and she replied to Xiao Qi, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Qi Qi. I understand now. Enjoy your intimate world together." Upon seeing Su Yao's response, Xiao Qi felt a surge of anticipation. Ever since moving into the villa, she had yet to spend time alone with Du Ming. Each occasion had been accompanied by Yao Yao, and, at times, Yanxi had joined them, with several instances where all were present. The waiting had become quite absurd. She pondered what kind of uniform Du Ming might wish to see her in tonight. The thought intrigued her. After all, wearing different attire not only brings novelty to the observer, but also elicits a thrilling sensation for the wearer. As they entered the bedroom, Xiao Qi gazed at Du Ming with longing and inquired, "Darling, which uniform do you wish to see tonight?" She added playfully, "Your performance tonight was quite captivating. I would love to see a refreshing version." Xiao Qi was momentarily taken aback. "Dance again? Well, having just received 100,000, why not?" It wasn't as though she were about to leap from a building. After a shower, she dried off and emerged, dancing before Du Ming. He leaned against the headboard, enjoying the view while smoking. Once he finished a cigarette, He retreated to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi continued her dance at the bathroom door. Upon his return, he leaned back against the headboard once more, and she resumed her performance by the bedside. At last, when Du Ming beckoned with a finger, she joyfully bounded over. His gaze roamed up and down, and the flames of desire within him surged higher. Chapter 87. Su Yao takes the stage the following morning. As Xiaoqi awoke, she made her way to the washroom to splash her face with water, refreshing herself. She then approached the wall and performed a handstand. Today, it was essential to engage in some complementary exercises to prevent her center of gravity from sagging. Yesterday's vigorous dancing had truly taken its toll. Du Ming was quite pleased with her enthusiasm for physical activity and her diligence in maintaining balance, as it directly impacted his own enjoyment. Upon arriving in the living room on the first floor, Du Ming was surprised to find that the other 4 women had already gathered there. After consuming a bowl of spiritually infused mung bean porridge, their spirits had noticeably lifted. Each day, they appeared vibrant and energetic, and it was fortunate that Du Ming possessed an indomitable physique to keep up with them. With only 2 days remaining until they could claim their task reward, the shameful fist, Du Ming chuckled at the whimsical name, feeling a mix of amusement and anticipation for what peculiar skill it might entail. At that moment, Su Yao approached, linking her arm with Du Ming's and playfully asking, "Darling, should I wear this outfit today?" Du Ming took a moment to appraise her attire, an asymmetrical off-shoulder top that revealed her navel and a portion of her delicate shoulder, paired with a short skirt that accentuated her long legs. Wasn't this the quintessential model ensemble? Noticing Du Ming's silence as he gazed at her, Su Yao quickly added, "If you think it's too revealing, I can change into something else." Du Ming inquired, "Do you have any leggings?" Hercheks frushit, Su Yao lianit kalusiv. Whispering softly in his ear, "Of course, I wouldn't want anyone else to see." Du Ming chuckled, "Then it's perfectly fine. Dressing like this isn't against the law. If we finish selling our goods early, we can return home to rest sooner." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, she would have the chance to be alone with Du Ming, and she had longed to wear that outfit, albeit worried about being teased by the other women. "Darling, when shall we set off?" Du Ming playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Have you forgotten? I've been going out in the evenings these past few days." Realizing it was still morning, Su Yao sat up and asked, "Where's Yao Yao?" "She's practicing her handstands upstairs, claiming she needs to restore her balance," Du Ming replied. Su Yao's smile dimmed at this revelation, for among the 5 women, she was the only one who could not employ that particular technique. Noticing her change in expression, Du Ming comforted her. "It's all right. Being petite is quite endearing. Occasionally, a change of flavor can be refreshing." At that moment, Yanxi approached, leaning against Du Ming and caressing his chin with her small hand. "You rogue. Tomorrow, it's just you and me at the stall, and I don't know how to do anything. What should I do?" Du Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "No worries. We can take our time. We still have 4 days left. If necessary, we can forego resting on the weekend." Meanwhile, at Xinghan University, just after class, Izhua and Yu strolled together. Izhua inquired, "Yu, what was that scoundrel up to yesterday? There were so many people surrounding him, and we felt too shy to squeeze in." Yu, equally puzzled, replied, "I have no idea. I only heard distant cheers." Upon catching sight of the woman emerging from behind, she appeared rather disheveled, her hair in disarray. Suddenly, Izhua was struck by a horrifying thought and exclaimed, "That scoundrel Wu Ti subject his woman to those men just to sell pancakes. Would he?" After uttering this, she leaned closer and whispered into Io's ear. Io, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief and responded, "What are you talking about? That's impossible. In such a public place with so many men around, Zaza, you must be out of your mind. Hasn't there been such an incident before? But it couldn't possibly happen in a square, especially in our lawful society. Your imagination is far too terrifying. Humph, for that scoundrel, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if he sold a few women just to hawk his pancakes. You harbor too much bias against him." Thursday evening, at Xinghan University. "Come on, it's about time. Let us head out a bit earlier today," said Lao Lu, and the group from the dormitory dashed towards the square. To their astonishment, upon arrival, they found a large circle of people gathered around the reserved spot for Du Ming. Some were shouting 90 91, 92, just 8 more to go. Upon hearing this, the members of Lao Lu's dorm realized they were exactly 8 in number. However, not far from them, another group was also making their way over, presumably from another dormitory. Lao Lu, hurry, run. Lao Lu, pick up the pace. They urged him on. The fastest among them, Lao Lu, immediately focused his energy and sprinted with all his might. One of the individuals from the other dorm, upon hearing the commotion, also accelerated. The crowd of over 90 surrounding them transformed into a cheering squad, collectively shouting encouragement at the 2 sprinters. Go, go! As Lao Lu dashed forward, he thought to himself in disbelief. Never had he imagined that he would one day exert himself so fervently just to purchase a pancake. With such a large cheering section, it felt like the pinnacle of his life. Ultimately, he reached the finish line a second ahead of his rival, gasping, "We have exactly 8 people." The opposing group expressed their regret. "All right, you 8 may enter and take seats in the front row." With the support of his dorm mates, Lao Lu strode into the circle like a hero. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation of the boys, Du Ming's electric scooter appeared in the square. "Yes, here. Yes, here. Open the gate and let the stall in." After allowing Du Ming to enter, the boys began to frequently glance back, curious about the beautiful women arriving that day, their excitement akin to unboxing a surprise gift. In the midst of their restless anticipation, Su Yao made her entrance. "Wow, a short skirt, an off-shoulder top. This must be a car model. I can hardly breathe. Brothers, carry me to the beauty and let her perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on me." As Su Yao approached, the boys fell silent, parting to create a pathway for her, gazing at her with fervent eyes, greedily appreciating her beauty. Having come from a background as a car model, Su Yao was accustomed to being the center of attention among a throng of men. She gracefully navigated through a throng of young men, her sweet smile radiating warmth. Upon reaching Du Ming's side, the boys fell silent for a moment. Then, a bold lad broke the stillness, inquiring, "Boss, what is the plan for today?" Su Yao was taken aback, her gaze darting nervously towards Du Ming. Wasn't it supposed to be a car model showcase? Why was there talk of play? The hefty sum of 100,000 a month certainly did not encompass such activities. With so many people present, additional fees would be necessary. Du Ming shot an exasperated glance at the young man, questioning the appropriateness of his words. "Idiot Su Yao. No, it's not the kind of play you're thinking of. It's merely an interaction." A wave of relief washed over Su Yao. Yet with so many attendees, she wondered if they could even manage the extra costs. Du Ming addressed the group of boys. "This is a professional car model. Today, if you purchase a large pancake, the model will circle the electric stall, showcasing her talents." The boys, unimpressed, murmured, "Is that all?" One boy chimed in, "Aren't we doing the jumping fitness from yesterday? That was visually appealing. We want to see that." Another countered, "But this is a car model. Look at her innate shortcomings. She won't jump with the same flair as yesterday." Su Yao's face darkened in frustration. How infuriating. A bunch of immature boys critiquing a simple pancake purchase. What if it's small? A small bun is still a bun. Isn't it delightful to have one after another? And can you even finish a larger one in one bite? Du Ming, uninterested in the banter, declared, "It's beginning, it's beginning." Chapter 88. The car model showed Du Ming, feeling indifferent towards a young man, remarked, "It has begun, it has begun." Although the boys were eager to witness the exhilarating leaps from Shaoqi the previous day, they were at the mercy of the boss's decision to change the program. Moreover, today's beauty seemed less animated. Having arrived, they figured the ticket was inexpensive and the car model was quite lovely, so they might as well indulge in a glance. The first boy approached to purchase a large pancake. The others then fixated their gaze on Su Yao, anticipating her pirouettes. Su Yao felt a surge of discomfort upon hearing their preference for Shaoqi's athletic display, feeling unjustly slighted. How could they find her lacking? Though petite, she was certainly within reach, and when it came to physical affection, she was certain they would relish it more than a pig at a feast. Today, she decided to showcase her charm, allowing these inexperienced boys to witness the allure of a true beauty. With a graceful twist of her slender waist, Su Yao stepped into the center of the space, balancing on one leg while the other leg curved behind her knee, subtly revealing her safety shorts before lowering it again. She arched her delicate backside slightly, running her right hand down her waist to her rear, while her left hand caressed her hair, her head tilting back ever so slightly. Finally, she drew her right hand back to rest in front of her thigh, her legs slightly bent as her left hand brushed against her fair, fragrant shoulder, casting a flirtatious glance towards the captivated boys. With a final twist of her waist, she swayed her petite backside back behind the stall, and in an instant, the venue fell silent. The boys, unable to contain themselves, held their breaths, swallowing hard as the moment lingered. After what felt like an eternity, fearing they might suffocate, they began to wheeze, still fixated on Su Yao. She was irresistibly alluring, far more enchanting than the previous day's rubberball performance. This spectacle was soul-stirring, evoking thoughts of Daji in their minds. Su Yao surveyed the quiet, enthralled boys with satisfaction. Have you witnessed my prowess? Behold what true charm and allure entail. Without any skill, how could one command a salary of 10,000, reside in a villa, and drive a luxury car? Little did they know, she was quite self-aware of her own worth. After a prolonged silence, the boys finally regained their senses. They had never experienced such proximity to beauty. The second boy rushed over, exclaiming, "Continue, I'll buy another pancake." Su Yao stepped forward and announced, "The price has increased. 10 pancakes for a single round." Gasps of surprise filled the air. "What? A tenfold increase?" they exclaimed. With a smile, Su Yao replied, "Gentlemen, do you believe there will be another opportunity to buy 10 pancakes and witness a genuine car model show like this? Good things are worth more. This is a rare, limited edition experience that should not be missed." The boys contemplated this, realizing the truth in her words. They had attended auto shows before, but never had they seen models strutting for their eyes alone. While they had glimpsed some performances on their phones, nothing could compare to the live experience. "The boss sells only 100 units each day, so we shall each purchase a pancake. With 10 individuals forming a group, let's first acquire the tickets." Du Ming felt an immense admiration in his heart. Indeed, when the wages are generous, the enthusiasm of the employees can exceed one's wildest imagination. Splendid. If another 100 are sold tomorrow, the task will be accomplished. However, he pondered whether Yin Shi could assist him. It was already the 4th day, and he had yet to encounter anyone in need of spiritual energy. If the situation did not improve, whom could he assist? This week, the characteristic of the spiritual energy was foul-smelling, and he wondered which fortunate soul would be able to consume it. In less than an hour, due to Su Yao's price increase, the boys opted to purchase team tickets, and Du Ming promptly received a notification from the system. Ding! 100 pancakes have been sold today. Further sales will not count towards the task quota. As soon as Su Yao completed her 10th car model showcase, Du Ming announced the conclusion of their stall for the day. Amidst the reluctant farewells from the boys, he departed the square with Su Yao. Before leaving, Du Ming specifically informed them that there would be no performances the following day. They would simply sell pancakes, to prevent them from crowding the stall and hindering his sales to other passers-by. At that moment, on a rooftop nearby, 2 girls with high-powered binoculars watched them leave. One girl spoke up, "Yu, what is this scoundrel doing? Setting up a stall and making his woman participate in a car model show? All around an electric bike? Is this what the wealthy find amusing?" Izwa queried with a series of questions. Yu lowered the binoculars, gazing dreamily at the spot where Du Ming had vanished. "I don't know what's up. Did you notice how gracefully that woman walked? It captivated me, not to mention the men." Izwa looked at Yu, who seemed hopelessly infatuated, and questioned, "Are we discussing the same thing? Is that truly what I asked?" Yu retorted, "What you mentioned is irrelevant." "Sai, I told you. You wouldn't understand." This familiar response caused Izwa to feel utterly exasperated. In contrast to Izwa's frustration, Su Yao, back in the sports car, was thrilled to hear the notification from bank. After completing 10 laps around the electric bike for the car model show, she had earned an additional 100,000. Previously, she had thought it was only 50,000. What a delight! The bonus surpassed her salary. Ecstatically driving her sport car behind Du Ming's electric bike, she kindly turned on her high beams to illuminate the path, despite the streets being brightly lit. Her sentiment was duly conveyed. As soon as she entered Villa Number 2, Su Yao could no longer contain her joy and made an okay gesture to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi responded by puckering her lips towards Xiaoqing and Linyu, then gently shook her head. Su Yao immediately understood. She was unsure whether Du Ming had granted them any bonuses, and she and Chi could not disclose anything. Thus, Su Yao began sharing her experiences of the day with the four women. Yin Shi and the others laughed heartily, amused by the naive demeanor of the boys. YNX approached, entwining her fingers with DMing's, playfully pouting, "Oh, what a rogue. What shall I do? QQ and YOY have already reached such heights of difficulty. What can I do tomorrow to assist you?" DMing reassured her, "It's all right. We shall simply set up our stall as usual. If necessary, we can sell for a few more days, as long as we finish selling by the end of this week. But what if they don't buy anything? They demand so much even for a mere cake. Those boys are truly insufferable." She sighed, realizing perhaps it was a predicament of her own making. Had she not brought these women along, perhaps such complications would not have arisen. Feeling guilty, DMing suggested to YNX, "Perhaps you should not come tomorrow. I could manage on my own to spare you the embarrassment." "No, if the other three are going, I must go as well to support you." "Very well. It is your choice. Regardless, I have informed them that there will be no events tomorrow. I shall take the opportunity to rest." DMing rose and glanced at SYO, who promptly followed him upstairs, while the other four women ventured to a different building. The exhilaration from SYO winning the prize of 100,000 yuan still lingered within her. As she entered the bedroom, she eagerly inquired of DMing, "Darling, may I wear the uniform I have longed to show you? Will that please you?" "Ah, certainly. Please go wash up in another room first. I may take a bit of time." "Take your time. I am in no rush." After DMing finished speaking, he retreated to the guest room. With an array of uniforms to choose from, each selection was a personal choice, yet occasionally opening a mystery box held its own thrill. It was not until DMing emerged from the guest room, having bathed, and waited a considerable time in the bedroom, that SYO finally made her entrance from the bathing area. "Your Majesty, I have arrived." "Good heavens! Even the Queen is here." Chapter 89. Shiji. It was Friday evening. Shiji, a third-year female student at Xinghan University, weighed over 200 pounds. Yet this did not diminish her passion for delectable cuisine. Recently, she had heard of a stall at the public restroom square selling delicious pancakes, which were reportedly exquisite. Moreover, there were beautiful young ladies performing there. Despite her disdain for attractive women, stemming from her own insecurities regarding her appearance, the allure of the scrumptious pancakes was undeniable. After 2 days of disappointment, having been surrounded by a throng of boys only to find the pancakes sold out, her frustration grew as none of the boys paid her any heed. Today, however, she arrived earlier, only to discover that the boys were absent, and the crowd appeared smaller than in previous days. Du Ming had mentioned the absence of performances today, which deterred many boys from coming. They preferred merely to gaze at beautiful women rather than enjoy performance. The boys from Lu's dormitory were die-hard fans. Having followed the likes of Qingqing and the recent Su Yao, they had seen all the beautiful women Du Ming had introduced, and while they were certainly enticing, they remained a tier above the more risque content Du Ming had indulged in. Nonetheless, this had been sufficient to satisfy their cravings, leading to an increase in their appetites over the past few days. As Shiji approached, she spotted a stout man and inquired, "Excuse me, is there a stall selling pancakes here?" The man, feeling a shiver run down his spine, pointed to the neighboring Zhang Yanhong and replied, "There it is, right over there." Shiji responded, "I heard it was a boy selling them, and they are quite delicious." Upon realizing she was referring to Boss Du, the stout man quickly informed her, "You may have to wait a while." "Ah, then I shall wait here," she replied. Nearby, Zhang Yanhong overheard their conversation and felt a surge of indignation. For days, she had been relegated to the sidelines, unable to partake in the excitement. Although Du Ming only sold 100 portions daily, the presence of onlookers had inadvertently boosted her business. Today, however, with the boys absent, she had hoped to enjoy the pancakes herself, only to be confronted by this woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her own daughter, disdainfully dismissing her pancakes. It was utterly absurd. Before long, Du Ming arrived with Yinchi, waiting for her to park before approaching together. They navigated through clusters of boys, making their way to the designated spot to begin selling pancakes. Upon seeing Yinchi, The boys refrained from making the crude comments they had directed at Ching Ching and others. What an adorable little sister. My heart is melting, one exclaimed. This is the true fairy, clad in a princess dress. Simply ethereal. No wonder the boss said there would be no performances today. I can't bear to see such a lovely little sister perform. I must buy pancakes to support her. Yinchi's eyes sparkled with delight as she heard their compliments. These boys were not as dreadful as Xiao Qi and Su Yao had portrayed. In fact, they were rather charming. What neither Du Ming nor Yin Shi realized was that as soon as they entered the square, Yizhua and Yu had already spotted them. Yu gazed at Yin Shi and murmured to Yizhua, "Have you noticed?" The first four women approached on their own. Yet this precious she came along with him. Yizhua curled his lips disdainfully, remarking, "Humph, spoiling her like that is nothing extraordinary. She's just a little one. Not even as beautiful as you." Yu furrowed his brows in contemplation, pondering the question of why he lavished such affection upon her. Yizhua sukofut, suggesting. Just ask him directly later. With your looks, what is there to fear? Du Ming was busy setting up his stall, as the group of boys had yet to make their move. Suddenly, a plump girl, resembling the stone lady, emerged from the public restroom and approached Du Ming's stall. "You're the one selling the large pancakes, right? I've heard they're delicious. Give me one." Ding. Detection of severe obesity. Spiritual energy can aid in complete recovery. Du Ming gazed at the girl in astonishment, thinking to himself, "You are indeed fortunate." He quickly prepared a pancake, infusing it with spiritual energy. As he utilized the energy, the white aura above his head began to reveal the features of the face. Oblivious, Du Ming looked joyfully at the chubby girl, encouraging her transformation. Shiji took the pancake and, with great delight, took a bite. "Yuck, what a foul pancake you are selling," she exclaimed, slamming the pancake onto the ground. Pointing at Du Ming, she shouted, "Refund me. Calling it a sure pancake just because of a little enchantress?" I spit. Before anyone could react, a stray dog dashed over and snatched the pancake, devouring it greedily a short distance away. After finishing, the dog paused, casting a complex glance at Du